Battling Records of the Chosen One chapter 2224 to chapter 2278. In the dark, the elders of the Xian family were all silent. Caney has already approved of this child, do we still? Someone asked after a while. If we let this child be a guest and Emperor Shi finds out, there will definitely be a storm. Our Xian family is not afraid of falling out with Emperor Shi, but is it worth it to do this for an outsider? These elders discussed. No matter which ancient clan it was, when they encountered a troublesome matter, the first thing they would consider was the clan's interests. If he is not worth us doing this, then who else in this starry sky is worth our Xian family doing this? Suddenly, a muddy and low voice sounded, suppressing all the other voices. Now, let me ask you again, what is the identity of this Lin Sun? This sentence made all the elders of the Xian family silent. Thinking about it carefully, they could not help but feel frightened. Lin Sun's identity was too not simple. He was the successor of Mount Fangsuan, the successor of Supreme Mystery Sword Emperor, Sky Punishing Sword Venerable, and Battle Emperor Wu Yang, the first young man to step on the Emperor's path in the last 100,000 years, the only person to obtain the fortune of an immortal sovereign since ancient times. So many halos gathered on a young man. This in itself was very unbelievable. That muddy voice sounded again. Don't forget, Xian Kong is his senior brother. And how Xian Kong died, have you all forgotten? Xian Kong, those elders of the Xian family became even more silent. From now on, whoever dares to resist and reject this child will be the sinner of our Xian family. That muddy voice disappeared, but this final decision made the elders of the Xian family unable to calm down. They knew that from today onwards, for this Lin Daoyuan, their Xian family would rather shed all pretense of cordiality with Emperor Shi, Divine Profound Ridge. Under Xian Jiuyin's lead, Lin Sun and the others finally arrived at the core ancestral land that belonged to the Xian family. The ancient mountain was steaming with chaotic qi, and the buildings on it were row upon row. Along the way, old trees could be seen everywhere, divine medicines were in clusters, divine birds and auspicious beasts could be seen everywhere. Even some of the maids and guards that they saw along the way, all of them had extremely shocking attainments in cultivation. As far as the eye could see, everything on the mysterious God Ridge seemed to be silently telling the world what the ancient Emperor clan's foundation was. Even Big Yellow clicked his tongue in admiration and said, if I cultivated here since I was born and breathed chaotic energy all day and night to cultivate supreme inheritances, then even my food and drink would be top-rate divine medicines and precious treasures in the world. Would I have to worry about not being able to accomplish anything in the path of the Grand Tao? The descendants of the Xian family are innately superior to most of their peers. Xian Jiuyin chuckled and said, this is all thanks to the grace of our ancestors. Everyone says that you, Xian Jiuyin, are so amazing. Isn't it because you're a descendant of the Xian family? I've always wanted to say that they're right. Our Xian family has always been amazing. Show off. Big Yellow spat on the ground. The cultivation of the Great Tao is all about cultivation resources. If one doesn't have a heart that upholds the Tao, one won't be able to go far. Xian Jiuyin chuckled and said, clearly, I'm not such a person. In fact, the reason my Xian family is able to stand towering until now is because the clan can't tolerate the existence of trash. If the younger generation wants to rise and grow, then they'll even have to experience even more brutal tempering. If all of them were to sit idly by and rely on the grace of their ancestors, then the Xian family would have been finished since a long time ago. Lin Sun rather approved of these words. If any ancient power wanted to exist for eternity, then it would surely spend a great deal of effort to foster the next generation of young people. Only in this way would it be able to pass down the torch and continue existing without end. Were there any domineering and arrogant profligate disciples from rich families? Yes, but these profligate disciples similarly possessed strong cultivations, and their domineering and arrogant actions were none other than related to their disposition. As they chatted, they'd already arrived before an ancient building that stood towering on the side of a cliff. Auspicious clouds converged here while chaos suffused the surroundings, and it revealed a divine and solemn aura. The patriarch of the Xian family, Xianxia, was waiting before the entrance of the ancient building since a long time ago. His tall and mighty figure stood there casually, yet he emanated a domineering aura that assaulted the face. He was like a sovereign that possessed the aura to swallow the world and control the world. This was Xianxia, the person that was regarded as the most ferocious in the Emperor realm on the ancient path of the starry sky. Emperor Daoyuan, Battle Emperor Xiao, and this young lady, I've been waiting here for a long time. Please come in. When he saw Lin Sun's group arrive, Xianxia laughed loudly as he moved forward to welcome them. Greetings, senior. Lin Sun cupped his hands. Even though this was the first time he'd met Xianxia, he'd already committed Xianxia's name to memory. This person was the only person that Lin Sun knew who'd entered the heaven-accessing realm, and he was only a step away from opening the door to heaven. On the Kunlun Ruins Ascension platform, Xianxia's name had once hung high above the sky, and his name had been left behind through the ages. He was Xianjiuan's father, the patriarch of the Xian family, and he was even the renowned Profundity Emperor. Haha, since you've stepped foot onto the path to the Emperor realm, then you're a member of my generation. There's no need to call yourself a junior. However, since you're friends with little Jiao, there's no harm in calling me uncle. Xianxiaqian stepped forward and sized Lin Sun up. He patted Lin Sun's shoulder and said, not bad. As expected of the Lin Daoyuan whose name shakes the starry sky. As he spoke, he looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile, Big Yellow, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Why don't you take human form? Big Yellow said disdainfully, I've never changed my name or surname. I'm who I am. Why do I need to conceal myself with a body? Good. Everything is empty, and the great Tao is true. Xianxiaqian gave a thumbs up. As he spoke, he looked at Xia Ji and said, I presume this young lady is the legendary figure that killed a group of astral beasts by herself in Nirvana Ishvara. She's Xia Ji, Lin Sun introduced. Not bad at all, Xianxiaqian said with a smile. Xianxiaqian smiled. There was a strange look in his eyes. He could sense a mysterious aura from Xia Ji's body, but he did not say anything. Come, let's talk in the hall. As Xianxiaqian spoke, he led Lin Sun and the others into the hall. After they took their seats, a group of attendants served tea, wine, and snacks, all of which were treasures rarely seen in the outside world. After exchanging greetings for a while, Xianjiuan left with Big Yellow and Xia Ji, leaving only Xianxiaqian and Lin Sun in the hall. Xianxiaqian looked at Lin Sun and said, I've been entrusted by someone to invite you here. There's something that they want me to pass on to you. As he spoke, he took out a bronze box from his bosom. It was 3 feet long and was imprinted with complicated Taoist seals. He handed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun held it in his hand and looked at it. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. He blurted out, Did Master Lu leave this? Xianxiaqian nodded, yes. Lin Sun became excited all of a sudden. Where is he? Xianxiaqian pointed at the bronze box and said, This box is the clue. Lin Sun's gaze fell on the bronze box again. He saw that there were at least tens of thousands of seals on it, moreover, so many seals were interlinked and interrelated. It could be said that a slight move in one part would affect the whole body. Even with Lin Sun's current attainments in spiritual tattoos, he still felt extremely strained. Xianxiaqian said, Lu Boya only said that there is a treasure left by your mother in the box. As long as you can open this box within 100 years, you can go to find your mother. If you can't open it within 100 years, you must destroy this box. Lin Sun frowned, Is this a test? Xianxiaqian nodded, and it's a very important test. In my opinion, there must be a reason why Lu Boya did this. It's impossible for him to deliberately make things difficult for you. Lin Sun looked at the mysterious bronze box in a daze and said, I don't understand. Why did he set a time limit of 100 years? Could it be that if I can't open this box, something will happen? Xianxiaqian shook his head, This is not something I can speculate about. But in my opinion, you'd better try to open this box within 100 years. Lin Sun took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Suddenly, he realized a problem and said, Senior, you also know Master Lu? Xianxiaqian couldn't help laughing, If not for Lu Boya, how could I have the chance to experience the glory of the 9 levels of Green Cloud Path? After a pause, he continued, This Master Lu is not a simple person. He comes from the other side of the starry sky and controls a mysterious power that doesn't belong to this world. When I met him, he was still a young man who couldn't become an emperor. No, he couldn't even enter the Saint Realm. Lin Sun asked curiously, How did you know each other? Xianxia smiled and said, the ancestor of the Xian family crossed the other side at the beginning of primitive times and hasn't returned for a long time. Lu Boya came to the Xian family with the sword of the ancestor. He said that he was being hunted and asked the Xian family to send him to a place. Where? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The ultimate. Lin Sun suddenly realized that Master Lu must have done this to go to the ultimate ruins and meet his master, the master of the heart core. After all, his master was the only one who could scare away the master of Tong Tian, Luo Tong Tian. Perhaps in Master Lu's view, if he could get help from his master, he might be able to resolve the pursuit from the other side of the starry sky. The fact that Master Lu could hold the token of the ancestor of the Xian family undoubtedly proved that Master Lu and the ancestor of the Xian family had some kind of extraordinary relationship when they were on the other side of the starry sky. Otherwise, how could the ancestor of the Xian family risk offending the Luo family and give his sword to Master Lu? At this time, Lin Sun finally understood why Xianxia had the opportunity to enter the heaven accessing place. At this time, Xianxia couldn't help asking, nephew, may I ask you a question? Have you opened the door to the heaven accessing place? Lin Sun nodded. There was nothing to hide. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, sure enough, that door can only be opened by someone with the bloodline of the Luo family. No, only someone with the complete talent of devouring abyss can open it. Senior, you also know about the Luo family and the devouring abyss? Lin Sun became more curious. He had seen many old monsters over the years, but he had never seen anyone talk about the Luo family and the devouring abyss. It seemed that the Xian family was not simple. We know very little about the opposite shore of the starry sky. We only know that the former Supreme Emperor Nameless and the current Supreme Emperor Shi are from the Luo family. Xian. Xianxia said in a low voice, strictly speaking, the forbidden power of order covering the starry sky ancient path should be the Thunder Order from the opposite shore, controlled by the Luo family. As for exactly how great the resources of this clan are, even I don't know. However, nephew, you ought to have realized that the Lightning Order controlled by a clan is able to envelop the entire ancient path of stars and block the path to the other shore. From this, it's obvious how terrifying the resources of such a clan are. Lin Sun nodded. It was really incredible. When he thought that his mother, Luo Qingxuan, also came from such a mysterious clan on the opposite shore, he felt complicated. Who would dare to believe that the countless years of pursuit that his mother had suffered actually came from the clan behind her? Everything was for the heaven accessing place. For the complete devouring abyss. As for the devouring abyss, there was a trace of reminiscence in Xianxia's eyes. Lu Boya once casually said that such a talent was 1 in a million in the Luo family of the opposite shore, and it was extremely difficult to find one in thousands of years. The Luo family is bound to have a lot of clansmen, but only the direct descendants have the opportunity to awaken such a talent. Of course, it's just a chance. Speaking of this, Xianxia looked at Lin Sun and said, now, you should understand how rare the devouring abyss talent is, right? Lin Sun frowned and said in confusion, but when I was young, when I was cultivating in the Xiao Empire in the lower world, many people seem to have heard of this talent. Xianxia thought for a while and smiled. Nephew, can't you guess the reason? This news must have been released by the enemies who were chasing after your mother to let people know about the devouring abyss innate skill. Moreover, so long as this sort of natural talent appears, it will surely be spread out at the first possible moment. In this way, those enemies will surely know at the first possible moment exactly who has awakened this natural talent. Perhaps they'll be able to follow the clues and capture your mother and Lu Boya. Otherwise, how could Xianxia become the head of the Xian family? Lin Sun was suddenly enlightened by Xianxia's words, but he also realized a problem at the same time. Back then, wasn't the reason why the Lin family's massacre broke out because the news that he possessed the devouring abyss talent had spread? Both Yun Qingbai and Ba Qi, who was disguised as a quasi-emperor, were merely pawns. The real threat to Luo Qingxuan and Master Lu was the taboo order force above Xiao Empire. Having figured it all out, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How many dangers had his mother and Master Lu gone through in the past years, since the Nirvana Luo family was so crazy about all this? Did it mean that the heaven-accessing secret realm and the complete devouring abyss talent were extremely valuable? In the end, Lin Sun put away the bronze box and said, thank you for giving this to me. I will never forget your kindness. Xianxia stood up and said, My dear nephew, you've encountered some obstacles during your visit to the Xian family. I should be the one to apologize. Lin Sun hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, How can I not understand what those seniors are thinking? They are just worried that I, Lin Daoyuan, will be targeted by Shi Tiandi when I come as a guest. This kind of worry is reasonable. No, I'm the one who invited you here. How can I let you suffer such grievances? Xianxia shook his head and said, Well, I can make an exception and let you enter the mirror of Xianxian to cultivate for a period of time. As he said this, he winked at Lin Sun and said, This is the foundation of the Xian family. Ordinary disciples of the family are only qualified to enter when they become emperors, not to mention outsiders. Of course, it must be beneficial for a peerless emperor like you. Lin Sun was stunned. How could there be such a good thing? Let's go. I'll take you there. Xianxia was about to lead Lin Sun out of the hall. Senior, please wait a moment. As Lin Sun spoke, he took out the letter from Zhong Qiu and handed it over. Zhong Qiu asked me to give this to you before I came here. Xianxia was startled. He opened the letter and chuckled. Zhong Qiu is such a proud person. I didn't expect him to remember the favor I owed him all those years ago. As for what kind of favor Lin Sun owed, Xianxia didn't say, but he already understood that Lin Sun came to the Xian family with a request. He said, Nephew, you might not know this, but after the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering was held a few years ago, the path leading to the true dragon world was sealed, and it was completely cut off from the outside world. Rumor has it that something big happened during the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. Back in the ancient Desolation realm, Zhao Jingxian had gone to the world of True Dragon to participate in the gathering of dragons and immortals. However, according to Xianxia, something unexpected had happened during the gathering of the bloodline of True Dragon. This made Lin Sun's heart tighten. If you really want to go, it's not impossible, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, however, it will take some effort. How about this, I'll bring you to the world within the mysterious God Mirror to cultivate first. When you come out, I guarantee that I'll settle this matter for you. Lin Sun took a deep breath and bowed seriously, Thank you for your help. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, In the future, the starry ancient path is destined to be dominated by influential figures like you. If you really want to thank me, help me take care of Xiaojiu if there's a chance in the future. Lin Sun nodded. What? I haven't been to the mirror of Xianxian to cultivate. Outside the hall, Xianjiuyin screamed in disbelief, Father, I'm starting to doubt whether I'm your biological son or not. Slap. Xianxia slapped the back of Xianjiuyin's head and scolded him with a smile. When you can break through the realm and become a great emperor, the door of the mirror of Xianxian will always be open for you. Xianjiuyin curled his lips and said angrily, You're goading me again. Can't you change the trick next time? As he spoke, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun, Brother Lin, the mirror of Xianxian is divided into 36 levels. The higher you go, the greater the benefits you will obtain. This is a rare opportunity, so don't waste it. Since the ancient times, there have been many peerless and ruthless people in the Xian family. Most of them gained great benefits from the mirror of Xianxian. Lin Sun realized that this opportunity was obviously more precious than he had imagined. Xianxia glanced at Xianjiuyin. Obviously, he had guessed what Lin Sun had said, but he was happy to see it happen. If his son could become close friends with someone like Lin Sun, even if he had no future prospects, he could at least live a carefree life. Can I come with you? Big Yellow's eyes lit up. Obviously, he knew the benefits of entering the mirror of Xianxian. After all, it was a chaos treasure, the origin of the Xian family. The opportunity was too rare. No. Xianxia refused flatly. Big Yellow was angered to the point of grinding his teeth, but he had no other choice. This was the Xian family. Even though he was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant to the point of acting atrociously in the Xian family. Wait for me. Lin Sun looked at Xie Ji. Xie Ji answered naturally, as if it was a matter of course to obey Lin's words. Let's go. When he saw this, Xianxia didn't delay any longer, and he swiftly vanished with Lin. Soon. In merely an instant, an enormous mysterious door that was condensed from a chaotic rain of light appeared in Lin Sun's field of vision. When they arrived here, Xianxia said, "Young friend, the world formed by the mirror of Xianxia is behind this door, and it's called the mysterious world. Moreover, there are 36 levels within it, and they're completely formed by the chaotic source of the ancient path. No matter if it's comprehending the great Tao or tempering one's cultivation within it, you'll be able to obtain unexpected benefits. This time, I've helped you gain a month of time. Even though the time is short, but such an opportunity is unique in the entire world. Don't waste it." As he spoke, Xianxia flicked his sleeve, and a green jade token floated up into appearance before he passed it to Lin Sun. "Take this token and you'll be able to enter." "Thank you, senior." Lin Sun immediately took action, and his figure instantly vanished within the vortex formed from chaos. Not long after he left, there was a wave of fluctuation in the sky, and then a silver-haired old man appeared. When he saw the surging vortex door gradually close, the silver-haired old man instantly became anxious. "Patriarch. Since the primeval times until now, our Xian clan's mysterious world has never allowed outsiders to enter. Even if it's within the clan, one has to pass through layer upon layer of screening and numerous tests in order to enter to cultivate. You. How could you?" Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "Alas, third uncle, if you'd arrived a step earlier, you would have been able to prevent all of this from happening. Now even I have no other choice." The silver-haired old man was angered to the point his nose became crooked. "You're acting first and reporting later." "No, I originally intended to act first and not report." Xianxia spoke in all seriousness, yet in the end, he couldn't help but laugh first, and he seemed to be extremely complacent. "If old men like you knew, then even if this kid was able to enter in the end, it would definitely not be so smooth. There was no other choice, so I could only resort to this." If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely discover that Xianxia, the most ferocious emperor in the starry skies, had a startling resemblance to Xianzhuan. Of course, the son took after the father. Whoosh, there was another wave of fluctuation in the sky, and one after another, the Xian clan elders appeared. When they found out that Lin Sun had entered the mysterious world, their faces all darkened, and some of them even flew into a rage. This was the core of the Xian clan, and it was the foundation of their Xian clan's strength. Since ancient times, no outsider had ever entered this place. They could allow Lin Sun to come as a guest, but they had never allowed a guest to come to such an extent. The Xian family elders were furious. They pointed at Xianxia with trembling fingers and scolded, "Xianxia, you were very mischievous when you were young. Why are you still so mischievous now that you're the patriarch? Do you really think we can't do anything to you? This is outrageous." An old monster was so angry that he almost kicked Xianxia. Xianxia listened with a smile on his face. He remained calm and collected. When the Xian family elders were tired of scolding him, he said, "Uncles and elders, using a chance to enter the mysterious world in exchange for the friendship of a future immortal sovereign, it's not a loss, right?" The Xian family elders were stunned, their expressions uncertain. "But you shouldn't have told us," someone said angrily. Xianxia's face was full of shame. He bowed to the surroundings and said, "Thank you, uncles. No matter what decision I make next time, I will listen to your teachings and pointers first. I promise I won't make such a huge mistake again." The Xian family elders looked at each other and felt a headache. Xianxia was a pain in the neck. He could anger people to death, but they couldn't do anything to him. "Forget it, we don't need to be angry about this. What's done is done, and it's already too late." An old man of virtue and prestige said, "Moreover, it's not necessarily a bad thing for the patriarch to do this. That Lin Daoyuan is indeed worthy of our Xian clan's high regard. As the saying goes, a person doesn't recognize a cloud-soaring tree at the moment, and only when it reaches the clouds will the Tao begin to rise. Since we've already seen that this kid is a cloud-soaring tree, we shouldn't wait until this cloud-soaring tree reaches the clouds before befriending him." Xianxia nodded fiercely. "Uncle is right. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's hard to provide timely help." Someone frowned. "I just want to ask, if our Xian family really has to go to war with Emperor Shi Tiandi because of this kid, will you all agree?" After a short silence, the Xian family elders tacitly agreed. They didn't have any friendship with Lin Sun, but they were purely considering the interests of the clan. They were extremely tempted by Lin Sun's friendship, Feng Xiyuan's successor, possessing the inheritance of Tai Xian, Wu Yang, and Sky Punisher, 3 legendary great emperors, a peak great emperor, and an immortal sovereign. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that so long as such a young man didn't suffer a mishap and perish, then he would sooner or later reign supreme in the world and reign supreme in the emperor realm. Now that there was such an opportunity to form a good relationship with Lin Sun, these old men of Xian family were extremely tempted. However, they were hesitant because they were afraid of Xianxia. Someone asked, "Patriarch, I'm afraid we've already made Lin Daoyuan unhappy by sending people to obstruct him earlier. Under such circumstances, can our Xian clan still?" Without waiting for him to finish, Xianxia said solemnly, "Second uncle, you've hit the nail on the head. Why should I send this child into the profound God world? Isn't it because I want to apologize on your behalf?" The Xian clan's elders all nodded. After they calmed down, they realized that Xianxia's actions were rather wise. Seeing that their expressions had softened, Xianxia struck while the iron was hot. "But this is not enough." "Not enough?" The Xian clan's elders were stunned. They almost couldn't believe their ears. Since the beginning of time, Lin Daoyuan was the first outsider to enter the profound God world. Such a sincere compensation was still not enough, Xianxia's patiently explained, "Everyone, although the profound God world is our Xian clan's most precious land, with this child's potential, even if he doesn't use the profound God world to cultivate, how much of an impact do you think it will have on him?" The Xian clan's elders all fell silent. The path of a peak-level great emperor who possessed many inheritances and was an immortal sovereign was indeed not something that a profound God world could influence. "Humph. You've said so much, so stop hiding it. Tell me, what other benefits do you want to give that kid?" The elder of virtue and prestige glared at Xianxia's. How could he not understand this patriarch's character? After beating around the bush for so long, Xianxia's was merely laying the groundwork. "Eldest uncle understands me well." Xianxia's raised his thumb and flattered the patriarch. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "Uncles, all of you know that I owed the second successor of Fengsuan Mountains Xianxia a huge favor." As he spoke, he revealed Lin Sun's purpose for coming here. He even specifically pointed out that Lin Sun was heading to the true dragon world to kill a woman who had connections with Emperor Xianxia. Immediately, the Xian clan's elders were moved. "Xianxia wants to start a war with Emperor Xianxia?" Someone was shocked. This was indeed earth-shattering news. The Xian clan's elders could not remain calm. That should be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Lin Sun to do this. Xianxia's gaze deepened as he said, "Therefore, whether it's to repay the favor or to kill Emperor Xianxia, how can our Xian clan stand by and watch Lin Sun head to the true dragon world?" "Yes, we must help." Someone couldn't help but nod. The other old monsters looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Xianxia's and said, "So that's what the patriarch is planning." Xianxia's also laughed. "I'm doing this for our Xian clan." For the Xian clan's elders nodded in satisfaction. "We agree to this. Isn't it just going to the true dragon world? Although the path there has been sealed, it's not a big deal. We can just use the mysterious God mirror and open up a path to the true dragon world. I have to say, all of you are wise." Xianxia's smiled as he flattered the Xian clan's elders. He heaved a long sigh of relief. He knew very well how stubborn these Xian clan's elders were. It wasn't easy to convince them this time. "We have to think about this carefully. There are some old bastards in the true dragon world. If we open up a path to their nest, they will definitely be unhappy. Yes, why don't we bring out our Xian clan's treasure? At least we can intimidate those arrogant and overbearing old dragons." "We can't. We are only sending our young friend Lin Daoyuan to the true dragon world. If we do that, we will be rejected by those old dragons. It will be disadvantageous to him." I feel that these Xian clan elders were furious just a moment ago, yet they'd actually started to discuss how to help Lin Sun head to the true dragon world now. Xianxia's grinned as he watched and didn't say anything. Everyone in the world knew that he, Profundity Emperor Xianxia, was the most ferocious expert in the Emperor realm. But who knew that in the Xian clan, he'd always convinced others with his wisdom, the mysterious god world. Bang, roiling chaotic chi roiled and suffused the surroundings like numerous dragons that surged through the heavens and the earth, and the quintessence aura they emanated was thick and pure to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp as soon as he arrived. This expanse of the heavens and the earth was actually completely formed from the quintessence of chaos. Being within it was like returning to the mother of the great Tao and arriving at the natural chaos. His body and mind were bathed in the miraculous energy of the great Tao that was like a vast ocean. At this instant, the vital energy in Lin Sun's body was lively as if it was cheering. It greedily and madly swallowed the omnipresent quintessence aura of chaos. His entire body seemed as if it was soaking in an immortal spring, causing him to float as if he was about to ascend to heaven. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun realized how miraculous the mysterious god world was. No wonder it was regarded as the origin of the ancient imperial clan, the Xian clan. Lin Sun forcefully resisted the urge to immediately sit down and cultivate, and he soared into the sky and flashed upwards. The mysterious god world was divided into 36 levels, and the higher one went, the greater the benefits one would obtain. Bang, as he charged upwards, Lin Sun instantly felt a wave of pressure descend upon him. This wasn't a pressure that came from the order of the heavens and the earth, and it was entirely produced by the energy of the quintessence of chaos. It was like a peerless medicinal pill that merely emitted an aura that possessed a terrifying oppressive force. This was undoubtedly unbelievable, and it caused Lin Sun to look forward to it even more. His figure charged straight up, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived above the sky. After he arrived here, Lin Sun raised his eyes and saw that there was actually another layer of sky above him. Obviously, he'd already arrived at the second level of the mysterious god world. The energy of the quintessence of chaos here had obviously become denser, and it enveloped the sky like a large mist. Every breath he took was filled with extremely pure energy. This caused Lin Sun to not dare imagine what sort of miraculous place was above the 36 levels of heaven. Without hesitation, he once again charged forward. The third level of heaven. The fourth level of heaven. The fifth level of heaven. Lin Sun's figure did not slow down at all, and he soared all the way across the mysterious and extraordinary heaven and earth. During this process, the pressure he felt as he charged forward was getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting more and more turbulent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if someone below the Emperor realm were to enter the mysterious god world, it would be absolutely difficult to move an inch. It wasn't that this place was dangerous, but that the energy of the quintessence of chaos contained here was too majestic and powerful. This was like an ordinary person trying to swallow an Emperor realm treasure. Just the aura alone was enough to make one unable to approach it, let alone swallow it into one's body. No wonder in the Xian family, one has to go through layers upon layers of screening and tests, and only after breaking through to the Emperor realm are one qualified to enter the mysterious god world. This place really isn't a place that just anyone can come to. Along the way, Lin Sun was also filled with emotion and amazement. When he reached the 10th level of the mysterious god world, Lin Sun judged that without the power of the third level of the Emperor realm, one would not be able to move forward after reaching this place. As for Lin Sun, the pressure he had to bear began to increase. When he reached the 15th level of the mysterious god world, Lin Sun had no choice but to circulate his cultivation in order to counteract and dispel the terrifying pressure of the quintessence of chaos. When he reached the 20th level of the mysterious god world, under the pressure of the quintessence of chaos, Lin Sun had to circulate all the power in his body. The speed at which he was moving forward also began to slow down. However, this was still not his limit. Of course, if he really could not hold on any longer, Lin Sun would definitely not force himself. This was a blessed land for cultivation, not for fighting and killing. If he were to charge forward with injuries, even if he could reach a higher place, how would he be able to concentrate on cultivation? Chaos filled the air, and the higher he went, the more terrifying the pressure became. Finally, Lin Sun stopped at the 27th level of heaven. In this world, the power of chaos turned into the shape of beasts and birds, flying between heaven and earth. There were also all kinds of divine flowers of the great path, flowing and diffusing like a waterfall of divine light rain. The auspicious rain was like a raging wave, submerging every inch of the void. This scene was too shocking. If word got out, the world would probably not believe that there was such a magical place in the world. Even the old monsters of the Emperor realm would go crazy for it. At this moment, Lin Sun felt extremely strenuous, but it was not enough to injure him. He let out a long breath and sat cross-legged in meditation. Boom! Suddenly, his body seemed to have turned into a giant abyss, spinning madly, producing a terrifying aura that could swallow the sky. The aura of chaos gathered in his body from all directions, producing a rumbling sound. Soon, his figure was submerged in the thick power of chaos. How to describe this feeling? It was like a desert that had been dry for a long time was covered by a downpour. A long drought met with a good rain. Lin Sun felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The cultivation of the Emperor realm required the support of an enormous amount of cultivation resources. For a peerless emperor like Lin Sun, because of his strong foundation, the cultivation resources he needed could be said to be terrifying. Most emperors would only need to refine an entire lake for one round of cultivation. But Lin Sun needed a vast ocean to cultivate once. Looking at the ancient path of the starry sky, although there were many famous mountains and blessed lands, only the top cultivation holy lands could satisfy Lin Sun's cultivation. For example, the place where the 6 Tao courts were located. This was also one of the reasons why it was so difficult for an Emperor realm practitioner to break through to higher realms. In the starry sky, the blessed lands that could satisfy the Emperor realm practitioner's cultivation were limited. Some clans and forces exhausted all their resources and could at most satisfy the cultivation needs of an Emperor realm practitioner. But in the mysterious world, it was completely different. The higher he went, the thicker and more vigorous the power of chaos. Just like now, Lin Sun could not help but sigh. If he continued to cultivate here, why would he worry about not being able to break through? Boom! The heavens and the earth rumbled as chaotic chi surged over. Lin Sun's body was like a bottomless abyss that swallowed the chaotic chi in a greedy and crazy manner. Within his body, the vast imperial life world was also operating, refining the origin energy of chaos at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with the passage of time, his imperial life world grew even more solid and dazzling, brilliant, and boundlessly gorgeous. At the same time, Lin Sun was able to sense that the quintessence energy of chaos was branded with the purest laws of the Grand Tao, and it allowed him to practically directly comprehend and refine the laws of the Grand Tao and temper it into his own energy of the Grand Tao. This was the profound God world. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. There was indeed a reason why the Xian family could survive from the immemorial era until now. In addition, Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers were trying their best to comprehend various Taoist scriptures. In the past, he had yet to become a martial emperor. Even if he could comprehend the power of the inheritance, it was limited to below the martial emperor realm. However, it was different now. He was already a peak grade emperor and could comprehend and control the parts of the emperor realm recorded in the Tao scripture. Lin Sun's objective was very clear, and it was to comprehend and master the various inheritances he possessed. Thus, he would condense them into his own imperial scripture. This was his Tao. It contained all the Taos in the world, and it was derived from all techniques since ancient times. 10 days later. Bang! A world-shaking rumble resounded. With Lin Sun at the center, the quintessence energy of chaos in the surroundings was instantly devoured completely without leaving a single drop behind. On the other hand, Lin Sun seemed as if he'd broken a shackle, and his aura suddenly rose like an erupting volcano. The glow of the Tao interweaved with the rain, and it caused his figure to seem like a sun that tore through the sky and illuminated the world. It was so dazzling and resplendent. In his sea of consciousness, the Dharma idol that had transformed into a furnace rumbled while various Tao markings and diagrams flew out from the furnace, and they were mysterious and profound. They were the Emperor Tao laws branded within his soul, and they seemed material and revealed a grand scene. In his body, the imperial life world was tumbling, constantly expanding and extending. If it was a small world before, it was like a big world at this moment. In the world, the sky, earth, latitude, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees were all covered with a layer of brilliant Tao light, which was condensed by the purest Emperor Tao and evolved into all phenomena in the world. And Lin Sun's physique had also obtained a new kind of improvement. His body seemed to be formed by immortal jade, and it contained natural Tao. His bones were snow white, and his tendons and veins were brilliant, like pieces of divine gold liquid. As Lin Sun's qi ran, it produced a clanging sound. On the other hand, his internal organs and the acupoints throughout his body were filled with peerlessly copious vitality and the glow of the Tao. Even his strands of hair emanated a hazy glow of the Tao that was jet black and shiny, and ordinary divine weapons were unable to slash it apart. It was no exaggeration to say that a drop of Lin Sun's blood at this time could be regarded as a supreme precious medicine for ordinary practitioners, which had the power to bring the dead back to life. After a long time, Lin Sun's surging aura finally stabilized, and all the strange phenomena vanished along with it. At this moment, he was a second-level Emperor Realm existence, and he had attained the Formless Realm. There were 9 levels in the Emperor Realm, and each level was a natural chasm. The first level of the Emperor Realm, the unattached realm, didn't rigidly adhere to the Tao. You were bound by the Dharma, and when you reached the limit, you would have to be unattached. The second level of the Emperor Realm, the Formless Realm, took the meaning of the Great Way of Formless. When one attained this realm, his body and mind seemed to be in harmony with the Great Way of heaven and earth, and every move he made was accompanied by the Dharma. It was shapeless, so it was called formless. To put it simply, when one attained this realm, even if an Emperor Realm expert stood in a bustling street, those ordinary people and even ordinary practitioners would be utterly unable to detect his existence. This wasn't a secret method to conceal one's aura and whereabouts, but a kind of Great Way realm. The Great Way is shapeless, yet omnipresent, and I can also be shapeless, yet omnipresent. Of course, in the eyes of an Emperor Realm expert, this formless realm was merely a kind of realm, and it wasn't really formless. After all, the Great Way was shapeless, yet traceable, and could be comprehended and controlled by all beings in the world. It was the same for the second level of the Emperor Realm. For Lin Sun, attaining this realm made him keenly aware that his strength had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, which was far beyond the first level of the Emperor Realm. The most obvious change was that in the place of his mind, there was a kind of dazzling and translucent heart light. The heart light illuminated the body of an emperor, and all Daos were within reach. This was the manifestation of the state of mind after attaining the second level of the Emperor Realm. The body was shapeless, and the heart light gathered, allowing one to perceive the mysteries of all things. In other words, with the heart light, one could more easily perceive the rules of the Great Way and the power of order between heaven and earth. When one reached the third level of the Emperor Realm, he would encounter the Emperor's heart barrier, which was related to the heart light. After a long time, Lin Sun's eyes showed a trace of strangeness. It's only been 3 months since I became an Emperor Realm, and I've made another breakthrough. If those old monsters in the starry sky knew about it, I wonder what they would think. Yes, in less than 3 months, Lin Sun once again crossed the first level of the Emperor Realm and became a second level of the Emperor Realm. Such a shocking speed of advancement would make those old monsters who hadn't been able to take a step forward for thousands of years die of anger. It should be known that the 9 levels of the Emperor Realm were like a natural moat. To take a step forward was no different from ascending to the sky. Some old monsters of the first level of the Emperor Realm were even stuck at this level for thousands of years without being able to break through. Such a comparison showed how fast Lin Sun was breaking through the realms. Of course, the existence of the mysterious world played a crucial role. This world was the origin of the Xian family, and it was a unique treasure land in the world. Lin Sun was the first Emperor Realm figure to enter the mysterious world as an outsider, and he cultivated in the 27th level of the Emperor Realm. 10 days of cultivation was equivalent to 100 years of hard work in the outside world. 1 day later, after Lin Sun completely stabilized his cultivation of the second level of the Emperor Realm, he stood up and went straight to a higher level. There was only 1 month left, and now there were less than 20 days left. Lin Sun didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity. The 27th level of the Emperor Realm was certainly enough for his cultivation, but it wasn't the limit. 15 minutes later, Lin Sun reached the 29th level. 30 minutes later, Lin Sun reached the 33rd level and stopped there. The reason was simple. After reaching the 30th level, the pressure from the chaotic source suddenly became several times stronger. It was far stronger than before. Lin Sun used all his strength to reach the 33rd level. Not bad, the chaotic source here is almost solid, as thick as water. Even the laws of the Great Path are complete, pure, and complete. After a brief comprehension, Lin Sun revealed a satisfied smile. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Rumble, like a tsunami, the chaos origin power instantly engulfed his figure. What? Not only did this kid break through to the second level of the Emperor realm, he even rushed to the 33rd level of the mysterious world? In the outside world, when Xianxia announced this news, the elders of the Xian family who had been paying attention to Lin Sun couldn't remain calm. The mysterious world was the ancestral ground of the Xian family. They naturally knew the secrets of the 36 levels of the mysterious world better than anyone else. Strictly speaking, those at the first level of the Emperor realm could only cultivate in the first 5 levels. Those at the second level of the Emperor realm could cultivate in the first 10 levels. So on and so forth, with each level of the Emperor realm, one could cultivate in the higher 5 levels of the mysterious world. Above the 30th level, only those at the 7th level of the Emperor realm and above could cultivate, and the 33rd level that Lin Sun was at right now was a level that even an average 7th level of the Emperor realm could not enter. This was why the elders of the Xian family were in disbelief. It wasn't just them. When Xianxia sensed this through the power of the mysterious God Mirror, he was speechless. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Xianxia might not be the strongest among all the martial emperors in the universe, but he was definitely the most ferocious. He was also the clan leader of the Xian family and had a dazzling halo that everyone admired. However, it was this ferocious martial emperor who had proven himself in the Archean era who was jealous of Lin Sun at that moment. One could imagine how shocked and surprised he was that Lin Sun was cultivating in the 33rd heaven of the Xianxian mountain. Therefore, when he saw the dumbfounded expressions of the Xian family elders, Xianxia instantly laughed. They were all the same, so no one would laugh at the other. Does this mean that this lad's combat power can fight against a 7th level martial emperor? Someone's heart trembled. This conclusion was so shocking that no one would believe it if it was spread out. Back when he was still at the 1st level of Emperor Realm, he could already kill a 6th level Emperor Realm cultivator. He even gained the approval of a peerless sword emperor like Kai and I. Now that he is at the 2nd level of Emperor Realm, his combat power is naturally completely different from before. Someone sighed with emotion. The only thing I find strange is that in the primordial era, there were many great emperors who roamed the world. Their brilliance illuminated the river of time. However, those great emperors were not as monstrous as this kid. Then, many people looked at Xianxia. In the entire Xian family, Xianxia had another identity, and that was Great Emperor Juyu. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand out and wield the supreme power of the clan leader. Xianxia's lips twitched and he said angrily, "Do you really want me to admit that I am inferior to this lad in terms of Juyu?" After a pause, he sighed helplessly, "All right, I admit that this lad is not an ordinary monster. Back then, I was not as strong." The Xian family elders had complicated expressions. The strongest person in the Xian family actually admitted that he was inferior to Lin Daoyuan when he was a 1st or 2nd level martial emperor. This fact was too much of a blow to them. However, it was precisely because of this that these old fellows from the Xian clan had a deeper understanding that it was indeed a good and wise decision to welcome Lin Sun. Let's go and continue to think about going to the true dragon world. At least we must settle this matter before this lad walks out of the Xianxian mountain. One of the antiques waved his hand and led the other elders of the Xian family to continue discussing the matter of opening a tunnel to the true dragon world. Xianxia was amused. Obviously, the attitude of these old guys had completely changed. They had begun to accept and maintain the relationship with Lin Sun. This was, of course, a good thing. Time flew by. On the 33rd level of Xianxian Ridge, Lin Sun was immersed in cultivation. As for his 5 great Taoist bodies, they were respectively comprehending the Taishan Sword Sutra, No Return, Sky Destroyer Sword Sutra, Great Fuyao Sword Sutra, and Instant Tao Severing Sword. Among them, the Great Fuyao Sword Scripture was left behind by 15th senior brother Qing Ting, while the Instant Tao Severing Sword was left behind by Jun Huan. As he had too many inheritances, it wouldn't be easy to integrate them. Lin Sun planned to categorize them first and then integrate the Sword Tao Imperial Scriptures he had obtained. As for inheritances like the Boundless Devouring Scripture, Golden Court Tao Scripture, Azure Lotus Abode, and so on and so forth, they could be divided into different categories to be fused together. The sages created the techniques, the emperors wrote the scriptures, The path of the Emperor realm was actually the process of condensing one's cultivation into a complete Taoist scripture. Soon, there was only one day left before Lin's son left the Xianxia ridge. Whoosh, on this day, he woke up from meditation. His eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a big abyss surging in his pupils, reflecting the stars, the sun, the moon, and all the phenomena in the sky. Up to now, Lin's son had completely consolidated the second level of the Emperor realm and made great progress. He was not far from the consummation. If I have another month, I should be able to try to break through the third level of the Emperor realm. Lin's son was a little unsatisfied, but he also knew that this time's cultivation in the Xianxia ridge was about to end. It was already very rare for the Xian family to let him cultivate here for a month. When Lin's son experienced the insights of the 5 great doppelgangers, countless wonderful insights suddenly surged into his heart like a tide. For a time, in his mind, there seemed to be 5 supreme sword Tao wantonly deducing. The Taishan sword Qi turned into 840 million, like the sand in the Ganges River, covering the boundless void, deducing infinite changes. No return, a sword cut through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, tearing apart the eternal night, drawing sword Tao, commanding sword Tao, heart sword Tao suddenly appeared, flashing like flowing light, splitting the blue sky, splitting the road of life and death. There was a sword rising, crushing the sky, collapsing the 5 elements, wandering around the void, cutting down the endless stars. There was also a flash of sword Qi, like the epiphyllum, in an instant, showing endless wind. The mystery of the 5 complete supreme sword scriptures all emerged in Lin's son's mind. At the same time, the 5 mysterious patterns emerged on the Dharma form of the furnace in his sea of consciousness. These 5 patterns represented the 5 complete supreme sword scriptures that Lin's son had mastered at present, namely Taishan sword scripture, No Return, Sky-destroying sword scripture, Fuyao sword scripture, and momentary Tao-cutting sword. Lin's son realized that when he integrated these 5 supreme sword scriptures, at least in terms of sword Tao, all of them would belong to him and be imprinted in his great way furnace scripture. However, he was even more clearly aware that it was bound to not be easy to master these 5 completely different yet supreme sword scriptures and completely transform them into his own sword scriptures. After all, each scripture was the lifetime effort of a peerless sword emperor, which could be called the pinnacle of sword Tao. How could it be integrated casually? However, Lin's son was not in a hurry. He had been an emperor for less than half a year, and there was still a long way to go. Sooner or later, he would be able to integrate these 5 supreme sword scriptures into one. Next, Lin's son let Greenwood Taoist body continue to meditate on these 5 supreme sword scriptures and try to integrate them. As for other Taoist bodies, they began to meditate on other Taoist scriptures. The next step is to choose a suitable life monarch weapon. Lin's son had been struggling to choose an emperor weapon that could match his cultivation. Saber, spear, sword, halberd? Axe, hook, fork? Or pagoda, Taoist seal, or Taoist bell? It seemed that none of them satisfied him the most. Lin's son shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now he was not short of treasures. It was not too late to make a decision after thinking it through. At this moment, a jade tablet that he carried with him fluctuated. This meant that his cultivation in the profound God world would end today. A month's transformation is equivalent to 100 years' work in the outside world. Lin's son stood up and looked at the world filled with chaotic qi. Suddenly, he thought that Buzhou Mountain, which was taken away by his senior brothers and sisters, was also a chaotic treasure. Based on this, would Mount Buzhou be able to develop such an incomparably miraculous place of cultivation like the Book of Divinity Treasures? As he was thinking, the jade token at Lin's son's waist broke into pieces and turned into a teleportation force, which took him away and disappeared. Monk, as long as you recognize me as your elder brother, I promise you will have the opportunity to enter the mysterious world of Xian family to cultivate. In a hall, Xianxia touched Ling Kezi's smooth forehead with a smile. It felt really smooth, Ling Kezi said with a silly smile. Elder brother, this is what you said. Obviously, this monk was not stupid. He directly followed Xianxia and called him elder brother. Xianxia laughed and said, well, I recognize you as my good brother. In the future, when I have meat to eat, I will definitely give you soup to drink. Ling Kezi said seriously, I am a monk. I don't want meat soup. I just want to cultivate in the mysterious world once. This is what you promised. You can't go back on your word. He deliberately emphasized the word elder brother. Xianxia said disdainfully, "It's not a big deal. When my father abdicates, I will be the head of Xian family. At that time, we will move into the mysterious world. Let's see who dares to complain." As he spoke, he looked at Jing Xianxia and said with a smile, "Miss Xianxia, I know who you admire. So long as you recognize me as your elder brother, I guarantee that I will do everything in my power to help you pursue that fellow you admire." Jing Xianxua's clothes were whiter than snow, and her black hair was like a waterfall. She sat there like a celestial maiden that walked out from a painting, beautiful to the point of being untainted by the world. Hearing this, her fair and beautiful face blushed, and she reprimanded, "You should mind your own business. You still want to be the head of Xian family? Are you cursing your father's position that he won't be able to hold on for long? Haha, isn't it only right and proper for a son to inherit his father's position? Not to mention he can't shamelessly hold on to the position of patriarch and refuse to let go, right? That would be too shameless. There are so many clansmen in the Xian family, so how could they possibly agree?" Xianxia was beaming with joy as he spoke when the back of his head was slapped fiercely, and he staggered and almost fell. "You brat, who are you calling shameless? I'm not afraid to tell you that the position of patriarch will be yours when you defeat me." Xianxia walked in from outside the hall, and Lin Sun and Xia were with him. Xianxia grimaced in pain and rubbed the back of his head. He was about to argue with his father, but when he saw Lin Sun, he immediately cried out, "Why do I feel that this guy seems to have disappeared?" Ling Kezi and Jing Xianxia nodded in unison. In their vision, Lin Sun was clearly there, but they couldn't sense him at all with their consciousness. Xianxia said, "This is the second level of Emperor Realm. The body is one with heaven and earth, and the Great Way is invisible." Xianxia, Jing Xianxia, and Ling Kezi immediately fell silent, and they felt like they were about to collapse from the shock. They hadn't become Emperor Realm, but Lin Sun had reached the second level of Emperor Realm. And he was even an ultimate Emperor Realm, Xianxia said with a complicated expression, "Now you know how powerful he is. In the past, you were of the same generation, but now the gap between you is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't work hard, the gap will only get bigger in the future. Sooner or later, you will be left far behind, and you will no longer be able to walk shoulder to shoulder on the Great Way." The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Friends should drink when they met. The wine was Xian family's 10,000-year-old floating dream. Lin Sun roasted a complete 5-colored peacock in the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. Xianxia was amazed, Ling Kezi was frightened, and Jing Xianxia was speechless. When she saw Xia, she became even more silent and absent-minded, which made Xianxia sigh again. Then, they ate meat and drank wine. After a few cups of wine, they couldn't help feeling a little complacent. This floating dream was really too strong. When Xianxia tasted the burnt and oily 5-colored peacock meat, he was stunned for a moment and suddenly put his arm around Lin Sun's shoulder excitedly, "Big brother, please accept me as your younger brother for the sake of having a good meal in the future." Lin Sun said grumpily, "If so, you and I will become brothers who drink meat and drink wine." Xianxia was stunned. "It doesn't sound good, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can live well with you, I can even give up the position of the head of Xian family. Try it if you dare." Xianxia looked over with a gloomy look, which made Xianxia feel embarrassed. He caught a glimpse of Ling Kezi chewing a large piece of roasted meat and slapped him, "Aren't you a monk who doesn't even drink meat soup? Why are you eating meat and drinking wine now?" Ling Kezi was hit on the back of his head, but he still chewed the roasted meat and said vaguely, "Who wants soup when there is meat?" Then, he cut another peacock wing and was about to hold it in his hand, but it was snatched away by Xia. "Little monk, this wing belongs to me." Ling Kezi felt helpless and cut another piece of thigh meat, but Xia snatched it away. Ling Kezi was instantly anxious. Isn't this a little too overbearing? However, it was not over yet. A group of Xian clan old monsters rushed in from outside the great hall, shouting, "What are you doing here? I heard there is 5-colored peacock meat to eat." Someone pretended to be reserved. "This taste, it's amazing." Someone sniffed and showed an intoxicated expression. "Alas, I have never tasted 5-colored peacock meat after living for tens of thousands of years. My little friend, do you mind if we have a taste?" Someone had a cheeky smile on his face. As they shouted, the Xian family's old men were not at all courteous. They directly sat before the roasted meat, spread open their hands and began to tear the roasted meat with their hands. At this moment, even Xianxia could no longer remain calm. He said anxiously, "Uncles, please be more reserved. You are the face of our Xian family and have high positions and authority. How can you? Hey, don't fight over it. Leave this peacock neck for me." As he spoke, he no longer cared about his manners and joined in the fight for the roasted meat. When Lin Sun said that he would roast another 5-color peacock, they all smiled with satisfaction and became more reserved. "Little Nine, this bone is for you." "What? You still dislike it?" "This is a 5th-level Emperor Realm peacock's bone. Sucking in a mouthful of its bone marrow is no different from swallowing a peerless medicine. This brat has not advanced to martial emperor yet. Naturally, he does not understand the value of such a thing." "Sigh, Little Nine, don't you have a heart? Look at the Dao Yuan Emperor and then look at you. You've completely embarrassed our Xian clan." As the Xian family's old men ate and drank to their heart's content, they reprimanded Xianxia rudely. Lin Sun had become someone else's child. This almost made Xianxia cry. However, he could not refute them. "Who asked him to be the grandson of these old men? Xian Yu, why aren't you eating?" As Lin Sun roasted the meat, he suddenly noticed that Jing Tianxian Yu did not seem to be in a good mood. Jing Tianxian Yu immediately composed herself and said in a low voice, "Child, I would like to propose a toast to you." As she spoke, she picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for both Lin Sun and herself. "Sure." Lin Sun smiled and raised his cup. Jing Tianxian Yu's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Sun. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she sighed in her heart and said, "Xian Yu wishes child a safe return from the Zhenlong world." As she finished speaking, she raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. A blush appeared on her jade-like fair face. She seemed to be unable to handle the alcohol. However, she filled her cup again and looked at Xianxia. She said with a smile, "Child Xian, I propose a toast to you too. Thank you for your hospitality these days." Xianxia could not help but be worried. He said, "Miss Xian Yu, fleeting like a dream is too strong. Drink it slowly." Jing Tianxian smiled and drained the cup in one gulp. Her picturesque face was covered in a fiery red glow, causing her to be extremely charming. "Ling Kezi, come, let's drink." She filled her cup again. Lin Sun looked at Jing Tianxian in a daze. He sighed in his heart as he watched her drink almost wantonly. Some things, how could he not feel it? Not long after, Jing Tianxian was drunk. She lay in front of the table. Her eyes were blurry and her red lips were slightly open. She muttered in a light voice, "Fleeting like a dream. What a good name. If it was only a dream. How good would it be? At least I would wake up one day." 2 streams of tears flowed silently from her starry eyes. However, no one noticed because her head was lowered and she rested her head on her arm. "Since I see that you're safe, I have no worries in my heart. Since I see that you're safe, I have no more desires in my heart. Since I see that you're safe, I have no more intentions to stay." Amidst her muttering, Jing Tianxian fell asleep. She seemed to be too sleepy, and she seemed to have really fallen drunk in a dreamy state. At dawn the next day, Lin Sun woke up from his hangover. He couldn't help but smile when he recalled the scenes of him drinking and reveling last night. He hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. He stood up and walked out of the room. Xiaji was waiting there since a long time ago. She sat before the table and ate melon seeds. It was a snow spirit sunflower seed that was plump and crystalline and overflowed with spirit energy. The seeds were like diamonds, crispy, and had a refreshing and crisp texture. Big Yellow was snoring on the ground, and it was holding a bone in its mouth. Ling Kezi sat with his legs crossed and looked solemn. He turned the beads in his hands and murmured, "Everything that has been done is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like dew and lightning. Next time, I must not eat too much." Lin Sun glanced around and was stunned when he didn't see Xianxia and Jing Tianxian. As he was thinking, Xianxia came in from outside the hall and said with a smile, "Good morning, big brother." Lin Sun asked, "Where is Miss Xianyue?" Xianxia gave a long sigh and said, "She left." Left? Where? Lin Sun was stunned. She went home. She said that she had been out for a long time. She left early in the morning for fear that her relatives and friends would worry about her. Xianxia glanced at Xiaxi not far away and whispered, "Big brother, didn't you see it all the time?" Miss Xianyue. Lin Sun waved his hand and said, "Don't say it. I understand." Xianxia said grumpily, "Since you understand, why do you make Miss Xianyue so sad?" Lin Sun's mood was also tumbling. Jingtian Xianyu, the most dazzling pearl of the Jingtian family, the first beauty in the White Emperor star area, with immortal flesh and divine bones, unparalleled charm, among the younger generation in the starry sky, Jingtian Xianyu's talent, foundation, cultivation, and background were all the best in the world. No matter where she appeared, she would be surrounded by people like a moon surrounded by stars. But it was precisely such a peerless woman who had followed behind him since he was on the boat all those years ago, taking care of his daily needs, and running about for him. Lin Sun found that he had actually been used to the existence of Jingtian Xianyu over the years. She knew his nature and his preferences. Like the spring breeze and rain, she silently and painstakingly walked with him, weathering the wind and rain and tasting the ups and downs together. But all along, it seemed that she had never made any request to him. Thinking of this, Lin Sun felt guilty. Lin Sun had never let anyone down in his life. But today, because of Jingtian Xianyu's departure, he felt unspeakable guilt and emptiness in his heart. He felt lost. Big brother. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but Lin Sun waved his hand and said, "If you really treat me as a brother, don't mention it again." Then he turned and walked into the room. He wanted to have some quiet time. Xianxia scratched his head helplessly. He didn't understand why a peerless emperor would be so ignorant about love. From ancient times to the present, which outstanding man on the ancient road of the starry sky didn't have 3 or 5 confidants, not to mention confidants? He even had a lot of wives and concubines, like his father, Xianxia, who was incomparably romantic when he was young and had many lovers, so that Xianxia had 17 or 18 concubines, all of whom were as beautiful as fairies. Influenced by Lin Sun since childhood, Xianxia couldn't understand how Lin Sun could be so cold-hearted. He couldn't help looking at Xiaxi in the distance. Undoubtedly, even if her face was covered by the brim of the hat, even if she was sitting casually, her every move still gave people an indescribable mysterious beauty. But Xianxia didn't think that Jingtian Xianyu would be inferior to him. The beauties in the world were just like plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Each had its own advantages. How could there be the most beautiful one? Therefore, Xianxia suspected that Lin Sun was being watched too strictly. "Miss Xiaxi, do you think Miss Xianyue is a good person?" He walked forward and sat opposite to Xiaxi, who was eating melon seeds. Xiaxi nodded. Xianxia said again, "Is Miss Xianyue beautiful?" "Of course, it's not appropriate for you to say another woman is beautiful. I just want to say that I can't let my elder brother be too cruel. I'm afraid that any man will not have the heart to hurt such a beautiful girl." Xiaxi was silent for a moment and said, "As long as she is beautiful, no one will have the heart to hurt her?" Xianxia said without hesitation, "Of course. It's the same for a man. Look at my big brother, he's the first person to become a martial emperor in 100,000 years. He's also very handsome and can be said to be a dragon or a phoenix. He's so handsome that girls can't wait to fall in love with him." As he said, he suddenly closed his mouth. Opposite him, Xiaxi lifted the brim of the hat that covered her face and stared at Xianxia with a pair of eyes as clear as stars. "Am I beautiful?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw a woman who could be so beautiful in this world. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, transcending the world and making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Being stared at by her eyes that were as clear as stars, Xianxia felt suffocated. She was clearly in front of him, but he felt that he could never get close to her. Looking at Xianxia, who was in a daze, Xiaxi frowned and covered her face with the brim of her hat again. Only then did Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. When he looked at Xiaxi, who was sitting there quietly, shock and amazement still lingered in his eyes. "No wonder Brother Lin cares about you so much," Xianxia sighed. Xiaxi's beauty could stir one's mind. It was hard to imagine that there could be such an otherworldly beauty in this world. It seems that I'm also beautiful. At the same time, Xiaxia also spoke as if she had been relieved of a heavy burden. Xianxia was stunned. Was there a need to ask? You really don't know how beautiful you are, he asked seriously. Xiaxia nodded, being beautiful can't be eaten. Xianxia was speechless. What a joke. How could such a beautiful person not know how beautiful she was? He was almost driven mad. After a long time, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Miss Xiaxia, have you heard of the phrase bring disaster to a country? Xiaxia shook her head. Xianxia was speechless and said, you just have to remember that anyone who sees a beautiful person like you will definitely pursue you crazily. So, if it's not necessary, don't let others see your face in the future. Otherwise, there will definitely be a disaster that will bring disaster to a country and people. Xiaxia said, oh. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but Xianxia and a group of Xian family elders had already walked into the hall. Today was the day Lin Sun and the others would go to the true dragon world, above a starry sky. Xianxia and Lin Sun stood side by side. Xiaxia, Goldie, Xianxia, and Ling Kezi stood beside them. In a place even further away, a group of Xian family elders were busy preparing to open a passageway to the true dragon world. The true dragon world has migrated from the starry sky ancient road since the primordial era. Over the countless years, although many descendants of the true dragon have come to the starry sky ancient road, strictly speaking, the true dragon world no longer belongs to the starry sky ancient road. Xianxia told Lin some information about the true dragon world. In the true dragon world, there were also countless living beings and countless races. The true dragon bloodline was the only race that ruled over it. The true dragon world had a passageway that led to the immortal phoenix nest, the black tortoise continent, and the white tiger god mountain. Similarly, it also had a passageway that led to the opposite shore. Be it the true dragon, the immortal phoenix, the black tortoise, or the white tiger, they were all Khanate spirit clans in the truest sense of the word. According to what Xianxia said, a descendant of the true dragon possessed the ability to absolutely crush another in the same cultivation realm, and only human cultivators that stood at the absolute peak would be able to go against it. In the true dragon bloodline, it could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds, and there were many martial emperors. Even if a dragon emperor did not embark on the absolute path of cultivation, the power of his bloodline was enough to suppress his peers in the emperor realm. After introducing the situation of the true dragon world, Xianxia reminded Lin Sun, you must be careful when you go to the true dragon world. The people of the true dragon bloodline, regardless of their age, are all extremely arrogant and protective of their own. Lin Sun nodded. He had two purposes in going to the true dragon world. One was to find Zhao Jingxian, and the other was to kill the purple-cloaked woman, Yan Xing. It's done. Patriarch, it's time for you to take action. A joyful voice came from afar. The elders of the Xian family joined hands and opened a whirlpool portal with their supreme power. Xianxia nodded and handed a jade slip to Lin Sun. Give this to the female senior in the heaven accessing place. Lin Sun was stunned. Then he realized that Xianxia was referring to Shi. However, when he thought that Xianxia, the patriarch of the Xian family who had lived for countless years, actually called Shi senior, Lin Sun could not help but feel a little strange. When he thought about it, it made sense. When Xianxia entered the heaven accessing place, he was still a young man who had not yet become a saint. At that time, she was already standing guard in front of the gate of the heaven accessing place. The jade slip contains some clues about searching for the senior's memories and origins. If she sees it, she should be able to recall something, Xianxia said. Lin Sun immediately realized the value of the jade slip and carefully put it away. Xianxia immediately realized the value of the jade slip and carefully put it away. Xianxia took a deep breath. Suddenly, a monstrous and terrifying aura rushed out from his body, causing the starry sky to tremble and rumble like a tide. Lin Sun and the others retreated far away. Rise! Xianxia shouted loudly. A boundless world surged out from behind him, and it was boundlessly vast like a desolate wasteland. In the center of the world, there was a full moon shining alone. This was Xianxia's imperial life world. A terrifying and boundless world order emerged from it. The oppressive force made Lin Sun feel suffocated and his heart trembled. This old fellow has actually already stepped onto that path just like Master. Big Yellow's eyes widened in shock. Go. Xianxia flicked his sleeve, and a peerlessly dazzling full moon whistled out from within the vast world. As soon as it appeared in this expanse of the starry sky, its dazzling and clear radiance swept out, and it seemed as if it could illuminate the darkness of the ages. Anyone who saw this full moon would feel as if they were looking at the incarnation of the great Tao. It was filled with an indescribable supreme aura. It was too dazzling, and it emitted a myriad of divine radiances that covered the starry sky. This full moon was the Xianxia treasure mirror. The foundation of the Xian family, a thick pillar of light shot out from the Xianxia treasure mirror. It was like a silver river of stars, and it crashed into the vortex gate created by the old monsters of the Xian family. Rumble, a passageway was forcefully created within the vortex gate. It pierced through the void and extended to the depths. "Nephew, hurry up and take action," Xianxia said in a low voice. "Let's go." Big Yellow led the way. His body emitted boundless light that enveloped Lin Sun and Xia Ji. They charged into the vortex gate. Xianxia shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother, take care. If possible, remember to bring back some dragon meat to taste." Ling Kezi also waved his hand to send Lin Sun off. In a flash, Lin Sun and the others had disappeared into the depths of the passageway. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia put away the Xianxia treasure mirror. His face was pale, and he was panting. It was not an easy task to create a passageway that traversed the void and reached the Zhenlong world. Fortunately, it went smoothly this time. Alas, I don't know when we can meet again after this farewell. Thinking of the peacock meat last night, I'm really reluctant. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Ling Kezi said, "Me too." Xianxia glared at the two of them and said, "From today onwards, you two will cultivate in seclusion. You can only come out when you break through to the great emperor realm." "Yes, that's how it should be." The old man of the Xian family laughed and gloated. Xianxia was too mischievous and unambitious. He had to be polished. "Father, there's still Miss Xianyue." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said quickly, "If there's a chance this time, let her go to the mysterious world with us to cultivate." "You like that girl?" Xianxia was surprised. Xianxia rolled his eyes, "Of course not. I just want to help her." Xianxia waved his hand, "Sure." Ling Kezi couldn't help but transmit his voice to Xianxia, "Miss Xianyue didn't leave?" Xianxia said calmly, "Of course not. I just want to test Lin Sun's attitude." "Alas, let's not talk about this. Anyway, if there's a chance, we should help Xianyue." Ling Kezi nodded firmly. Xianyue was indeed a good girl, Xian family. Xianyue looked at the sky alone, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She was lost in thought. Only infatuated people can be infatuated with Tao. Suddenly, Xian Caney, who was dressed in colorful clothes and had snow-white hair, appeared beside her. She looked at Xianyue and asked, "Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me?" Xianyue was stunned. "Senior, don't tell me you pity me." A touch of pity appeared in Xian Caney's eyes. "Silly girl, do you want to be further and further away from the person you love on Tao?" As early as the first day when Xianxia brought Xianyue to the Xian family, Xian Caney had sensed that this girl was infatuated with love. And her swordsmanship was also infatuated with love. It didn't matter what she was infatuated with, as long as she was an infatuated person. As the saying goes, one can't live without madness. "I'm willing." After a while, Xianyue took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Xian Caney smiled and said, "I promise you won't be disappointed if you learn swordsmanship from me. Even at the cost of all the resources of the Xian family, I will make you a peerless female sword emperor who can surpass your master." In the ultimate ruins. In the secret realm of Demon Saint. Under the ruins of the collapsed mountain gate of Fangsuan Mountain, there was a sudden tremor. Not long after, the broken stone tablet with crescent and 3 stars fell down with a bang. After that, a figure crawled out from the place where the stone tablet fell with great difficulty. His hair was disheveled, and his body was branded with horrifying Dao injuries. His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed, and he looked indescribably miserable. He stood up shakily, and his eyes were filled with resentment and ruthless hatred. Old man Pewdie, when I, Luo Yunshi, return to the starry sky ancient path, I will definitely annihilate all the remnants of Fengsuan Mountain and destroy everything you left behind. He let out a roar, and his voice shook the ruins. If the great figures of the starry sky ancient path were here, they would probably not believe that this figure in ragged clothes, covered in wounds, and miserable like a beggar was the celestial emperor who controlled the forbidden power of order and suppressed the heavens, in the demon saint's secret realm, in a valley that was flowing with auspicious clouds. A handsome man in a golden robe with bright eyes suddenly woke up from his sleep, and he shouted angrily, "Ah Lu, which evil creature is screaming?" On the burly man's shoulder, a little man in white crossed his arms and nodded, "That's the one." Perched on the shoulder of the white-robed man was a butterfly with gorgeous wings. At this moment, it was fluttering its wings, and as its wings flashed, countless tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding void. "Let's go and take a look. How dare he disturb this young master's sweet dream? I must kill that evil creature." As soon as the golden-robed man got up, a big black bird hit him on the head with a big black pot. Clang, the golden-robed man almost fainted, and a big bump appeared on his forehead. The big black bird said proudly, "Miss Ah who said that we'll only have a chance to leave this valley when we become emperors. I'll kill you." The golden-robed man covered his head and rushed out to chase after the wretched big black bird. The latter had already fled as if there was oil on its feet. As it fled, it laughed at the golden-robed man, looking very despicable. "Ah Lu, if you're brothers, let's kill this thieving bird together." The golden-robed man shouted, "Little Silver and Little Butterfly, let's go together. Damn it, I'll use that black pot to stew it today." In the distance, near the entrance of the valley, Ahu sat cross-legged. When she heard the commotion behind her, she could not help but smile. She was already used to it. When they returned from Kunlun ruins back then, she had brought Old Toad and the others through a deep and winding spacetime secret passage. They had originally planned to return to the Soul Oblivion Ocean. Who would have thought that the spacetime secret passage would be pulled by the power of the ultimate, causing them to fall directly into the ultimate? Then, under Old Toad's guidance, they arrived at the Demon Saint secret zone that Lin Sun had entered back then. However, not long after, they were trapped in this valley because they had to avoid a terrifying calamity. Misfortune and fortune depended on each other. Although this valley was like an unbreakable cage, it could be said to be a rare paradise for cultivation. Chaotic aura surged, and the origin power of the great Tao surged. Over the years, their cultivations had made rapid breakthroughs. According to Ahu's speculation, if they wanted to leave, they would probably have to reach the Emperor stage to break the restriction power in this valley. Right now, they could only cultivate here and wait for the opportunity to become emperors. 10 days later. News came from the ancient path of the starry sky. Heavenly Emperor Shur had returned and reappeared in the world. For a time, the world was shaken, and all the heavens in the starry sky were paying close attention. Everyone was waiting to see how the Dao Yuan Emperor, the ruler of the starry sky, would react in the face of the Dao Yuan Emperor who had snatched away the fortune of an immortal sovereign. What kind of punishment would the Copper Sparrow Tower, which had once protected the Dao Yuan Emperor, suffer? It was also at this moment that many great powers suddenly noticed that the Copper Sparrow Pavilion that was reputed to be one of the 3 dark giants had actually completely vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air. What was most inconceivable was that after Shur Tiandi returned, he didn't take action immediately but chose to go into seclusion. Very soon, there was a piece of heavy news that Heavenly Emperor Shur had suffered a serious Dao injury in the ultimate ruins. It was a tossed stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the world to tremble. No one could have imagined that Shur Tiandi, who controlled the forbidden power of order and was like the ruler of the starry sky, would suffer a loss in the land of the ultimate. This was too inconceivable. Haha, I knew it would be like this. When Xianxia heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh. Only he knew that although the gate of Fengsuan Mountain had collapsed, it was still not a place that anyone could enter and leave at will. When I control the power of the Order of Nirvana Freedom, it will be the day I take your head. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep level of meditation. Boom, the stars moved, and the world turned upside down. The figures of Lin Sun and the others suddenly appeared in a vast and magnificent world. Is this the world of True Dragon? As soon as Lin Sun fell into the world of True Dragon, he felt that the air suddenly became dense, as if he had entered a desolate and primitive land. An ancient, rough, and boundless power of heaven and earth filled the whole sky. Wisps of sparkling light rain of the Great Way filled the air. If an ordinary person entered this world, he would probably not survive. The pneuma of this world was heavy, vast, and full of majestic power, as if a mountain was pressing down on it. It was countless times more condensed than the outside world. Even if an ordinary practitioner in the lower 5 realms entered this world, he might not be able to fly in the air, because he couldn't use such strong power of heaven and earth. Taking a deep breath, Big Yellow closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then, he said, "There is the breath of those true dragons in this world. This is the world of True Dragon." Lin Sun and Xianxia were immediately relieved. Looking around, they found that this world was extremely vast. Mountains, rivers, and all things in the universe were very large. The mountains were tens of thousands of meters high, and some were even thousands of meters high. They stretched endlessly. On that vast land, any random plant would be dozens of feet tall, and any random tree would require over 100 people to wrap their arms around it. Even a random leaf was like a millstone. The butterflies flying in the air were tens of meters high, like demons and spirits. After a while, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and said, "Big Yellow, have you heard how big the world of True Dragon is?" Big Yellow shook his head and said, "According to the legend, the real body of an emperor ancestor of a true dragon can meander for hundreds of thousands of miles in the starry sky, covering the sky and the sun. It is extremely terrifying. So, the world that can accommodate the whole tribe of true dragons is bound to be big. Then, how should we find the tribe of true dragons?" Lin Sun frowned. Second senior brother once said that the purple-robed woman, Xianxia, came to the world of True Dragon to obtain the precious blood of ancestral dragon from the bloodline of true dragons in order to recover the remnant soul of the nameless Supreme Emperor. This meant that Lin Sun had to find the tribe of true dragons first if he wanted to kill the purple-robed woman, Xianxia. Moreover, Zhao Jingxian was also in the tribe of true dragons, so she might be of help. Big Yellow said, "Let's find out some information first. As the absolute overlord of the world of True Dragon, the nest of true dragons must be known by everyone." Lin Sun nodded. "I'll help you find Xianxia," she's voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, she walked out of the heaven accessing place. Her graceful figure transformed into an illusory rain of light, mysterious and transcendent. Her voice was cold as she said, "I've fought with her before. As long as she appears in the world of True Dragon, I'll definitely be able to capture her." Lin Sun smiled and said, "That's great." He suddenly thought of something and took out the jade slip given to him by Xianxia. He handed it over and said, "Senior Xianxia gave this to you." She opened the jade slip and was silent for a long time. Then, she said, "In the end, I still have to go to the other side of the starry sky." The jade slip recorded clues related to her memory and identity. However, they were very fragmented and vague. The only thing she was sure of was that all the clues pointed to the other side of the starry sky. "When the time comes, I'll help you find it," Lin Sun said. She nodded. Big Yellow stared at she and suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, has your cultivation already?" She glanced at Big Yellow and said, "Yes, I've crossed that threshold." Big Yellow exclaimed, "It's not easy to cross that threshold. Over the countless years, there are only a few people who can do this on the ancient path of the starry sky." Lin Sun asked curiously, "What realm is it?" Big Yellow said disdainfully, "Is this something that a second-level emperor realm like you can think about? You'll naturally understand when you step into the Emperor Ancestor realm." As they spoke, there was a void fluctuation in the distance. "Quick, it's over there." A huge crack appeared in the sky over there and produced a shocking phenomenon. Amidst the clamor, a group of figures rushed over from afar. These figures were very strange. Some had wings on their backs, some had the head of a bull and the body of a human, and some were ferocious birds with golden wings. They were of all shapes and sizes and clearly belonged to different races. When they saw Lin Sun and his group, they could not help but be stunned. Then, they became anxious and doubtful. Originally, they thought that the phenomenon here was probably due to the appearance of some precious treasure. However, it was obvious that they guessed wrong. "It seems that we don't need to inquire blindly anymore." Big Yellow grinned. It's a pity that they are just some nobodies in the Saint realm. I'll leave that guy to you. What are you going to do? A Minotaur's expression changed and he asked nervously. The other creatures were also nervous. In their eyes, the aura of Lin Sun and his group was simply too terrifying. They just stood there casually like gods descending from the heavens. Don't be nervous. I just want to inquire some information from you. Lin Sun said in a gentle voice that he wanted to visit the true dragon tribe. Suddenly, those creatures showed a strange expression. They did not even know where the true dragon tribe was. They were definitely not from the true dragon world. The Minotaur said quickly, "Seniors, the true dragon tribe is located in the depths of the East Sea. As for the specific location, only a few people know." The other creatures nodded. The true dragon bloodline was the ruler of this world. They were supreme existences. Naturally, the exact location of their residence was not something that just anyone could find out. How far is the East Sea from here? Lin Sun asked. About hundreds of millions of miles away, a creature with wings on its back replied. Lin Sun and Big Yellow looked at each other. The true dragon world was simply too vast. After that, Lin Sun inquired about some other matters. Very soon, he learned that every city in the vast territory of the true dragon world had a great force attached to the bloodline of the true dragon. He might be able to find out more information about the bloodline of the true dragon through the leaders of these great forces. Several million miles away from this place was a huge city by the name of Golden Leaf. The power that controlled the city was the true dragon imperial clan. After understanding all this, Lin Sun brought Xianxia, and Big Yellow with him. After seeing them off with their eyes, those creatures felt as if they had just survived a calamity. They wiped off their sweat with lingering fear in their hearts. Those humans were simply too terrifying. An hour later, far away, Lin Sun had already seen the outline of a towering city on the vast land. Golden Leaf City. It was the largest city within a circumference of 1,000,000 miles. Since ancient times, it had always been controlled by the true Ho imperial clan. Every day, there would be creatures from the large tribes living in the nearby territories coming to Golden Leaf City to trade. Most of them were here to exchange cultivation resources. Because of this, Gold Leaf City was extremely prosperous. In terms of the scale of the city, it could be ranked among the top 100 cities in the true dragon world. Big Yellow, we're here to scout for information. Without my order, don't act on your own. Lin Sun reminded. Big Yellow was too domineering and arrogant. If he wasn't restrained, he would definitely be a troublemaker. Big Yellow sneered and looked disdainful. Don't worry, I won't bother with ordinary trash at all. Will the deities in heaven care about those ants? These words were very ear-piercing. It was a problem with one's worldview. But Lin Sun didn't bother to correct them. As long as they didn't make trouble, everything was fine. Following this, Lin Sun instructed Shi and Summer Solstice to restrain their auras. He wanted to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Immediately, the group moved toward Xianxia City in the distance. Along the way, they saw many strange creatures. They could recognize some of them, but it was their first time seeing existences like Big Yellow and Shi. It looked like a living creature, like a foot-tall dwarf. Its legs were covered with roots, and its head was covered with green branches and leaves. It had triangular eyes, a large nose, and its mouth was filled with fine, snow-white fangs. It looked very ferocious. It was hard for one to tell whether this was a plant spirit or a vicious bird or a beast. Either way, it was extremely strange. There were also some living beings that looked like giant marbles that bounced through the air. Anyone who saw them would have the urge to kick them, but soon, Lin Sun and the others noticed that no matter what kind of creatures they were, when they saw them, they all showed a strange look, as if they were staring at a group of monsters. This made Lin frown. What was going on? Didn't you notice that there wasn't a single human cultivator among the creatures we saw along the way? Perhaps that's why they were so surprised when we appeared. Shi's voice was cold. Lin Sun nodded. Shi's reminder made him realize that human cultivators seemed to be extremely rare in the Zhenlong world. Even though some creatures had taken the form of humans, their appearances and auras were fundamentally different from that of humans. Friend from the Dog Clan. Suddenly, a robust man flew over from afar. He had brilliant golden hair, eyes that were like copper bells, and his arms that were thick like rocks were covered in a layer of scales. He looked at Big Yellow, pointed at Lin Sun, Xie, and asked, "Are these the human slaves you captured?" Big Yellow was stunned and looked at Lin Sun and the others. Lin Sun and the others also frowned. This sentence inadvertently revealed a humiliation to the human clan. Looking at this burly man, his expression and words were very casual. Obviously, he had long been accustomed to seeing humans as lowly existences like slaves. Besides, he spoke directly to Big Yellow, which indirectly showed his attitude. "What's the matter?" Big Yellow asked. "My young master has taken a fancy to this female slave." The burly man pointed at Xi and said, "He wants to buy her." "Name a price." Big Yellow's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want to buy her?" The burly man frowned. "She is just a lowly slave. Do you think my Golden Dragon Lion clan can't afford her?" As he spoke, he casually threw a storage bag in front of Big Yellow. "There are 1,000 true dragon treasure coins in this bag. If you put them in the market, you can buy 17 or 18 lowly slaves of the human clan." Big Yellow laughed and said, "Where's your young master?" The tall and sturdy man pointed into the distance. There was an enormous treasured ship that was completely gilded in gold, and it was dazzling under the light of the sky. When Lin Sun and the others looked over, they saw an incomparably valiant golden-haired young man in a magnificent robe walk out of the treasure ship. His eyes swept over like lightning, and he said, "Friend, it's me who has taken a fancy to that girl. Can you give me face?" His words were filled with arrogance. Big Yellow sighed softly. "Lin Sun, I didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. It's these blind bastards who foolishly came to die." "What did you say?" The burly man was furious. Big Yellow glanced at him. Bang! The burly man's body exploded, and his flesh and blood were directly wiped out. Big Yellow was disdainful. Shouting. "Do you really think I won't bother with ants?" On the golden treasure ship in the distance, the luxuriously robed young man frowned and shouted, "How dare you kill my retainer?" Big Yellow didn't feel any pressure when killing such a character. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense. He swept his eyes around and made a bang sound. The golden treasure ship in the distance exploded. The luxuriously robed young man didn't have time to escape and exploded along with the treasure ship. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't stop him. Since he dared to have designs on Xi, even if Big Yellow didn't make a move, he wouldn't be polite. This area wasn't far from Golden Leaf City. When the golden treasure ship belonging to the Golden Dragon Lion clan exploded, many living beings in the vicinity were alarmed. That lowly human actually dared to attack the Golden Dragon Lion clan? Many living beings of various races couldn't believe it. How many years has it been? The human race has been like slaves. They can only be enslaved. When did they dare to be so bold? Are these fellows rebelling? A clamor sounded. Many people looked at Lin Sun and the others with bewilderment and astonishment. Lin Sun and the others couldn't help but frown when they heard these voices. The living beings of the Zhenlong world seemed to be very unfriendly toward the human race. "How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in front of Golden Leaf City? Go and capture all those human scums." Suddenly, an explosive shout that was like a thunderclap resounded from the extremely distant Golden Leaf City, and it resounded through the clouds. A ferocious figure stood on the city gate tower. Many living beings recognized that it was Ho Kuei, the quasi-emperor of the Zhenlong imperial clan. Instantly, a group of figures rushed out of Golden Leaf City. They were fully armed and full of killing intent as they charged toward Lin Sun and the others. Whoosh, this time, she made a move. He waved his hand casually. In the void, dozens of figures were torn apart like flies in a hurricane. Their bodies exploded and blood mist filled the air. With a wave of his hand, he killed all the guards of the Zhenlong imperial clan. All the living beings present were dumbfounded. They screamed in fear and the scene turned chaotic. Lin Sun didn't expect Xi to take the initiative to make a move. He couldn't help glancing at her. She said coldly, "With our strength, why do we need to endure?" As she spoke, she disappeared into thin air. The next moment, she appeared on the city gate tower and grabbed the ferocious quasi-emperor Ho Kuei. Ho Kuei had been full of killing intent and extremely arrogant a moment ago. Now, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He asked in fear, "Who exactly are you?" Crack, Ho Kuei's neck was twisted and his spirit was extracted by she. Then, she used a secret technique to search his spirit. Yellow grew excited. "Brat, did you see that? This is how we do things. When we should keep a low profile, we should keep a low profile. When we should be arrogant, why would we care about anything?" Lin Sun's lips twitched and he sighed softly. "I didn't expect the races of the Xunlong Imperial clan to treat us human cultivators like this." The Xunlong Imperial clan controlled the Xunlong Imperial clan. Did this mean that in the eyes of the Xunlong Imperial clan, human cultivators were as despicable as slaves? The foundation of the Xunlong Imperial clan is not bad. They have 2 old fellows at the 8th level of the Emperor Realm and more than 10 other Emperor Realm cultivators. She's cold voice sounded from the city gate tower in the distance. This clan controls a territory of 15 million miles. They have more than 100 subordinate races of different sizes. However, I didn't find any valuable clues related to the Xunlong Imperial clan from this person. I can only say that this kind of person is only suitable to be a gatekeeper. As he spoke, she twisted his finger and Ho Kuei's spirit was crushed inch by inch. Lin Sun and the others teleported and arrived at the city gate tower. Xianxia city was extremely prosperous. However, the commotion here had already caused panic in the surrounding areas. Many races were fleeing in panic. The scene was extremely chaotic. In my opinion, if we wait here, that old thing from the Xunlong Imperial clan will definitely come to us. Lin Sun and Big Yellow immediately agreed with Shi's words. I'm just very puzzled. Why do the races living in this world humiliate and look down on human cultivators? As Lin Sun spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a colorful ferocious bird across the air. Without asking anything, Lin Sun's divine consciousness entered the bird's spirit and started to sense it. After a while, Lin Sun finally got some vague answers. There were more than 10,000 races in the Xunlong Imperial clan. The Xunlong Imperial clan was the king of all races and ruled this world. About 100,000 years ago, the Ming Luo Dragon Emperor, the clan leader of the Xunlong Imperial clan, suddenly issued an order. He viewed the humans as the sinners of the Xunlong Imperial clan and summoned all races to carry out a cruel and bloody suppression. In just 100 years, there were very few human forces living in the Xunlong Imperial clan. They had completely withered. It was not until the Ming Luo Dragon Emperor left the Xunlong Imperial clan and went to the Nirvana world that the Xunlong Imperial clan stopped persecuting the humans. But at that time, the number of human cultivators who survived in the vast Xunlong Imperial clan was no more than 100,000. They were completely reduced to the lowest race in the Xunlong Imperial clan. Until now, they were still humiliated, trampled, and enslaved by all races. This fact sent a chill down Lin Sun's spine. 100,000 years ago, they slaughtered human cultivators in the entire Xunlong Imperial clan. Why on earth? Big Yellow, do you know the Ming Luo Dragon Emperor? Lin Sun asked. Yes, I do. Big Yellow answered without hesitation. This old worm once participated in the Law Battle of Emperors. It is said that more than a dozen emperors from the Xunlong Imperial clan who came with him were all killed by the Deer Formation Emperor. The Ming Luo Dragon Emperor was seriously injured and fled back to the Xunlong Imperial clan. Lin Sun was stunned. The Law Battle of Emperors broke out in the ancient times 100,000 years ago. Golden Leaf City was extremely large. It occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles. The streets were densely packed like cobwebs and the buildings were row upon row. However, Lin Sun and the others did not have to wait for long before a group of big shots from the true Ho Imperial clan arrived through the void. All of them were filled with murderous intent and caused a commotion in the city. The person in the lead was a purple-robed man with a long beard. His eyes were dark green and they shone with a ferocious and cold luster. His entire body was emitting the terrifying might of an emperor. They flew majestically from the sky above the city, appearing incomparably ostentatious and domineering. Someone actually dares to cause trouble in our city. I think he must be tired of living. A man with a head full of green hair said sinisterly. The others also revealed ferocious looks. In the True Dragon world, the True Dragon clan was the ruler. In Golden Leaf City, the True Ho clan was the ruler. Now, there were actually lowly humans coming to cause trouble. The people from the True Ho Imperial clan did not dare to believe it. Since when did the human scum dare to be so arrogant? They did not escape. Soon, they saw Lin Sun and the others standing on the city wall. They could not help but feel surprised. Don't act rashly. The purple-robed man in the lead frowned. He felt that something was amiss. Old ancestor, what are you afraid of? This is the territory of the True Ho lineage. Even if the emperor comes, he will have to lie down. The green-haired man said as he charged forward. Let me test the capabilities of those scum first. Whoosh, he moved his body and arrived before the city wall. He swept his gaze across Lin Sun and the others and said sinisterly, "It's you scum." Before he finished speaking, she flicked his finger. Bang, the green-haired, arrogant, and hot-tempered fellow's body exploded in midair. Blood rained down like a waterfall. Lin Sun, Xia Ji, and Big Yellow had calm expressions on their faces. In the distance, the purple-robed man and the other experts from the True Ho lineage were in disbelief. Killing without a word, they had never encountered such an arrogant enemy. The main character is here. Are you going to do it, or should I? She asked coldly. Let me do it. Lin Sun stepped forward and was about to say something when the purple-robed man bowed and said with fear and trepidation, I am Ho Tianqing from the True Ho lineage. Nice to meet you, seniors. The experts of the True Ho lineage around him were all stunned. What was going on? In the city in the distance, all of the beings who witnessed this scene were flabbergasted. The Battle Emperor Tianxing of the Zhenhe lineage was bowing to those lowly humans. This was simply too much. If word of this got out, where would the Zhenhe lineage put its face? However, there were many creatures who sensed that the situation wasn't right. Those human race experts might not be ordinary figures. Ho Tianqing's forehead was covered in sweat as he said fearfully, we were blind before. Please be magnanimous and forgive us, seniors. Big Yellow sneered, you're an Emperor realm existence, but you're so scared, how useless. Ho Tianqing lowered his head in embarrassment and became even more humble. Seniors, if you don't mind, then please follow me to the clan as guests. No matter what, it was my Zhenhe bloodline that was in the wrong this time and we naturally have to make up for it. Sure. Lin Sun nodded. Ho Tianqing was greatly relieved. He smiled warmly and said, seniors, please follow me. Immediately, he led the way, and Lin Sun and the others followed behind. As the overlord that controlled a territory of 15 million miles, the True Ho Imperial clan's territory was not in Golden Leaf City. Instead, it was located in a beautiful mountain range 800 miles away from Golden Leaf City. It could be said to be a famed blessed land. Divine radiance suffused the mountain with flowing waterfalls, flowing springs, ancient trees, and ancient palaces that stood towering in disorder could be seen everywhere. Ho Tianqing led Lin Sun and the others into a hall. After they were seated, Ho Tianqing apologized again and then asked about the purpose of their visit. Lin Sun had nothing to hide, so he told Ho Tianqing that he wanted to go to the True Dragon clan. What do you want to do there? Ho Tianqing couldn't help asking. Big Yellow said coldly, that's not something you can ask. Ho Tianqing was embarrassed and said, to tell you the truth, the True Dragon clan is located in the depths of the East Sea. It's called Dragon Palace. But we don't know where it is exactly. Seeing Lin Sun frowning, Ho Tianqing hurriedly said, but you can rest assured that we can contact the strong practitioners of the True Dragon clan. How long will it take? Lin Sun asked directly. 10 days, no, 3 days. Ho Tianqing said, in the True Dragon world, it's most difficult to invite the strong practitioners of the True Dragon bloodline. I hope you can understand. Lin Sun nodded and said, thank you. Ho Tianqing smiled and said, as long as you don't mind the mistakes of the True Dragon bloodline, it's enough. Then Lin Sun asked some more questions. Ho Tianqing was very cooperative and told Lin Sun everything he knew. Lin Sun soon learned about the situation in the True Dragon world. But when Lin Sun asked about the reason why Min Luo Dragon Emperor slaughtered humans, Ho Tianqing shook his head. 100,000 years ago, Minluo Dragon Emperor was the leader of the true dragon clan and the only ruler of this world. Which clan dared to disobey his decision? Hou Tianqing said, "It said that there was a great conflict within the true dragon clan, but it was finally suppressed by Minluo Dragon Emperor alone." Lin Sun asked, "So the order to slaughter humans was Minluo Dragon Emperor's willful action?" Hou Tianqing smiled awkwardly and said, "I dare not comment on it." Soon, Lin Sun asked about the assembly of dragons and immortals held decades ago. Hou Tianqing knew something about it. The assembly of dragons was an unprecedented event of the true dragon clan. It caused a sensation in the world when it was held. But only the true dragon clan and the 9 emperor clans under the command of the true dragon clan could participate in this event. The 9 emperor clans were related to the true dragon clan by blood and respected the true dragon clan. They were Ice Dragon, Tao Wu, Fushi, Puleo, Bishi, Baxia, Qianyo, Taunt, and Yazi. Lin Sun's expression changed when he learned this. When he was young, he got the inheritance of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, which was the same as the 9 emperor clans. Was it a coincidence? Definitely not. When Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan went to the ancient Desolation realm to pick up Zhao Jingxian, they said that the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon was a forbidden inheritance of the true dragon bloodline. The inheritance of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon was left in the Xiao Empire by Lu Boya. Similarly, Zhao Jingshuan's mother, the empress of the Xiao Empire, was a direct descendant of the true dragon bloodline. According to Ao Zhentian, Zhao Jingshuan's mother was the younger sister of the patriarch of the true dragon bloodline. In other words, Zhao Jingxian also had the blood of the true dragon bloodline. Because of this, Lin Sun agreed to let Zhao Jingxian leave with Ao Zhentian and go to the true dragon world to participate in the Alan Dragon's immortal gathering. According to Hou Tianqing, a shocking change had taken place during the 10,000 Dragon Immortal Gathering several decades ago. As a result, the true dragon bloodline had blocked all information about the gathering. So far, there were different opinions about what happened in the Alan Dragon's immortal gathering, and no one had a clear answer. From then on, the true dragon bloodline sent a group of elders to completely cut off the path between the true dragon world and the starry sky ancient path. Speaking of this, Hou Tianqing frowned and said, "At that time, all the clans in the world were wondering what happened in the Alan Dragon's immortal gathering that made the true dragon bloodline destroy the path to the starry sky ancient path. It was too abnormal." Big Yellow laughed and said, "Did the true dragon bloodline worry that someone would kill them from the starry sky ancient path? Or perhaps, the consequences of this unforeseen event will cause some future troubles, and these future troubles are related to the starry sky ancient path?" Lin Sun's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help thinking that the true dragon world rarely contacted the starry sky ancient path. At that time, Jing Xian went to the true dragon world from the starry sky ancient path to participate in the Alan Dragon's immortal gathering. However, something happened at the gathering. All this was too much of a coincidence. After chatting for a while, Hou Tianqing stood up and left. He said that he was going to contact the experts of the true dragon bloodline and ask them to wait here for 3 days. After Hou Tianqing left, Big Yellow snorted and said, "That guy pretended to be terrified just now." She also said, "After we entered this hall, there were many willpower spying on the situation here." Lin Sun nodded and said calmly, "It's impossible for an ancient imperial family that controls a territory of 30 million miles to bow down to us without testing." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, the living beings of the true dragon world view humans as lowly slaves. An ancient power like the true Hou imperial clan is bound to not lower its head to us sincerely." "Then why did you agree to let him come?" Big Yellow said angrily. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If he obediently helps us contact the members of the true dragon tribe, I can't be bothered to bicker with them. However, if he is dishonest." "But if he doesn't?" Lin Sun looked at Big Yellow, she with a smile and said indifferently, "I'll make them behave." They talked to each other through voice transmission, so they didn't have to worry about being overheard. At the same time, a group of old monsters of the true dragon bloodline gathered in an ancient hall that was covered with layers of restrictive power. Their expressions were cold and gloomy, and a cold light flickered in their eyes. They had already learned about what had happened in Golden Leaf City and the death of Quasi-Emperor Hou Kuei. Based on their earlier observation, they concluded that the man, 2 women, and a dog were all martial emperors of the human race. They couldn't tell how strong they were at the moment, but they were sure that they were not ordinary martial emperors since they could come to visit the true dragon bloodline so calmly. This made them extremely conflicted and hesitant. The next morning. Anyway, there are still 2 days left. Shall we go to Golden Leaf City and have a look? Big Yellow said excitedly, there are many rare creatures living in this place. There must be many delicious foods that can't be found in the outside world. Lin Sun was stunned and looked at Xianxia and she. It's okay to have a look, she said coldly. As for Xianxia, she always followed Lin Sun's lead. Then let's go there. Lin Sun made a decision. But as soon as he opened the door of the hall, he stopped and said, it seems that something is wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, the fluctuations of restrictions that shot into the sky suddenly surged out from the surroundings of the courtyard they resided in, and it emanated dazzling radiance that covered this expanse of the sky. The obscure restriction was like a cage of the Great Way, trapping the courtyard where Lin Sun and the others were. These bastards really have evil intentions, Big Yellow said gloomily. Lin Sun's dark eyes glanced around and said, it seems that we have to pass this obstacle before we go to Golden Leaf City. Everyone, I'm really sorry. Ho Tianqing's voice sounded from outside the courtyard covered by the restriction, if I let you leave like this, I really can't do it. It is difficult to see through the willows and willows, to cut through the linden roundworm muai. Shou Sua? Yu Luo? Wu San, his voice sounded helpless, but his tone was relaxed with a hint of complacency. Why are you talking nonsense with those human bastards? Activate the restriction and kill them. A cold shout sounded, full of killing intent. After all, he is a great human emperor. We should at least respect him. A deep voice sounded, friends of the human clan, as long as you can walk out of this restriction alive, I, Ho Zhongjiu, promise not to embarrass you and will be happy to help you contact the true dragon clan. If you die, you can only blame your incompetence. Boom, as soon as the voice fell, the restriction covering the courtyard was suddenly activated. The dense patterns roared and countless stars emerged. In an instant, Lin Sun and the others seemed to be in a starry sky. There were stars roaring from all directions, constantly burning and exploding, producing terrible destructive power. An Emperor Path Forbidden Formation. It seems that Ho Tianqing already had ill intentions when he brought us here yesterday. Big Yellow sneered and slapped with its claw to shatter a star that whistled toward it. Let me do it. Lin Sun took a deep breath. His dark eyes were deep, and he saw all the subtle changes in the starry sky. He began to break the formation. As a great grandmaster with superb attainments in spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun, who had reached the Ju Di realm, was trapped by such a formation, which would be the biggest joke in the world. Boom, with a flick of his sleeve, countless rays of light surged into appearance and charged into the sky, and they transformed into numerous profound and obscure symbols that were embedded within the stars that covered the sky. Big Yellow, and Xianxia guarded him. Outside the grand array. A bunch of real people? Zhenwei Mi Mu Bo 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 Huang Chong Pair Forging? Play the role of an emperor? Is it commonly known as Hydri? Huanya's heart palpitated and froze to death. This formation was called 10,000 Stars Reversal, and it had been set up in their true phoenix since ancient times. Kuei Yan Bao Na Yan Zhang? Wu. Seagull Fan? Ji? Jia Mallet Sang? Lo Ji? Clam Glue Course Steed? Gamma? Peng Tao Peng? Vulgar? Gather? Huan? Play with mechanical Na? Ji embarrassed? Wei Ren Xian? Neck Ji? Dizzy, an old man in a yellow robe was holding a yellow flag in his hand, and he was controlling the grand array calmly. Speaking of which, do you know where these human emperors came from? Why haven't we heard of them before? Someone asked. In the true dragon world, the human race had declined, and they were like lowly slaves that were trampled by the other races. Not to mention emperors, even martial saints were rare. But now, a man, 2 women, and a dog had appeared, and all of them had cultivation above the martial emperor realm. This was unbelievable. The path to the starry sky ancient path has long been destroyed by the true dragon race, and the path to the other side has always been controlled by the true dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and immortal phoenix. Someone said if these guys came from the other side, they would have alerted the true dragon race a long time ago. They wouldn't have come to us to ask about the true dragon race. What's the point of thinking so much? Let's just kill them and be done with it. More people didn't think so. Someone said with a smile, after we kill them, I'll use their bodies to refine monarch weapons. Don't you dare compete with me. Hearing that, was it true? And eunuch's thumb and Song Yao's urgent call? Was it true? Boom, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly resounded, and the old man holding the apricot yellow flag suddenly shouted, "You're dead." Oh no, they're breaking the formation. His voice shook the clouds, and the old monsters were startled. That was an ancient formation that could trap and kill martial monarchs. How could it be broken? Elder Xiao, don't joke around. It's not funny at all, Ho Tianxing said with a gloomy face. It's not a joke, of course it's not funny. Suddenly, a ghastly and ferocious voice resounded from within the formation. Boom, the formation covering the courtyard suddenly exploded at this moment. A rain of light scattered and turbulence spread out. Almost at the same time, Big Yellow dashed out like a violent and dazzling lightning, and it swung its claws. Bang, the head of the old man holding the apricot yellow flag exploded, and he died on the spot. Bastard! Damn it! How is this possible? Are those real? Yao Dali Song Qianyue? Cherry blossoms? Mist cutter sword? Jiao Sui? Roundworm? Waste? Is it enough for camel trench yellow bottle? Most frightening of all was that the dog was too terrifying. With a wave of its paw, it had killed a great emperor from their clan. Big Yellow's dark eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, and it bared its white and shiny teeth. I've never tasted real food in my life. Jane? Climbing, poking, and playing boom. As it spoke, it moved horizontally across the void, bringing with it a sky full of Tao light that headed towards the true immortals. Yao the blind Ji by your courting death. An 8th-level great emperor shouted with a cold expression. He wielded a bone spear and charged towards Big Yellow. At the same time, the other true immortals? Yao Dali Song Qiao? Playing? Huan Yili Fei? Xianxia? Ji? Zhu? Chun Pan Han, really? Lin? Chubby heart slow hibiscus Zhao Luan choking eyes Ji Ling? Huh? Yunren Bao? Shuiqiu Wei Lu? Dichang Zhan Nua Lai Na Che? Arrive at school? Stomp on Jiu Ben? All screen? Which one of these true immortals? Separating the eunuchs and oysters, stir-fried rice, Song Xian, Huang Xian, Zheng? Mo provoke mortis? Kai Chong Na Ping Ji Lu? Unfortunately, their opponent this time was much scarier than they had expected. Boom, Big Yellow's claw slammed down, and thousands of rays of light rumbled like a tsunami. An unparalleled Great Emperor aura rolled out, shattering all the attacks. Clang! The bone spear of the 8th-level Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator almost shattered from the impact. The cultivator staggered, and before he could react, his chest was crushed by Goldie's claw. Crack, the 8th-level Great Emperor's bones shattered, and he screamed in pain as he was sent flying. The other old monsters were dumbstruck. Who would have thought that they would really? Zhenwei Kong Mu Blindo? Huh? Emperor and brother Hui? School, puff. Meanwhile, she seized the opportunity of the chaos to attack. His figure was like an illusion as he suddenly appeared before an old freak, and then he waved his fair and slender hand, causing the old freak's body to instantly transform into ashes. He seemed to have been completely incinerated in an instant, and both his body and soul were obliterated. On the other side, Lin Sun and Xia Ji also rushed out. The former emitted a terrifying aura that belonged to Great Emperor Juyin, causing the sky to wail and the clouds to collapse. The latter wielded a white bone spear that flickered like a flowing light. With a wave of his spear, he crushed the head of an old monster. Kill! At this moment, Big Yellow, Lin Sun, and Xia Ji no longer held back when they attacked. No matter who it was impossible for them to not be angry after being tricked like this. For a time, this place was in an uproar. The sound of the Tao rumbled, and a bloody stench spread. The nearby mountains collapsed and collapsed. Dazzling? Eh? Staff puppet? Major? It's only hot. Is this true? Living in harmony with each other? Thicket towering to the north? How many ships are there? Let a man hold a sword? Go to bed? Chow ran sway? Wei ran? Pardon, in a short moment, this top-notch blessed land was already in a state of devastation, and there were scenes of collapse and ruin everywhere. Stop. Stop. Endless sorrowful roars resounded and reverberated between heaven and earth. I'm begging you, give me the truth? Kagwan flounder Huanchi dazzling Jian screen? Drapery and sleigh tricks, the heart-wrenching and lung-splitting pleas were incessant. In the end, Ho Tianqing was the only one left on the chaotic battlefield. It was also at this time that Lin Sun and the others stopped. Plop, Ho Tianqing, bathed in blood, knelt on the ground. Grief, regret, bitterness, panic, all kinds of emotions were rolling in his chest, and he was on the verge of breaking down. How could he have expected that just to deal with 3 thearchs of the human race and a dog would bring such a calamity to his race? After this battle, they were almost the truth? Eunuch Liuya soared, even if they could survive, they were doomed to lose their former glory and power in the future. Don't worry. You're still valuable and won't die like this. Whether your clan can be saved or not depends on whether you cooperate with us. Lin Sun said coldly. A gust of mountain wind blew, making Ho Tianqing shiver all over and sober up a little. Then he bowed his head bitterly. I'm willing to cooperate. Big Yellow, go and clean up the spoils. We'll leave right away. Lin Sun ordered. Boy, how dare you order me around? Big Yellow complained discontentedly, but he still went to do it obediently in the end. There was no other way. Lin Sun had a good senior brother. In fact, Lin Sun was also helpless. Whether it was Xia Ji or he was too embarrassed to order them around. Then, he could only trouble Big Yellow. Now, tell me how you contacted the people of the true dragon lineage. Ho Tianqing didn't dare to play any more tricks and told Lin Sun everything he knew. Do you hate me? Lin Sun asked. Ho Tianqing said bitterly with disheveled hair, I dare not. Lin Sun said indifferently, it's useless to hate me. If we were defeated today, would you let us go? Ho Tianqing's face was stiff. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. This was what he felt at the moment. Take care of yourself. Lin Sun left with Xia Solstice, and Big Yellow when Big Yellow returned with a full load. It wasn't until they disappeared that Ho Tianqing came back to his senses. Those human emperors, didn't kill them all? He was so confused that he couldn't come to himself for a long time. Why didn't you kill them all? Big Yellow couldn't help asking on the way. Were they a threat? Lin Sun asked. No. Big Yellow shook his head, we didn't even have a chance to take revenge. After all, they were just passers-by and couldn't stay in the true dragon world forever. Some people deserve to die, and some are innocent. I, Lin Sun, have never thought of killing indiscriminately since I started my cultivation. Lin Sun suddenly thought of the golden cicada youth who had made a great wish that all living beings in the world could become saints one day. What kind of breadth of mind was this, compared to this, using bloody and cruel methods to slaughter some innocent people? What difference was there between that and the evil people that he loathed? So what if I'm the enemy of the whole world? Big Yellow asked suddenly. Then I'll ask for an invincible way. Lin Sun laughed. Big Yellow sneered, invincible? Throughout the heavens and throughout the ages, who would dare claim to be invincible in the Grand Tao? Lin Sun said leisurely, not in the past, but what if there will be in the future? Big Yellow laughed. Obviously, he didn't take Lin Sun's words seriously. She looked at Lin Sun thoughtfully. Lin Sun, who had the foundation of the immortal Supreme Road, might have a chance. Xia Solstice accompanied Lin Sun all the time. She was very quiet as long as she was with Lin Sun. Where are we going next? Big Yellow asked. East Sea, 1 day later. Really? South Sea with delicacies? 4. Conch? Mirage Leap? Zong? Mistletoe? Poison. What was truly inconceivable to the various races of the true dragon world was that this battle had almost flattened the true dragon race. Shenwei Mi Nao Qi? Wound dissecting and snatching vinegar evenly, vulgar and vulgar, neon and neon remaining, but no matter how much the outside world inquired, the truth? Dazzling in the willows? Lonely Wei I Huang Kong Changyue 10 days later. East Sea. The blue sea looked like it had been washed, waves surging, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the true dragon world, the eastern sea was the most sacred territory, and it was just like the primordial world's central plains. The reason was that the ruler of the true dragon world, the true dragon bloodline, resided in the depths of the East Sea. The East Sea was incomparably vast. It was like a boundless ocean country, and there were many creatures living in it. Among them, the 9 great imperial clans that had attached themselves to the bloodline of the true dragon were the most powerful. They were viewed as the strongest 9 great imperial clans under the true dragon. At the shore of the East Sea, there were tens of thousands of cities and ferries scattered along the long and winding coastline. They were like pearls strung together on the coastline. Floating Cloud City. One of the cities on the East Sea. Early morning, Floating Cloud City's ferry. Numerous figures had been waiting at the ferry since a long time ago. On the surface of the sea not far from the ferry was an enormous treasured ship that belonged to the Tao imperial clan. It was like a floating continent, and it was comparable to a small city. This treasured ship was sailing towards the Emerald Rainbow Island in the Eastern Sea. It was an island controlled by the Tao imperial clan, and it was famous for its prosperous trade and prosperity. Every single day, living beings from all over the world would bring all sorts of precious treasures and cultivation resources to the Emerald Rainbow Island to conduct trade and exchange. So, the Emerald Rainbow Island had the reputation of being the place where all the races traded. Lin Sun paid 3,000 true dragon coins and obtained a boarding command token, and then he followed the crowd onto the enormous treasured ship. According to the different prices on the treasured ship, the accommodations provided to the passengers were different as well, and some high-quality abodes even had to be booked in advance. When Lin Sun bought the boarding command token, only the most ordinary room remained, and it was situated at the lowest point of the treasured ship. He didn't mind this at all. Although he still had his original appearance, the aura he was emitting was unique to the living beings of the Cloud Spirit clan. As for Big Yellow, Xia Ji, and Shi, they were all arranged to stay in the Tower of Infinity. Was the Cloud Spirit clan attached to the True Dragon clan? Was the Cloud Spirit clan attached to the True Dragon clan? Woo. Trade? Beg? Feed? Lin Sun wasn't heading to the Emerald Rainbow Island to trade for goods. Instead, he was going to contact a woman called Xianxia from the Tao imperial clan. Through Xianxia, he would be able to come into contact with the True Dragon clan. After entering his room, Lin Sun sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Suddenly, a childish cry sounded from the room beside him. Following that, a cold voice berated, "Shut up." Then, silence filled the room. The lowest point of the treasured ship was filled with many rooms. Although they were close to each other, the rooms were all covered in restrictive power that could isolate the probing of one's divine sense. Evidently, the neighboring room had activated a restrictive power that isolated the sounds coming from it. However, to someone of Lin Sun's level, the restrictive power was practically non-existent. Soon, he noticed something with his divine sense. In the room next door, 2 men with ugly faces and gray fur were sitting in front of a wooden table. On the wooden table, there was a young girl in her teens. Her hands and feet were tied up. Her clothes were ragged, and her hair was disheveled. Her large eyes were filled with tears and pain. She opened her mouth to scream, but was unable to let out a single sound. One of the skinny men was holding a silver blade. The snow-white blade sliced open the young girl's chest, causing captivating red blood to flow out. The other short and fat man held a porcelain bowl and caught the blood. With a greedy look in his eyes, he licked his lips and said, "Be careful. Don't kill her. The blood of a young human girl's heart is a first-rate delicacy." The skinny man laughed sinisterly. "Rest assured, a little girl like her can be sold for 3,000 true dragon coins on the Emerald Rainbow Island. I wouldn't be willing to kill her." As he spoke, he took out a medicinal pill and smeared it on the young girl's wound. After that, he picked her up and casually tossed her to a corner. The short and fat man split the bowl of blood into 2 and passed it to the skinny man. "Come, let's drink this cup of the young girl's heart blood together. I wish that we'll be able to make a fortune this time." Right at this moment, the door opened silently, and a seductive woman with a graceful figure and faintly discernible snow-white skin walked in. "How audacious of you to secretly drink blood. Aren't you afraid that boss will throw you into the East Sea to feed the fishes if he finds out?" The woman's voice was delicate and seductive. Even though she spoke like this, she snatched the porcelain bowl from the two men's hands and drank the blood in one gulp. The skinny man and the short and fat man glanced at each other and seemed to be relieved. "Is there more?" The woman licked her scarlet lips. She wore a black gauze that revealed a large expanse of plump snow-white skin that trembled dazzlingly. It made the eyes of the two men burn with desire. "Yes, yes, yes. Sister May, please wait a moment," the skinny man said as he opened a treasure pouch and swiftly took out 5 or 6 figures. They were all human girls. The youngest was only 8 or 9 years old while the oldest was only 13 or 14 years old. Their faces were immature and their clothes were ragged and dirty. They seemed to have gone through a lot of torture. Their bodies were covered in bruises, their expressions were numb, and their eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. They were like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The dim and mottled light shone on their thin bodies, making them seem so fragile and pitiful. The seductive woman's eyes lit up as if she was choosing prey. She pointed at the youngest girl and said, "She's the one." The little girl had neat bangs and big eyes. She was only 8 or 9 years old and didn't know what she was going to face. Hearing this, she asked with hope, "Sister, do you want to buy me? Don't look at me because I'm young, but I know how to plant flowers and gather herbs. When I grow up, I'll definitely be a good slave." The seductive woman and the two men couldn't help but laugh. This lowly human thing already knew that she was a commodity from a young age and could be chosen at will? Interesting. "Be good, sister is just thirsty." The seductive woman stretched out her hand and gestured at the little girl's chest. "Later, I want to drink some of your blood." "You're not allowed to cry." "Drink blood." The little girl's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. Tears filled her eyes as she said, "Sister, can you not drink my blood?" With a plop, she knelt there. The other girls nearby also trembled and knelt on the ground. Their expressions were filled with uneasiness as they trembled. As a human, you are born with the original sin. You can be a slave, you can be a commodity, and you can also be food. Do you understand? The seductive woman said with a smile, "If you don't agree, you will die. Didn't your parents tell you that if you all die, the number of humans will become fewer and fewer? In the future, you might even become extinct. Sister May, they are just some trash. Why are you telling them this?" The skinny man said as he picked up the 8 or 9-year-old girl and pressed her down on the table. He tied her hands and feet with rough and rude actions. No matter how much the girl screamed and cried, he remained indifferent. Clang, he took out a shiny silver knife and pointed at the little girl's chest. "This little thing is too young and can't let out too much blood. Sister May, please choose a position." The seductive woman thought for a moment and said, "What if I want to taste this little girl's heart and liver?" The skinny man said with difficulty, "If you do that, she will die. A dead person is the most worthless. Even if you chop her into meat, she will only be worth 100 true dragon coins at most." This was like a butcher in front of a meat stall, treating little girls as livestock. "No?" The seductive woman frowned. "Since Sister May said she wants to have a taste, why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and do it," the short fat man at the side urged. The skinny man sighed lightly. He picked up the silver knife and stared at the little girl's chest. On the table, the crying little girl saw the bright blade approaching. She seemed to collapse completely. She sobbed and said, "I miss my mother." This childish sob was like the most sad and desperate sound in the world. The thin man was indifferent. He exerted strength in his wrist, and the silver blade suddenly cut down. Bang, the wall suddenly broke. The thin man's silver blade seemed to be grasped by a big hand. With a turn of the wrist, the thin man's right wrist was cut off. Puff, blood splashed like a waterfall. The thin man roared in pain, and his eyes suddenly looked towards the broken wall. The short and fat man holding the porcelain bowl and the charming black-veiled woman were also stunned. They didn't expect that an accident would happen at this critical moment. Lin Sun's figure came in from the broken wall. His black eyes were deep and cold. On the ground, the trembling and frightened young girls all raised their heads in bewilderment like frightened lambs. Lin Sun went straight to the wooden table. The little girl tied on the table was pale with tears streaming down her face. She sobbed and screamed, "I miss my mother. I don't want to die." Even with Lin Sun's current state of mind, his nose was sour, and an uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. Killing people was just a matter of life. However, these 2 men and 1 woman viewed these young human beings as slaves, as prey, as food. Their bloody and cruel means were worse than beasts. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive. Although Lin Sun had restrained his power, the breath he exuded still made it difficult for the 2 men and 1 woman to breathe. They were all shocked and angry. "Fellow practitioner of the Cloud Spirit clan, what do you want to do? Do you want a share of the profits?" The seductive woman glanced at Lin Sun and said in a charming tone. Lin Sun ignored her. He raised his hand to untie the little girl, picked her up and put her gently on the ground. He rubbed her little head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice carried the power of the Great Way, which made the little girl calm down in an instant. The despair, fear in her heart were completely swept away like the darkness torn by the sun. The little girl timidly said, "Uncle, do you want to buy me as a slave? I can plant flowers and wash clothes. When I grow up, I will definitely be a good slave." The childish voice was full of hope, but it was like a soldering iron, burning Lin Sun's heart. What kind of trampling and suppression did the human clan of the true dragon world suffer to make these children develop the consciousness of being slaves from a young age? Seeing that Lin Sun saved the little girl, the seductive woman's face changed. She seemed to realize that something was wrong and said coldly, "These human slaves were purchased by my Greenback clan at a great price. Friend, could it be that you intend to rob them?" "Robbery?" Lin Sun's eyes grew colder. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the seductive woman's neck. "What qualifications do you have for me to rob you?" Crack, the seductive woman's snow-white neck let out sounds of bones cracking. Her face became purplish as she shrieked. "This is the treasured ship of the Tao Imperial clan. As long as I shout, the experts on the ship will be alerted." Whoosh, the thin man's figure rushed out of the room with incomparably fast speed. He had realized that something was wrong and wanted to ask for reinforcements. However, as soon as he moved, he was pressed to the ground with a bang. His body felt as if it was pressed by a mountain. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures and his face was hideous. The short and fat man intended to help, but he was immediately intimidated by this scene. With an unsightly expression, he said, "Friend, it's just some human slaves. If you really want them, I can give them to you." From the beginning to the end, they didn't know why this man emitting the aura of the Cloud Spirit clan was so angry and why he attacked. This wasn't stupidity. It was just that in their subconsciousness, humans were born to be slaves and could be slaughtered at will. This was a deep-rooted concept. Lin Sun couldn't tell if it was hatred or anger. It was stifled in his chest, and he couldn't vent it. Bang, the short and fat man was also suppressed. He knelt on the ground. His facial features were twisted and his body showed signs of cracking. He roared hoarsely, "What do you want to do?" Lin Sun went silent for a moment before he took a deep breath and said calmly, "I'm a human as well. Understand?" It was merely a single sentence, yet it caused the pupils of the 2 men and woman to dilate, and then they were extremely furious. When did a human bastard dare to attack us? Isn't he afraid of being slaughtered? As he gazed at the astonishment and anger in their eyes, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. But his smile was indescribably icy cold. He gazed at the young women who were at a loss. He gazed at their panicked, helpless, and trembling expressions, and he gazed at the numerous injuries on their bodies. In the true dragon world, humans deserved to be slaves for eternity. The face of the seductive woman whose neck was choked by Lin Sun was livid, and she spoke with resentment. "Let us go and we'll take it as nothing happened today. Otherwise, even if we die, it'll be impossible for all of you to leave this treasured vessel alive." Crack, her neck was twisted off, her soul shattered, and her body was incinerated inch by inch before transforming into ashes that rustled and drifted down. The thin man and the short and fat man were terrified as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They had never seen such a bold human since they started their cultivation. Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the 2 strong men of the bloodthirsty Green Bats clan also turned into ashes. Witnessing this scene, the young women of the human clan seemed to wake up from a dream, and a little hope appeared in their desperate and gloomy eyes. "Uncle, are you really a human?" The little girl of 8 or 9 years old who was rescued by Lin Sun couldn't help asking. "Yes." Lin Sun nodded. The little girl asked doubtfully, "But why are you so powerful instead of becoming a slave?" "My mother said that if we don't obediently become slaves, we'll be killed. If we dare to resist, we'll be exterminated." Obviously, she didn't understand why anyone in this world dared to kill those superior creatures. Lin Sun looked at the other girls and found that they didn't jump, cheer, or get excited after being rescued. What they had was the same doubt. They didn't understand why Lin Sun dared to kill those bloodthirsty green bats clan. This was not numbness or resignation, but the idea of being enslaved had long been rooted in their hearts. This was no doubt very horrifying and terrifying. It was simply unimaginable on the starry sky ancient path. "Uncle will take you away, okay?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and said softly. No one objected, and they were all very obedient. Perhaps they subconsciously thought that they might be rescued this time, but they couldn't get rid of the fate of becoming slaves, goods, and food in the future. Lin Sun suppressed the discomfort in his heart and took all the little girls into the Tower of Endless. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Big Yellow, asking it to take good care of these girls. She and Big Yellow were angry after learning what happened to these girls. Even Xianxia, who had never cared about worldly affairs, showed a rare murderous look. Lin Sun sat alone in the room. Squeak, not long after, the door was pushed open, and a skinny middle-aged man walked in. When he saw Lin Sun, he couldn't help but be stunned. "They are all dead, but it's not enough." Lin Sun looked at him. His deep eyes were like a great abyss that could swallow souls, which shocked the skinny middle-aged man at once. After a while, the skinny middle-aged man turned into ashes and dissipated. From his memory, Lin Sun had obtained some things that he wanted to know. He pushed the door open and went out. Outside the room was a long and narrow corridor. It was dozens of feet wide, and both sides of the corridor were full of rooms. Lin Sun walked on the corridor with his hands behind his back. He met many creatures along the way, but none of them could detect his existence. The second level of the Emperor realm, formless like Tao. When Lin Sun returned to his room, a total of 15 bloodthirsty green bats in the 19 rooms on the lowest floor of the treasure ship, regardless of their cultivation, had disappeared from the world. Lin Sun saved another batch of humans. There were ignorant children, strong young men, and young women in their prime. There were hundreds of them. Some of these people were bought by the bloodthirsty green bats from different territories of the true dragon world, and some were directly plundered. They were all carefully selected. They were all young and children, and there were no old, disabled, sick, or weak people. If Lin Sun hadn't appeared, these people would have been sent to the Green Rainbow Island, where there was a special market for selling slaves. These people would be turned into goods for the various races to choose from. The true dragon world is really disgusting. Until he returned to his room, Lin Sun was still a little depressed when he thought of what had happened before. Naturally, he thought of the culprit who caused all this: Min Luo Dragon Emperor, natural selection, survival of the fittest. On the road of cultivation, killing and bloodshed could be seen everywhere. However, if it was just a real fight and struggle, it would be fine. What Lin Sun couldn't bear was that the human tribe was trampled, humiliated, and slaughtered as lowly slaves. After all, he was also a human tribe. In the 9-region battlefield, the cultivators of the ancient Desolation realm were regarded as two-legged sheep, but it was not a race war, but a confrontation between camps. Yet now, in the true dragon world, the human race was being ridden around by the myriad of races, and they were acting tyrannically. They were like livestock that seized and trampled on without restraint. As a human tribe, how could Lin Sun accept it? He was very clear that with his current strength, it was destined to be extremely difficult to reverse all this. But as long as he encountered it, he would never ignore it. According to the memory of that guy, there should be another expert of the bloodthirsty green bats. Lin Sun frowned. This treasure ship was extremely huge, like a small city. It was divided into 3 floors, and there was even a bustling street in the middle floor, with shops, restaurants, casinos, discussion arenas, and everything that one should expect. Lin Sun suspected that the fish that escaped the net was very likely to go to the middle floor of the treasure ship. At the same time, in a restaurant on the second floor of the treasure ship, a crafty-looking man who was drinking suddenly trembled all over and his face changed greatly. This was the bone plate of his son's life soul, which he had always carried with him. But now it suddenly broke. He suddenly got up and hurried downstairs. However, just when he was halfway down, he realized something and stopped where he was, with a gloomy look on his face. On the top floor of the treasured ship, there was a magnificent palace. This was the territory of the Tao Imperial clan. You said your son was killed on the ship of the Tao Imperial clan? A man wearing a bright yellow robe and a feathered crown was lazily sitting on a throne. Golden cross-shaped symbols appeared in his pupils. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. He was Zheng, a pure-blooded descendant of the Tao Imperial clan. He was a peerless character that was only a step away from the Emperor realm. In the palace, the man from the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan knelt on the ground with a mournful expression. Young master, there's no mistake. Look, this is my son's bone plate. He took out the broken life soul bone plate. Zheng frowned. With a bang, he shattered the teacup in his hand. With a gloomy expression, he said coldly, I'm curious. Which bastard dares to commit murder on the ship? Next to him, a grey-clothed old man said in a low voice, Young master, just now, a steward in charge of the treasured ship's teleportation sent a message. He said that the 9th room at the bottom of the treasured ship had a crack in the restrictive power covering it. After a short pause, the old man continued, a bloodthirsty Green Bat clan's expert lives next to the 9th room. And Zhang's gaze was cold. Investigate this matter. If someone really committed murder, skin him alive and throw him into the sea. The grey-clothed old man nodded and left hurriedly with a dozen Tao experts. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The man from the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan showed gratitude. And Zheng said indifferently, I'm not helping you. I'm just maintaining the rules of the Tao clan. In the 9th room at the bottom of the treasured ship. After the grey-clothed old man arrived with a group of experts, he thought for a moment and asked, Who lives here? People from the Cloud Spirit clan. An expert answered quickly. Oh, the grey-clothed old man said, knock on the door. Immediately, an expert stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. However, the tightly closed door opened without a sound. In the room, Lin Sun was sitting in front of a table and drinking wine. He asked without raising his head, What's the matter? The grey-clothed old man swept his gaze around and noticed the hole on the wall. He immediately frowned and said, You did that? Lin Sun threw out a storage bag, I know the rules. There are 3,000 true dragon coins inside. That's enough to compensate you. The grey-clothed old man said expressionlessly, Did you commit murder? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and realized that the matter had been leaked. He didn't hide it and said, Yes. The grey-clothed old man and others were all stunned. They didn't expect Lin Sun to be so frank. Do you have anything else to say? The grey-clothed old man stared at Lin Sun with a gloomy look. If not, just surrender. I don't think I broke the order on the ship, Lin Sun said casually. Lin said Island. I didn't go. Lin Mountain. Of Tao of Sea. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know the way, he wouldn't have spent so much money to travel by boat. But you killed the experts of the bloodthirsty Green Spirit clan. The grey-clothed old man said coldly, The rule of the treasure ship is that you can't kill without permission. Lin Sun asked, Why didn't you show up when those guys wanted to kill a human girl? Human clan, the grey-clothed old man sneered, Human clan is like livestock. Anyone can slaughter them at will. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, so you don't have to follow the rules of the Tao clan? The grey-clothed old man couldn't help frowning, Nonsense. How can human clan be qualified to follow the rules of our Tao clan? Lin Sun said, Then I might as well tell you. You don't deserve to follow the rules of this ship. And you'd better disappear now. After that, the door closed silently, leaving the grey-clothed old man and his companions outside. Seeing this, the faces of these strong Tao clan darkened. They all looked at the grey-clothed old man. The grey-clothed old man snorted coldly, What are you waiting for? Do it. A burly Bai man tried to kick the door, but before he could do so, his right leg broke with a cracking sound. He staggered and knelt on the ground, letting out a muffled cry of pain. The gray-clothed old man's eyelids twitched. He didn't notice how Lin Sun did it. "How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant on our ship? You're courting death." The other strong Taowu clan were furious. Some of them rushed up again, trying to break the door and kill their way in. But with a bang. 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 With a muffled sound, these strong Taowu clan were all pressed to the ground, lying in disorder and wailing. This made the gray-clothed old man gasp and realize that he had met a tough opponent. "Friend, do you know the consequences of doing this?" He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Those who offend our Taowu clan never end well." The door opened quietly. Lin Sun stood there with deep black eyes, neither sad nor happy. "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" The gray-clothed old man laughed angrily. "Fine, just you wait." With that, he flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. But just as he took a step forward, a large hand grabbed his neck from behind and lifted him up like a chicken. "What are you trying to do?" The gray-clothed old man was shocked. He was a peak quasi-emperor, but he didn't even have time to react. He was stunned. "I'm going to see the true master of this ship." As Lin Sun spoke, he carried the gray-clothed old man and walked into the distance. In the long passageway, countless living beings in the densely packed rooms were alarmed. They stuck their heads out to see what was going on. When they saw this, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This guy from the Cloud Spirit clan was too cruel. He actually dared to attack an expert of the Taowu clan. In the True Dragon realm, apart from the True Dragon clan, the 9 great imperial clans attached to the True Dragon clan were also terrifying existences that no one dared to offend. And the Taowu clan was one of the 9 great imperial clans. Ignoring the various gazes, Lin Sun carried the gray-clothed old man and walked straight to the first floor of the treasured ship. Along the way, he attracted countless surprised gazes. In the distance, a magnificent palace came into view. Many guards were stationed in front of the palace. All of them were armed with weapons and gave off ferocious auras. But Lin Sun didn't stop. He continued walking towards the palace. Behind him, there were countless living beings from various clans watching. Clearly, Lin Sun's actions had caused a commotion on the ship. "Stop. You dare to attack Steward Fu?" The guards stationed outside the palace also noticed Lin Sun walking over. When they saw the gray-clothed old man being carried by Lin Sun, they almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. Rumble. But before they could do anything, as Lin Sun walked over, a formless and terrifying oppressive force spread out. It immediately suppressed them to the ground. Not a single one of them could stand. So powerful. When did the Cloud Spirit clan have such a ruthless person? A wave of exclamations resounded in the distance. The experts who followed Lin Sun were all extremely shocked. The guards on the treasured ship were all above the Saint realm. Some of the more powerful ones were even Saint Kings. In the eyes of the experts from various clans, they could be said to be extremely terrifying existences. But in Lin Sun's eyes, they were simply not worth a mention. In the palace, and Zheng, who was sitting on the throne and drinking tea while waiting for news, frowned. He noticed the unusual movement outside the palace immediately. He suddenly raised his head and looked over. He saw Lin Sun, who carried the gray-clothed old man into the palace. In an instant, he realized something was wrong. He stood up and said with a gloomy face, "My friend, what are you trying to do?" Bang! Lin Sun threw the gray-clothed old man out like he was throwing trash. Then, he swept his gaze around and saw the man from the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan. The latter had a confused look on his face. It seemed that he still didn't know what had happened. "So the fish that escaped the net is here," said Lin Sun as he flicked his finger. The body of the bloodthirsty Green Bat race male that was still completely bewildered suddenly died, and he transformed into ashes that scattered all over the ground. He died without knowing why or how he died. Lin Sun then looked at Jing and said, "Are you the owner of this ship?" In the face of Lin Sun's deep black eyes, Jing, who had always been proud and conceited, was frightened. He had goosebumps all over his body as if he was being stared at by the god of death. He took a deep breath and said, "This ship belongs to my Taowu clan." I'm in charge of this voyage. My friend, you should know what the name Tao clan means. Lin Sun said indifferently, those bastards from the bloodthirsty Green Spirit clan were all killed by me. Do you still want to do things according to the rules? The atmosphere was oppressive. And Jing felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation in his heart. His expression was gloomy. Since he was a child, he had never been threatened like this. But he was even more clear that the person who dared to act like this despite knowing that this was the treasure ship of the Tao clan was definitely not a good person. He took a deep breath, glanced outside the palace, and shouted, "Ask those onlookers to get lost." His voice was like a thunderclap. Outside the palace, there was a sudden commotion. Those who intended to watch the fun, in the face of the furious Enjing, all retreated and soon disappeared. Enjing tidied up his clothes and said with a forced smile, "Senior, let's talk it over. If I offended you before, I'm here to apologize to you." As he said, he bowed deeply. Even though Lin Sun looked very young, Enjing was not sure whether this guy was an old monster who had lived for countless years, so he called him senior. Lin Sun stared at Enjing for a moment and said, "Do you know Xianxia?" Enjing was stunned, and then he straightened up and said, "That's my elder sister." Xianxia, she was the strongest person in the young generation of the Tao clan, a proud girl in the 9 imperial clans, and one of the few peerless quasi-emperors in the true dragon world. In the Tao clan, Xianxia's status was extremely high, far beyond his younger brother. Lin Sun asked, "Do you know where the dragon palace of the true dragon clan is?" The Bayan imperial clan was a vassal of the true dragon and one of the 9 imperial clans, but they couldn't go to the dragon palace without an invitation. From this, it could be seen how lofty the status of the true dragon clan was in this world, just like a god. "Is Xianxia on the Green Rainbow Island?" asked Lin Sun. Enjing nodded. "She has been sitting on the Green Rainbow Island in the past 10 years. She said that she wanted to collect enough divine materials to ask the elders of the Xianxia clan to refine a furnace of divine medicine for her." Lin Sun said, "When we arrive at the Green Rainbow Island, take me to see her, and I'll let bygones be bygones." After that, he sat down in front of the table and said, "I'll stay here before we arrive. You don't mind, do you?" Enjing felt bitter in his heart. How could he dare to mind? He agreed without hesitation. After thinking for a while, Enjing ordered outside the hall, "Come on, bring me the divine wine and delicacies I've collected. I want to entertain this distinguished guest well." Soon, a variety of spiritual fruits and snacks were presented one by one. There was also the monkey wine brewed by the Spirit Monkey clan, which had been sealed for 10,000 years. It was known as the divine wine and was extremely precious. In addition, there was also the purple flower nectar refined by the Purple Wing Bee clan. The 1,000 cloud dew collected by the Flying Dream clan. The 10,000 green jade liquid refined by the Green Spirit clan from tens of thousands of spiritual woods. There were dozens of them, each of which was a rare treasure unique to each clan. At this moment, they were all taken by Enjing to entertain Lin Sun. This surprised Lin Sun. "I made you lose face on this ship. Don't you hate me?" Enjing answered honestly, "I hate you, but I'm not qualified to take revenge. I can only admit defeat." With that, he smiled bitterly, "Senior, don't worry. I'm treating you so warmly because I want to entertain you well. I don't want to cause any more trouble." Lin Sun nodded and poured a cup of monkey wine. A strong and refreshing aroma of wine immediately spread out. The amber-like wine was surging with wisps of light, which was extremely magical. He drained the wine in one gulp and quietly savored it. Then, he nodded and said, "Good wine." This monkey wine wasn't something an ordinary wine could compare to. Not only did it taste sweet and moist, it also contained a unique rich spirit energy within it, causing its taste to be incomparably wonderful. Enjing thought to himself, "Of course it's been a long time. Even a small cup is priceless. Normally, I wouldn't even be willing to take it out to drink." Lin Sun tasted the purple flower nectar again. Feeling the soft and fragrant nectar melting in his mouth, Lin Sun couldn't help nodding his head. Delicious, Xia Ji, and she would definitely like this. Then, Lin Sun tasted other delicacies and liquors, all of which had unique flavors and were excellent delicacies, which made Lin Sun secretly praise them. "Come, let me offer a toast to Senior." Enjing poured himself a cup of monkey wine and said respectfully, Lin Sun glanced at him, raised his cup from a distance, and drained it. Enjing breathed a sigh of relief and drank up the wine in his cup. He was absolutely sure that Lin Sun did not intend to make things worse. That was enough. Enjing said, "Senior, we have to pass through 19 spatial boundaries on our way to the Emerald Rainbow Island. It is estimated that we will arrive in 7 days. During this period, if you have any requests, feel free to let me know. As long as I can satisfy it, I will definitely not neglect it." Lin Sun nodded his head. The so-called spatial boundaries were actually folded spaces distributed on the East Sea, like large and small spatial tunnels. The East Sea was incomparably vast, and there were spatial boundaries everywhere. If one wandered around carelessly, it was very likely that one would be lost in the vast East Sea. Even Emperor Realm experts did not dare to wander around carelessly. Those spatial boundaries were like transmission formations. If one didn't know the way, once he entered rashly, it was very likely that he would be teleported to an unknown place and would never be able to return. It wasn't like something like this hadn't happened before. A few days passed quickly, and the journey was peaceful. The death of the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan had long been suppressed by the Bayan Imperial clan, and no one dared to talk about it anymore. But everyone knew that this time, the Bai and Imperial clan had encountered a ruthless person. Many experts even guessed that the Bai and Imperial clan would definitely not swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and when they arrived at the Emerald Rainbow Island, it would perhaps be the time for them to take revenge. However, Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of all this. Enjing had never revealed the slightest trace of displeasure or hostility. On this day, Lin Sun arrived outside the hall and leaned on the railing as he gazed into the distance, and he saw the boundless blue sea in the distance. The waves rose and fell, and the sea and sky formed a line, and it was a rather magnificent sight. The treasured ship flew on the surface of the sea, and waves rose into the sky. But strangely, on this vast and calm surface of the sea, there wasn't a single living being in the sea. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of vitality in the sea. Lin Sun probed with his divine sense, and he noticed that the deeper he went, the darker and colder it became. Not to mention living beings like fish and shrimps, even seaweed and corals couldn't be seen in the sea. When his divine sense probed 27 kilometers into the sea, a strange icy cold current silently suffused the air, and it caused Lin Sun to suddenly have a feeling of extreme danger. Without hesitation, he withdrew his divine sense. At the moment when he withdrew his divine sense, he seemed to see a pair of eyes quietly open in the depths of the boundless sea. Sure enough, under the East Sea is a forbidden zone for life, full of great horror. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes slightly. When he was on the ship, he had learned that this vast and boundless East Sea had another name, Sea of Sin. The area below 27 kilometers in the Sea of Sin was a forbidden zone for life, without any vitality, just like a place of death and extinction. Since ancient times, all living beings who dived into the area below 27 kilometers in the sea, no matter how strong or weak they were, would be annihilated and could no longer come out alive. There were some extraordinary Emperor Realm seniors that tried all sorts of methods to investigate, but in the end, none of them were able to find out exactly what sort of strange thing was hidden beneath the surface of the water. Even in history, many Emperor Realm experts had been killed in the Forbidden Zone for life. Lin Sun was skeptical before, but after the investigation just now, he couldn't help but feel awestruck and realized the horror of the Forbidden Zone for life. Boom, not far away, there was a wave of power. And Zheng, who had the cultivation of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, was practicing a secret method. His body was steaming with blood and qi, and a Taoist seal was condensed in front of him. The Taoist seal was full of strong and bright Great Way laws, and then it evolved into the shadow of a Bayan. As Enjing operated his cultivation, the Taoist seal of the Bayan also radiated all kinds of incredible power, which was extremely amazing. Lin Sun recognized at a glance that what Enjing displayed was exactly the same as the Bayan seal, one of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon that he had mastered. This made Lin Sun more certain that the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon obtained by Master Lu absolutely had an origin beyond his imagination. Bayan? Bayan? Yue Ni. Bayan? Bayan? Yunlong 3. The 9 kinds of changes of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon happened to correspond to the 9 emperor clans of the True Dragon. How could this be a coincidence? However, after staring at Jing, who was practicing for a moment, Lin Sun suddenly felt that something was wrong. The power of Jing's Bai and seal was indeed terrifying, and it was also the true inheritance of the Bai and seal. It was very mature and had extraordinary attainments. But the only thing it lacked was a unique charm, or a kind of spirituality. It felt like a Bai and, although it had monstrous power, it was tied up by a heavy shackle. At first, Lin Sun thought that Jing's cultivation of the Bai and seal lacked some real tempering. But after careful observation for a long time, Lin Sun finally dared to conclude that the Bai and seal displayed by Jing was obviously castrated. It only had the power to suppress mountains and rivers, but it lacked the most core spirituality. This was not the problem of cultivation, but the problem of the inheritance Jing had obtained. Lin Sun couldn't believe it. Jing was a pure-blood descendant of the Bai and Emperor clan, and the Bai and seal must be the supreme inheritance of his clan. How could there be such a big defect? Senior, did my cultivation disturb you? In the distance, Jing looked at Lin Sun. Just now, he felt uncomfortable under Lin Sun's gaze. Lin Sun shook his head and said, I just feel that there seems to be some problem with the cultivation you're practicing. Jing was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand Lin Sun's words. He cupped his fists and said, Junior's cultivation is shallow. I've made a fool of myself. This is not a problem of cultivation, but a problem of the inheritance. Seeing that Jing had been taking good care of him these days, Lin Sun gave him some advice. If you continue to cultivate like this, I'm afraid that you can only stop at the quasi-emperor realm on the road of the Great Tao. Then, he turned around and walked into the main hall. This time, he killed the experts of the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan on the ship, which made Jing and the other experts of the Bai and Emperor clan lose face. When they arrived at the Green Rainbow Island, they might suffer the revenge of the Bai and Emperor clan. Because of this, he held back and didn't explain to Jing at this time. After all, he didn't know whether Jing was a friend or an emperor. Seeing Lin Sun enter the main hall, Jing's expression flickered. That guy actually dared to say that there was a problem with his inheritance? That was simply denying the great Tao that he had pursued his entire life. One must know that the Bai and seal was the most supreme inheritance of the Bai and Emperor clan. If there was a problem with it, wouldn't it mean that there was a problem with the inheritance that their entire clan cultivated? That was clearly impossible. If there was a defect in the inheritance, how could their Bai and Emperor clan have existed since ancient times and become one of the 9 great Emperor clans? Besides, their Bai and Emperor clan did not lack old monsters in the Bai and Emperor realm. If there was a defect in the inheritance, how could those old monsters become emperors? After pondering for a long time, Jing took a deep breath and thought to himself, you're just an expert of the Cloud Spirit clan. No matter how powerful you are, how could you possibly know the secret of our Bai and Emperor clan's inheritance? Clearly, he didn't believe Lin Sun at all. Senior, may I be so bold as to ask, have you already become a martial emperor? Jing walked into the hall. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help asking the question that had been hidden in his heart for many days. Lin Sun nodded. Jing looked as if he had been freed. He revealed a relaxed expression and said, if that's the case, then I can explain to the clan. Explain what? Lin Sun was surprised. Jing said respectfully, in the dragon world, there is an unwritten rule that an emperor should not be humiliated. If the clan knew that I was defeated by you this time, they wouldn't make such a big fuss about it. As for those dead bloodthirsty green bats, Jing didn't even bother to mention them. Offending an emperor, they deserved to die. Speaking of it, Jing even felt slight hatred for those bloodthirsty green bat clan's experts. If it wasn't for them provoking such an emperor-level existence, how could their Mangmang imperial clan possibly have been implicated? Of course, it didn't mean that the Bayan imperial clan was afraid of an emperor. Jing knew very well how powerful an emperor was. Even if he went back to ask for help this time, with his status in the clan, he wouldn't be able to get help. Instead, he would be reprimanded and punished because he had offended an emperor. I've long heard that the Bayan imperial clan can distinguish right from wrong and abide by the rules. Your performance didn't let me down, Lin Sun said. Jing said, rules are relative after all. An emperor like you can already override the rules. After a pause, he smiled and said, however, it's precisely because of the rules that the Bayan imperial clan can make the Green Rainbow Island a place of trade. After all, fairness and rules are the most important in trade. Otherwise, everything will be in chaos. Lin Sun said, when I see and Shui, we'll be even. And Jing cupped his hands, thank you, senior. No matter how proud and conceited Jing was, he couldn't raise his head in front of a great emperor. At the same time, he felt lucky that he didn't neglect the other these days. Otherwise, the consequences would be much more serious. 7 days later. The treasure ship arrived at the Green Rainbow Island smoothly. It was said to be an island, yet it was actually like a piece of land that covered an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers. It was covered in all sorts of verdant ancient trees, and there were strands of auspicious light that transformed into divine rainbows that revolved in the sky above the island, causing it to be a gorgeous and resplendent sight. There was a dense expanse of treasured vessels entering and exiting the island a long time ago, and the figures of the various races moved up and down the island, causing it to seem extremely prosperous and bustling. When the treasure ship of the Bayan imperial clan arrived, Jing took the initiative to get up and went to the island with Lin. On the way, he introduced the situation of the Green Rainbow Island to Lin Sun. On the Jade Rainbow Celestial Island, there would be beings from all over the world coming here every day. Some came to buy treasures, some came to sell treasures. On the other hand, the Jade Rainbow Isle was like an extremely enormous marketplace that gathered the special products of the myriad of clans in the world. No matter if it was divine materials, medicinal pills, spirit materials, precious treasures, cultivation techniques, inheritances, and various other treasures, it could be said to have everything one could wish for. It could be said that all the buyers that came to Jade Rainbow all would be able to return from a fruitful journey, and all the sellers would be able to obtain extremely satisfying gains. Here, there were all kinds of rare goods and treasures in the world. As long as you had enough true dragon coins, there was nothing you couldn't buy. If there was, it meant that you didn't have enough true dragon coins. Along the way, Lin Sun saw that the streets of the island were like a net, the houses were like a forest, and there were all kinds of stalls everywhere. The stalls were full of all kinds of strange treasures. Shouts and cries sounded one after another. Creatures from all over the world shuttled back and forth. The scene could be described as people rubbing shoulders and sweating like rain. The world is bustling for profit. The world is bustling for profit. It's rare that this place is in good order and prosperous. It's really good. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. And Jing immediately laughed. He said proudly, Senior, this is the way our Tao imperial clan conducts ourselves. My clan's primogenitor once left behind a sentence. The Tao imperial clan should act according to the rules. It could be said that the word rules is the guiding principle of our clan. Lin Sun asked, but why doesn't this rule apply to the human clan? And Jing was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Lin Sun's attitude was. After thinking for a while, he said, the reason why humans are so lowly is that we are too weak. The weak are destined to follow the rules. Lin Sun didn't argue with him. He said, in my opinion, sooner or later, everything will change. And Jing nodded. Obviously, he didn't agree with Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun didn't want to say anything more. Wanting to change all of this wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few words. On the westernmost side of the island was a rolling green mountain range. It was filled with chaotic chi and auspicious clouds. It was a rare blessed land. This mountain was called Rainbow Reflection. There were many caves and palaces on the Rainbow Reflection Mountain. It was the territory of the Bayan imperial clan. The residence of my Tao imperial clan is located in the Spirit Shell secret realm 9 million kilometers away from the Jade Rainbow Deity Island. On the Jade Rainbow Deity Island, there are 4 martial emperor elders of my clan, as well as a rotating island master. Arriving in front of the Rainbow Reflection Mountain, Jing said, every single island master needs to be stationed here for 100 years. Firstly, it is to temper one's cultivation in the affairs of the world. Secondly, as the island master, one can obtain the most abundant cultivation resources. The island lord on duty is in Shui. As he spoke, he came to the mountain gate, took out his nameplate, and smoothly led Lin Sun into the Rainbow Reflection Mountain. Finally, they arrived at an ancient courtyard. And Jing said, Senior, this is my residence. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go find Senior Sister in Shui. Lin Sun nodded. Lin Sun nodded and sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. Then, he began to meditate. And Jing was a little surprised. This was equal to the territory of the Bayan imperial clan, and there were 4 Emperor realm elders on the Rainbow Reflection Mountain. Didn't the senior worry about being betrayed? After thinking about it, and Jing cupped his hands and left. Emperor realm elders could not be humiliated. This was also a rule, at least the Bayan imperial clan had always believed in rules. Lin Sun didn't even lift his eyelids until Jing left. Long before he entered Rainbow Echo Mountain, his enormous willpower had already sensed that there were 4 Emperor realms here. 1 was at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, 2 were at the 5th level of the Emperor realm, and 1 was at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. In addition, this place was covered with an Emperor rank killing formation. This kind of power was indeed terrifying enough to deter any thief. But for Lin Sun, it was not a threat at all. Not long after, Jing returned with a helpless face and said embarrassedly, "Senior, Shui is in closed-door cultivation. It will take her at least 10 days to finish." Lin Sun frowned and said, "At least 10 days? Well, I'll wait." He sighed in his heart. Was it so difficult to meet the Dragon Clan? Jing said in a low voice, "Senior, it should be the first time you come to the Rainbow Island. How about I accompany you?" Lin Sun thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Jing's spirit was lifted. "Senior, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Island gathers treasures from all over the world. Almost all treasures in this world can be found here. Maybe there is something that Senior needs." As he said, he took Lin Sun out of the courtyard and went out of the Snow Reflection Mountain. "Is there pure and turbid starsoul sand?" Lin Sun asked casually. Jing was stunned. This kind of divine item can be considered a rare treasure that can only be found by luck. It has appeared a few times in the past, but it was immediately bought by someone at a high price. Lin Sun nodded and asked again, "Tai Chu? Pan? Wu Jun?" Jing hesitated for a long time and said with a wry smile, "This is a treasure rarer than pure and turbid starsoul sand. Whether you can see it or not depends on your luck." Lin Sun smiled and didn't continue to ask. The two came to the bustling streets and alleys and looked around. Lin Sun also picked some treasures, all of which were rare and eccentric things that were hard to come across on the ancient starry path. Their prices were not very high, but they were not cheap either. After a long time, Lin Sun had spent millions of true dragon coins. Most of the things he bought were related to food, including meat, fruits and vegetables, seasonings and so on. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jing would have suspected that Lin Sun was a great emperor of cooking. Lin Sun's way of spending money like water shocked Jing. Millions of true dragon coins were enough to buy a high-grade profound-grade monarch weapon, but Lin Sun didn't even breathe when he squandered money. Even Jing was amazed by his extravagant way. He didn't know that the money Lin Sun spent now was from the true dragon clan. Lu Jiamei Jiang Qian Chu? Punishment? Pan Bailey Chu? Fat Bao? Wan Xiang? Xianzong? Zhenmu? Pajijing Wink. Along the way, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had been operating the clairvoyant connection, intending to see if he could find something good. Who would have thought that there were no loopholes for him to pick up? It must be known that the Heaven's Eye was the ultimate technique of the 8th successor of Mount Fongsuan, Diviner Z. This richest god of fortune of Mount Fongsuan had relied on the Heaven's Eye to sweep through all the rare treasures in the starry sky and become rich. Not long after, a noisy discussion caught Lin Sun's attention. "Is it really Tai Chu? Pan? June, how can it be fake? The Heaven's Reflection Tower has already released news that they have been entrusted by a mysterious person to auction off this treasure, and the auction will be held until midnight tonight. Let's go take a look." Hearing this, Lin Sun was stunned. Tai Chu? Pan? Badger meat carrying haze raising Xianxia Barba? Cunning and skillful in plotting at this moment, Jing also noticed the commotion, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What a fucking coincidence. On the street in the distance, many figures were gathering in the direction of the Heaven's Invisibility Tower. The scene was extremely shocking. Obviously, they were attracted by this auction. "Senior, do you want to go and have a look?" asked Jing. Lin Sun thought for a moment and looked at Jing, saying, "How about you go and have a look for me? If this treasure is real, I'll buy it." Jing was stunned and pointed at himself. "Me?" Lin Sun nodded. Jing almost thought that Lin was deliberately making things difficult for him. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to afford the price of Tai Chu. Pan? That? But the next moment Jing was full of shame and trembled. Lin took out a storage pouch, which contained more than 30 imperial weapons. Although they were all at the mysterious grade, their value was immeasurable. If these are not enough to buy Tai Chu? Pan? Turbulent trade Su Pao Huani file shake. As he spoke, Lin Sun handed another one to Jing. Opening it, Lin Sun found tens of millions of true dragon coins, a small mountain of all kinds of rare treasures, and inestimable divine materials, Jing gasped. After a long silence, he finally dared to believe that in order to buy Tai Chu? Pan? He couldn't help asking, "Why don't you go in person?" Lin Sun said, "It's not convenient." Lin Sun said, "It's not convenient." It was really not convenient. In a place like the auction, there must be a lot of people. If he was targeted by someone, it would cause a lot of trouble. Of course, Lin Sun was not afraid of trouble. The reason why he asked Jing to go was that Jing was a pure-blood descendant of the Bayan imperial family. No one dared to provoke him on the Green Rainbow Island. In addition, the treasures he gave Jing were all from the real Bayan imperial family. Jinwei Dan? Vegetable stealthy trick? Cinder ash neon bake? Locust towering gilded beer. If Jing handled the stolen goods, he wouldn't have to worry about any problems. Hurry up. When the auction is over, I will find you. Lin Sun patted the shoulder of Jing, who was still in a daze. If this thing is done, I will let you see what the real Bayan seal looks like. Jing nodded and took a deep breath. Then I'll go. Until he arrived at the Tianjian Tower, Jing suddenly remembered what the real Bayan seal was. The meaning of this sentence was too puzzling. It was even ridiculous. After all, the Bayan seal was the inheritance of the Bayan imperial family. Shaking his head, Jing stopped thinking about it. After showing his identity, he was directly arranged to the highest standard quiet room in the Tianjian Tower. At the same time, Lin Sun wandered alone on the Green Rainbow Island, still spending money like water. Rare treasures that had never been heard of, buy. Ingredients that had never been seen, buy. These specialties seemed to be interesting. Buy. Lin Sun was treated warmly wherever he went. He even caused quite a stir because of his extravagance. It wasn't long before practically all the merchants on the Emerald Rainbow Island knew that a rich and imposing tycoon had come today, and he vividly demonstrated to the world what it meant to squander money like dirt and what it meant to be capricious when rich. The true dragon coin was refined from a type of pure dark gold Taoist crystal. It was also the currency recognized by all living beings in the true dragon world. But for Lin Sun, this kind of currency was just a number without much value. If he didn't spend it now, he wouldn't be able to spend it when he returned to the starry ancient path. Really? Xingwei, why do you call me Ring or Disaster Soul? You traitorous mother twice? Mao Pinghui? Eh? Yu Zhao, Wei Wei, Pi, Melon selection now. These treasures were all Lin Sun's trophies. Except for those treasures given to Jing, Lin Sun still had a lot of them. In short, he was not short of money. It wasn't long before Lin Sun came to a special trading area, where slaves were traded. Inside the densely packed cages, there were many creatures shackled. Most of them came from some strange and weak races. The faces of every creature that had been reduced to a slave were full of numbness, as if they were goods being pointed at and judged. Lin Sun glanced around and saw some imprisoned human slaves. All with disheveled hair and ragged clothes. Almost all of them were in their teens, including men and women. "Sir, are you going to choose slaves?" A man in a silver robe came over with a smile. Lin Sun recognized at a glance that this was a creature of the bloodthirsty Greenback clan. He asked, "How many humans are there in the whole market?" The man in the silver robe said, "How many do you want, sir?" "All of them." The silver-robed man's spirits were refreshed, and he said excitedly, "My lord, to tell you the truth, the trade of human slaves on the entire Jade Rainbow all has always been controlled by our bloodthirsty green bat race, and what you see now is only a small portion." After a pause, he said tentatively, "The only thing I'm worried about is whether you can buy all of them." Lin Sun threw out a storage pouch. "You can take this as a deposit." The man in the silver robe's breathing became heavy. There were 1 million true dragon coins in the storage pouch, which was a huge sum of money. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the goods for you." The man in the silver robe quickly took out a communication jade slip and began to get busy. Not long after, a black-robed old man came from afar. The man in the silver robe went forward and talked for a while, then took a treasure pouch from the black-robed old man. "Lord, there are 387 human slaves in these cages. Among them, there are 130 children under the age of 10, and the rest are men and women between the age of 10 and 17. Added with the 17 slaves in these cages, there are 404 slaves in total." The man in the silver robe said quickly, "According to the current market price, these slaves are worth a total of 1,350,000 true dragon coins. Sir, you only need to pay another 350,000 true dragon coins, and these slaves are all yours." Lin Sun asked, "That's too little. Is there any more?" The man in the silver robe was stunned. Too little? The number of humans was small. It was already a big deal to be able to sell more than 400 slaves at once. After thinking for a while, the man in the silver robe looked around vigilantly. Then he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Sir, we still have a batch of black goods in our hands. If you really need them, we have to change the place to trade." The so-called black goods were goods of dubious origin. Once exposed, it was very likely to cause a lot of trouble. "Okay." Lin Sun nodded and agreed. Immediately, the man in the silver robe led Lin Sun away from the bustling downtown. After several turns, they came to the depths of a remote street. They pushed open the closed gate of a courtyard and walked towards the depths. In the process, Lin Sun noticed that the courtyard was covered with the power of prohibition, which could block the investigation of the outside world. Not long after, in a hall in the depths of the courtyard, a woman in a purple robe sat upright, her triangular eyes glowing with evil light. "Elder, this lady is a big buyer." The man in the silver robe came forward and explained in a low voice. After listening, the woman in the purple robe looked at Lin Sun up and down and said, "My friend, black goods are very troublesome. Maybe it will lead to a fatal disaster. Don't you worry about it?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "Since I'm here, do you think I will worry about this?" The woman in the purple robe took a deep look at Lin Sun. Without saying anything more, she waved her sleeve. With a burst of sounds, dozens of human men and women fell to the ground. Each of them was tied up and their hair was disheveled. These are all human practitioners. The weakest one has the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm, and the strongest one has the foundation of Peerless Saint King Realm. The woman in the purple robe said leisurely, "The value of these slaves is far greater than those little things who don't know how to cultivate." As she said, she got up and came to a human woman. She lifted the latter's chin and said to Lin Sun, "My friend, look, this girl is a Peerless Saint King. She is also extremely beautiful. The rarest thing is that she is still a virgin." The human woman's hair was disheveled. Her whole body was wrapped in chains branded with Taoist patterns. Her snow-white skin was full of dense whip marks. When her head was lifted, an extremely beautiful face like a flower and jade was suddenly revealed. But her face was pale and transparent, and her eyes were empty and dull as if she had no soul. When Lin Sun saw this woman, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was stirred. Yin Huan, this woman was Yin Huan, the successor of Shinji Taoist sect, the stunning beauty who was like a companion to Ao Zhentian, a pure-blood descendant of True Dragon. At that time, she and Ao Zhentian went to the ancient Desolation Realm together and invited Zhao Jingxian to leave with them to the True Dragon world. But now, she was reduced to a slave and fell into the hands of the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Sun almost couldn't believe it. And looking at her scarred body and numb and empty look, an unspeakable shock and anger also surged in Lin Sun's heart. Jingxian left with Yin Huan. Now that Yin Huan was in such a miserable situation, what about Jingxian? Did something happen to her? The woman in the purple robe didn't notice the change of Lin Sun's mood. Seeing him staring at the human female slave, she couldn't help but laugh. She said, "Looks like you are very satisfied with this batch of illegal goods." However, you have to be clear about the price. The woman in my hands is at least 20 million true dragon coins. After all, this is an end-life Saint King. If it wasn't for the fact that she is illegal, not to mention 20 million true dragon coins, there would be people who would buy her for 50 million. Of course, if you think it's too expensive, you can look at other human slaves. For example, Tao Insight Realm, only 800,000, Reincarnation Developing Realm, 1.2 million, King Realm, as the woman in the purple robe quoted, the man in the silver robe next to her waited expectantly for Lin Sun, the big buyer, to spend money. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly said, I want all of these. Is there more? The woman in the purple robe and the man in the silver robe were stunned. Not enough. It seems that you really don't have more. Lin Sun glanced at them and said, then I can only send you on your way. The man in the silver robe's face suddenly changed, and he said, what do you mean? As soon as his voice fell, he was killed on the spot by an invisible force. His body directly turned into ashes and disappeared. Whoosh, the woman in the purple robe reacted very quickly and moved out of the hall without hesitation. But in an instant, she was grabbed by the neck by Lin Sun, as if he was holding a chicken. As soon as the purple-robed woman's voice fell, her body turned into ashes and drifted between Lin Sun's fingers. At the same time, Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness. In this courtyard, the 19 bloodthirsty green bats scattered in different places all died silently and violently. Then, Lin Sun looked at Yin Huan and flicked his fingers. A stream of warm and vigorous vitality poured into Yin Huan's body. Visible to the naked eye, the scars all over her body recovered at an incredible speed, and her pale and transparent face was full of vitality. Even the chronic disease in her body and the injury of Tao were completely healed. No. After a while, Yin Huan let out a scream of horror and struggled violently, trying to fight desperately. Miss Yin Huan, it's all right. Lin Sun reached out and pressed her shoulder. His voice, like the sound of Tao, swept away the panic and restlessness in Yin Huan's heart. Her twitching and struggling delicate body quieted down as if she had just woken up from a dream. Her empty and numb eyes recovered little by little, and she was completely sober. Lin Sun? How could it be you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Looking at Lin Sun's familiar face, Yin Huan's eyes drifted, and she couldn't help wondering if she was dreaming. It's me. It's all right now. This caused Lin Sun to sigh in his heart. As the disciple of the divine mechanism Taoist sect and the peerless beauty that the seventh prince of the dragon clan, Xianxia, adored, he didn't know what sort of tragic calamity she'd experienced after she entered the true dragon world, but she'd actually been reduced to a slave that was at the mercy of others and trampled on at will. This kind of experience was too cruel. After a while, Yin Huan dared to believe all this was true. She couldn't control her inner emotions any longer. She threw herself into Lin Sun's arms and cried hoarsely. Crystal-clear tears fell down like pearls. Lin Sun only asked after she'd vented the emotions in her heart through crying, what exactly happened after all of you came to the true dragon world all those years ago? Yin Huan took a deep breath, sat up straight, wiped the red and swollen corners of her eyes, and said, Brother Lin, I know you are worried about Xianxia, but you can rest assured that she will be fine. Lin Sun's tightly clenched heart was relieved a lot. Next, Yin Huan told him everything that had happened. Dozens of years ago, when she and Xianxia brought Zhao Jingxian to the true dragon world, nothing unexpected happened. Under the arrangements of the true dragon clan, Zhao Jingxian smoothly obtained the qualifications to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering. However, an unforeseen event took place during the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering, and everything changed. Yin Huan was a human, thus she was not qualified to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering. She only learned that the information related to the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering had been sealed off. Apart from the authorities of the true dragon tribe, no one knew what had happened during the gathering. What astonished Yin Huan even more was that no matter if it was Zhao Jingxian or Xianxia, both of them had actually been directly arranged by the clan to enter the primal beginning dragon pool for closed-door cultivation. As for Yin Huan, she was expelled by the true dragon clan. At this point, Yin Huan revealed a frustrated and furious expression. At that time, I had no idea what was going on at all before I was captured by the fourth prince of the true dragon clan, Ao Xianfeng, and brought out of the dragon palace. In the end, Ao Xianfeng said that a human woman like me was not worthy of his younger brother, Ao Zhentian, and asked me to get lost as far as I could. Yin Huan's expression was filled with shame and indignation. She gritted her teeth and said, he also said that if I dared to appear again, he would definitely crush my bones and scatter my ashes. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He was very clear that Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan were truly in love with each other, and their relationship was extremely strong. When he was in the ancient desolation realm, Ao Zhentian once said that after returning to the true dragon world, he would report the relationship between him and Yin Huan to the elders of the clan, and he would marry Yin Huan no matter what difficulties he encountered. But Yin Huan was expelled by the true dragon clan. Obviously, the true dragon clan did not intend to agree to this marriage at all. Later, Yin Huan's eyes were filled with pain. Later, she was like a pitiful person abandoned by the world, and she tried every means to find Ao Zhentian again. But in the end, it was in vain. Because she was a human, no matter where she went, she would be bullied and suppressed by the beings of various clans. If it wasn't for her cultivation at the ultimate king realm, she would have probably suffered countless misfortunes. Not long ago, she was targeted by a quasi-emperor from the Baxia imperial clan, one of the 9 great imperial clans, and she was suppressed miserably. After that, she was sold as a commodity to the mysterious Yin Snake clan, and then she was robbed by the bloodthirsty Green Bat clan. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Huan couldn't help but burst into tears. Her days of drifting through the true dragon dimension during these past few years were simply like a nightmare, and it was practically a destructive blow to her. Lin Sun couldn't restrain the flames of rage in his heart when he heard all this. A dignified Saint King was extremely dazzling and noble in the ancient desolation realm, and even on the starry sky ancient path, she could be said to be an influential figure in a world. But in the true dragon world, Yin Huan had been injured miserably many times, and she was wantonly bullied and persecuted. All of this, the true dragon clan absolutely couldn't shirk the responsibility. Similarly, this was related to her identity as a human. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have asked Xianxia to come here. Although Zhao Jingxian possessed the bloodline of the true dragon, and her mother was the younger sister of the current patriarch of the true dragon clan, the blood of the human clan still flowed in her body. How would she be treated in the true dragon clan now? Miss Yin Huan, do you know the way to the dragon palace? Lin Sun asked. Yin Huan shook her head. Brother Lin, the dragon palace is the most mysterious place. Without the invitation of the true dragon clan, even those in the emperor realm can't enter. Lin Sun was slightly disappointed. He took a deep breath, forcefully restrained his worry for Zhao Jingxian, and said, this isn't a place to stay for long. I'll take you away first. Yin Huan nodded. Lin Sun took away all the human experts who were imprisoned like Yin Huan, and then left with Yin Huan. Brother Lin, why did you come to the true dragon world? On the way, Yin Huan couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun said, I'm worried about Jingxian. With a complicated look in her eyes, Yin Huan sighed faintly. Sister Jingxian is so lucky to have you as her cultivation companion. Immediately, her face changed slightly, and she said, Brother Lin, the true dragon clan most rejects marriage with outsiders. If you really have a chance to go to the dragon palace this time, you should be prepared. She recalled her humiliating experience of being expelled. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, I understand. After chatting for a while, Lin Sun saw that Yin Huan was sleepy and listless, so he invited her to enter the Endless Tower for meditation. Then he returned to the place where he had agreed with Zheng. The sky was already gray, and the night spread like a tide. Lanterns were lit up everywhere on Jade Rainbow Isle, causing it to be dazzling and bright as day, and the gorgeous shadows of the lanterns caused the entire isle to seem dreamlike. Lin Sun stood there alone, holding a wine gourd and drinking by himself. His lonely figure was incompatible with the bustling atmosphere nearby. At night, the Green Rainbow Island was even more lively than during the day. All kinds of creatures shuttled through the dense cobweb-like streets, shouting and hawking incessantly. It had been nearly half a month since Lin Sun arrived in the true dragon world. But what he had seen and heard in this half a month made Lin Sun feel repulsed and uncomfortable, as if his chest was blocked by stones. Human clan was humble and reduced to slaves, slaughtered and trampled at will. What he had seen along the way seemed to prove how miserable the situation of the human clan was. If that was all, it would be fine. But now, knowing the great changes in the All-Dragons Immortals meeting and Yin Huan's humiliating experience, Lin Sun couldn't help but suspect that this trip to the True Dragon clan would probably not go smoothly. Lin Sun drank silently, and his black eyes gradually became firm. No matter how bumpy the road ahead was, he would take Xianxia away this time. Late at night, the unprecedentedly grand auction in the Tianjin Tower finally came to an end. As the finale, Tai Chu? Pan? Bao? Zhong 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 e official edict official yi mu mu chong? A certain flounder Huan Chi Wei Wei Yan Ching Song Yao jealous? Mu? Nipple? Brilliant vinegar burial? Miaowei mi mocun long point. After settling this matter, and Jing slumped into his chair as if he had been stripped of all energy, and his heart was filled with unprecedented excitement and agitation. For the first time in his life, he tasted what it meant to be squandered. The monarch weapons were thrown out one after another as if they were worthless, causing quite a stir among the crowd. It was unknown how many people were envious, jealous, and crazy. There was no need to mention how wonderful that feeling was. At this moment, Jing still wanted more. In fact, it was also on this night that he, and Jing, became completely famous. A quasi-emperor had used dozens of emperor weapons and mountains of treasures and divine materials to obtain the title of Tai Chu? Pan? As for those experts from the Taowu imperial clan like Jing, they were all stunned. They did not dare to believe that Jing had actually become this, rich and overbearing. There were also some people with bad intentions who had planned to snatch the Tai Chu treasure after the auction ended. Pan? Raise a flock? Frame, however, when they learned that the final winner was a pure-blooded descendant of the Taowu imperial clan, their faces turned green with anger and they had to give up the idea of robbing. This was the Green Rainbow Island, the territory of the Taowu imperial clan. If Lin participated as an expert from the Cloud Spirit clan, perhaps he could also obtain the Tai Chu treasure in the end? Pan? Kill the Chu clan to exchange for the Mei clan? Parrots, sandwiches, Huey spitting beach field. This was also the reason why he chose to ask Jing for help. Although Lin Sun was standing in the crowd, his divine awareness had been covering the vicinity of the Tianjin Tower, so he had already seen everything. He could not help but feel relieved. Could he obtain the Tai Chu treasure this time? Pan? Na Bandit Meng Xian was stunned. Badger wood? Disease? After all, this kind of treasure was one of the key divine materials to condense the chaos source tree. But soon, Lin Sun frowned. Uncles, what are you doing? And Jing had a dumbfounded look on his face. As soon as he came out, he was stopped by two elders of the clan who forcibly took him back to reflecting Rainbow Mountain. You really don't know? His name was Xianxia, one of the 4 martial emperors guarding the Rainbow Reflection Mountain. He frowned with a dignified expression. What happened to me? And Jing found it increasingly strange. You bought Tai Chu Chu? Pan? Mei Mao Shi Hui Yu Mu Jia Fan Mo Jun Ting Huan Shui Concrete? Dazzling? Why was the situation so dangerous that they were completely defeated? Evil Kai Shijing? Bright and shaky orange Song Yuanjing hesitated. Is there a problem with these treasures? This is a big problem. And Tianxue said, we just received the news this morning. Is it true? Lu Zanyu stir-fried swan and I swan huang jiao jiao, and Jing was stunned for a moment before he said, could it be? He guessed a possibility, and his expression changed slightly. You're not that stupid after all. If I'm not mistaken, the treasures you squandered at the Heavenly Mirror Tower today should all be real, right? Wei Wei Dane and Tianxue said, of course. Really? Wei Wei tame and graceful? What do you mean by that? Suppressing the emperor and the polymath? In the consort's nunnery? The tail fairy of the pontoon boat Washan Tianlin also looked at Jing. And Jing's expression flickered, and just as he was about to say something, a figure appeared out of thin air and said indifferently, I asked him to help. It was Lin Sun. In an instant, and Tianxue and Tianlin narrowed their eyes and stared at Lin Sun. Soon, both of them were surprised. Even with their cultivation, they were unable to identify the person in front of them. May I ask who you are? And Tianxue cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with vigilance. He was extremely suspicious. Is it because the male capital is Jing? Retribution is wanton and unrestrained. Lin Daoyuan, Lin Sun said casually. In the ancient path of the starry sky, this was a name that could shake any orthodoxy. However, in the true dragon world, this name was extremely unfamiliar. At the very least, this was the first time Xianxia and the others had heard of it. It would appear that fellow Daoist is not from the Cloud Spirit clan. And Xianxia pondered deeply for a moment before he said, of course, all of this isn't important. I'm just curious, why would fellow Daoist use a junior of my clan? With that, he pointed at Anjing. You think too much. If it hadn't caused some unnecessary trouble, I wouldn't have asked Anjing to do it for me. After a short pause, he continued, can I have a private chat with young friend Anjing? And Tianshui and Tianlin looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what Lin Sun was thinking, but they nodded in the end. Lin Sun took Anjing, who was confused and in a trance, to the distance. He stretched out his hand and made a prohibition seal to cover this area. Then he said, now, you have known my identity. What do you think? Anjing smiled bitterly and said, I'm just a junior. I can't afford to meddle in the affairs of you big shots. As he spoke, he handed a sealed golden jade bottle to Lin Sun. Senior, is this sealed Tai Chui? Pan? Lin Sun took it in his hand and used his spiritual awareness to sense it. Then he nodded and said, yes, this is the treasure. Anjing took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Senior, this matter has been settled. Please forgive me and let me go. A true immortal that could almost kill a true immortal? A true immortal from the earth? A false immortal from the iliac curtain? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, I promise to show you the real power of the seal of Bayan. I can't break my promise. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Anjing. A brand of great Tao drilled into Anjing's glabella. Boom, Anjing felt a shock in his sea of consciousness. A seal of Bayan emerged, exuding a terrifying power. In a trance, he seemed to see that the seal of Tao turned into the figure of the ancestor, stepping on the starry sky and suppressing the world. That was a kind of power Anjing had never seen before. He had never thought that the inheritance of the seal of Bayan that he had been practicing since he was a child would be so powerful. It could even be described as incredible. A moment later, Anjing was sweating profusely and his eyes were in a trance. He suddenly remembered what Lin Sun had said. It's not that you made a mistake in your cultivation, but the inheritance you practice is wrong. Was it true? If so, did it mean that there had always been a flaw in his cultivation? Anjing's mood was agitated, and his state of mind showed signs of wavering. Lin Sun patted him on the shoulder and said, it's not too late to make up for it. You can fix it if you meditate on it carefully in the future. Anjing's state of mind calmed down immediately. With a complicated look in his eyes, he bowed and said, Senior, thank you for your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked off into the distance with an absent-minded and distracted expression. What did you do to Anjing? And Tianshui's face darkened. He noticed that there was something wrong with Anjing's state. Lin Sun smiled and said nothing more. His figure disappeared out of thin air. And Tianlin checked Anjing's body from head to toe. Then he said softly, I didn't do anything to you. It's just that your state of mind is a little unstable. And Tianshui nodded and said, let's go back to Yinghong Mountain first. If that Anshui is like you and cultivates the flawed Bayan seal, she's destined to be unable to become an emperor. Lin Sun watched Anjing's group disappear from afar. He also turned and left, disappearing into the bustling night sky. 7 days later. On Yinghong Mountain, Anshui, who was regarded as the pride of the younger generation of the Bayan Emperor clan and possessed the cultivation of a consummate quasi-emperor Ju Feng, broke out of seclusion. Anjing went to look for her as soon as he heard the news. You said that a true emperor who almost wiped out the Bayan Emperor? Bayan Emperor? Psongyam? Bayan? Gamma? Ba? Bai? Dan Jun, and Shui couldn't help but be astounded when she heard Anjing's reason for coming here. She was dressed in martial attire, and her soft black hair was just past her ears. Her features were exquisite and pretty, and her thin and slender figure was straight like a spear. Her entire body emitted an overbearing, fierce, and capable aura. That's right. Anjing nodded. And Shui sneered, such a powerful figure needs the help of a quasi-emperor Ju Feng. Who do you think will believe it? It's true. And Jing tried his best to convince Xianxia to believe him. I always feel that this matter is a little strange. And Xianxia frowned, it's better not to help. If Lin Daoyuan goes to the True Dragon clan with evil intentions, won't I be an accomplice? And Jing was stunned and said, no, what kind of existence is the True Dragon clan? Who in the world dares to harm them? Don't forget, you said that Lin Daoyuan almost destroyed the True Dragon clan. By an Emperor Jufeng? Song Kuan killed by an Emperor Jufeng. And Shui's eyes flashed, not only me, but also you can't interfere in this matter. Cut off the connection with Lin Daoyuan as soon as possible. Sister, I don't think this senior is a treacherous person. And Jing hesitated for a moment, and then told the whole story about the guidance he received from Lin's son without concealing anything. When Xianxia heard this, she was in disbelief. Is this true? And Jing looked solemn, I dare not lie about the inheritance of the clan. Can I have a look? And Xianxia asked. This matter had a great impact on her. For a moment, she was surprised and felt ridiculous, and her mood fluctuated. And Jing smiled bitterly and pointed to his head, how can I see it in my sea of consciousness? I can only experience it myself. He took a deep breath and said seriously, Sister, I have been comprehending it these days, and I have comprehended some mysteries. Have a look. As he said, his body glowed, and a Swanee seal suddenly appeared in front of him, emitting amazing fluctuations of the Great Way. The Swanee seal on the seal seemed to come to life at any time, which made people tremble. With just a glance, Xianxia understood the mystery of this Swanee seal. She couldn't help but change her expression, how much have you comprehended? Less than 1 in 10,000, and Jing replied. And Xianxia immediately said, take me to see him. And Jing scratched his head and said, but I don't know where that senior is now, go and find him. And Xianxia glared at him and said angrily, forget it, I'll go with you. She couldn't calm down. She was Quasi-Emperor Jufeng, and she was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. But all these years, she couldn't comprehend or grasp the opportunity to become a great emperor, so her cultivation had been stagnant. But now, after hearing Jing's words, Xianxia vaguely had a thought in her mind. Perhaps, the reason why she couldn't break through was because of the inheritance she cultivated. Xianxia, after some time, the big shot of the True Dragon tribe will come personally to give you pointers on how to break through. Why are you going out now? When Xianxia and Jing were about to leave, they saw that Tianxue had appeared not far away and was looking at them with a frown. I am going to the market with Jing, Xianxia said. I have been in closed-door cultivation recently, and I feel quite depressed. Just take it as a walk to relax. And Tianxue's expression softened slightly as he said, don't feel too pressured. Over the years, not only are by an imperial clan, but even those clans that are ranked among the 9 great imperial clans like us have not been able to prove their Dao and become martial emperors. But don't worry, when the big shot of the True Dragon tribe comes, he will definitely be able to solve this problem for you. And Xianxia nodded and cupped her hands. Thank you for your advice, uncle. We will go now. Go. And Tianxue waved his hand and watched Xianxia and Jing leave together. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. These young people didn't know that no matter which one of the descendants of the 9 great emperor clans had the opportunity to become a great emperor, without the guidance of the True Dragon tribe, no matter how talented they were destined to never touch the threshold of the great emperor realm. This was a core secret. Among the 9 great emperor clans, only great emperors knew about it. As for the True Dragon bloodline, it was precisely because of this special teaching method that they were able to firmly control the 9 great imperial clans. And Xianxia, in order to help you become a great emperor, our tribe paid a huge price in exchange for this opportunity from the True Dragon tribe. I only hope that nothing bad happens when you pass the tribulation and become a great emperor, and Tianxue muttered in his heart. P.S. Today's update was brought forward. Goldfish will participate in the Red Carpet live broadcast of the Writer's Year at 5:30 p.m. If you want to see Goldfish in person, you can follow Goldfish's WeChat official account. On the Green Rainbow Island. On a cliff overlooking the sea, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. Lin Sun woke up from meditation. In his sea of consciousness, Taishan Sword Sutra, Sky Sanctioning Sword Sutra, Fuyao Sword Sutra, No Return Gone, and Tao Cutting Sword in an instant had a faint echo and fit with each other. However, it was still too difficult for him to integrate them. The 5 Supreme Sword Manuals were like 5 Supreme Sword Emperors. Wanting to completely master their Grand Dao paths and turn them into his own Sword Dao was too difficult. Lin Sun was not in a hurry. The Emperor's Tao was not something that could be achieved overnight. The only thing that surprised Lin Sun was that according to his current cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to reach the perfection of the 2nd level of the Emperor Realm. When he tried to break through the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm, he would encounter the Emperor's Heart Block, which was the first major tribulation on the Emperor Realm. Lin Sun had been thinking about it recently. This tribulation was related to one's state of mind, but he had no idea what kind of tribulation he would encounter. He asked Shi and Yellow for advice and got the same answer. Every Emperor Realm would encounter different Emperor's Heart Blocks, so there was nothing to learn from them. While he was thinking, Lin Sun felt something and looked into the distance. Not long after, Jing and Shue's figures appeared and flew toward them. A faint smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. When he imparted the secret of the Sutra seal to Jing, he knew that Shui, who had been preparing for the Emperor Realm all these years, would not sit still after knowing this. This meant that instead of asking Shui for help, it was better to let Shui come to him obediently. "You're here." Lin Sun stood up and did not put on the posture of an Emperor Realm figure. Strictly speaking, he was even younger than Jing and Shui. "Senior, this is my elder sister." Jing stepped forward and introduced her respectfully. "Greetings, Senior." Shui cupped her hands and looked at Lin Sun, saying, "I think Senior should have guessed why I'm here. I dare not hide it. Although I can't help you enter the Dragon Palace, I can help you get in touch with the big shots of the true dragon tribe." "That's good." Lin Sun nodded. There was no doubt that Shui was an extremely intelligent and straightforward woman, but she had her own standpoint. With a flick of his finger, the profound brand of the Taowu seal flashed into the space between Shui's brows. The latter's body stiffened, and then she sat down cross-legged without the slightest hesitation to comprehend it in meditation. After a long time, Shui opened her eyes from meditation. When she looked at Lin Sun again, her clear eyes were filled with awe and disbelief. She finally realized that what Jing had said was actually true. The inheritance of the Xianxia Imperial clan had been training in all these years was actually not complete. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Shui bowed, and her tone became sincere. "An elder of the True Dragon clan will arrive at the Emerald Rainbow Isle in around half a month from now. At that time, I'll introduce Senior to him." Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." "Half a month, he could wait." "Senior, I have a presumptuous request. How did you master the inheritance of the Xianxia seal of our clan?" Shui hesitated for a moment, and then braced herself to ask. Jing was startled and also looked at her. This was also the biggest doubt in his heart, but he didn't have the courage to ask before. Lin Sun said casually, "It's a long story. In short, it can't be stolen from your Xianxia Imperial clan." Shui and Jing looked at each other. Of course, it couldn't be stolen. After all, the inheritance of the Xianxia Imperial clan was flawed, but the inheritance of the Xianxia seal of Lin Daoyuan was complete. Shui took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Senior, can you leave the complete inheritance behind? I believe that our Xianxia Imperial clan will be grateful to you and regard you as the supreme benefactor of our clan. Moreover, no matter what request you have, as long as it's within our power, we will definitely agree." Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "This is not something that a junior like you can decide. If there's a chance in the future, I don't mind doing it, but not now." Shui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But she also knew that this was not something a junior like her could meddle in. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell anyone about this. If I can return from the True Dragon clan, maybe I will talk to the big shots of your Xianxia Imperial clan about this." He didn't want to cause trouble, and he didn't want trouble to come to him. If the old monsters of the Xianxia Imperial clan knew about this, they would definitely use all means to keep him here. Although Shui and Jing felt strange, they still agreed. After a while, they left in a hurry. Lin Sun stayed where he was. He had finally come to a conclusion about one thing. Master Lu's inheritance of the 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon was not as simple as he thought. I'm afraid this situation is not only in the Swan and I Imperial clan, but also in the Ice Dragon Imperial clan. Diarrhea and Yue? Chaichong Lian? Guanbao Mue Lu Xiao? Xiaomu Bomi and Tan Zhuang Chun, Lin Sun pondered, an incomplete inheritance is unable to allow the younger generation of the emperor clans to have the chance to become martial emperors. However, since ancient times, the 9 great emperor clans have never lacked martial emperors. Does this mean that the inheritance of the 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon has always been regarded by the true dragon bloodline as a means to suppress the 9 emperor clans? Only with the help of the true dragon bloodline, the descendants of the 9 emperor clans who have the potential to become emperors will have the chance to become emperors? If that's the case, it'll be interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Sun smiled. No matter what, these things at least had no impact on him now. Soon, Lin Sun walked toward the bustling market with his hands behind his back. I wonder when I can find the dark parasol divine woods divine soul root and clear turbid star soul sand. A long time ago, Lin Sun had been collecting all kinds of divine woods and materials that could produce the chaos origin tree sapling. However, over the years, he had traveled to countless places, yet he had only managed to collect Fusang, Jianmu, Kunwu, and Yixiang of the 4 great divine trees. 5-colored miraculous soil and a piece of chaotic life soil. He'd only obtained primordium a few days ago on Emerald Rainbow Island. Pan? Bo? Presently, he only had the dark parasol divine woods soul root and clear turbid star soul sand before he could produce the chaos origin tree sapling. On the path to the Emperor realm, anyone who could control the chaos origin tree would possess the ability to comprehend and control the quintessence laws of chaos. However, it was extremely difficult to produce a chaos origin tree. At the very least, according to Lin Sun's knowledge, there were only 2 or 3 people that had truly produced a chaos origin tree throughout the countless years of the starry sky. The reason was that the divine woods and materials were too rare. Every single one of them could be said to be precious treasures of legend, and they could only be chanced upon by luck. For example, Lin Sun had obtained the Fusang divine tree soul root in the ancient Desolation region. But up until now, he was already a peak emperor realm, yet he was still unable to accomplish this. Unfortunately, Lin Sun's luck seemed to have been used up. In the following days, he'd been constantly walking on Emerald Rainbow Island, yet he didn't see any more divine materials that he required. Bang! On this day, a divine rainbow passageway suddenly appeared in the sky extremely far away from Emerald Rainbow Island, and then a dragon-whiskered turtle that was an entire 30 kilometers in length flashed out from the depths of the passageway while carrying a dazzling golden palace on its back. At practically the exact same moment, the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Taowu Imperial clan that resided on the island moved out in unison, and they personally headed over to greet the dragon-whiskered turtle. This scene caused an uproar on Emerald Rainbow Island at the first possible moment, because it was the arrival of a great figure from the true dragon bloodline, and the true dragon bloodline was the overlord of this world and possessed supreme might. Not to mention a great figure from the true dragon bloodline, even an attendant of the true dragon bloodline that did odd jobs was an existence that no one dared to offend in this world where a myriad of races existed side by side. He's finally here. On the precipice, Lin Sun opened his eyes from his meditation, and his divine sense swept through the sky and instantly sensed the aura of that great figure from the true dragon clan. A man in a purple robe, with brown eyes and an imposing figure, a person with a cultivation of level 6 Emperor realm. This time, it wasn't just this person who came. Just the retainers that came with him numbered more than 1,000, and all of them had very powerful auras. However, to Lin Sun, apart from this purple-robed man, no one else caught his eye. On that day, news spread that the purple-robed man was an elder of the true dragon bloodline, and his name was Ao Xinglin. His title was Dragon Emperor. Shroud of the Seas. At the same time, Zheng hurried over and invited Lin Sun to Rainbow Reflection Mountain as a guest. In the evening, in a magnificent palace on Rainbow Reflection Mountain, Tianshui and Tianlin, and the other 2 old monsters from the Taowu Imperial clan personally entertained Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas. During the banquet, toasts were exchanged, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas sat alone at the head of the table. His bearing was dignified, and he vaguely resembled a high and mighty king that was receiving the flattery of his subjects. And Tianshui and the others did not show any hint of displeasure. All of them were very enthusiastic, and revealed a faint sense of humility. Their attitudes were very low. And Xianxia and the others didn't dare to slight any clansman from the true dragon bloodline, let alone someone as important as Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas. After 3 rounds of wine, Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas finally looked towards Xianxia, who was sitting not far away. He said calmly, "This is the most dazzling genius of the younger generation in your clan?" And Xianxia hurriedly said, "Yes," and Xianxia quickly bowed to Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas. And Xianxia stood up and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Lord." Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas acknowledged and looked at Xianxia. He casually tossed out a golden edict with obscure Dao light, and it landed on the table in front of Xianxia. "Use your natal blood essence to sign on this edict." His tone was indifferent, as though he was giving alms. At this moment, Xianxia already knew that if she did this, her fate would be firmly controlled by the true dragon bloodline. If she dared to disobey, this edict would give her the most fatal blow. To put it simply, this golden edict might be able to be exchanged for a path to emperor, but once it was signed, it would be no different from selling one's body. If not for Lin Sun's guidance, Xianxia might not have been able to refuse to sign such a contract in order to become emperor. But now, she did not want to sign it. "Xianxia, what are you waiting for? A great opportunity to become emperor is right in front of you. Hurry up and sign it." Seeing that Xianxia did not move for a long time, and Xianxia could not help but feel anxious and urged her. "Can I consider it?" Xianxia's expression was uncertain as she spoke softly. "Ridiculous." And Tianlin frowned and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, do you know how difficult it is to obtain such a precious opportunity?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "This matter concerns my future cultivation. Uncles, please allow me to consider it." "Humph." Dragon Emperor Fu Hai, who was sitting at the head, snorted coldly and showed a hint of displeasure. "Little girl, I don't have time to wait for you. If you do not sign it now, I guarantee that you will never have the chance to step onto the path to emperor again." Suddenly, Xianxia and the other important figures of the Taowu imperial clan panicked. They all spoke up, either to admonish or to urge Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not move at all. This caught Xianxia and the others off guard. They could not help but be flustered and exasperated. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's face started to turn gloomy. To be rejected by such a junior was a challenge to his dignity. He stood up and said indifferently, "Forget it. Just pretend that I have never been here. In the future, your Taowu tribe can forget about inviting me here again." He walked towards the exit of the palace. "My lord, please calm down." And Xianxia and the others hurriedly stood up, apologizing and urging him to stay. However, Dragon Emperor Fu Hai ignored them and left directly. "You little girl, you are simply making trouble." And Xianxia's face turned ashen as he watched Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's figure disappear. He could not wait to punish Xianxia severely. "Xianxia, do you know how much our Taowu imperial clan has paid to invite Dragon Emperor Fu Hai? Now, all these sacrifices have been ruined." And Tianlin was so angry that his beard and hair stood on end. "And because of you, we even angered the Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover, causing our entire tribe to be implicated. You are simply too selfish." As they spoke, they rushed out together and chased after Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover in an attempt to make up for their previous mistake. And Xianxia's pretty face turned pale after being reprimanded. She clenched her fists and stood there alone. Her heart was incomparably sullen and furious. In order to become an emperor, he had to place his fate in the hands of the true dragon bloodline. It was better not to give up such an opportunity. Even without his guidance, I can still achieve the breakthrough. And Xianxia thought to herself. On the Rainbow Echo Mountain, Jing led Lin Sun on the mountain road and transmitted his voice, "Senior, the Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover is a big shot. I'll go and report to him later. Sister Xianxia will also help to put in a good word for you. She will definitely fight for a chance to meet you." As he was speaking, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of Rainbow Reflecting Mountain. A huge dragon-whiskered turtle slowly rose into the air. On its back, there was a magnificent palace. It seemed to be planning to leave. At the same time, Lin Sun saw Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover, dressed in a purple robe and wearing a gloomy expression. He stepped into the air and walked towards the dragon-whiskered turtle. As for Tianxia and Tianlin and the other two old monsters, they looked terrified and pleading as they chased after Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover, trying to make him stay. This made Lin Sun instantly realize that something had gone wrong. And Zhou also saw the scene and couldn't help but be stunned. A bad premonition surged in his heart. When he turned his head to look at Lin Sun beside him, he realized that Lin Sun had already disappeared. "Sir, please give face to our tribe and allow us to make up for this mistake." At the top of Rainbow Reflecting Mountain and Tianxia and the rest begged bitterly. If they let Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover leave in anger, the consequences would be extremely severe. "Don't worry, I won't go so far as to argue with a little girl. However, I'm destined not to come and ask for trouble again in the future." Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover said expressionlessly, unless what? And Tianxui's eyes were filled with hope as though he was grasping at straws. Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover said calmly, "That little girl's talent is not bad. I want her to follow me and be a servant." Servant, that was completely a servant role. Moreover, she had to serve Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover and satisfy his desire for women, and Tianxuia and the rest felt their hearts turn cold. And Shui was the most dazzling genius of the younger generation of the Tao imperial tribe. She was a true Ju Tao quasi-emperor and the hope of the entire tribe. However, Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover proposed to take her as a servant. This was no longer as simple as a punishment. This was more of a humiliation to Shui and a warning to the Tao imperial tribe. "What, you're not willing? Then this matter ends here." Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's eyes were cold as he stepped into the air and left. He was a rank 6 martial emperor of the true dragon bloodline. Now that he had taken the initiative to come to the Tao imperial tribe, he was humiliated by a little girl. He was extremely angry. He was doing this to protect his own dignity. However, before he could enter the palace on the back of the dragon-whiskered black turtle, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "Fellow Daoist, please wait." Just as the voice sounded, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's path. Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover frowned when he was suddenly blocked. His face darkened and he said expressionlessly, "And Tianxuia, who is this?" And Tianxuia and the rest were also extremely shocked. Why did Lin Daoyuan appear? Before they could speak, Lin Sun said indifferently, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I have something to discuss with you." Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's eyes were cold. "Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to chat with me? If you don't want to die, scram." His voice was cold. This was the first time he had met such a reckless person. Among the tens of thousands of tribes in this world, who dared to speak to him like this, however, this person before him not only blocked his path, but also spoke in a tone that said he was overestimating himself. He was simply tired of living, and Tianxuia was just about to speak about what had happened to the true dragon imperial tribe when Tianlin, who was beside him, secretly stopped him. And Tianlin reminded him telepathically, "We cannot interfere in this matter." At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly laughed. His eyes were deep as he said, "Your performance has made my opinion of the true dragon bloodline even worse. You're courting death." Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover slapped out. Boom, the heavens and earth were in chaos and the clouds exploded. Surging laws of the Great Path interweaved and condensed in that terrifying palm power, releasing a world-destroying aura. A lawless realm being could easily kill an ordinary emperor realm being with just a casual strike. Its power was unparalleled. As an innate spirit race emperor of the true dragon tribe, he had an overwhelming advantage over those in the same realm. His terrifying foundation. This was the terror of the true dragon bloodline. At this moment, Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's palm was filled with anger. One could imagine how terrifying its power was. At the very least, when they saw this palm, and Tianxuia and the other old monsters felt a suffocating sense of despair. Lin Sun's expression did not change as he similarly reached out with his palm. It was a simple move, but there seemed to be formless power that crushed the palm power easily. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers together and grabbed. Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's wrist was instantly grabbed. He almost did not dare to believe his eyes. He activated all the power in his body to fight back. However, Lin Sun's palm was like a bottomless abyss, engulfing and annihilating all the power that he released. Lin Sun grabbed his wrist tightly and did not move at all. Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's expression changed. He finally realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Lin Sun said calmly, "If you move again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Boom, as he spoke, a tsunami-like power erupted from his palm. It broke through Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's defense power like a flood, surging into his limbs and bones. In an instant, all the power in Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's body was restrained. Lin Sun grabbed his wrist, which prevented him from falling from the void. He was shocked and furious. He opened his mouth to shout, but he could not even make a sound. His face turned green from anger. This, and Xianxia and the others were stunned. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover was restrained. They did not even have time to react, until now, when they saw Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover being held by Lin Sun like a powerless sheep, they were all shocked and shocked. This was an important person of the true dragon bloodline, a Dragon Emperor. Who in the world dared to disrespect him? Who dared to offend him? But now, such a thing was happening right before their eyes. Bang, Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover was knocked unconscious by Lin Sun and kept. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked towards Xianxia and the others. These old monsters from the Tao imperial race all looked wary and wary. They saw Lin Sun as a scourge. In the end, Lin Sun still shook his head. He turned and walked towards the dragon-whiskered turtle in the distance. This was Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover's mount. Roar! The dragon-whiskered turtle roared, "How dare you be so rude to my master? No matter who you are, what status and cultivation you have, no one in this world can save you." Bang! Lin Sun punched through the air. The dragon-whiskered turtle's head was almost smashed. It was in so much pain that it let out a heart-wrenching scream. "If you don't listen to me, I'll stew you," Lin Sun said as he arrived at the palace that the dragon-whiskered turtle was carrying. There were thousands of retainers around the magnificent palace. There were men and women. When Lin Sun arrived, they still didn't understand what had happened. Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to say anything. He waved his sleeve and a sky full of Taoist light surged out. He suppressed and knocked these retainers out one by one. After that, he walked directly into the hall, and he didn't even look back as he spoke. "Old turtle, leave Jade Rainbow all first. If you dare to play any tricks, then I guarantee that both you and your lord will die a horrible death. If you don't believe me, then you can feel free to give it a try." The dragon-whiskered turtle hesitated for a moment and finally gave in. It let out a sorrowful and angry roar. Its huge body rose into the sky and moved towards the distance of the green rainbow island. P.S. From today until Goldfish returns home, try to update twice every day at noon. Watching the dragon-whiskered tortoise carrying the palace and Lin Sun away, and Xianxia and the other old monsters came to their senses. Lin Daoyuan, kidnapped Dragon Emperor Fu Hai. What is he trying to do? Someone was shocked. He almost slaughtered the Zhenhou imperial clan, and now he's on bad terms with a big shot of the Zhenhou clan. He's playing with fire. Someone was bewildered. This happened on the Green Rainbow Island of our Tao clan. If the Zhenhou clan knows about it, we'll be implicated too. Someone looked worried. That senior left just like that, and Jing was also in a trance when he saw this scene. Only he knew that Lin Sun was going to the Dragon Palace, but he didn't expect that Lin Sun would use such a violent method. "And Shui, do you know what you've done?" And Tianxue and Tianlin, and the other old monsters returned to the hall. When they saw Shui, they were all furious. In their opinion, what happened today was completely caused by Shui, and Shui suddenly asked, "Uncle, did you also sign the Golden Decree when you became a martial monarch?" And Tianxue and the others looked at each other and snorted. Obviously, they all agreed. Handing your fate to others in exchange for a chance to become an emperor. No wonder you're so afraid of the Zhenhou clan. And Shui sighed softly. "And Shui, you don't know how to repent. How dare you mock us?" And Tianxue and the others looked terrible. They thought Shui was mocking them. "I'm not mocking you. I'm just stating the facts. If your fate is controlled by others, so what if you become an emperor? You still have to be submissive to the Zhenhou clan. And Shui took a deep breath and said, "But I'm different. I don't have to sign the decree to become an emperor." And Tianshui laughed in anger, "Ignorant. It is not only our Mowgli clan. Regardless of who among the 9 great imperial clans wishes to become martial emperors, they will need the help of the true dragon lineage. Only by signing the origin talisman will the true dragon lineage lend a hand. This situation has existed since Ming Luo Dragon Emperor 100,000 years ago. No one has been able to change it. No one can break this rule. Even you can't." As he finished speaking, and Tianshui's voice carried resentment. If they weren't forced, how could they have been willing to hand their fates over to another? After a moment of silence, and Shui asked, "What exactly is the help of the true dragon?" And Tianshui said coldly, "It's a forbidden inheritance that belongs to the true dragon bloodline. It's called the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, and it's targeted at the supreme inheritance of the 9 great imperial clans. This forbidden inheritance has always been controlled by the clan leader of the true dragon bloodline. It's also because of this inheritance that the true dragon bloodline is able to control and command the 9 great imperial clans until now. Do you understand now?" And Shui was stunned. She immediately realized that Senior Lin Daoyuan might be the one who had inherited the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. However, how could such a taboo inheritance be controlled by someone other than the clan leader of the true dragon tribe? "Now, do you know how much trouble you've caused? Now, not only did you lose the chance to become a martial emperor, even our Swanee clan has offended the true dragon clan." At this point, and Tianshui was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. "If your father and the elders of the clan find out about this, you will definitely be in serious trouble." The other old monsters' faces were also frosty, and they were full of depression. "Uncles, look at this." Suddenly, and Shui took a deep breath and formed a Swanee seal. The Swanee seal gave off dazzling Taoist light, and the shadow of a Swanee seal seemed to appear, trampling through the starry sky and stirring up the heavens. At first, and Tianshui and the others did not understand what and Shui meant. However, after staring at the Swanee seal for a while, they were all stunned. How could they not recognize that it was a complete Swanee seal with a core ultimacy? "You. How could you?" "This is impossible," and Tianshui and the others were a little confused. They asked one after another, "What on earth is going on?" And Shui thought to herself, "Senior Lin, you've already left. It's destined that no more trouble will come to you. I hope you can understand." Then, she gritted her teeth and told them how she and Njing had received guidance from Lin Sun. After learning all this, and Tianshui and the others almost did not dare to believe their ears. After a while, they called Njing to them and asked him to show them the profoundness of the Swanee seal. Only then did they finally dare to believe that all of this was true. "Does this mean that Lin Daoyuan has mastered the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon?" And Tianshui gasped. He knew all too well how shocking this fact was. For example, the cultivators of the 9 great imperial clans were all shackled by an invisible chain that prevented them from touching the threshold of becoming emperor. The 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon that was controlled by the clan leader of the True Dragon clan was like a key that could unlock the shackles on the 9 great imperial clans. Originally, this key had been controlled by the clan leader of the True Dragon bloodline for 100,000 years. If the cultivators of the 9 great imperial clans wanted to become emperors, they could only obey and hand their fate over to the true dragon bloodline. But now, this key was no longer unique. Another key had appeared in the hands of a cultivator who was completely unrelated to the true dragon bloodline. This also meant that as long as the 9 great imperial clans acted and seized this key, they would be able to completely solve the problem of the shackles on them. At that time, who would be stupid enough to hand their fate over to the true dragon bloodline? This is a chance to change the fate of the clan. And Tianshui was so excited that his breathing was heavy and his limbs were trembling. The other old monsters were the same. They might not be able to control their own fate in this lifetime, but as long as they seized this opportunity, the next generation of the clan could completely break the shackles. After a while, and Tianshui calmed down and could not help but say in annoyance, "Shui'er, why didn't you say something so important earlier? If I had known this would happen, I would have done everything I could to make Lin Daoyuan stay and treat him as the most distinguished guest." The other old monsters were also helpless. And Shui said in a low voice, It's not that I didn't want to say it, but that senior didn't allow it. He had already guessed that once he said it, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. And Xianxia said angrily, "Did you think that we would rob him?" And Shui said seriously, "If that senior doesn't agree, will you hold back?" And Xianxia and the others looked at each other. In the end, they smiled bitterly and sighed. Indeed, when faced with an opportunity that could change the fate of their entire race, they might indeed be unable to resist doing this, and Shui hurriedly said, "But don't worry, uncles. That senior said that if he does, he will not be able to do anything. Now that I've successfully returned from the true dragon bloodline, I might be able to discuss this matter with the higher-ups of our clan." And Xianxia and the others immediately perked up. However, at the thought of how Lin Sun had dared to kidnap the Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover, and Xianxia and the rest could not help but feel depressed. Even if Lin Daoyuan could reach the Dragon Palace this time, how could he walk out smoothly? No matter what, we must report this matter to the Patriarch immediately. And Xianxia made a decision. If possible, it would be best to let the entire 9 great imperial clans know about this. Let them know that Lin Daoyuan is someone who can change the fate of the 9 great imperial clans. If anything happens to him, this opportunity will be completely gone. After pausing for a moment, his eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, "In this way, the 9 great imperial clans might not be able to help much, but they will definitely not watch Lin Daoyuan be killed by the true dragon bloodline." Everyone nodded to themselves. Over the countless years, many clansmen from the 9 great imperial clans had been dispatched to the Dragon Palace to serve as guards and servants. If Lin Daoyuan met with any mishap in the Dragon Palace, perhaps the 9 great imperial clans could mobilize their clansmen to help him in the Dragon Palace. In that case, as long as he survived and could walk out of the Dragon Palace successfully, he would definitely be grateful to the 9 great imperial clans for saving him. Of course, this was all based on the premise that Lin Daoyuan really had a chance to enter the Dragon Palace. This matter must be done as soon as possible. I believe that after the other imperial clans learn of this matter, they will definitely make the same decision as our Tao clan. However, this matter cannot be known by too many clansmen. Otherwise, if the true dragon bloodline were to learn of it, we 9 great imperial clans will definitely be dealt a heavy blow. And Xianxia ordered. On this day, and Tianlin brought in Shui along as they left Jade Rainbow all hastily, and they returned to the Tao clan to take action. After learning all of this, the higher-ups of the Tao race made a unanimous decision without hesitation. No matter what, they couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Soon, the upper echelons of the Tao clan personally set out, heading to the Ice Dragon, Fu Hu, Pu Lao, Qionyou, Yazi, and the other emperor clans. Although this opportunity was tempting, it involved a taboo inheritance like the 9 transformations of the Tribulation Dragon. Their Tao clan couldn't handle it alone, so they had to unite more forces. If the 9 great imperial clans were able to join hands, it would undoubtedly be the best situation. In the following period of time, all kinds of good news began to spread to the Mangmang imperial clan in succession. The Ice Dragon imperial clan has agreed to the alliance. The Puleo imperial clan has agreed to the alliance. The Basha imperial clan has agreed to. In the end, the other 8 great imperial clans all clearly expressed that they would join hands with the Tao clan in this matter. They must firmly grasp this excellent opportunity. At this point, the 9 great imperial clans that had always been subordinate to the true dragon bloodline for the past 100,000 years had quietly and secretly formed a close alliance. And all of this was caused by Lin Sun's appearance. Lin Sun probably didn't expect that because of the 9 transformations of the Tribulation Dragon, the 9 great imperial clans would instead have some ideas. Some ideas related to changing the fate of their clans, like a lightly flapping butterfly's wings. It inadvertently created a turbulent storm that was destined to affect the entire situation of the world. In the sky above the turbulent sea, the dragon-whiskered black tortoise was shivering and shrinking in uneasiness. On its back, in the palace, the atmosphere was depressing. Lin Sun sat on the main seat and looked down at Dragon Emperor Shrouding Sea. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Dragon Emperor Shrouding Sea was fuming with rage. His face turned green and he looked like he wanted to skin Lin Sun alive. "I just want to know how to get to the Dragon Palace. Why are you so angry? Could it be that you are used to being high up all these years?" Is it hard for you to accept that you are suddenly thrown down to the mortal world? Lin Sun said casually. Let me put it this way. If not for some reason, do you really think I will waste my breath on you? I will just search your soul. Dragon Emperor Xianxia's eyes were filled with rage and hatred. He said hoarsely, I am a true dragon. How can I lower my head like this? If you want to kill me, just do it. But I have to tell you that whoever offends the true dragon bloodline will be exterminated. Exterminated, just 2 words, but the coldness in them was enough to chill the hearts of all the races in the world. This was not nonsense. With the supreme dominating aura of the true dragon bloodline, they did have such a foundation. Unfortunately, it was useless against Lin Sun. He got up and came before Dragon Emperor Xianxia. I will give you one last chance. Don't force me to use force. His calm voice was filled with an inviolable tone. Dragon Emperor Xianxia couldn't help but mock, do it if you dare? Lin Sun nodded and said, Yellow, haven't you always wanted to taste the real dragon's meat? I'll leave this old worm to you. As he spoke, he released Big Yellow from the Tower of Endless. He. Big Yellow's eyes lit up when he saw Dragon Emperor Xianxia. He laughed sinisterly and excitedly, saliva dripping from his mouth. Dragon Emperor Xianxia was stunned and then terrified. He could sense that this Big Yellow was extremely terrifying and had a deadly dangerous aura. What do you want to do? Dragon Emperor Xianxia gritted his teeth and his attitude was shaken. Big Yellow was instantly unhappy. As a noble emperor of the true dragon race, how can you be a coward? Come. Show me your backbone. You would rather die than submit. It was still waiting to eat dragon meat and taste the dragon soup. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's expression kept changing. Anger and humiliation surged in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. He had lost all his face and dignity. Now, he was even being treated as a meal by a dog. I only want to know 3 things. As long as you answer truthfully, I promise I won't make things too difficult for you. Lin Sun said, let's talk about the first thing first. What happened at the 10,000 Dragons Immortals meeting that year? Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's expression changed abruptly as he said warily, this is a secret of my true dragon race. Why do you want to know about this? Lin Sun said, I'm asking you. Pa, Big Yellow slapped the back of Dragon Emperor Shroud's head. Old worm, if you don't cooperate obediently, do you believe that I will dig out your dragon liver? As it spoke, sparkling and translucent saliva dripped from its mouth. Dragon liver. That was the essence of heaven and earth. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai saw stars from the slap. Looking at Big Yellow's drooling face, he was so embarrassed and furious that he wanted to fight this yellow dog to the death. But in the end, he controlled himself and said, I have nothing to say about this. Even if you search my soul, it is destined to be futile. His face was full of determination. Lin Sun frowned. Obviously, the meaning behind Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's words was very clear. If his soul was really searched, he had a way to stop Lin Sun from getting the answer he wanted. An incident that occurred during the All Thousand Dragons Immortal Gathering had caused a 6th-level martial emperor to be unwilling to divulge the truth even if he had to die. It was obvious that this incident was no small matter. Do you want me to teach this old worm a lesson? Big Yellow gritted his teeth at the side and was tempted to make a move. Lin Sun shook his head and asked again, where is the Dragon Palace? This time, Dragon Emperor Fu Hai only hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, without the support of the strong cultivators of my tribe, even if you know the location of our ancestral land, you are destined to be unable to enter. After a pause, his expression turned cold as he stared at Lin Sun. Of course, if you really have the guts to go there, I don't mind telling you. In this world, who didn't know that the Dragon Palace was the place where the bloodline of the true dragons resided? Who would dare to barge in, even if it was an Emperor realm existence? He would definitely not be able to return. Speak, Lin Sun didn't think much and asked directly. The land of the Dragon Palace was destined to be a real dragon's pool and tiger's den. It was incomparably dangerous and scary, but Lin Sun had a reason to go. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai was silent for a moment before he said, I can lead the way for you. Slap, Big Yellow slapped the back of his head again and said to Lin Sun, this old thing is not obedient. If he leads the way, once we enter the Dragon Palace, there will definitely be many changes. In my opinion, we should just search his soul directly. Let him lead the way. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. At present, he still couldn't judge whether Zhao Jingxuan's situation was good or bad. If he rashly killed an important person in the clan who was related to her by blood, it would probably be inappropriate. He took a deep breath and asked, the third thing. Recently, did a woman named Star Destroyer come to the bloodline of the true dragons? Dragon Emperor Fu Hai was stunned. Who is this woman? Lin Sun said, she came from the other side of the starry sky. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's pupils shrank and he immediately shook his head. I can tell you clearly that this Star Destroyer didn't come to the Dragon Palace. Lin Sun and Big Yellow looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. According to what second senior brother said, this Star Destroyer had already taken action and came to the Dragon World. But why didn't she go to the territory of the true dragons until now? However, this was also good news. As long as Star Destroyer didn't come, it meant that she hadn't obtained the ancestral dragon blood. It was destined that she wouldn't be able to recover the nameless Supreme Emperor who was only left with a remnant soul. Since things have come to this, may I ask who you are and why you insist on going to the Dragon Palace of my tribe? Dragon Emperor Fu Hai suddenly asked. He was really puzzled. In the Dragon World, which strong cultivator dared to be so bold? Wasn't he afraid of being exterminated, but this man and dog in front of him seemed to have no scruples. This made Dragon Emperor Fu Hai feel that it was unbelievable. My name is Lin Sun. Lin Sun's heart shook. When he said his name, he stared closely at Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's expression. As expected, hearing this name, Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's pupils shrank and his expression changed. He seemed to be in disbelief. Without Lin Sun asking, he already cried out, this is impossible. Many years ago, my tribe has already sunk the path to the starry sky ancient path. The path of cultivation has been cut off forever. How can you still reach it? Lin Sun's heart shook when he heard this. He suddenly grabbed Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's neck and lifted him up. His eyes were terrifyingly cold and he said word by word, you cut off the path between the Dragon World and the starry sky ancient path just to prevent me from finding it? At this moment, Big Yellow also realized that something was wrong. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's neck was being grabbed and he found it difficult to breathe. He also realized that he had just revealed a secret that he should not have. But he did not panic. Instead, he laughed hideously and said, Lin Sun, haha. You are that human bastard who tarnished the dragon lady of my tribe. Where is Lu Boya? Why didn't that old bastard come with you? Bang! Lin Sun threw him to the ground and said with a gloomy expression, it seems that the true dragon bloodline has long known of my existence. And, you even see me as an enemy. At this moment, the result that he was most unwilling to see had finally been confirmed. The true dragon bloodline was filled with hostility towards Lin Sun, and this was because of the matter between him and Jingxian. Lin Sun thought of Yin Huan, who had been humiliated and chased away by the fourth prince of the true dragon bloodline, Ao Xianfeng. For a moment, his mood became heavy. He knew that from this moment on, he had to prepare for the worst. Should I smash this old worm and extract his spirit? Big Yellow also sensed that something was wrong with Lin Sun's mood. His tone also became murderous. Ha ha ha, if you kill me, you will only die more miserably. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai laughed hideously. Lin Sun, you really shouldn't have come. Do you know that from the moment the All-Dragon Immortal Gathering ended, the person that the true dragon bloodline wants to kill the most is you, human bastard? If not because of some reason, my tribe would have long charged to the starry ancient path and torn you into pieces. You old bastard, you are already in such a situation and still so arrogant. You are courting death. Big Yellow was so angry that he directly raised his claws and slapped Dragon Emperor Fu Hai. The slaps were crisp and clear. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's face was swollen, blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and his teeth fell off. Even his mind was in a daze. At this moment, Lin Sun had already guessed something. With a cold expression, he said, in that case, the huge change that happened at the All-Dragon Immortal Gathering has something to do with Jingxian? Dragon Emperor Fu Hai suddenly shut his mouth and only sneered. Do you want to know? It was as if I just don't want to tell you. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and completely calmed himself down. Then he said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you don't say. When I go to the Dragon Palace, everything will be revealed. You are courting death. I can't wait for you to go and die." Dragon Emperor Fu Hai laughed hoarsely. His face was red and swollen, and his hair was disheveled. He looked a little crazy. "Are you really not going to kill this old bastard?" Big Yellow couldn't help but ask. "Let him lead the way." Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. "Big Yellow, prepare yourself with Shi and Xia Ji. After entering the Dragon Palace, there might be a conflict." Big Yellow nodded. Although he was extremely arrogant, he also knew that this trip would be accompanied by great danger. He had to make some preparations in advance. Dragon Emperor Fu Hai was still sneering. Since ancient times, no one could shake the Dragon Palace. To him, Lin Sun and the others were like moths flying into a flame. They were courting death. Not long after, the huge dragon-whiskered black tortoise flew into the sky and shifted towards the distant ocean. Gradually, it disappeared from the world. P.S. First day of the month, please guarantee the monthly ticket 3 days later. The dragon-whiskered black tortoise passed through dozens of space barriers and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Eventually, it reached a clear, peaceful, and tranquil ocean. The boundless ocean was enshrouded in strands of chaotic aura, and even the surface of the ocean was covered in a rain of auspicious light that was like mist and mist. This was completely different from the other seas of the East Sea. It was filled with a sacred aura. In the distance, there was an ancient stone tablet that was thousands of feet tall. It stood on the surface of the sea, and its bottom was submerged in the seawater, so it could not be seen. The stone tablet was ancient and suffused with the aura of the vicissitudes of time. 2 words were inscribed on it with the primitive characters of the dragon clan, "See Calming." The dragon-whiskered black tortoise stopped. In the palace, Lin Sun saw this scene from a distance and nodded secretly. He had heard from Anjing that the entrance to the Dragon Palace was located on the surface of a sea where a sea calming monument stood. "How can I get in?" Lin Sun asked. At the side, Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's expression was unsettled. "Of course, I will bring him along. Otherwise, no matter who it is, as long as he is not a member of my true dragon bloodline, it is destined that he will not be able to enter." "Not necessarily." Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. "As long as I wait here, sooner or later I will catch the real dragon coming out of the Dragon Palace." Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's expression changed slightly. "What are you trying to do?" Bang! Big Yellow attacked, and with a slap, Dragon Emperor Fu Hai fainted. He laid on the ground softly. "Are you really not going to kill them?" Big Yellow swallowed its saliva. Such an important figure must have left behind some sort of life soul lamp in the clan. Once he dies, it will definitely alarm the clan. Lin Sun said casually, "If we can return smoothly this time, we can make a pot of dragon meat to eat." Big Yellow immediately nodded. "You're right." Next, Lin Sun took action. In just a short while, he had collected Dragon Emperor Shroud of the Seas and his entourage, imprisoning them within the Tower of Endless. In the end, even the huge dragon-whiskered turtle was put away by Lin Sun. "Big Yellow, you also hide in the Tower of Endless for the time being. After I sneak into the Dragon Palace, you can take action if the situation is not right," Lin Sun warned. Of course, Big Yellow had no objections. Soon, only Lin Sun was left in this tranquil and peaceful sea. He waited there alone. According to the information Lin Sun had learned, there were 49 entrances to the Dragon Palace, and there was a sea calming tablet near each entrance. Rumor had it that the 49 sea calming steels were the ultimate treasures of the true dragon bloodline. They had been suppressing the forbidden zone for life under the East Sea, allowing countless living beings to walk safely on the vast East Sea for countless years. The most mysterious Dragon Palace in the hearts of all the clans in the world was located in the core area covered by the 49 sea-quelling tablets. It was a marvelous secret realm. The sea area where Lin was now was one of the 49 entrances to the Dragon Palace, which was the exclusive access route for the bigwigs of the Dragon Palace. At the same time, Lin Sun already knew that the true dragon bloodline was extremely profound. Such a congenital spirit clan stood above all other spirits and had unimaginably terrifying talents. If one were to make a strict comparison, then the might of the true dragon bloodline was sufficient to rival the 6 great Tao courts of the primordial world and the 3 great giants of the dark world. In the true dragon world, the true dragon bloodline was the only ruler. Needless to say, entering the dragon palace was bound to be extremely dangerous. However, Lin Sun did not intend to force his way in, and he had made all kinds of preparations on his way here. What on earth happened at the 10,000 Dragons Immortals meeting, and why was that accident caused by Xianxia? The bloodline of the true dragon hates me so much that they're even worried that I'll come looking for them. They didn't hesitate to sink the path leading to the starry sky ancient path. Is it really just because of my relationship with Xianxia? Lin Sun thought in silence. Splash! After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sea near the distant sea calming steel tumbled and a huge portal emerged, from which a group of figures walked out. The leader was a man in a bright yellow dragon robe and a feather crown, exuding a kind of arrogance that belonged to the true dragon bloodline. The dragon-robed man was followed by a group of retainers, both men and women. Obviously, they were not the descendants of the true dragon, but their auras were more amazing than the others. You are, from the True Ho clan? The dragon-robed man saw Lin Sun from afar. He was stunned at first, and then he recognized the aura of the True Ho clan from Lin Sun. Of course, this was Lin Sun's disguise. He calmly cupped his hands. Child, you have sharp eyes. I am Ho Tianqing of the True Ho clan, and I have come to visit you for something. The dragon-robed man nodded reservedly and said, which elder of my clan sent you here? Only the big shots of the true dragon bloodline could reach this sea area, which made him subconsciously think that Lin Sun had a relationship with an elder. Lin Sun took out a purple token carved with a dragon-shaped totem, and said, I am here under the order of the Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover. This is the token. As he spoke, he handed the token across the air. The dragon-robed man checked it and nodded. Yes, this is the token of my 6th uncle. What are you here for this time? Lin Sun said without hesitation, I want to visit the 7th prince, Xianxia. The dragon-robed man frowned. You want to see my 7th brother? Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, I hope child can help me. The dragon-robed man was slightly puzzled. Didn't 6th uncle tell you that my 7th brother has been grounded a long time ago? Not to mention meeting guests, he can't even take a step out of his house? Lin Sun's heart trembled, but he said, the Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover only said that I can go to the Dragon Palace to visit the 7th prince with his token. As for other matters, I really don't know. The dragon-robed man pondered and said, forget it. Since you have 6th uncle's token, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll bring you to see my 7th brother right now. Lin Sun immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could sneak into the Dragon Palace and contact Xianxia, then many things could be revealed. A retainer could not help but remind, 4th prince, are we still going to? Before he finished speaking, the dragon-robed man interrupted, there's no hurry. It won't be too late to set off after I send this friend from the True Ho clan to my 7th brother's residence. As he spoke, he turned around and took out a fiery red jade token, which he pointed at the sea calming steel. Buzz, the sea roiled, and a vortex door appeared. Let's go. The dragon-robed man led the way. Lin Sun glanced at his back and followed. He thought to himself, 4th prince? It seems that this guy is Ao who expelled Yin Huan from the Dragon Palace. Xianfeng? Lin Sun did not say anything. He followed Ao, Xianfeng and the others obediently and entered the vortex door. When Lin Sun's vision became clear, he entered a secret realm. It was vast and boundless, and the world was filled with a thick aura of chaos ancestral root. At the same time, there were all kinds of vigorous dragon chi that turned into auspicious clouds and rays of light, spreading over the sky. It was magnificent and brilliant. On the ground, the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees were all extremely huge, and the soil was filled with abundant vitality. As he breathed casually, his mouth and nose were filled with pure and surging heaven and earth yuan chi, which made him feel relaxed and happy. It was as if he was in the legendary immortal land. Lin Sun was keenly aware that Ao Xuanfeng's eyes were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. He immediately sighed with emotion. Is this the Dragon Palace world? It's really a first-class blessed place in the world. Ao Xianfeng smiled with undisguised pride and said, it's no exaggeration to say that in the whole world, Perhaps only the place where the immortal Emperor clan lives on the other side of the starry sky can compare with our dragon palace. As he spoke, he took the lead to move forward. Along the way, they saw vast mountains and rivers, verdant fields, and sometimes flocks of swan and spirit birds flew in the sky, sprinkling a string of clear and crisp cries. On the ground, auspicious spirit beasts could be seen everywhere. Lin Sun had to admit that the Dragon Palace world was really magical and completely different from what he had imagined. In his divine awareness, he sensed countless terrifying auras along the way, distributed in different territories. Some lurked in the abyss, some perched on the cliff, and some lay quietly under the lake. There was no doubt that those terrifying auras belonged to the tyrannical existences of the true dragon clan, living in different territories. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that there were many creatures of other clans in the Dragon Palace world, all of whom were either handsome and beautiful or had strong enough auras. Lin Sun even saw creatures of the 9 great emperor clans, such as Tao Wu, Bing Wu, Pu Lao, Yazi, and Chao Feng. However, these beings from the 10,000 races all served as servants, guards, stewards, lackeys, and so on. All the clans in the world respect our true dragon bloodline. Those who can be selected to serve in the Dragon Palace world are the best in their respective clans. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter this place. Ao Xianfeng said leisurely with the attitude of a monarch, regarding all the creatures in the world as his subjects. Lin Sun took the opportunity to ask, "Child, are there any Emperor Realm existences serving in the Dragon Palace world?" "Of course." Ao Xianfeng smiled reservedly. "For example, some Emperor Realm existences of the 9 great Emperor clans will be employed as elders of our clan." One of the retainers said flatteringly, "Friend, you might not know this, but there are 3 Emperor Realm revered elders following the 4th prince. Just like us, they are loyal to the 4th prince and obey his every command." Lin Sun gasped in surprise. Of course, half of it was feigned, and the other half was from the bottom of his heart. As far as he knew, there were 9 princes and 4 princesses among the lineal descendants of the true dragon bloodline. The 4th prince alone had 3 Emperor Realm practitioners as retainers. How many Emperor Realm practitioners were there in the whole true dragon bloodline? In addition, there was no shortage of terrifying existences among the big shots of the true dragon bloodline. In this way, one could see some clues about the terrifying foundation of the true dragon bloodline. As they spoke, a grand and precipitous black-colored mountain quickly appeared in the distance. It rose and fell continuously, and the boundlessly enormous mountain was covered in numerous blood-colored chains of the Grand Tao that were thick like buckets. They hung down like a waterfall, and they were suffused with terrifying fluctuations of restrictions. This is the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. All clansmen who have committed grave mistakes will be imprisoned here, grounded here, or suppressed here, Ao Xianfeng said indifferently. Ao Xianfeng spoke indifferently. All those years ago, 7th brother committed a grave mistake because he fell in love with a lowly human woman, and he was placed under house arrest by my father. Now that I think about it, it has already been a few tens of years since anyone came to visit him. Lin Sun frowned imperceptibly. He knew that Ao Xianfeng was talking about Yin Huan. "Follow me." Ao Xianfeng flew toward the Forbidden Heaven Mountain in the distance. Lin Sun followed behind him and looked at the Forbidden Heaven Mountain in the distance. He instantly sensed that the depths of the mountain were dark and strict. It was covered by layers of restriction power. Many places imprisoned many tyrannical and fierce auras. At the foot of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, there were groups of buildings. Many servants and manservants walked among them, busy with their own affairs. "4th Prince, why are you here?" When Ao Xianfeng walked over, a gray-haired old man in a black Taoist robe came up to greet him. This was an emperor from the Paleo imperial family. He was called Battle Emperor Han Zhen. He played the role of an elder in the Dragon Palace. He stayed here all year round and looked after the affairs of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. Although he was an emperor, Battle Emperor Han Zhen still showed a respectful expression when facing Ao Xianfeng. Lin Sun suddenly realized that this was probably the result of signing the natal decree when becoming an emperor and handing over his fate to the true dragon bloodline. A dignified emperor was enough to deter all living beings on the starry ancient path. But now, in the territory of the true dragon bloodline, he was reduced to a jailer. "I brought this friend from the true dragon bloodline to see him." "You lead the way," Ao Xianfeng ordered casually. Fourth prince, please, Battle Emperor Hunjin said and led the way. He took out a golden formation plate and released a beam of golden divine light. It suddenly opened a passage to the inside of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, and everyone followed him inside. The inside of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain was dark and oppressive, and the ripples of the power of restrictions were everywhere. Even walking in it would cause one's heart to palpitate. The fourth prince and the seventh prince are confined to the palace in the deepest part of this mountain path. They arrived at the entrance of a massive cave and Battle God Hunju said, "It's just that this cave is extremely dark and cramped, and it's filled with the stench of blood and filth. Should I invite the seventh prince out?" Ao Xianfeng frowned and said, "There's no need for that. I'm only leading the way for this friend of mine. There's nothing else for me to do now, so I intend to leave. Bring this friend in." He pointed to Lin Sun. Battle Emperor Hun Emo nodded before turning to Lin Sun. "Friend, please come with me." As he spoke, he walked into the dark and deep cave. "Thank you for taking care of me along the way, fourth prince." Lin Sun cupped his hands at Ao Xianfeng before following Battle Emperor Hun Zhu into the cave. After watching them disappear, Ao Xianfeng smiled with a playful look in his eyes. He transmitted his voice to the people around him, "I'll let you all watch a good show later." The retainers were all stunned. They suddenly realized that Ao Xianfeng, who had always been arrogant, had brought that fellow from the True Ho clan here for a different purpose. "Fourth prince, is there something wrong with that fellow?" a retainer couldn't help but ask. "Idiot." Someone spoke first. "Everyone in the clan knows that the Dragon Emperor of the Sea Cover despises the seventh prince the most. How could he allow that fellow from the True Ho clan to come and see the seventh prince? This is the first reason. The second reason is that everyone knows that the seventh prince has been confined for the past few decades and has become a loner. Yet, that fellow from the True Ho clan suddenly came and asked to see the seventh prince. This is too strange." After saying that, the retainers all fell into deep thought. Ao Xianfeng said indifferently, "Just wait, I've already transmitted my voice to Battle Emperor Hunju. As long as that fellow enters this cave, he's destined to be trapped and unable to escape. When the time comes, I'll make him tell me why he's here." At the end of his words, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Did they really think that Ao Xianfeng's time was something to be wasted? If it wasn't for the fact that he sensed that something was amiss, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to a small character like the True Ho clan. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a disgusting smell of filth and blood. Apart from that, there was also a faintly discernible and terrifying restrictive power pervading the air. With Lin Sun's level of existence, he instantly sensed that the restrictive power covering the cave was enough to threaten an ordinary Emperor realm existence. Lin Sun asked, "Fellow Daoist, what kind of person is the seventh prince? Why is he confined to such a ghastly place?" Battle Emperor Hunju didn't even turn his head as he replied, "I'm only playing the role of a guide. I don't know anything about this." Lin Sun nodded before suddenly asking, "The seventh prince doesn't seem to have become an emperor yet, right?" Battle Emperor Hunju faltered slightly before keeping his mouth shut, as if he had no intention of continuing the conversation with Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled. "That's strange. The seventh prince is a direct descendant of the True Dragon clan, and he hasn't become an emperor yet. Yet, he's confined to this place that's used to imprison emperors. Could it be that he's committed some heinous crime?" Battle Emperor Hunju remained silent and continued on his own. Lin Sun furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Have you heard of Lin Daoyuan?" Lin Sun's heart jolted, and he almost subconsciously attacked to kill this person. One had to know that the True Dragon clan might know of his name, Lin Sun, but they definitely wouldn't know the three words Lin Daoyuan. In the True Dragon realm, the only ones who knew of this name were Xing, and Shui, and Tianshui, and a few others from the Taowu Imperial clan. To tell the truth, I am Lin Daoyuan. In the end, Lin Sun suppressed the killing intent in his heart and transmitted his voice. He planned to give it a try. As soon as he sensed something amiss, he would immediately attack. However, Battle Emperor Hunju's footsteps suddenly slowed down, but he still didn't turn around. He transmitted his voice to Lin Sun, "As long as you can prove that you are Lin Daoyuan, there are some things that we can discuss." I once stayed on the Green Rainbow Divine Island of the Tao Imperial Clan for many days. Lin Sun pondered for a moment before probing. If I remember correctly, it seems that only the Tao Imperial Clan knows my name. Battle Emperor Han Zhu suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Lin Sun. He transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Were you the one who kidnapped Dragon Emperor Fu Hai? Lin Sun's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He immediately realized that this news was most likely leaked by Xianxia and Tian Lin and the others. However, he didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Even an elder who guarded the heaven-forbidden mountain had heard of it. This was too inconceivable. It was clear that something unexpected had happened after he left the Green Rainbow Divine Island. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun met Battle Emperor Han Zhu's gaze and transmitted his voice to him. That's right. Battle Emperor Han Zhu also seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, and his expression relaxed. He transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Fellow Daoist Lin, I can already confirm your identity, so you don't need to worry. The core members of the 9 great imperial clans have already known that you've come to the Dragon Palace. They've even sent word to us to help you if there's an opportunity. Lin Sun was startled, and he only spoke after a long while. The 9 great imperial clans all know about this? That's right. Fellow Daoist, you possess the inheritance of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, which is enough to change the fate of the 9 great imperial clans. How could we not help you in such an important matter? Battle Emperor Han Zhu continued onward. I'm not afraid to tell you that the 9 great imperial clans have already secretly formed an alliance. We've also sent out an order that all the elders of the 9 great imperial clans in the Dragon Palace will lend you a helping hand if they encounter you. Of course, we can only help you in secret. Once we're exposed, we'll have no choice but to watch from the sidelines. Please understand, fellow Daoist. Lin Sun finally understood everything. It turned out that all of this was related to the inheritance of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. He had long sensed that the inheritance of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon was like a deterring force controlled by the bloodline of the true dragon. It had firmly suppressed the 9 great imperial clans, and when their clansmen became martial monarchs, they had no choice but to hand their fate over to the bloodline of the true dragon. As such, the 9 great imperial clans had no choice but to submit to the bloodline of the true dragon. However, his appearance had allowed the 9 great imperial clans to see an opportunity to break all these shackles and change the fate of their clans. I see. Regardless of the outcome of this trip to the Dragon Palace, as long as I can successfully leave this place, I'll never forget the kindness of the 9 great imperial clans. Lin Sun transmitted his voice to Battle Emperor Han Zhu. His voice was serious and solemn. This unexpected turn of events was very sudden, but it was also a very good thing. Of course, Lin Sun wouldn't reject the kindness and assistance of the 9 great imperial clans. This was exactly what Battle Emperor Han Mi wanted to hear. He looked towards the entrance of the cave and transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Cultivator Lin, don't be too happy yet. From the moment you entered the world of the Dragon Palace, you've already aroused the suspicion of the 4th Prince, Ao Xianfeng. Moreover, you're currently in a precarious situation. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Battle Emperor Han Mi continued, your previous suspicions are correct. This cave is specially used by the bloodline of the true dragon to suppress martial monarchs. Although the 7th prince you wanted to meet is under house arrest, he's still a direct descendant of the true dragon. How could he possibly be confined to a place like this? It looks like Ao Xianfeng has used this to deal with me. Lin Sun's eyes were deep and dark. He had long felt that something was amiss. If Battle Emperor Han Mi hadn't pointed out the truth, it was very likely that he would have fallen into Ao Xianfeng's trap. What does he want to do? He asked. Battle Emperor Han Mi replied, previously, the 4th prince passed a message saying that your identity is suspicious. He asked me to lure you into this cave and suppress you with the power of the restriction here. After that, he'll come and interrogate you personally. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. What on earth did he reveal that allowed Ao Xianfeng to see through him and almost set him up? P.S. Continue to seek guaranteed monthly votes. Goldfish no longer has any manuscripts stored and has already left the country. Every day, I have to watch those big shots having fun together while I'm still writing. My heart feels stifled. When Goldfish returns home, there'll definitely be a huge explosion this month. At the same time, Battle Monarch Hunjin also said, "Fellow cultivator, why don't you think about what made you suspicious when you entered the Dragon Palace?" Lin Sun thought for a moment before telling him the details of his journey. "I understand." Battle God Hun Fan quickly came to a realization. "You can't blame fellow Taoist Lin for this. It's just that you have no idea that Dragon Emperor Fu Hai has always looked down on the 7th prince, and the two of them have always been on bad terms. However, you came here with Dragon Emperor Fu Hai's badge and wanted to meet the 7th prince." Before he finished, Lin Sun also understood and nodded, "That's my oversight." Battle Monarch Hun Jin quickly transmitted his voice, "Fellow cultivator, there's no time to lose. Now that the 4th prince is waiting outside, what do you think we should do?" Lin Sun thought for a moment before looking at Battle Monarch Hun Jin. "I have a way that will not only save you from being implicated, but also allow me to meet the 7th prince. It's just that, it will make you suffer a bit." Battle God Hun Wu faltered slightly upon hearing this, and his expression darkened as if he had thought of a certain possibility. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "What's the big deal? As long as I can help you, everything is worth it." Lin Sun nodded and transmitted his voice. Outside the cave, Ao Xianfeng furrowed his brows. Just as he was feeling a little impatient, he heard a rumble from within the dark cave and the power of the restriction suddenly surged. The terrifying aura made Ao Xuanfeng's breath catch in his throat. The other retainers were also shocked. After a while, the power of the restriction in the cave calmed down. At the same time, Battle Monarch Hun Jin's voice sounded from the depths of the cave. "Young master, it's done. It's done." The retainers were all excited. Ao Xianfeng also smiled and led the way into the cave. From beginning to end, he didn't have any suspicions. After all, this was the Dragon Palace, the territory of the true dragon bloodline. Ao Xianfeng didn't think that an emperor like Battle Monarch Hun Jin, whose fate was controlled by his clan, would have any ulterior motives. After entering the cave, they saw Battle Monarch Hun Jin waiting for them. Beside him, a figure lay unconscious on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Battle Emperor Hunmi, hurry up and wake this bastard up. I want to see why he's here." Ao Xuanfeng's eyes were filled with coldness, yet he was actually slightly complacent in his heart. He felt that it was precisely because he was perceptive that he'd seen through a scheme. "4th prince, you disappoint me." But right at this moment, Battle Emperor Hun Pa waved his sleeves, and Dao Light rumbled. Before the nearby subordinates could even react, they were all suppressed. All of them fell limply to the ground, and they didn't even have the chance to scream. "Not good." The complacent expression on Ao Xuanfeng's face froze. Almost instinctively, he immediately moved out of the flash. Bang, however, he had just made a move when the back of his head was struck fiercely. His vision went black, and he almost fainted. His figure smashed onto the ground, and he fell flat on his face. "Battle Emperor Hunmi, how dare you betray our tribe?" Ao Xianfeng was enraged, and his face was livid. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Battle God Hun Pa's appearance had changed into Lin Sun's. All of a sudden, he was dumbfounded, his heart turning cold. Look, the Battle Emperor Hun Pa you mentioned is over there. However, he can't help you anymore," Lin Sun said casually as he pointed at the figure lying in the distance. "Who the hell are you?" Ao Xianfeng roared, his voice like a clap of thunder. Lin Sun laughed, and he saw through Ao Xuanfeng's thoughts at a glance. "This place has already been covered by my power. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will be able to detect anything unusual." Ao Xuanfeng's heart was completely cold, and his hands and feet were cold. However, he still couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who dared to sneak into their territory. Wasn't he afraid of death? Who didn't know that offending the true dragon bloodline would result in the annihilation of the entire tribe? Lin Sun said, "I guess it must be very difficult for you to accept all this now. Your 7th uncle also thought the same back then. He even thought that I didn't dare to kill him." Ao Xuanfeng's face changed drastically. "You killed 7th uncle?" Dragon Emperor Fu Hai was a lawless existence. In the true dragon bloodline, his cultivation could be regarded as a top-notch existence. At this moment, Ao Xianfeng showed signs of losing control of his mind. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? For Ao Xianfeng, who grew up in the true dragon bloodline since childhood. The sky of the true dragon world was the sky of their clan, the earth was the land of their clan, and all the creatures in the world were their servants and subjects. For countless years, this situation had never changed. Therefore, Ao Xianfeng couldn't imagine how anyone in this world dared to commit murder in their world. At the moment when Ao Xuanfeng's mind was in turmoil, Lin Sun's long-prepared divine awareness quietly poured into his body. He wanted to search his soul. To Lin Sun's surprise, a layer of mysterious dragon restriction power covered Ao Xuanfeng's soul. Of course, this kind of defensive power couldn't block Lin Sun's divine awareness at all. But if Lin Sun forcibly searched his soul, there was very likely to be only one result. Ao Xuanfeng's soul would burst into pieces in an instant. In the end, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Sun restrained himself and waved his hand to knock Ao Xianfeng unconscious. Then, he threw all the suppressed subordinates into the Tower of Endless. After doing all this, Lin Sun glanced at Battle Emperor Hunmi, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and sent a voice transmission. "Thank you, fellow cultivator." After saying this, he turned around and left. This time, Battle Emperor Hunmi was ruthless enough to let Lin Sun severely injure him and knock him out. According to Battle Emperor Hunmi, this was the only way to prevent the true dragon bloodline from suspecting him of disloyalty. Lin Sun walked out of the cave and walked in the Forbidden Heaven Mountain according to Battle Emperor Hunmi's instructions. Along the way, Lin Sun also noticed many prisoners locked up here. Not only were there clansmen of the true dragon bloodline, but there were also many creatures from other clans. All of them were in a miserable state, living a life worse than death. Lin Sun even saw a 4th-level martial emperor from the green-eyed flying phoenix race. He didn't know how long he had been locked up here. His body was rotten and emitted a foul stench. It was a shocking sight. 15 minutes later. In the depths of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, there was an ancient stone house on a plateau halfway up the mountain. An invisible restrictive power completely covered the plateau and the stone house. From afar, Lin Sun saw a figure sitting alone in front of the stone house. He was cultivating, and his body was surging with true dragon qi. He had a strong and slender body. His facial features were handsome and tough, and there was a sense of tenacity between his brows. It was Ao Xiantian, however, compared to when they met in the ancient Desolation realm, Ao Xiantian didn't have that arrogant, domineering, and carefree temperament anymore. There was only a sense of calmness and tenacity left. Lin Sun looked around and sensed for a moment. He was still a little worried, so he waved his sleeve and a series of formation flags flew out. They turned into a mysterious restrictive formation that instantly covered the plateau. At the same time, Lin Sun took out a golden formation plate. This was obtained from Battle Emperor Hunmi. It was used to open all kinds of restrictive powers in the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. But the restrictive power fluctuated, and Lin Sun successfully walked into the plateau. Huh? Ao Xiantian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Sun, he was stunned and almost thought he was dreaming. "Brother." "Lin?" Ao Xiantian stood up. "This is the forbidden area of my clan." "Why are you here?" "I'm here for Xianxia," Lin Sun said. Ao Xiantian's expression suddenly became complicated, and he sighed. "I knew that as long as you didn't see my cousin return to the ancient Desolation realm, you would come to find me sooner or later." He took out a pot of wine. "I haven't seen you for decades. Do you want to have a drink?" Lin Sun shook his head and said, "I took a great risk to come here this time. Do you think I still have the mood to drink?" Ao Xiantian silently put away the wine jug, and then he said with a low and sincere voice, "Brother Lin, you shouldn't have come here. If you still trust me as you did all those years ago, then I hope that you can leave and go as far as you can. Don't step foot into this dimension for your entire lifetime." Lin Sun frowned and said, "I just want to ask you, where is Xianxia now?" Ao Xiantian shook his head. "After the end of the All Dragons Immortals meeting, I was grounded here. I haven't had a chance to go out for decades. How could I know where Xianxia is?" Lin Sun's heart was filled with unspeakable anger. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Ao Xiantian's clothes. "At that time, you vowed that you would guarantee Xianxia's safety, so I agreed to let Xianxia come with you. But now you tell me, you don't know where Xianxia is?" His deep eyes were filled with rage that seemed to be on the verge of burning. Ao Xiantian looked gloomy. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look directly at Lin Sun's eyes. He said bitterly, I didn't expect that there would be such an accident at the All Dragons Immortals meeting. He took a deep breath and said, Brother Lin, although I don't know where Xianxia is now, I dare to guarantee you with my life that she will never be in any danger. Bang, Lin Sun threw him to the ground with a cold look in his eyes. If you really take me as a friend, tell me what happened at the All Dragons Immortals meeting. Why do all the people of the real dragon bloodline want me to die since then? Ao Zhentian's face was gloomy, and his chest was heaving up and down. It seemed that he was suffering and struggling in his heart. After a long time, he lowered his head and said bitterly, I can't tell you about this. Brother Lin, I beg you, leave now before those big shots of my clan find you, okay? I, Ao Zhentian, will definitely give you an explanation for this matter in the future. There was even a trace of pleading in his voice. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun felt that something was wrong. He forced himself to restrain the anger in his heart. Looking at Ao Zhentian, who sat paralyzed on the ground and didn't dare to look at him, he couldn't help showing disappointment in his eyes and said, It seems that it's in vain for me to look for you. Well, I'll solve this matter myself. Ao Zhentian's face changed completely. Brother Lin, what are you going to do? This is the true dragon clan. Once you are exposed, you will be doomed eternally. Lin Sun turned around and walked out of the cliff platform without looking back. Do you remember what I told you that year? I'm reading a free serialized novel. Ao Zhentian couldn't help but think of what Lin Sun said before he left with Zhao Jingxian in the Star Chest Sea in the ancient Desolation territory. I believe you, but it's hard for me to believe the whole true dragon bloodline. Really, if something happens to Jingxian, I won't be able to bear it. At that time, I won't care about the true dragon bloodline. Although it's a little harsh, I mean it. I heard that dragons have reverse scales, and Jingxian is my reverse scale. At that time, Ao Zhentian didn't take these words seriously, but at this moment, every single word of these words was like a blade that pierced fiercely into his heart. He was completely panicked and said in a hoarse voice, Brother Lin, looking up, he found that Lin Sun had already disappeared. For a moment, Ao Zhentian trembled all over, and endless panic surged in his heart. He rushed out as if he had lost control. Bang, the power of the restriction tumbled and blocked him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ao Zhentian's eyes were red. He kept attacking the restriction, but it was in vain in the end. Brother Lin, if you were me and put yourself in his shoes, would you choose to betray your parents, your friends, and your clan? Ao Zhentian squatted on the ground, holding his head tightly and showing a painful expression. Why is it like this? Lin Sun didn't really leave. When he saw Ao Zhentian in pain from a distance, he sighed in his heart. In the end, he opened his mouth and said, Lady Yin Huan was captured by your fourth brother and banished in an extremely humiliating manner. She became the most lowly slave in the eyes of your dragon clan and was sold many times. If you were in Yin Huan's shoes, would you still protect your clan? She is your most beloved woman. What? Ao Zhentian felt like being struck by lightning, and his head almost exploded. He was completely out of control, and all his muscles were trembling with anger. If you understand my feelings now, tell me about Jingxian. I'll still treat you as a friend, said Lin Sun. Ao Zhentian's face twisted as if he was about to go crazy. Right at this moment, a gentle voice resounded, Zhentian, you, help Brother Lin. We don't know if Miss Jingxian is dead or alive, but she's also your cousin and Brother Lin's Dao companion. Ao Zhentian suddenly raised his head, and within his bloodshot eyes, he saw the familiar beautiful figure that he'd yearned for day and night for a few tens of years. When he saw her looking at him with a pitiful expression, the steadfastness in Ao Zhentian's heart seemed to have been shattered, and he said with a trembling voice, Yin Huan, is what Brother Lin said earlier true? Yin Huan nodded and said in a low voice, if it wasn't for Brother Lin, I'm afraid I would never see you again. Ao Zhentian gnashed his teeth to the point they emitted cracking sounds. He took a deep breath after a long time, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he muttered. I never thought of betraying the clan in my lifetime, but all of this was caused by all of you. Lin Sun and Yin Huan looked at each other, and both felt relieved. However, when Lin Sun learned from Ao Zhentian the inside story of the shocking change that happened at the All Dragons Immortal Gathering, Lin Sun was completely stunned. Decades ago, the All Dragons Immortal Gathering attracted the attention of all clans in the true dragon world, and a total of 47 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the true dragon bloodline participated in it. In this gathering, these disciples of the younger generation would seize the power of the ancestral dragon origin gathered in the true dragon pool by their own means. As the niece of the patriarch, Zhao Jingxian was also qualified to participate in it. At the beginning, Zhao Jingxuan's performance was not outstanding, and she was even ridiculed by many big shots of the dragon clan, saying that her bloodline was impure. But halfway through the gathering, a shocking change happened. Zhao Jingxian suddenly shone brilliantly and crazily swallowed the ancestral dragon origin prepared in the true dragon pool in a domineering way. No matter how hard the other disciples of the true dragon bloodline fought, they couldn't get a drop. This scene instantly caused a stir in the surroundings. But gradually, all the great figures of the true dragon bloodline noticed that something was off. The ancestral dragon origin in the true dragon pool was one of the most precious treasures of the true dragon bloodline, and its energy was extremely shocking. Any disciple could at most refine around 50 kilograms of ancestral dragon origin. However, Zhao Jingxuan's body was like a bottomless pit that ceaselessly swallowed the ancestral dragon origin, and it was on the verge of completely swallowing the ancestral dragon origin. Those great figures of the true dragon clan stopped her without the slightest hesitation. Later on, the current patriarch of the true dragon clan, Ao Huanhai, noticed that it wasn't Zhao Jingxian who had swallowed the ancestral dragon origin. It was the baby in her womb. Lin Sun felt like he was struck by lightning when he heard this, and he was stunned on the spot. A baby! A baby! Isn't that Mayan Jingxian's child? Lin Sun's heart surged. Even if he was an emperor realm existence that had tempered his mental state to an unprecedented level, he still couldn't restrain his emotions when he heard such good news. It was like his heartstrings had been struck forcefully, and it caused ripples that were like landslides and tsunamis. I have a child? He looked at Yin Huan next to him, with a kind of unconcealable ecstasy in his eyes, as well as disbelief. Yin Huan was also shocked by the news, but she was an outsider after all, so she was calmer than Lin Sun. She immediately nodded with a smile. Yes, Brother Lin is now a father. Lin Sun was full of emotions. He took a deep breath and looked at Ao Zhentian again. Ao Zhentian lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Sun's eyes. This made Lin Sun suddenly sober from the excitement, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. He calmed down and said, "Go on." Ao Zhentian was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spoke as if he had exhausted all his strength. After learning that Zhao Jingxian was pregnant with Y, the big shots led by Ao Huanhai, the patriarch of the true dragon clan, were all furious. Originally, they called Zhao Jingxian back this time. In addition to letting her participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering, there was another purpose. That was to arrange a marriage for her and betroth her to Bai Kongjia, the 9th prince of the White Tiger bloodline. But now, with the news that Zhao Jingxian was pregnant with Y, this marriage was obviously impossible. Just when those big shots of the true dragon clan were furious and wanted to punish Zhao Jingxian severely, Ao Huanhai discovered a shocking secret. The child in Zhao Jingxuan's womb not only possessed the purest and supreme ancestral dragon bloodline, but also possessed a forbidden and terrifying talent, Devouring Abyss. As one of the congenital spirit clans that had existed since ancient times, how could Ao Huanhai not know that the talent of Devouring Abyss was unique to the Nirvana Immortal clan, the Luo family? Moreover, even in the Luo family, there were very few clansmen who could awaken such a talent, but now, there was such a baby in Zhao Jingxuan's body, who had awakened such a terrible talent. What shocked Ao Huanhai the most was that such a baby had extremely pure ancestral dragon blood, which was rare even in the bloodline of the true dragon. Hearing this, Lin Sun's face darkened. He had vaguely guessed something. Because of this change, the meeting of Dragon Immortals was interrupted, and all the news was blocked and suppressed. Moreover, all the clansmen who participated in the meeting were sealed. Ao Zhentian's voice became even lower. It was also from that moment onward that cousin Jingxian was taken away by my father. Not to mention me, even the great figures of the clan were unaware of this, and this matter was listed as the core secret of my true dragon clan. Lin Sun's face was full of uncertainty, and he said, "You don't know? I have been imprisoned here all these years. How could I know this?" Ao Zhentian's voice was bitter. the only thing I can be sure of is that because of the baby in cousin Jingshuan's womb, my father will not harm cousin Jingxian. That's my child and Jingxian's child. Lin Sun's face was livid. As a father, I am regarded as an enemy by the True Dragon clan. They can't wait to eradicate me as soon as possible. They even worried that I would find them from the Starry Sky Ancient Path, so they didn't hesitate to sink the path leading to the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said word by word, "Now, tell me, what does the True Dragon clan want to do? You seized my child and made him surnamed Ao, so that he doesn't know who his real father is at all?" Ao Zhentian was dejected and couldn't refute. Just as Lin Sun guessed, after learning about the baby's terrifying talent, the bigwigs of the True Dragon bloodline would never allow the baby to leave the True Dragon bloodline again. If they could kill Lin Sun, it was tantamount to completely cutting off the situation of recognizing his son. "Brother Lin, calm down. This matter can't be changed by Zhentian." Yin Huan looked at Lin Sun, who was in a rage, worriedly and softly persuaded him. Lin Sun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but it was difficult to calm down in his heart. Decades had passed. Didn't Jingxian and his child grow up long ago? But as a father, he didn't know all this until now. At the thought of this, Lin Sun's heart was boiling with hatred, and he was almost out of control. Ao Zhentian thought of something and said in a low voice, "Brother Lin, it's not because of you that the path leading to the Starry Sky Ancient Path was sunk. The elders of my clan knew very well that if the Nameless Supreme Venerable knew that your child had the talent of devouring abyss, he would definitely kill him from the Starry Sky Ancient Path." Lin Sun frowned and said, "The Nameless Supreme Venerable has been completely defeated, and now there is only a remnant soul left." Ao Zhentian was stunned. The Nameless Supreme Venerable comes from the Luo family of the Permethok continent and controls the power of the Thunder Taboo. How could he be defeated? Obviously, he also knew the origin of the Nameless Supreme Venerable. "Zhentian, now is not the time to talk about this. Tell Brother Lin, where is Jingxian now?" Yin Huan couldn't help asking. Lin Sun also looked at Ao Zhentian. "I really don't know about this." Ao Zhentian's voice became more and more bitter. Lin Sun stared at Ao Zhentian for a moment and couldn't help sighing. "At the beginning, you tried your best to persuade me to leave. Do you think that even if I come here, your bloodline of true dragons won't allow me to take away Jingxian and my child?" Ao Zhentian shook his head. "I'm just worried that you will encounter an accident. Whether you believe it or not, I don't want to lose you as a friend." Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "I see." His voice was calm and emotionless. But it made Ao Zhentian's heart tremble, and he said, "Brother Lin, don't act recklessly. The Dragon Palace is far more terrible than you think." Lin Sun said, "I understand you and respect your position because we are friends, but you also have to consider my feelings on this matter." Ao Zhentian's face turned pale, and he was out of his wits. "Yin Huan, do you want to stay with him or go with me?" Lin Sun looked at Yin Huan. "You should know that if the bloodline of true dragons find you again, the consequences will be more serious than last time." Yin Huan was stunned at once. Ao Zhentian was so angry that his eyes turned red. "This time, even if I have to pay with my life, I won't allow Yin Huan to suffer any grievances. Look at your current situation. What can guarantee all this?" Lin Sun said, "If it weren't for me, the woman Uai would have become the plaything of those bastards." Yin Huan begged in a low voice, "Brother Lin, don't say any more. This time I will stay with Zhentian, even if I die." The sad and sincere voice stunned Ao Zhentian. The seventh prince of true dragons was in tears at this moment, and his mood was out of control. "I'll take you out of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. Whether you leave the bloodline of true dragons or choose to stay, it's up to you." After Lin Sun said this, he removed the power of restriction, and a formation flag appeared in his palm. It sprinkled dreamlike fluctuations of restriction, covering him, Ao Zhentian, and Yin Huan in it. Then they left together. Outside the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. "Take this. It can hide your breath from being detected." Lin Sun took out another formation flag imprinted with the power of restriction and handed it to Ao Zhentian. "Brother Lin," when Ao Zhentian was about to say something, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "If you still want to persuade me, don't mention it again. Or, you can try to stop me." When Lin Sun was about to leave, he raised his eyes and looked around. Ao Zhentian gritted his teeth and threw a jade slip to Lin Sun. this is the map of Dragon Palace. I have marked all the areas on it. If there is any accident, as he spoke, he took out a jade token and tossed it to Lin Sun. This is my token. It can activate the restriction to leave the Dragon Palace. This is all I can do. I hope you can take Miss Xianxia and my nephew away. Yin Huan, let's go. After saying that, he brought Yin Huan and went straight into the distance. Lin Sun looked at the jade slip and token in his hand, and then looked at Aozhentian and Yin Huan who were far away. He was a little surprised and immediately said, "Thank you." Aozhentian didn't look back, but Yin Huan turned her head and waved at Lin Sun with a smile. Lin Sun took a deep breath and opened the jade slip, which depicted the topographic map of the Dragon Palace in detail. Different places were marked with detailed information. For example, the central place of the Dragon Palace was called the Great Way of All Dragons, which was the core place of the true dragon. Since ancient times, only the lineal relatives of the true dragon patriarch could live in it. In the vicinity of the 10,000 Dragon Palace, there was a winding and majestic mountain range that looked like a giant dragon coiling around it. This was the Ancestor Dragon Mountain, the ancestral land of the true dragon. There were old antiques guarding it all year round. Generally, the clansmen of the true dragon could not get close to it. Decades ago, the gathering of all dragons was held in the dragon pool of the Ancestor Dragon Mountain. Soon, Lin Sun noticed that there were 49 paths leading to the outside world, and each path was clearly marked by Aozhentian. After staring at the map for a long time, Lin Sun put away the jade slip and token, and then started to fly away. Ha ha ha, the true dragon is going to be in big trouble. As soon as Lin Sun left, crazy laughter sounded in a dark prison in the depths of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. All this is caused by the traitor Minluo Dragon Emperor. God has eyes. Finally, a big change is going to happen. This voice rumbled, and many prisoners in the Forbidden Heaven Mountain heard it. For a moment, all of them couldn't help but be agitated. How dare you? Someone, go and deal with that old bastard of the Chonyo Imperial clan. Hurry up. Not long after, the guards in charge of the Heaven Forbidden Mountain rushed into the Heaven Forbidden Mountain with whips flickering with lightning in their hands. But before long, someone sent a message in panic, "Oh no, the 7th prince is missing." What? At this moment, the guards guarding the Heaven Forbidden Mountain all changed their expressions and panicked. The 7th prince was grounded here by the order of the patriarch. Now that he had disappeared, the consequences were unbearable for the guards. Hurry up, spread the news that there is a big change in the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. Someone roared and roared. Before long, a group of figures teleported over from the distant sky. The leader was a black-robed, golden-haired, strong-looking old man, who emitted a monstrous aura belonging to the Emperor realm. Ao Tiankuan, also known as Zhang Kuan Dragon Emperor, was a big shot in the 5th level of the Emperor realm. After learning what happened in the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, Ao Tiankuan's face darkened. He frowned and said, "Where is Battle Emperor Hunmi? Why isn't he here after such a big thing happened?" The guards looked at each other. Someone said, "The 4th prince brought some people here before. Battle Emperor Hunmi personally received them. I saw them enter the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. Go and find him." Ao Tiankuan ordered. Soon, the severely wounded and unconscious battle god Hun Mo was found, but all of them were completely astonished by what they had just witnessed. No one expected that someone would dare to commit murder in the Forbidden Heaven Mountain in the Dragon Palace. Ao Tiankuan's old face turned livid. With a wave of his hand, he woke up the unconscious Battle Emperor Hunmi speak. What happened? Where are the 4th and 7th princes? Ao Tiankuan roared. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. Even though they were both Emperor realm cultivators, in his eyes, Battle Emperor Hunmi was only a worshipped elder who wasn't worthy of his respect. Although Battle Emperor Hunmi was furious, he still lowered his head and suppressed his anger. He told Ao Tiankuan everything that had happened. So you're saying that you were also injured by that outsider? I want to know who that outsider is. Ao Tiankuan's eyes flashed. He suddenly took out a bright and translucent Xianxia treasure mirror from his sleeve. Buzz. As the Xianxia treasure mirror glowed, many images instantly appeared on its surface. Not long after, Ao Tianquan saw Ao Shanfeng and the others leading Lin Sun from the entrance to the Dragon Palace and all the way to the Forbidden Heaven Mountain. Battle God Han Sha's head was lowered the entire time, but he knew that the Xianxia treasure mirror was known as the sky-inspecting treasure mirror, and every single Dragon Clan mighty figure possessed one. Through this treasure, they could see everything that was happening in the Dragon Palace. When he was chatting with Lin Sun, he had specifically mentioned the existence of this treasure to Lin Sun. At the same time, Ao Tianquan also saw Lin Sun and Battle Emperor Hunmi entering the cave together. Before long, Ao Shanfeng and the others also entered the cave. But in the end, Lin Sun was the only one who walked out of the cave. When he saw this, Ao Tianquan's old face was covered with frost. A strong sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. The fourth prince and the others had probably already been captured by that outsider. "Someone, go and see if the fourth prince's soul lamp is still lit," he ordered as he continued to inspect the place. When he saw Lin Sun walking toward the cliff plateau where the seventh prince, Ao Zhentian, was, everything suddenly disappeared. Ao Tianquan's pupils shrank. He guessed that the outsider had set up a formation to conceal the power of the sky-inspecting treasure mirror. After a long time, Ao Tianquan finally saw the cliff plateau where the seventh prince had been imprisoned. But it was already empty. Even the outsider had disappeared, let alone the seventh prince. Damn it! Ao Tianquan's eyes shone with a terrifying light. This person clearly came prepared. Otherwise, there's no way he could avoid the sky-inspecting treasure mirror's detection. Battle Emperor Hunmi, do you know who this person is? He looked at Battle Emperor Hunmi. Battle Emperor Hunmi replied, "The fourth prince only said that this traitor came with the token of the Dragon Emperor of the Sea cover. His identity is very suspicious. I don't know anything else." Humph. What a piece of trash. Ao Tianquan snorted coldly, his beard bristling with anger. Battle Emperor Hunmi also roared in his heart. When the fate of the 9 great imperial clans changes, let's see if the true dragon bloodline can still reign supreme in this world. The 4th and 7th princes have already disappeared. It looks like this outsider is plotting something big. Ao Tianquan took a deep breath and issued an order. Pass down my order. Inform all living beings in the Dragon Palace about this traitor. No matter where they find him, they must report to me immediately. Yes. Immediately, many of the nearby subordinates, guards, and other level Anglesay began to move. At the same time, Ao Tianquan took out a shell-shaped treasure and said to it, "Elders, an outsider has snuck into the Dragon Palace." He reported everything that he had discovered. Finally, he exerted force in his fingers and the shell-shaped treasure exploded with a bang. It transformed into dazzling streams of light that whizzed in all directions. This was a voice transmission shell. It was extremely magical and could be heard by anyone who was also holding a voice transmission shell. After doing all this, Ao Tianquan took a deep breath and a cold expression appeared on his face. Linqiu Peak. It was a mountain not far from the Palace of All Dragons. It was extraordinary. A long time ago, this was the place where Ao Xintong, the elder sister of Ao Huanhai, lived and cultivated. Decades ago, Zhao Jingxian was settled here after she arrived at the Dragon Palace. Because Ao Xintong was the name of her mother, the Empress of Xiao Empire. Lin Sun appeared in front of Linqiu Peak, looked up at the misty mountain, took a deep breath, and walked up the mountain. Clatter! A burst of restriction rippled and covered Linqiu Peak, but it was not deterrent in front of Lin Sun, and he easily avoided it. The mountain was winding, green, and misty. Spiritual birds and auspicious beasts could be seen everywhere. It was quiet and tranquil. Halfway up the mountain, there were rows of ancient buildings, pavilions, and green bamboos. Some servants and manservants were sweeping the fallen leaves on the mountain lazily. Seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Sun couldn't help wondering if Jing Xian had lived here for decades. He spread his spiritual awareness and covered the ancient buildings in an instant. But soon, he frowned because there was no figure of Zhao Jingxian in those buildings. Without leaving a trace, he walked into an ancient hall. The furnishings in the room were elegant, simple, and tidy, and traces of faint fragrance still remained in the air. Lin Sun recognized that it belonged to Zhao Jingxian at once. He moved his eyes and soon saw that on one side should be Zhao Jingshuan's boudoir, with a bed, a soft couch, and a dressing table. When he saw an item next to the soft couch, Lin Sun was stunned. It was a small toy bamboo horse, polished from tender and smooth jade bamboo. Beside the bamboo horse, there was a small cradle, a small bamboo sword, and a small rattle drum. Lin Sun's heart trembled. These were all prepared by Xianxia for her child, but where was she? After a while, Lin Sun took a deep breath and waved his sleeves to put away the bamboo horse, the cradle, and the rattle drum. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the room, as Lin Sun's spiritual awareness swept across, the servants and maids scattered in various areas all fainted silently on the ground. He planned to search the souls of these servants to see if he could find any clues related to Zhao Jingxian. But before Lin Sun could take action, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Quick, there's an invasion. Everyone move. The Great Elder has ordered that anyone suspicious should be killed without mercy. Go. A voice filled with killing intent resounded through the clouds. At the same time, many figures rushed towards Grace Mountain. The leader was an emperor from the True Dragon clan. His name was Ao Tsutong and he was in the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Seal this place. Then, search carefully. Even before they arrived, Ao Tsutong had already given the order with a cold expression. Yes. Next to Ao Tsutong, several Emperor realm consecrated elders immediately took action. Each of them brought a group of powerful retainers and began to seal off the area where Linxiu Peak was like an overwhelming tide. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, in the distant void, Ao Tsutong flipped his hand, took out a fist-sized pearl that overflowed with light, and threw it towards Grace Mountain. The golden rain of light that covered the sky suddenly spread out, and it dyed Grace Mountain a brilliant golden color. Spirit-capturing pearl, a miraculous treasure that could break through illusions and lock onto the aura of hidden cultivators. Even Emperor realm figures couldn't avoid it. Under the golden light that covered the sky, Lin Sun's figure was exposed in the golden rain of light. Ao Tsutong was stunned at first, as if he didn't expect that he would hit the target by chance. Then, he revealed a cold and excited expression and shouted, "The thief is over there. Kill him quickly." His voice shook the 9 heavens. At the same time, Lin Sun was also surprised, but his expression returned to being calm. He was already mentally prepared for such a situation. Kill. In the distance, a group of revered elders led a group of retainers as they charged over. Their bodies glowed while monstrous power shot into the sky, and it oppressed the void to the point it exploded and collapsed. It was a terrifying scene. Those revered elders were all Emperor realm figures from the 9 great imperial clans, and there were a total of 6 of them. Merely this lineup was sufficient to cause those Emperor realm figures to feel despair. For a time, the light of treasure surged and whistled like the rain. Dao techniques were like the tide that enveloped the heavens and the earth, and they emitted an aura of destruction. When facing this, Lin Sun didn't dodge, and he charged forward while dense Taishan sword chi swept out like a landslide and a tsunami. Rumble, an earth-shaking rumble resounded as the sword chi crisscrossed and slashed apart all the attacks. It was dazzling, overbearing, and fierce. Before the revered elder at the front could react, the flying sword he withdrew was slashed into pieces, causing a rain of light to erupt as a few tens of Taishan sword chi enveloped him. Shit, the revered elder's expression changed, and his soul almost flew out of his body. He'd never imagined that with his current cultivation, he would actually be so weak. When he wanted to block and dodge, it was already too late. Puff, puff, puff. The revered elder's body was cut with countless sword marks, and blood splattered everywhere. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that these injuries, which seemed extremely serious, were actually only superficial wounds. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's voice sounded in his ears, "If you don't want to die, then play dead for me." The revered elder from the Yazi imperial clan was stunned at first, and then he immediately realized that this guy was Lin Daoyuan. Rumble, the Taishan sword chi swept out and wreaked havoc in the heavens and the earth. At the same time that the revered elder was defeated, many people in other places were also injured. Under Lin Sun's fierce attack, almost no one could resist it. "Everyone, don't struggle, quickly lie down and play dead. This is Taoism." Lin Daoyuan At the same time, the revered elder who'd received Lin Sun's secret message quickly transmitted the news to the others. After hearing this news, those experts who were originally shocked, and unwilling to admit defeat suddenly understood, and began to act cooperatively. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? A white-haired old man with blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and with a terrified expression, his body flew out fiercely and fell to the ground. No. A middle-aged man with a resolute and dignified appearance let out a desperate cry at this moment, and his body lay straight on the ground. Kill, I'd rather die than. An extremely beautiful lady rushed forward angrily, like a moth darting into the fire, but after being touched by Lin Sun's sword chi, she directly let out a mournful sigh. Am I going to die like this? With a bang, she also fell to the ground. This string of scenes had practically occurred in a short period of a few breaths of time. As they watched those revered elders lie on the ground in misery, despair, and unwillingness, the lackeys and guards were dumbstruck, and they trembled while their entire bodies went cold. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Once the emperors acted, they were completely better actors than the other. In the distance, Ao Tsutong was utterly unaware that this scene of utter defeat was actually a profundity of sorts. At this moment, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. How could this thief be so powerful? Boom, the heaven and earth roared, and Lin Sun's body glowed with sword chi. He had already rushed over, and his deep black eyes were full of frightening killing intent. Ao Tsutong chose to escape without hesitation, not daring to fight head-on at all. But as soon as he tried to dodge, his neck was grabbed by a big hand. The terrifying power released by the big hand instantly broke down all his defenses, and his body trembled and was firmly imprisoned. Where are you hiding, Zhao Jingxian? At the same time, Lin Sun's cold voice sounded, causing Ao Tsutong to tremble all over. Bastard, this is the world of Dragon Palace. If you're not afraid of death, you can kill me. Ao Tsutong roared, his eyes red. The true dragons were all proud, and as the rulers of this world, they were even more arrogant. They didn't believe that anyone in this world dared to commit murder in their territory. Crack, the next moment, his neck was twisted off, and his soul shattered into pieces. His face was full of astonishment, as if he couldn't believe that there was really someone in this world who dared to commit murder in their territory. Lin Sun put away his body and glanced at the elders who were lying in the distance. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned away. Zhao Jingxuan's pregnancy had already become the core secret of the true dragon bloodline. Even ordinary members of the true dragon clan would not know of her whereabouts, let alone the revered elders. Lin Sun planned to go to the Great Way of All Dragons Palace to find Ao Huanhai, the patriarch of the true dragons. If he could capture this person, all the problems might be solved easily. Quick, kill him. In the distance, the void was tumbling, and many figures rushed towards Lin Sun. Obviously, these were the experts who had been alarmed by the movement just now and came to help. Boom. Lin Sun didn't want to waste time, so he exerted his real ability. His figure flashed like a sword that could open the sky, breaking through the void and striking violently. Heaven and earth were in chaos, and the void was broken. All the enemies, no matter how strong or weak, screamed and flew out in disorder as if they had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. Some bones and tendons were broken, some skin and flesh were torn, some were bleeding from 7 orifices, and the scene was chaotic and bloody. Lin Sun's figure was like a ray of light rushing through the bloody storm. After suppressing the enemies in a crushing manner, he moved through the void and went away. All the way, he was like a hot knife through butter. Report, the enemy appeared in Lingxiu Mountain. Elder Ao Tsutong was killed. Report, the enemy broke through the encirclement and is fleeing to the east. Report, at the same time, the Dragon Palace was also alarmed. Countless experts who were searching for Lin Sun in different territories got the news almost immediately. Those high-level figures of the true dragons also took action one after another and rushed to the place where Lin Sun's trace was exposed at an incredible speed. P.S. Continue to seek guaranteed monthly votes. Report. The enemy is rushing to the Palace of All Dragons. When the news came out, those old monsters who were coming from all directions were shocked and couldn't believe it. The Palace of All Dragons was the core place of the real dragon bloodline. Only the lineal relatives of the patriarch could enter it. It was covered with a terrifying restrictive power and guarded by many old monsters, which was enough to prevent the emperors from entering it. Who could imagine that the thief dared to go to such a place? This completely overturned common sense, and it caused others to be unable to help but wonder if the other party had lost his mind and was intentionally courting death. Those with good intentions don't come. Hurry up. Go to the palace of all dragons. A powerful figure of the real dragon bloodline gave the order. For a time, in the vast world of Dragon Palace, countless terrifying figures came out from their secluded places and turned into dazzling rainbows, tearing the sky and moving towards the palace of all dragons. Such a scene hadn't happened for many years, which alarmed all the creatures in the world of Dragon Palace. At the same time, the Emperor Realm elders from the 9 imperial clans had roughly figured out the identity of the thief who was making trouble in the Dragon Palace. They all tacitly decided to help Lin Sun if possible. However, when they discovered that the commotion was growing larger and larger, the consecrated elders of the 9 great imperial clans were unable to contain themselves from worrying. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched it would die. In the world of Dragon Palace, once those old dragons were enraged, how could Lin Daoyuan escape? At that time, even if they were to help, it would be of no use. Now, we can only take one step at a time. This was the plan of the 9 imperial clans. Boom, the world was shaking, the rocks were collapsing, and the void seemed to be disturbed. It was stained with the color of blood, and the rolling sound of Taoist thunder resounded through the world. On the way to the palace of all dragons, Lin Sun encountered an unprecedented attack, so he could no longer hide his identity as before. At this moment, his body was shining brightly, and his black hair was flying in the air. He held the shining lawless saber and rushed forward. Pooh! 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 In an instant, a few tens of experts that had encircled him were enveloped and swept away by the boundless saber chi, and they were fiercely blasted apart. Severed limbs flew in all directions while fresh blood sprayed out like a waterfall, and shrill and miserable cries resounded along with this. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He rushed forward on the bloody ground without any delay. The opponents he was currently facing couldn't be considered a threat and could be easily defeated. However, as time passed, more and more terrifying characters were bound to appear. Lin Sun had no doubt that the true dragon bloodline, with its strong foundation, would not allow such a situation to continue. Kill, his figure flickered like a ray of light. His cultivation base of the 2nd level of the Martial Emperor realm was activated. His entire being was like a moving abyss, crushing the heavens and earth. The silhouette of the 10,000 Dragons Palace could already be seen in the distance. It was an ancient, glorious, and divine group of buildings. They towered into the heavens and the earth, and they were bathed in surging chaotic chi. All sorts of draconic chi intersected while the dazzling glow of treasures covered the heavens and the earth. How dare you! How dare you! In the distance, an incomparably burly figure rushed out. He was covered with a black armor and held a huge steel fork in his hand. But before he could finish his words, he was knocked away by Lin Sun's saber. His mountain-like body suddenly split into 2 halves in the air, and blood poured down like a waterfall. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. Just as he was about to rush forward, a dense rain of runes suddenly emerged in the nearby area. Layers of ancient prohibition formations were awakened from silence. Boom mountains rose from the ground and reached the sky. The mountains were piled up, and the rocks seemed to be made of divine gold. They were flowing with frightening fluctuations of prohibition, completely blocking the road ahead. Looking from a distance, it was like a natural moat, giving people a feeling that it was unshakable and insurmountable. Far away, the figures flying from all directions saw this scene and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Tyrannical prohibition, it was an ancient prohibition formation that had existed since ancient times. The mountains were like walls, spanning the heavens and the earth, which could block the people of the Martial Emperor realm. Since the formation was born, no external enemy had been able to break it. Thief, let's see where you can escape. An old monster grinned proudly, and his voice was louder than thunder. But as soon as he finished his words, in the distance, Lin Sun moved directly to the tyrannical prohibition without any pause. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree or an egg hitting a stone. But strangely, his figure flickered, and then he shuttled through the Taoist prohibition and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for the tyrannical prohibition, only a string of runes rippled like a tide. The old monster's face suddenly froze, and he was dumbfounded. What's going on? The old monsters chasing from different directions also couldn't believe it, as if they had seen a ghost. "Hurry up, remove the tyrannical prohibition." An old monster was so angry that he roared hoarsely. The faces of the other experts were all burning up. This hegemonic seal was an ancient seal of their true dragon bloodline. Yet, not only did it not stop the enemy, it even stopped the people of the true dragon clan. This was simply like slapping themselves in the face. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had easily broken through the formation, looked calm and composed, and looked into the distance. Although the tyrannical restriction was powerful, it was nothing to a peak great emperor like him who grew up playing with spiritual tattoos. It was not worth mentioning. At this time, he could clearly see the great way of all dragons' palace on the horizon in the distance. "Ao Huanhai, such a big movement has happened. Are you going to not show up?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Ao Huanhai, the current patriarch of the real dragon bloodline, was called Wanjua Dragon Emperor. He was an old man with a terrible background. It was said that Wanjua Dragon Emperor was iron-blooded, decisive and resourceful. He was also the most feared and dominating figure in the true dragon world. The reason why Lin Sun made such a big movement and rushed here was to force Ao Huanhai to reveal the whereabouts of Zhao Jingxian. It was not that Lin Sun was rash and bold, but he had no other choice. According to his understanding, Ao Huanhai was determined to keep the child born by him and Zhao Jingxian, no matter what price he had to pay, since he dared to block the news of the meeting of all dragons and sink the road to the other side of the starry sky. The reason was very simple. The child's talent was too amazing. He had the ancestral blood of the real dragon and the talent of the devouring abyss, which was absolutely unprecedented and unique since ancient times. If Ao Huanhai really kept the child and raised him, the child would follow the surname Ao. "If you don't come out, I will go to find you." Lin Sun took a deep breath, moved the void, and rushed to the great way of all dragons' palace in the distance. Clatter! All of a sudden, wisps of purple-golden flames emerged and spread to all directions of the market, enveloping Lin Sun with the momentum of encirclement. Looking down from the sky, it was like a circle of purple-golden flame appeared, and Lin Sun was trapped in it. In a moment, Lin Sun felt that this space was confined and blocked, and he could not move anymore. At the same time, a fatal threat spread. "Young man, the world of Dragon Palace is not a place that anyone can break. Your performance is very good. If I am right, you should be a peerless great emperor." A deep and hoarse voice was heard. It was neither fast nor slow, it was filled with a despair-inducing aura. "Great Emperor Zhu Yun is extremely rare. Only in the other side of the universe can Great Emperor Zhu Yun be seen, and there are only a few of them." Along with the voice, an old man with a golden dragon beard, wearing a golden robe, and golden eyes appeared out of thin air. Clatter! With his appearance, the circle of purple-golden flame, which was spreading to Lin Sun, also stopped in the void at this moment, burning quietly, emitting a strange and dangerous aura. The golden-robed old man looked at Lin Sun in the distance indifferently, and said, "But you didn't come from the other side of the starry sky. Before the ancient way of starry sky was destroyed, there hadn't been a peerless great emperor on the ancient way of starry sky for nearly 100,000 years. Let me guess, you may have become a great emperor in the last few decades." The golden-robed old man said, and his golden eyes burst out a terrible divine light, as if he wanted to see through Lin Sun. He was very terrible, and his aura covered the sky and the sun. He confined the space in all directions with golden divine fire, like a spider on a spider's web, preying on the insects trapped in the net. Just that kind of power alone. He was even stronger than Emperor Baki in the 8th level of the Emperor realm. There was no doubt that this golden-robed old man was an extremely ancient existence in the Dragon clan. Because of his bloodline, such a great emperor had a terrible foundation that could suppress the same realm. At least, Lin Sun felt a fatal threat at this moment, but he remained calm and said, "Where is Ao Huanhai?" The golden-robed old man frowned. "How dare you call the name of the patriarch of my clan directly? Tell me, why are you here? If you resist, I don't mind getting rid of the great emperor of Juing today." Majestic, confident, indifferent, and high above, Lin Sun's response was very simple. "Release the dog." With a swoosh, Big Yellow soared into the sky and slapped with its paw to crush the golden divine fire in all directions, causing it to disperse like rain and scatter in the air. The golden-robed old man's pupils shrank. An old worm in the 8th level of the Emperor realm, good lord. Big Yellow looked at the golden-robed old man in surprise, and then saliva flowed out of its mouth. Its eyes were filled with passion and greed. "This pot can't be stewed anymore, but it's fine. Let's take out the dragon liver first to satisfy our craving." Swoosh, as he spoke, Big Yellow moved the void in a hurry like an impatient customer, howling and rushing towards the golden-robed old man in the distance. "Lin Sun, go on, leave this old worm to me." The golden-robed old man was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Being treated as a meal by a dog was a great humiliation that he had never suffered before, since when did a big yellow dog dare to be so arrogant in front of a great emperor of the dragon clan? He was courting death, but when he saw Big Yellow pouncing towards him, the golden-robed old man's heart skipped a beat. He sensed danger and something was wrong. He attacked without hesitation. Boom, the surging dragon might turned into a monstrous golden wave that blotted out the sky. The golden-robed old man stretched out his fingers and the void exploded. This was a real dragon claw that could tear the sky and crush the stars. Big Yellow also stretched out his claw and slapped the void fiercely. It was as if the heaven and earth had been smashed by a giant hammer. Terrifying turbulence burst out. The golden-robed old man let out a muffled groan. He staggered back a few steps from the impact of this head-on attack. His expression changed immediately. When he looked at Big Yellow again, his eyes were completely different. This dog was actually a peerless character in the 9th level of the Emperor realm. This was completely beyond his imagination. It was already rare for such a weak dog to be able to cultivate. But to be able to reach the 9th level of the Emperor realm, it was absolutely shocking. TSK, the blood chi and foundation of the old dragon's bloodline are indeed incomparable to ordinary creatures. Big Yellow exclaimed. The bloodline of the true dragon stood above all other races and was regarded as the overlord of the innate life forms. Their bloodline, physique, strength, and foundation were all terrifying and could suppress all races. Take this golden-robed old man for example. Although he was only in the 8th level of the Emperor realm, his strength and foundation were not ordinary. Swoosh, the lawless saber turned into a snow-white light and was thrown to Big Yellow by Lin Sun. Big Yellow, finish this quickly. We can't waste any more time. Big Yellow's eyes lit up as he held the lawless saber in his paw. How could he not know that this treasure was one of the Kunlun monarch weapons? It was an incredible treasure. Today, I, Battle Emperor shall slay the dragon. With an excited roar, Big Yellow rushed forward again. He couldn't slash with his saber anymore. The heaven and earth were suddenly plunged into a vast expanse of snow-white saber light. After a glance, Lin Sun turned around and continued to fly toward the palace of 10,000 dragons. The closer they got, the more they were able to sense how grand, beautiful, and magnificent the palace of myriad dragons was. Divine radiance flowed while chaos suffused it, and it stood towering in the heavens and the earth like the residence of the gods of legend. It was extremely divine. Chi, a flying sword flew over, dragging along sword chi that was tens of thousands of feet long. Countless sword shadows and scarlet light blossomed in an instant. It was like a scarlet purgatory sweeping across the sky. It was too fast. The aura branded on this flying sword was boundlessly terrifying as well, and it seemed as if it could pierce through the sun and moon and slash through the heavens. When it was about to hit Lin Sun, a spear that was suffused with dreamy starlight flashed out, and the tip of the spear flicked up. Clang! The flying sword was forcefully blocked. Eh? A cry of surprise resounded in the distant wilderness, followed by the appearance of a handsome young man with flaming purple hair. This was clearly an old monster. When his pupils opened and closed, an ancient aura pervaded the air. At the same time, Xianxia, who was wearing a black robe and a hood that covered her face, immediately locked onto the purple-haired young man with her white bone spear. Can I? Lin Sun asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded calmly. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep as he looked at the purple-haired young man. He recognized that the young man was not as powerful as the golden-robed old man and was only at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Lin Sun said, Yellow will come to support you later. Don't fight desperately. After saying that, Lin Sun turned around and left. Time was really tight. If all the old fogies of the real dragon bloodline caught up with him and besieged him, the situation would become serious. Boom! Behind him, there was an earth-shattering sound of battle. which shocked all the people. Lin Sun didn't need to look back to know that Xia had already fought with the purple-haired young man. Ao Huanhai, if you don't come out, don't blame me for trampling the palace of myriad dragons. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of determination. The palace of myriad dragons. In a magnificent palace, the second prince, the third prince, the fifth prince, the sixth prince, the eighth prince, and the 3 dragon ladies of Dragon Palace gathered together. Fourth brother and seventh brother have been captured, and the thief is coming to kill us. Second brother, what do you think we should do? The eighth prince of Dragon Palace, who was still young, showed an anxious look. His name was Ao Yunchuan, and he was only at the Saint King realm. What are you afraid of? This is the world of Dragon Palace, the territory of the real dragon bloodline. Since the Palace of Myriad Dragons was built, it has never been invaded by foreign enemies. A tall man in a white robe said lazily. His name was Ao Tianyu, the second prince of Dragon Palace. Lying on the soft couch, he looked calm and disdainful. What's more, how could those old fogies let the thief come here? Many people laughed. A beautiful woman in an emerald green dress with a unique sense of aloofness and pride said indifferently, second brother is right. That scoundrel is dead for sure. The only thing worth worrying about now is what happened to fourth brother and seventh brother. They will be fine. If the thief dared to kill us, he would have killed fourth brother and seventh brother. But now, their life soul lamps are still there, and they are extremely strong. This proves that the thief is very likely to know the danger of breaking into the world of Dragon Palace, so he used their lives as a trump card to threaten us. An extremely tall man with eyes like lightning and hair like halberds said in a deep voice. He was the fifth prince of Dragon Palace, Ao Tianhe. This matter is indeed a little troublesome. However, as long as fourth brother and seventh brother are still alive, we will definitely be able to rescue them. What I am puzzled about is who in the true dragon world would dare to come to our territory and commit murder. The second prince, Ao Tianyu, said in a low voice, what is the purpose of this thief? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads to show that they didn't know. Right at this moment, a hoarse and low voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Gentlemen and ladies, stay here and don't move. The thief has arrived in front of the great road of all dragons' palace. The moment he said that, the dragon princes and princesses were shocked. There were many horrible prohibitions in the world of Dragon Palace, and every area was guarded by old monsters and elders of the real dragon tribe. Under such circumstances, the thief could still break into the world of Dragon Palace, which was undoubtedly shocking. Don't worry. Sixth granduncle and others are here. Nothing will happen. The second prince, Ao Tianyu, took a deep breath and said in a low voice, let's stay here. Before the danger is over, no one is allowed to act without permission, outside the great road of all dragons' palace. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw many figures waiting in the void in the distance. There were men and women with different appearances, but all of them had a horrible aura. The leader was a thin man in a cyan robe. He put his hands behind his back, and there were the sun and the moon in his grayish-brown pupils, which was extremely frightening. Dragon Emperor Ruasu, an old monster in the 9th level of the Emperor realm, who had lived for countless years, was extremely angry in the real dragon bloodline. There were 3 men and 1 woman beside him, all of whom were extremely old figures in the real dragon bloodline. They guarded near the great road of all dragons' palace all year round. A peerless great emperor came uninvited and killed his way here. You do have some ability. A man in silver armor said coldly. His whole body exuded a strong murderous aura, which developed a horrible scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the destruction of all things. Dragon Emperor Yongfeng. Tell me, who are you and why are you here? A thunderous voice sounded, and the one who spoke was a cold and aloof woman. Her slender figure was shrouded in a layer of mysterious black and white light, and her aura was cold and frightening. Mist Blood Dragon Emperor, like Dragon Emperor Yongfeng, she was also in the 8th level of the Emperor realm. As for the remaining 2 men, one had blood-red hair, fair skin, and narrow eyes. His emperor title was Ping Hai. The other had an old face, and his pupils were like burning blue flames. His emperor title was Star Demon. Both of them were in the 7th level of the Emperor realm. In the outside world, 1/9th level of the Emperor realm, 2/8 level of the Emperor Realm, and 2/7 level of the Emperor Realm, was already a magnificent lineup. It was enough to sweep away a region and make thousands of sects in the heavens afraid. Even on the starry sky ancient road, it could make those first-class ancient orthodoxies tremble. But now, such a lineup was guarding the great road of all Dragon's palace, and all of their chi was locked on Lin Sun. Who was Ao Huanhai? Lin Sun's black eyes were indifferent and calm. He didn't show any trace of emotion. But this surprised Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the others. Young man, you killed your way into the Dragon Palace world just to find my patriarch? Dragon Emperor Ruasu frowned. Then why don't you tell me why you are looking for my patriarch? You will know when you see him, Lin Sun said calmly. Lin Sun said calmly. He would not reveal his purpose so easily. If he gave the enemy time and opportunity, it was very likely that he would hide Zhao Jingxian in advance. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? Hand over the 4th prince and the 7th prince, or you will die today. Dragon Emperor Yan Feng roared. His voice shattered the void and the heavens and earth trembled. His silver armor emitted a horrifying bloody light of slaughter, which was extremely terrifying. If it was any other person, this roar would shatter their divine soul and kill them on the spot, but Lin Sun acted as if nothing had happened and said coldly, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If I don't see Ao Huanhai today, then don't blame me for destroying the great road of all Dragon's palace. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in the heavens and earth. Hearing this, Ruasu, Yan Feng, Lan Shui, Ping Hai, and Star Demon, the 5 extremely senior existences couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. Their eyes were full of mockery and disdain, as if they had heard a ridiculous joke. This was the great road of all Dragon's palace. It was the core of the true dragon bloodline. Since ancient times, no external enemy had been able to break through, but now, a mere peak-level great emperor dared to overestimate his own strength and clamor to destroy this place? How was this different from a joke? P.S. Brothers, take note. We'll be on our way tomorrow, so it's very likely that the updates won't be stable. But I'm really proud that I haven't stopped updating these days when I was abroad. Destroying the great Dao 10,000 Dragon Palace was something that even the living beings of the true dragon world did not dare to imagine. That was why Emperor Ruasu and the others were laughing so recklessly. They did not deny that Lin Sun's combat strength was unparalleled since he was able to sneak into the Dragon Palace and reach the great Dao Palace of all dragons despite being surrounded. But that did not mean that he could destroy the great Dao Palace of all dragons. Let me take a look at this shameless great Emperor Juing. Suddenly, the Star Demon Dragon Emperor stepped forward. His aged face was filled with coldness, and his skinny figure exuded the terrifying aura of a 7th-level emperor. Moreover, it was not something an ordinary 7th-level emperor could compare to. Young man, every dragon has a reverse scale. Those who touch it will die. You are unforgivable. The Star Demon Dragon Emperor pressed his palm forward, and a giant pale green dragon claw materialized in the void. The dragon claw was covered in mysterious green dragon scales, and thick chains of the power of the great Dao Law wrapped around it. As soon as the dragon claw reached out, the sky and earth shattered like paper. From afar, it looked like the hand of heaven was reaching out to the mortal world. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and he stood still. But as he willed it, a formless sword aura burst out and buzzed wildly in the void. The power of heaven and earth that was distributed in all directions was engulfed by a storm and poured into the sword. Boom, the sword aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the sword will exuded a power that could pierce one's heart. It was an extremely determined killing intent, just like Lin Sun's current state of mind. Even if he were to enter the depths of the dragon's lair, he would still destroy all obstacles. This was the heart sword doctrine. The heart of Taoism was like a sword, and the sword was like one's heart. Under this sword, all Daos would become nothing. Crack, the azure dragon claw exploded like fragile glass when it came into contact with the sword chi, and as the sword chi slashed out, a huge chasm seemed to have been fiercely plowed open in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. At the end of the ravine was the Star Demon Dragon Emperor. When he tried to dodge, the sword that was filled with determination and killing intent was already upon him. He could only take it head-on. Open! He roared, and the roar of a dragon shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a primeval azure dragon that tore through the ages to arrive here. His enormous body coiled around him while the might of a dragon emanated from him, and then a myriad of strands of azure divine radiance charged out with the intention of obliterating that sword strike. However, the Star Demon Dragon Emperor had greatly underestimated the power of Lin Sun's sword. He had also neglected the fact that Lin Sun had no intention of wasting time from the start. He had decided to end the battle quickly. Rumble, the world rumbled and the sun and moon lost their light. Lin Sun's sword chi crushed down inch by inch, and the Star Demon Dragon Emperor's resistance crumbled inch by inch. Boundless divine radiance sprayed out like a rain of thunder. In the end, the Star Demon Dragon Emperor let out a roar of rage and indignation. His body was sent flying as if he couldn't bear the weight of the attack. A long sword wound appeared on his body and he was drenched in blood. The terrifying sword chi had severely injured his internal organs. With a bang, he fell fiercely in front of the great Tao 10,000 Dragons Palace. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and his face was ghastly pale. He was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. A single strike had heavily injured a 7th-level martial emperor of the Dragon Clan. This scene caused the expressions of Ruo Su, Yan Feng, Lan Shui, Ping Hai, and the other seniors to change. Their pupils constricted, and they felt slight disbelief. As a member of the true dragon bloodline, his natural talent, resources, and strength were all superior to those in the same cultivation realm. Even though the Star Demon Dragon Emperor hadn't stepped onto the extreme path of cultivation, he was far stronger than an ordinary 7th-level martial emperor. But now, he was defeated by a peak martial emperor who was only at the 2nd level of the martial emperor realm. He was heavily injured by a single strike and almost died. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Long ago, when he broke through to the 2nd level of the martial emperor realm in the profound god world of the Xian clan, his combat strength was already sufficient to easily kill a 7th-level martial emperor. But now, the Star Demon Dragon Emperor was merely heavily injured. Thus, as one of the 4 great innate spirit clans, the true dragon bloodline was indeed blessed by nature. Even though he thought like this in his heart, his movements didn't slow down at all, and he slashed out again without the slightest hesitation. Swoosh, sword chi swept out in an extremely magnificent and dazzling manner. But what was most frightening was the speed of this sword. It had already reached a horrifying level, and it was enough to stun the world. It was just a single sword, but it seemed to be able to chase after the stars and the moon, and it could pierce through the restraints of time and space. This sword was called Instant Slash. It was a supreme sword Dao inheritance from Jun Huan. The core of this sword Dao lay in the word speed. It was so fast that it could stun the world. Bastard! Dragon Emperor Ruo Su was the first to react, and he immediately teleported to the Star Demon Dragon Emperor's aid. He stretched out his palm, and a giant circular light shadow suddenly appeared in the void. Pfft, the sword slashed out, and the Star Demon Dragon Emperor's head fell to the ground. But before the head could fall into the air, it was enveloped by the circular light shadow that Dragon Emperor Ruo Su had drawn out. The light shadow forcefully pressed the severed head down, and it was stuffed into the Star Demon Dragon Emperor's neck. Seeing this, Dragon Emperor Ruo Su couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't acted in time, the terrifying power contained in this sword alone would have been enough to turn the Star Demon Dragon Emperor's head into dust, and wipe out his Yuan Shen. He didn't dare to waste any more time, and he immediately helped the Star Demon Dragon Emperor to heal his wounds. At the same time, the 3 Dragon Emperors, Yan Feng, Mist Blood, and Ping Hai, attacked Lin Sun without hesitation. Tut! The Yan Feng Dragon Emperor was clad in silver armor, and an unparalleled murderous aura filled the sky. As he let out a Dao sound, a blood-red flying sword whizzed out, rolling up a bloody rain that dyed the sky red. Rise! The slender figure of the Mist Blood Dragon Emperor moved across the void, and a fiery red jade cauldron appeared between his slender and fair fingers. The jade cauldron was engraved with a strange dragon pattern, and the divine flame that spewed out from it had the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Clang! The blood-red hair of the Pinghai Dragon Emperor fluttered in the wind. He held a golden trident in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, a terrifying murderous aura spread out from the blade like a broken dam, stirring up the winds and clouds in the sky. 2 8th-level Emperor Realm and 1 7th-level Emperor Realm. Such a combination was also extremely terrifying. At least since Lin Sun stepped into the second level of the Emperor realm, this was the first time he had encountered such a pincer attack. Rumble, the heavens and earth turned upside down, and the void shook. In front of the great path palace of all dragons, there were deafening Dao sounds, dazzling divine halos, and all kinds of shocking phenomena. If such a battle between emperors took place in the outside world, countless mountains, rivers, and cities would have been destroyed. Fortunately, there were countless ancient prohibitions in front of the great path palace of all dragons, so the aftermath of the battle between emperors was constantly neutralized. Lin Sun did not intend to fight to the death. He came here to find Ao Huanhai and interrogate him about Zhao Jingshuan's whereabouts. How could he waste his time and energy in such a battle? A dreamy and graceful figure suddenly rushed out, holding the great Path Empyrean spear in her fair hand, and charged into the battlefield. This was also one of Lin Sun's biggest trump cards. How terrifying was she's combat strength? What happened next also made Lin Sun a little stunned. Then, when she walked, a rain of light intertwined with the law of order, and a great Path Empyrean spear pierced gently. Clang, amidst the deafening explosion, the golden trident in the hands of the calming sea dragon emperor was suddenly shattered. Amidst the rain of light, the cold tip of the spear pierced into the throat of the Linghai dragon emperor with irresistible force. And then a light slash, the throat of the calming sea dragon emperor, who was at the 7th level of the emperor realm, was pierced by Shi's spear. His body was also split in half, and blood poured down like torrential rain. Calming sea. The two dragon emperors, Yan Feng and Lan Shui, widened their eyes in anger. They could not believe their eyes. In an instant, Calming Sea died just like that? Who would dare to believe it? When Lin Sun saw this, he could not help but sigh. This was completely overwhelming combat strength. Only then could he kill a 7th level Emperor Realm Dragon Emperor so easily. One could imagine that Shi's combat strength had already evolved to an unimaginable level after cultivating in the door to heaven all these years. Thinking about it, it made sense. An existence who could fight with the purple-robed woman, Yan Xing, a woman who could go against the Forbidden Order power in the sky back in the ancient Desolation region, a person who the head of the Xian family, Xianxia, called senior. How could he be compared to an ordinary person? However, she seemed to be unaware of all this. His expression was cold and indifferent. He waved the heavenless spear and charged towards the Mist Blood Dragon Emperor in a flash. Buzz, the Mist Blood Dragon Emperor did not hesitate to use all his strength to activate the fiery red jade cauldron to the extreme. He poured all his cultivation into it. The jade cauldron suddenly produced a strange roar, and an endless rain of fire laws appeared. The heaven and earth were burning red. The rocks, plants, and the earth were all melted into liquid. It was strange and terrifying. She was a powerful existence. As he waved the heavenless spear, layers of spear shadows covered the sky and the earth, sweeping away the rain of fire that was coming towards him. She had already arrived in front of the Mist Blood Dragon Emperor. The latter was so shocked that his hair stood on end and his soul almost came out of his body. Poof, her slender waist was severed by the heavenless spear, and an all-conquering and terrifying force was released, causing the 2 halves of her body to be instantly drowned and obliterated. Both her body and soul were completely destroyed. An existence in the 8th level of the Emperor realm couldn't even take one blow from Shi. The rain of blood was splattering and the Tao light was roaring. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp when he saw Shi's slender and dreamy figure. Just how terrifying was his cultivation to be able to do this? At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly remembered what Goldie said to Shi with envy and respect when he saw him. "You've already reached that level?" At that time, Shi nodded his head casually. Lin Sun couldn't guess what level that was. However, he knew that Goldie, a domineering and arrogant fellow who even dared to chase after a 9th level of the Emperor realm, was envious of Shi's level. One could imagine how extraordinary she was now. At this moment, a furious roar came from the battlefield. It was Dragon Emperor Ruasu's roar. It was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven, full of rage. Obviously, the consecutive deaths of Ping Hai and Mist Blood Dragon Emperors had greatly provoked Dragon Emperor Ruasu, who was trying to save the Star Demon Dragon Emperor. The Taoist light was like rain, and the blood was like a tide. As soon as she appeared, she first killed the sea-conquering Dragon Emperor and then the Mist Blood Dragon Emperor. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was incredibly fast. That kind of demeanor was outstanding in the world, transcending the world. By the time Dragon Emperor Ruasu realized what had happened, it was already too late to save Shi. The bloody scene enraged him completely, and his face was pale and twisted. Although the true dragon bloodline had a terrifying foundation that surpassed all living beings in the true dragon world, there was a limit to how many of them could become emperors. The sea-conquering dragon emperor and the mist blood dragon emperor were definitely the core existences of the true dragon bloodline. Their deaths were a great loss. Bastard! All of you deserve to die! Dragon Emperor Ruasu roared. His face was pale, and his voice was filled with endless hatred. Boom, he dashed out and took out a dazzling Taoist sword, which he slashed at Shi in the distance. She originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill Dragon Emperor Muffled Wind. However, at this moment, she seemed to have sensed danger. She stopped abruptly, and the heavenless spear in her hand emitted a terrifying and ferocious aura. She stabbed at the Taoist sword that was slashing at her. Clang, an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. The clouds in the surroundings collapsed, and the space 10 kilometers away rumbled and collapsed. On the battlefield, the sword and the spear collided, and a terrifying murderous aura burst forth. The power released caused the sun and moon to tremble, and the mountains and rivers to collapse. She could not help but be surprised. Formless sword? At the same time, Lin Sun acutely sensed that the piece of copper left by the Kunlun refining source cauldron had become boiling hot. This made him immediately determine that the dazzling Taoist sword was definitely one of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun, the formless sword. However, Lin Sun did not expect that the only Taoist sword among the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun would fall into the hands of the true dragon bloodline. In the distance, Dragon Emperor Ruasu was also shocked as he recognized the Great Way Heavenless Spear. Boom, as she exerted force, the heavenless spear erupted with unparalleled light, and the Taoist sword was forcefully pushed back. Suffering such an impact, Dragon Emperor Ruasu was also shaken to the point that he staggered. The aura around him was turbulent and his expression changed immediately. The thing that caught him off guard the most was that, at this instant, he was keenly aware that the phaseless sword that had always been firmly controlled by his mind actually had a kind of violent struggle at this moment, as if it wanted to break free and fly away. Not good. Emperor Ruasu was both shocked and furious, and he flicked his sleeve to cause 18 flags to soar through the sky. Every single flag was covered in mysterious dragon markings, and they contained obscure and mysterious fluctuations of the laws. As soon as they appeared, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was instantly covered in an expanse of mist. Great illusory mist divine array, being trapped in the fog, not only were his 6 senses blocked, even his mind and soul's sensitivity were greatly hindered. Lin Sun frowned and sensed it calmly. After a while, he suddenly punched out. Boom, the grand formation roiled, and the mist seemed as if it was being ravaged by a hurricane. It swiftly dispersed, and the 18 formation flags that were scattered around the surroundings exploded inch by inch. Obviously, such an illusory formation couldn't trap Lin at all. Aside from Shi and himself, the 3 dragon emperors, Ruasu, Yan Feng, and Star Demon, were nowhere to be seen. They've escaped. Shi's pair of clear eyes looked towards the great 10,000 dragon palace. Lin Sun followed his gaze and saw Dragon Emperor Ruasu in a green robe, Dragon Emperor Yan Feng in silver armor, and Star Demon Dragon Emperor, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, standing on the most magnificent and ancient palace in the distance. The 3 of them looked extremely livid, and their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Who are you? Dragon Emperor Ruasu roared, and his voice shook the heavens. Everything that had happened previously made him realize that Lin Sun and Shi were definitely not ordinary people, and they could not even be the experts of the true dragon world. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold as he said, "Who we are is not important. What's important is that even at this time, Ao Huanhai, the dignified true dragon clan leader, dares not show himself." Humph. Dragon Emperor Ruasu's face turned ugly. The more Lin Sun met Ao Huanhai, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he naturally could not tell Ao Huanhai. What made Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the others most disappointed was that this was the world of the Dragon Palace, but Ao Huanhai had actually defeated them so badly that they could only hide in the great 10,000 Dragon Palace. That was undoubtedly a great humiliation. If news of this spread, the reputation and power of the true dragon bloodline was destined to be destroyed. Who were they, why did they come, and why did they insist on meeting the clan leader? Countless doubts surged in the minds of Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the others. But no matter what the reason was, they could not allow Lin Sun and the others to leave this time. Xiaxhi's figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Her figure was lonely, and her aura was cold. Her body was still filled with a lingering sharp killing intent. Lin Sun, is this still edible? When she came, she carried a bloody body that was riddled with holes, and the flesh was torn. Looking closely, it was the purple-robed young man with the combat strength of the 7th level Emperor realm. There was a moment of silence. Everyone looked at Xiaxhi, and the expressions of Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the others were extremely interesting. Anger, malevolence, shock, disbelief, Shiweting. Dragon Emperor Yongfeng let out a furious roar. The purple-haired young man killed by Xiaxhi was his younger brother, Ao Shiweting. He was an extremely talented 7th level Emperor realm cultivator, and it would not take long for him to reach the 8th level Emperor realm, but now, Ao Shiweting was killed, and his opponent even saw him as food. This made Dragon Emperor Yongfeng's hair stand on end, and he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Sun said, "Put it away first. We might have to kill more old worms today." Xiaxhi nodded. From beginning to end, she appeared extremely calm and casual. "Everyone, the enemy has arrived at our city. They killed our clansmen and humiliated our dignity. If we don't get rid of them, how can we, the true dragon bloodline, maintain our prestige?" Star Demon Dragon Emperor roared in anger. "Ha ha ha, why are you all hiding in the Great Path Palace of 10,000 Dragons? Come, 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 I will stand here and wait for you stinky worms to come and fight me." With a swoosh, the void fluctuated, and Big Yellow appeared with the shiny invincible saber in his hand. He challenged Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the others in an extremely arrogant manner. At the same time, his voice also came into Lin Sun's ears. "I have killed that old bastard at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. But we have to act quickly. It won't be long before the surrounding area will be besieged by the experts coming from all directions." Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he nodded. At this moment, open the formation. Dragon Emperor Ruasu let out a thunderous roar, full of determination. Looking at Dragon Emperor Yongfeng and Star Demon, their eyes were full of coldness and madness. Between the heaven and the earth, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly spread. From all directions, between the vast mountains and rivers, countless complicated and mysterious Taoist patterns and formations gushed out almost at the same time, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. And at this moment, the magnificent, sacred Great Path Palace of 10,000 Dragons, which was like the dwelling place of all deities, also emitted endless dazzling light rain at this moment, interweaving into billions of stars and boundless galaxies. Just the aura released from it made the heaven and earth fall into an extremely oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Rumble, divine brilliance flowed, and Taoist sound spread out like a tide. The heaven and earth changed, as if it had turned into a vast starry sky, with galaxies flowing and Taoist light filling the sky. Lin Sun and the others sensed the danger at the first moment, but it was already too late to hide, because the void in all directions and the boundless heaven and earth were completely sealed at the first moment. No matter where he fled to or where he hid, he was bound to be trapped in this terrifying formation that could be said to be supreme. At the same time, all the territories of the Dragon Palace were alarmed. The taboo formation of the Great Path Palace of 10,000 Dragons. Could it be that the thief has already killed his way to the core of our clan, and even those old antiques couldn't stop him? An uproar broke out. The taboo formation of the Great Path Palace of 10,000 Dragons was regarded as the lifeline of defense of the true dragon bloodline, and its terrifying power was enough to kill an emperor ancestor. Rumor had it that the taboo formation of the Great Path Palace of 10,000 Dragons even gave birth to a Taoist pattern formation spirit. A Taoist pattern spirit that had life fluctuations. We've all underestimated the terror of our opponent. Fortunately, the taboo formation has been activated. No matter how strong our opponent is, he will definitely be killed. The many experts of the True Dragon clan who were rushing to the Great Path Palace of 10,000 Dragons from all directions had extremely complicated expressions when they saw this scene. There was no doubt that they had indeed underestimated their opponent this time. Perhaps it was because they had been superior for too long, or perhaps it was because they had not experienced such a dangerous situation for countless years. This time, Lin Sun had sneaked into the world of the Dragon Palace, captured the 4th prince and the 7th prince, and then killed his way to the Great Path Palace of 10,000 dragons, which had brought too many surprises and shocks to them. From the initial disbelief to the current flustered and exasperated rage, they clearly realized just how dangerous their opponent was this time. This was definitely an unprecedented disaster that the true dragon bloodline had encountered since its existence until now. Fortunately, now that the taboo formation had been activated, the anxious and furious experts of the true dragon bloodline secretly heaved a sigh of relief. What should we do? The consecrated elders from the 9 imperial clans were left with only coldness and despair at this moment. Even the taboo formation had been activated. Could that guy named Lin Daoyuan still walk out of the world of the Dragon Palace alive? Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to rescue him even if they wanted to. Rumble in the world of the Dragon Palace, with the Great Path Palace of 10,000 dragons as the center, a giant ancient formation kept rumbling, and boundless Taoist light and divine brilliance surged out, drowning the heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers were all dimmed, and everything in the void was turned into powder. An ancient formation that could kill an emperor ancestor was activated, and it could even make a world tremble. The laws of heaven and earth were distorted and disordered, and it completely collapsed. Billions of stars transformed into a river of stars that surged and flowed in the void. This was the manifestation of the terrifying power derived from the Great Formation, and it was like a real world. As for Lin Sun and his companions, they seemed to have been abandoned by the world and were trapped in it. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see how long you can struggle this time. In the Great Path Palace of 10,000 dragons, Dragon Emperor Ruoxu's cold laughter, which was filled with endless hatred, resounded. Hundreds of millions of stars rotated in the sky, making Lin Sun feel extremely small and powerless. These were all derived from the taboo formation. This formation has the power to kill the emperor ancestor. At this moment, Big Yellow's expression had become solemn. It's indeed not simple. Perhaps this is the true heritage of the true dragon bloodline. Otherwise, this clan would have been destroyed long ago given their proud nature. Xi's body was covered with a rain of light and intertwined Dharma laws. His cold voice also became solemn. Xiaji looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's eyes were deep and surging with a strange light. He looked calm as usual and did not show any trace of panic. On the contrary, there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Why did this taboo formation, which was regarded as the lifeline of defense by the true dragon bloodline, feel so familiar? Rumble. A group of dazzling burning comets whizzed over like torrential rain. The aura they emitted was enough to make any Emperor Realm cultivator tremble. Just when Xi and Big Yellow wanted to resist, they were stopped by Lin Sun. Follow me. As soon as Lin Sun finished speaking, his figure flashed and swept towards the depths of the starry sky. He ignored the oncoming comets. Xiaji followed him closely. Xi and Big Yellow looked at each other and finally resisted the urge to attack and followed Lin Sun. Then, a strange scene appeared. The comets, which were as dense as raindrops, were roaring towards Lin Sun, but they disappeared into thin air after Lin Sun's figure made a mysterious trajectory. Xi and Big Yellow were both stunned. They both realized that Lin Sun seemed to know the changes and killing tribulations of this formation like the back of his hand. At the same time, Lin Sun transmitted his voice, "With my current strength, I may not be able to break this formation, but it's not difficult for me to break out. Let's act according to the situation later and try to suppress them with the force of a thunderbolt." As he spoke, he continued to move forward. Rumble. The formation roared, and hundreds of millions of stars rotated, evolving into all kinds of killing tribulations, which rushed towards Lin Sun and the others from all directions. There were dense falling comets, dancing galaxies, strange nebula vortexes, and every single attack had the power to annihilate ghostly immortals and suppress monarch realm cultivators. It was extremely terrifying. Xi and Goldie, who followed closely behind Lin Sun, felt depressed and throbbing, especially Goldie, who broke out in a cold sweat from time to time. The power of the formation was too horrible. It was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Sun didn't lead the way, it couldn't help worrying how many times it could resist. Even though she had remained silent all along the way, she was able to determine that if it was any other Emperor Realm expert that was trapped here, that person would have probably been blasted to death a long time ago. Because of this, the way Xi and Goldie looked at Lin Sun, who was leading the way, changed. They didn't expect him to be able to stroll leisurely in such a dangerous formation as if he was walking on flat ground. In the outside world, many figures had already gathered from all directions and were standing far away outside the taboo formation. They were all important figures from different territories of the Dragon Palace, as well as the Emperor Realm elders who served the true dragon bloodline. Looking at the taboo formation that had evolved into a Zhou galaxy and revealed monstrous killing intent, all of their faces were filled with shock and even reverence. Just looking at it from afar was enough to make their hair stand on end. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the killing tribulations would be if they were trapped inside. After we kill them, we'll collect all their belongings. I want to know their identities, origins, and objectives. In front of a majestic palace in the Great Tao Palace of 10,000 Dragons, Emperor Ruosu's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with hatred. Not only will I make them pay, but I will also wipe out all the forces behind them. Yes, that's right. Dragon Emperor Yan Feng and Star Demon Dragon Emperor gnashed their teeth. Lin Sun's group had killed their way into the Dragon Palace, stirring up a storm of blood, killing Ping Hai, Lan Shui, and several other old antiques. They were forced to hide in the Dao Dragon Palace and had no choice but to borrow the power of the taboo formation to protect their lives. This was undoubtedly too humiliating. If news of this were to spread, their clan's dignity and prestige would be completely obliterated. They would become the laughingstock of the world. Moreover, if the Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Immortal Phoenix, and other innate spirit clans found out about this, it would very likely cause great trouble for them. Since time immemorial, our clan has never suffered such a blow and loss. Naturally, we won't let this matter rest. Just wait, those bastards won't be able to live for long. Dragon Emperor Ruosu and the other antiques revealed bloodthirsty and cold expressions. Suddenly, Emperor Ruoxu found something wrong at the first time. Lin Sun and his companions, who were trapped in the formation, had avoided the disasters again and again without any danger. Along the way, they didn't even put up any resistance or counterattack. They just moved forward under all kinds of attacks. Every time, when people thought that they were going to die, they would always be able to avert danger after danger. Dragon Emperor Ruosu's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Yan Feng and Star Demon Dragon Emperor were also dumbfounded when they noticed this strange and unbelievable scene. What's going on? That was a forbidden formation that had existed since time immemorial. It possessed terrifying power that could kill an emperor ancestor, and until now, no one had been able to break it. But now, something unexpected had happened. For a time, Dragon Emperor Ruosu and the others were shocked and furious, and their minds were in turmoil. How could this formation that was their lifeline of defense fail to trap their opponents? They couldn't understand this. No matter how experienced they were, no matter how many ups and downs they had experienced, they still couldn't understand the unbelievable scene before them. This forbidden formation was set up by our ancestors, and it is regarded as the fifth killing formation of all heavens. Since time immemorial, nothing like this has ever happened. Dragon Emperor Ruosu's expression was uncertain. As for the experts that were scattered in other places, they still didn't understand what was happening in the formation. They were still excitedly waiting for the moment their opponents died. Boom, suddenly, an earth-shattering change occurred in the formation. Countless mysterious Daoist formation diagrams emerged from the billions of galaxies in Zhou. Gradually, these Daoist formation diagrams condensed together and transformed into a figure. He was like a 7 or 8-year-old boy, wearing a starry feather robe, a starry rainbow crown, and starry boots. His little face was innocent, and his eyes were like a vortex of stars, deep, clear, and clean. As soon as he appeared, the entire formation seemed to have a rhythm of life, and it suddenly produced all kinds of unexpected changes. If it was said that the grand formation from before was evolving and operating according to some sort of rule and law, then the grand formation at this moment had no rule or law to speak of at all. It felt as if he was facing a living formation that had intelligence and could produce all kinds of incredible killing tribulations according to the situation. There was no law to follow. Almost as soon as the boy appeared, Lin Sun suddenly stopped, and a rare trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Formation spirit. In the past, when Lin Sun read the experience and notes left by Master Lu, he had also seen the records about formation spirit. According to Master Lu, when the Taoist pattern formation was developed to an unprecedented level, it would be able to seize the power of creation. With the power of heaven and earth as the source and the essence of all living things as the guide, it would condense a unique spiritual body called the formation spirit. Generally speaking, a great formation that possessed an array spirit was akin to possessing intelligence and life, and all changes would become untraceable. Such a formation could be called a deadly formation, and it could be called the most terrifying prohibition method in the world. This also meant that there was only one way to break the formation or get out of it. That was to defeat the formation spirit with the attainments of Taoist formation, and this was the first time that Lin Sun saw the formation spirit. You seem to be very familiar with all kinds of changes I control, so you can avoid all kinds of attacks and even wake me up from silence. The childlike spirit opened his mouth. His voice was clear and immature, and a pair of starry vortex-like eyes only stared at Lin Sun with curiosity. Wisps of starlight permeated his body, making him look extremely mysterious. He was like a baby of stars. She and Big Yellow revealed looks of surprise. Clearly, they did not expect such a miraculous and intelligent spiritual body like the array spirit to be born in such a large formation. When the formation spirit appeared in the outside world, Emperor Ruasu and the other old-timers, who were still surprised and doubtful, all revealed ecstatic expressions. This was also the first time that they had seen the formation spirit in countless years. In the past, they had only heard that the forbidden formation that had protected their clan for thousands of years might have given birth to a formation spirit. But no one had seen it before. After all, there were only a few people in this world who could kill their way to the great way of the palace of all dragons, so it was impossible for them to have a chance to truly understand these things. How much longer can you resist now? Emperor Ruasu and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Cold smiles appeared on their cold faces. In the formation, Lin Sun looked at the childlike formation spirit calmly and said, I am indeed very familiar with this formation. In recent years, I have been trying to understand the mystery of this formation. But I didn't expect that this formation has already condensed a spiritual body like you. The formation spirit frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized something and said, Are you the successor of that bad old man? What a bad old man. It was a hard description, but Lin Sun immediately realized that the formation spirit should be referring to Master Lu, because this forbidden formation that could kill the emperor ancestor was the Tao Falling Heaven's death formation deduced by Master Lu. The inheritance of this formation was given to him by Qing Ying when he was in the Dark Land. Although it was incomplete, its power was already more powerful than the lifeless killing formation, which was ranked 9th in all heavens. Now, a complete Tao Falling Heaven's death formation was placed in front of Lin Sun, regarded as the lifeline of defense of the real dragon. P.S. Goldfish just got home and hasn't eaten yet. After eating, she will write the second chapter. So, of course, she couldn't stop updating today. Falling Tao Undying Sky was the forbidden formation of the true dragon, which made Lin Sun's imagination run wild. Master Lu obtained the inheritance of 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon from the true dragon. Was the Falling Tao Undying Sky the same? Could it be that Master Lu had once broken through the formation and successfully left? Through his memory, he figured out the core mystery of the formation of Tao Fall, Heaven Death. Just as Lin Sun was thinking, the childlike formation spirit suddenly said, Do you dare to compete with me in terms of attainment in Taoist inscriptions? Lin Sun said, No matter whether you dare or not, the formation you control is doomed to be unable to stop me. I advise you to abandon evil and become good. Don't struggle needlessly. The child raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Really? I'd like to see what tricks that old man has taught you. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a nebula emerged and turned into a bottomless whirlpool. Countless stars were flowing in the depths of the whirlpool, releasing a terrifying and boundless devouring power that enveloped Lin Sun. Lin Sun stepped forward and waved his sleeves. A nebula whirlpool emerged, showing opposite rotating fluctuations. The terrifying Taoist inscriptions erupted like a volcano that had been silent for thousands of years. One devoured, and the other erupted. In an instant, a destructive scene of yin and yang colliding, fire and water repelling each other appeared, causing the void to explode. Turbulence splashed everywhere, twisting and collapsing. You've begun to control the power of my formation? The child was surprised. Then he snorted and pointed at Lin Sun. buzz, countless star Taoist inscriptions condensed and turned into 100,000 star swords. They seemed to crush the starry sky and rushed forward with a rumble. Lin Sun didn't dodge, and his eyes were suffused with an obscure and profound light as he suddenly punched out. Instantly, the Zhou void overturned as a myriad of stars converged into the force of this punch, and then it crushed towards the 100,000 star swords with the force of a landslide and a tsunami. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Countless Taoist inscriptions surged like waves and then disappeared. The starry sky was shaken. Again. The child shouted. He had a unique wisdom, so he could control the formation as if it was his own arm. It showed all kinds of incredible changes, and its power was unbelievably strong. She and Big Yellow, who were watching from a distance, showed grave expressions. They now deeply understood how terrifying a unique life form like the formation spirit was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even an emperor ancestor would find it difficult to resist such a slaughter. At this moment, Lin Sun wasn't fighting with brute force. He was also manipulating the power of the formation, countering every move and showing extraordinary attainments in spiritual tattoos. For a time, the glow of the Tao within the grand formation surged like tidewater while rumbling like thunder, and signs of destruction appeared everywhere. Numerous stars exploded while numerous Tao-marking formations collapsed into pieces, and it seemed as if a world-shocking battle of annihilation was being carried out here. Again. 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 The formation spirit's roar constantly resounded, and it was filled with unwillingness and resolution. The power of the formation that he controlled became even more terrifying. But no matter how it changed, Lin Sun could always find the flaws and resist and disintegrate them one by one with his attainments in Tao patterns. After studying the formation of falling Tao and dying sky for many years, he had already understood all its mysteries in his heart. Although the formation of falling Tao and dying sky left by Master Lu was incomplete, it was a kind of extreme deduction process, and he had already thoroughly understood the core mystery of the formation. What was missing was nothing more than some changes and killing power of the formation. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was not so much fighting as verifying and figuring out the various changes of the formation through the means of the formation of falling Tao and dying sky. Even if he suffered a fatal threat, Lin Sun, who had mastered the core mystery of the formation, could find and break it. As time went by, the formation spirit's little face tightened and he frowned. He exerted all his strength, but still couldn't do anything to Lin Sun. Why isn't it over yet? Emperor Ruoxu and others were secretly anxious. There were too many changes in the formation, and the power released was also extremely terrifying, so they couldn't see the unparalleled battle that was taking place in it. But there was one thing they could still be sure of, and that was that after the formation spirit appeared, it couldn't kill those opponents immediately. They almost couldn't believe it. This is impossible. Even the emperor ancestor would die if he was trapped in the forbidden formation of our tribe. How could there be so many accidents? Star Demon Dragon Emperor's eyes widened in anger. The emperor ancestor might die, but there is a kind of person who can't be trapped even with this formation. Dragon Emperor Ruoxu's voice was dry. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was exceptionally gloomy. Impossible. Suddenly, Dragon Emperor Yongfeng seemed to have thought of something as well, and he was flustered and exasperated. There is only one Lu Boya in this world. How could there be a second one? Lu Boya, Star Demon Dragon Emperor was stunned when he heard this name. He seemed to have suddenly understood, and his expression turned hideous. Could that young man be the successor of Lu Boya? Actually, we should have guessed his identity a long time ago. Dragon Emperor Ruoxu's expression became increasingly gloomy, except for that little bastard who tarnished our dragon girl Xianxia, who would have the guts to sneak into our tribe and cause trouble. When Ao Zhentian brought Zhao Jingxian back, the entire clan knew that Zhao Jingxian grew up in the lower world, Ziyao Empire. When they learned that Zhao Jingxian was pregnant, the old antiques especially asked Zhao Jingxian and Ao Zhentian about Lin Sun. Naturally, they also knew that Lin Sun not only mastered the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, but also was raised by Lu Boya. To the entire bloodline of the true dragon, Lu Boya was definitely a name that they hated deeply. He was an enemy that they couldn't wait to skin and eat alive. It was because of some information about Lin Sun that the bloodline of the true dragon made an extremely decisive decision, to sink the path to the starry sky ancient path. in order to eliminate all hidden dangers, so that Zhao Jingxian and the child in her belly could only stay in the bloodline of the true dragon for the rest of their lives, and could no longer have any connection with Lin Sun. But none of them expected that in just a few decades, Lin Sun would come looking for them. Moreover, as a peerless great emperor, he killed all the way to the Great Dragon Palace. It's this little bastard. Yan Feng and the Star Demon Dragon Emperor's expressions were extremely livid. When they finally understood Lin Sun's identity, they also realized what Lin Sun was going to do. If I had known earlier, I would have immediately gone to the Starry Sky Ancient Path after the gathering of 10,000 dragon immortals came to an end, and completely erased this kid. The Star Demon Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, full of hatred. It was not only because Lin Sun was the successor of Lu Boya, nor was it because he mastered the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, a taboo inheritance belonging to the bloodline of the true dragon. More importantly, Lin Sun was the father of the child in Zhao Jingshuan's belly. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. In the formation, the childlike formation spirit let out an unwilling scream. It turns out that the old man has already secretly learned the core mystery of the formation. Before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by Lin Sun's hand and stuffed into the Great Way Without End Tower like a fresh radish. With this formation spirit, it was equivalent to mastering the complete form of the Fallen Dao formation. In the future, as long as the formation spirit presided over the formation, it would be equivalent to having a great killing weapon that could kill the ancestors of the emperors. However, the resources and divine materials needed to set up the formation were destined to be beyond what Lin Sun could provide. It was too huge. For example, the bloodline of the true dragon could only operate such a large formation with the source energy of the Dragon Palace's world. One could imagine how huge the resources needed to set up the formation would be. Oh no! At the same time, the alarmed Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the other old antiques were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and their expressions changed drastically. However, before they could react, she and Big Yellow, who had been waiting for a long time, had already teleported to the Great Way Dragon Palace. Without the protection of the Fallen Dao formation, the huge Great Way Dragon Palace was equivalent to taking off its sturdiest shell. It was like an empty shell, and it could no longer stop she and Big Yellow. Rumble! In an instant, the battle suddenly broke out. She did not show any mercy, and Big Yellow was even more furious. As soon as he attacked, he launched a thunderous attack. Puff! In an instant, she stabbed out with the lawless spear and killed the severely injured Star Demon Dragon Emperor. His throat exploded, and then his body and spirit exploded together. Blood splattered everywhere. The lawless saber in Big Yellow's claws was also terrifyingly sharp. It caused Dragon Emperor Yong Feng to be heavily injured, and he kept retreating. Soon, he was covered in blood and was in a desperate situation. Although Dragon Emperor Ruasu was in the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, he was firmly suppressed by Shi and was in a very passive position. His old face was distorted, and he kept roaring. Lin Sun did not care about this. After rushing out of the formation, he rushed into the Great Way Dragon Palace with Xia Ji. At this stage of the battle, the patriarch of the true dragon tribe, Ao Huanhai, still had not shown himself. This gave Lin Sun a vague premonition. Stop him! Dragon Emperor Ruasu roared, and his voice reverberated through the heavens. When the experts who had been watching from afar saw that the taboo formation, which they regarded as their last line of defense, had been broken, they were shocked to the point of losing their minds and falling into a daze. They didn't dare to believe that all of this was real. At this moment, when Dragon Emperor Ruasu shouted, they suddenly came to their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed into the Great Way Dragon Palace without hesitation. This was the core of the true dragon tribe, and it represented the supreme authority and dignity of their tribe. How could they allow an outsider to enter? However, very few people noticed that even though those revered elders who served the true dragon bloodline were also charging forward, deep in their hearts, they were all incomparably excited. Their hearts were filled with admiration and shock. A young man whom they thought would not survive had actually broken the true dragon tribe's last line of defense. This was an unprecedented miracle. As long as this young man was alive, it was a chance for them and the tribe behind them to change their fate. Still there, seeing the experts charging at her from all directions, she dodged without hesitation. She suppressed Dragon Emperor Ruasu and killed them all at the same time. Rumble, her graceful figure was intertwined with divine radiance. Her heavenless spear struck out in all directions. Unparalleled power spread out like a surging ocean. In an instant, many figures that were charging over were killed. Blood sprayed as shrill cries rose and fell in succession. "Hold the others back," she said to Big Yellow telepathically. Then, she exerted her strength and lashed out with the heavenless spear. Dragon Emperor Ruasu, who was being suppressed by Big Yellow, was hit by the spear. The armor covering his body cracked and exploded. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Dragon Emperor Ruasu could only defend himself with the formless sword. He was unable to counterattack and was forced into a passive position. Xi's battle prowess was just too terrifying. Even a 9th-level martial emperor like him could not help but be overwhelmed by Xi. Roar Big Yellow charged at the experts that were charging at him. His fur glowed and he waved his claws casually. They were powerful enough to sink the sun and moon and destroy mountains and rivers. Even though those experts had the advantage in numbers, in an instant, more than 10 of them were slapped to death, and their bodies exploded one by one as they perished on the spot. As for the elders who served the bloodline of the true dragon, they seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line. But in reality, they were only pretending to obey Big Yellow and did not use their full strength. They were not a threat to Big Yellow. Kill. Big Yellow was in high spirits, and his howl was like a clap of thunder that rumbled and surged. A boundless blade swept through the snow-white Taoist light and wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The experts from the bloodline of the true dragon were shocked and furious. However, they could not break through Big Yellow's obstruction. Instead, many of them died on the spot. For a time, the sound of the Tao rumbled and swept through this expanse of the heavens and the earth. The battle was intense, and the surroundings were covered in a bloody and shocking scene. Those below the martial emperor realm did not even have the right to interfere in a battle of this scale. Because, if they got close, they would be killed by the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. At this moment, Lin Sun and Xia Ji had already killed their way into the palace of 10,000 dragons. What? The taboo formation was broken? In the main hall, the second prince, Ao Tianyu, turned pale with fright and shot up from his chair. His mind was trembling and he was unable to calm down. Looking at the other princes and princesses, their expressions changed drastically. Previously, even when they heard that there were enemies attacking, they were incomparably calm and composed. The reason was because this was the great Tao Palace of all dragons. It was protected by a forbidden formation, and no one had been able to break in since ancient times. But now, the taboo formation was broken. This was simply like shattering the greatest reliance in their hearts, and it caused them to panic. Who exactly is that enemy? How could he possibly possess such terrifying combat strength? Where are the forefather and the others? Why did he just watch all of this happen? Someone asked fearfully. Do you think the ancestor and the others will just sit back and watch all of this happen? This can only prove that the opponent's combat strength is so strong that it has seriously threatened the ancestor and the others. The second prince's face was gloomy and his heart was in a mess. All of them realized that the calamity they were about to face today had far exceeded their expectations. In fact, it was very likely to be the most severe calamity their true dragon bloodline had ever encountered. Quickly, let's leave this place and head to Zulong Mountain. Ao Tianyu gritted his teeth and made a decision. Zulong Mountain was the true dragon clan's ancestral ground, and there were many terrifying existences that lived in seclusion there since ancient times. The great Tao Palace of all dragons was no longer safe, so they had to move as soon as possible. Yes, let's go to Zulong Mountain. The other princes and princesses seemed as if they'd awoken from a dream, and they nodded successively. However, right when they were just about to make a move, a figure had suddenly appeared before the hall. That tall figure cast a long shadow under the sunlight, and it caused others to feel oppressive and terrified. This person was naturally Lin Sun. After entering the great Tao Palace of all dragons, his divine sense spread out, and he instantly saw everything within the palace. However, he didn't discover Zhao Jingshuan's whereabouts, and he didn't sense Ao Huanhai's aura either. Do any of you know where Zhao Jingxian is? Lin Sun spoke with a piercingly cold voice that went straight to the heart, causing Ao Tianyu and the others to shiver and feel a chill in their hearts. However, they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard that Lin Sun had come for Zhao Jingxian. Of course, they knew who Zhao Jingxian was, but they didn't expect that this extremely terrifying enemy had come all the way here just to find Zhao Jingxian. Jingxian is my cousin. She's not here now. You've come to the wrong place. Ao Tianyu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Of course, if you can tell us your purpose of coming, perhaps we can help you. Lin Sun asked coldly, where's Ao Huanhai? Ao Tianyu and the others looked at each other with extreme shame and resentment in their hearts. Ao Huanhai was the name of their father, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. In the past, who dared to call him so directly? Despite the extreme shame and resentment in his heart, Ao Tianyu said, my father isn't here. He left with my elder brother and cousin Jingxian a long time ago. When and where did they go? Asked Lin Sun. Father and the others left after the All Dragons Immortal meeting came to an end. As for where they went, we don't know either. Ao Tianyu seemed to be very honest. At such a critical moment of life and death, he couldn't be arrogant at all. Lin Sun frowned, and his dark eyes were cold as he glanced at Ao Tianyu and the others one by one. In the end, he said, since Ao Huanhai doesn't come out, then I can only make a trip with you. I'd like to see if your father can still refrain from coming out when you're facing death. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Lin Sun had already made a move. The light that covered the sky surged out with a bang, and it was like a large net that covered the heavens and the earth. It captured Ao Tianyu and the others in one fell swoop, and then it suppressed all of them and put them into the endless tower. After doing all this, Lin Sun brought Xianxia along and started to search the Great Dragon Palace again, and he destroyed everything wherever he went. Along the way, they found a secret treasure vault that contained a huge amount of treasures and cultivation resources. Elixirs, rare treasures, divine materials. There was everything that one could think of, and all of them could be said to be first-class rare things in the world. Their value was immeasurable. It was the core and central place of the True Dragon bloodline, and it had always been occupied by the lineal descendants of the True Dragon bloodline. So the wealth and treasures possessed by it were naturally extraordinary. Among them, only the divine materials and elixirs of the emperor level were piled up into mountains. However, Lin Sun was wholeheartedly thinking about finding Ao Huanhai at this moment, so how could he care about these things? He waved his sleeve and put all of them away. Unfortunately, he didn't find any trace of Ao Huanhai even after he swept through the entire Great Dragon Palace and almost dug a meter into the ground. This made Lin Sun feel that something was wrong. Where on earth did Ao Huanhai take Jingxian and the Crown Prince to? Lin Sun, let's go. Suddenly, Goldie's solemn voice came from afar, and it caused Lin Sun's pupils to constrict. Swish, without hesitation, he dashed out of the Great Dragon Palace with Xianxia. The outside world was already covered in blood, and the ground was covered in broken corpses. No one knew how many powerhouses of the True Dragon bloodline had lost their lives here. When Lin Sun and Xianxia appeared, they happened to see Shi smash Emperor Ruox's body with the Heavenless Spear. Bang! Emperor Ruox's body exploded, and his flesh and spirit were shattered. Originally, she planned to make another attack to completely smash Emperor Ruox's shattered body and spirit. However, she seemed to have sensed something and dodged without hesitation. A strange gray flying blade appeared at the place where she stood. With a gentle sweep, that area suddenly sank and was completely torn into powder. That terrifying and sharp power made one shudder with fear. Lin Sun didn't even have the time to see it clearly before he was carried by Shi and teleported into the distance. He turned his head and saw Xianxia and Goldie were also carried by Shi, and they were flying into the distance at an extremely fast speed. What happened? Just when Lin Sun was surprised, a cold shout suddenly sounded in the distance. In the territory of the True Dragon bloodline, even if a deity comes, he can't escape death. The voice, like the decree of God, resounded through the universe word by word, revealing the supreme power, which made Lin Sun's ears buzz and made him see stars. Subsequently, an extremely dazzling figure tore through the sky like a flowing light and flashed over explosively. If one looked carefully, it was surprisingly a young man that was peerlessly handsome. His eyes were bright like the sun, and he stood on an illusory and shapeless Dao sword. He was so fast that he seemed to be flashing in the space without any restraint. In an instant, he had caught up with Lin Sun, at this moment, Lin Sun finally understood why she and Goldie would resolutely choose to escape when they had the upper hand. The aura of this man who looked like a teenager was simply unimaginably terrifying. It was as if he was the ruler of this world, and his words were law and omnipotent. Tut! A roar sounded. Before Lin Sun could react, a grey sword chi came to him as if it appeared out of thin air, which was strange and terrible. She took action and blocked it with the heavenless spear. However, she was shaken and staggered. She snorted as if she was unwilling to accept it, but she didn't choose to fight it head-on. She continued to escape with Lin Sun and the others. The world of the Dragon Palace was extremely vast. Even with Xi's speed, she couldn't get rid of the man who looked like a teenager in a short time. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. This was completely beyond Lin Sun's imagination. It should be known that she could kill Emperor Su Dragon, who was in the 9th level of the Emperor realm. But now, she seemed to be extremely afraid of the terrifying existence who looked like a teenager. Who was the opponent? How could there be such a ruthless character in the true dragon bloodline? Even if you take that step, so what? In this world, I'm the god. The cold voice of the teenager came from afar. It was cold and indifferent, making people shudder. Boom! Before his voice died away, a dense grey rain of swords whistled over and covered all of Lin Sun and the others almost in an instant. This kind of attack was so fast that it could subvert the law and ignore the order of the world. P.S. The second chapter is a little later. In addition, I recommend Changming Emperor Army written by Master Jibai. You can read it later. At this critical moment, she charged forward alone. Her body erupted with a blazing rain of light that seemed like it was burning. Boom! An earth-shattering collision resounded. She let out a muffled groan as her body was pierced by numerous sword chi, causing blood to splatter out. She was obviously heavily injured, but she seemed to be unaware of it. After blocking this attack, she brought Lin Sun and the others along and teleported at full speed. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked and furious. It was the first time he'd seen she suffer such injuries in all these years. It's truly rare to be able to block my attack. If you choose to be my slave, I can spare your life. The cold voice of the youth resounded from afar, and his words were filled with humiliation. She remained silent while Goldie cursed, "Fuck you. If you didn't control the order of this world, I would be able to squash you to death with a single claw." Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly realized that the reason why the young man was so powerful was that he borrowed the power of the order of heaven and earth in this world. Lin Sun couldn't be more familiar with this. The nameless Supreme Emperor from back then and the current Heavenly Emperor sure both controlled the forbidden order of the Nirvana realm. Lin Sun had also controlled the source of the starry sky when he was in Nirvana, therefore, Lin Sun knew how powerful the source of the starry sky would be if he could control the source of the starry sky. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the terrifying youth in the Dragon Palace could be called a ruler. He could control and use the order of the starry sky at will. Going against him in this world was like going against the heavens. "You dog, I'll kill you right now." Suddenly, the youth's cold voice resounded. When the youth's voice resounded, Lin Sun didn't hesitate to use the forbidden passing divine ability. An extremely dazzling rain of light was released, and the world suddenly fell silent. Everything seemed to have fallen into a strange stillness. At the same time, a grey sword chi that was 30 centimeters in front of Goldie also fell into a standstill. This scene shocked Goldie to the point he broke out in a cold sweat. If Lin Sun hadn't helped him in time, he probably wouldn't have been able to react when the sword slashed down. She didn't stop at all. At this moment, he suddenly moved horizontally and left the youth far behind. Controlling the power of time? Impossible. This sort of taboo energy only exists in the legends of the other side of the starry sky. How could it possibly appear in the possession of a little thing like you? From afar, the young man's voice that was filled with shock and disbelief resounded through the heavens and the earth. He hadn't even finished speaking when his figure had already caught up to him once more. Moreover, his aura was clearly stronger than before. The entrance has been sealed by a restrictive power. She suddenly transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked up and saw a whirlpool-like tunnel floating in the void in an extremely distant place, which was covered with horrible forbidden power. If he was given time, then he would be able to break through the restriction. But if he were to delay for even a moment, then the young man would catch up to him. The situation was critical, and he didn't have the time to break through the restriction at all. Big Yellow, I'll leave it to you. If he dares to come up, chop him to death. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun brought out the fourth Prince Ao Xianfeng, the second Prince Ao Tianyu, and the other direct descendants of the true dragon and handed them over to Goldie. Big Yellow's eyes lit up. He used his own power to suppress the dragon princes and princesses and roared, "Old fart, if you dare to come over, they will die." Whoosh, at the same time, the void in the distance fluctuated, and a horrifying young man appeared. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, and his eyes were like a pair of suns. He was tall and mighty, and just standing there casually, he was like the ancient sky, giving people supreme majesty. When he saw the hostages in Big Yellow's hands, the young man's face immediately darkened. His eyes were surging with coldness. "If you dare to touch them, I guarantee that I will pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and grind your bones to ashes." Ao Xianfeng and Ao Tianyu were the direct descendants of the true dragon, and their bloodline was extremely pure. Once they died, the consequences were bound to be extremely severe. This made the young man hesitate to take action for fear of harming the innocent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun started to break through the restriction. The situation was critical, and he couldn't afford to waste even a little time. Xianxia stood aside to protect him. "Watch out." Suddenly, she made a move, and the heavenless spear blocked a sudden sword chi that was about to kill Lin Sun at the critical moment. However, she was so shocked that she coughed up blood, and her figure shook for a while. Obviously, her injury was getting more and more serious. Lin Sun didn't look back, but he also saw the scene. His heart couldn't help but surge with boundless anger. How dare this old beast be so unscrupulous? "Big Yellow!" he shouted. There was no need to tell him at all. Big Yellow had already taken the toughest response. Bang, a figure exploded. It was Ao Yunchuan, the eighth prince of the dragon clan. But at this moment, he had died violently, and his body and soul were both destroyed. At the same time, Big Yellow said coldly, "If you dare to play tricks again, all these little beasts will die." Boom, the young man was so angry that his whole body was surging with monstrous ferocity, causing the world to show signs of cracking and collapsing. Obviously, Ao Yunchuan's death had greatly stimulated him. He took a deep breath, and after a long time, he said word by word, "Let these children go, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I promise that all of you will die." His voice was full of determination. Only an idiot will believe this nonsense. Big Yellow sneered, "I might as well tell you that after I leave, I may consider letting these little beasts go. Otherwise, if we die, we will drag these little beasts down with us." "You." The young man was furious and his face was livid. Since ancient times, who dared to threaten him like this? Not to mention a mere dog, but now he had to suppress his anger, because in his heart, the lives of these pure-blood descendants of Ao Xianfeng were undoubtedly more valuable than those of Lin Sun. Boom, at this time, Lin Sun had broken through the layers of barriers. In the light rain, the whirlpool passage leading to the outside world had appeared in his field of vision. The young man was utterly unable to maintain his composure when he saw this scene, and his gaze was terrifyingly icy cold. "I guarantee that if all of you dare to leave with these children of my clan, then I'd rather sacrifice their lives to kill all of you." Big Yellow looked at Lin Sun, who said without hesitation, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Let him do it if he has the guts." This was a dilemma. If he let go of Ao Xianfeng and the others, the young man would have no worries and would certainly act unscrupulously. But if he didn't let them go, it was very likely to anger the young man and make him act recklessly. But Lin Sun had no time to care about this. He would rather choose to gamble that the young man would not dare to do such a lose-lose move. As he spoke, Lin Sun left with Xianxia, and Big Yellow. Big Yellow tightly controlled the lives of those hostages, lest they would be attacked by the young man at this critical moment. Watching Lin Sun and the others walk into the whirlpool passage one by one, the young man's eyes turned red, and his chest heaved with anger. The nearby void collapsed and wailed. "With that child, I just have to make some sacrifices. What's the big deal? Illusory see, don't blame me for being ruthless. I can't let them lead me by the nose." In the murmur, the young man's bloodshot eyes flashed with a touch of madness and determination. Swish, the young man's figure suddenly rushed into the whirlpool passage. In the outside world, an ancient sea calming steel stood on the boundless blue sea. As soon as they escaped, Lin Sun and Big Yellow felt that they had survived a disaster. Let's go. She didn't stop and led them to move with all his strength. However, before they escaped from this sea, the young man's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. If I let you escape, how can my clan save its face? All of you go to hell. The last 4 words were like a thunderclap, rumbling through the world. Oh no, Lin Sun and the others all changed their expressions. They all realized that the young man had completely lost his temper. He would rather sacrifice Ao Xianfeng and the others to kill them. Boom, the sea was tumbling, and the blue sky suddenly became as dark as ink, as if it had fallen into the eternal night. Boundless terrifying waves rolled up, like a cage that blocked the world, and drowned Lin Sun and the others. They couldn't dodge at all. The waves were sweeping in all directions. Break! At this moment, Xi's long hair danced wildly. Her graceful figure was so bright that it seemed illusory. She released unprecedented extreme light, trying her best to break through the void and find a way out. But in just a moment, she was shaken by the heavy waves and staggered back, bleeding all over. She was seriously injured and on the verge of death. This sea is blocked by a mysterious power of order. I can't break it. I'm sorry. I can't help you this time. Xi's voice was weak, and her eyes were dim. This was the first time Lin Sun heard such dejected words from Xi. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was anger, but also a kind of hatred for his own powerlessness. How could this be? Boom, the waves rolled, and Big Yellow also attacked. But in a flash, he was suppressed and coughed up blood repeatedly, suffering serious injuries. This made Lin Sun's eyes almost pop out. If they didn't follow him to the Dragon Palace this time, how could she and Big Yellow suffer such injuries? Ha ha ha, run. Why don't you run? The young man's cold laughter resounded in the distance, full of tyranny. Seeing that Xiaxi was also going to risk her life, Lin Sun stopped her. Xiaxi, hide in the endless tower with Xi and Big Yellow. As he spoke, he didn't care whether they agreed or not. He took out the endless tower and put them in it one by one. In fact, at this moment, Xi and Big Yellow couldn't resist at all. They had suffered serious injuries, and this was Lin Sun's attack. They were caught off guard and had no chance to react. As for Xiaxi, she was the same. After doing all this, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and took a deep look at the young man in the distance. A turbulent wave swept over. However, before it was covered, Lin Sun jumped and resolutely rushed into the sea. The young man who was laughing crazily was stunned, and then showed a look of pity. Since ancient times, everyone knew that no matter who entered the sea, they would die. Rong Jinyu rested at home. Tomorrow, she would update as usual. Next week, she would start to prepare and fulfill the matter of adding more chapters and breaking out. The young man stared at the bottom of the sea. Lin Sun's figure continued to sink like a falling meteorite. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, until he disappeared at the depth of 90,000 feet. Still worried, the young man stayed where he was. His divine sense stopped at 90,000 feet and didn't go any further. He knew how terrifying it was below 90,000 feet. Since ancient times, the East Sea had been called the Sea of Sin. It was a forbidden zone for life, a land of death and extinction. Anyone who entered it, no matter how strong or weak they were, would die. There were also old fogies who used various methods to investigate, but none of them knew what was hidden below 90,000 feet. But the young man knew. The true dragon bloodline moved from the starry sky ancient path to this world in the beginning of primitive times, and eventually became the ruler of this world. This was closely related to the existence below 90,000 feet in the Sea of Sin. After a long time, the young man withdrew his gaze and murmured, "It's a pity for the children of the true dragon bloodline." He turned around and left. In the world of Dragon Palace, the many experts of the true dragon clan, who had been waiting for a long time, knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully when they saw the young man's figure return. "Greetings, Ancestor Spirit." "Greetings, Ancestor Spirit." Respectful and solemn voices reverberated in the world. Everyone's face was filled with awe. It was as if they were meeting a god. "The enemy has been killed." Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If I hear anything, I will kill you without mercy." The young man called Ancestor Spirit spoke indifferently, as if he was delivering a decree from the heavens. Everyone became even more respectful. "How many Emperor Realm experts did our true dragon clan lose in this battle?" The young Ancestor Spirit asked after a moment of silence. An old monster hesitated and said in a low voice, "Ancestor, our clan suffered heavy losses this time." "How heavy?" The Ancestor Spirit frowned. The old monster's heart trembled, but he braced himself and said, 1 9th level Emperor Realm, 3 8th level Emperor Realm, 5 7th level Emperor Realm, and 1 6th level Emperor Realm. As he counted, the Spirit Slaughter Patriarch's eyes gradually darkened. Later on, when he found out that 17 martial emperors from the true dragon bloodline had perished in this battle alone, his face was extremely gloomy and unsightly. Everyone present felt suffocated. The aura emanating from the ancestor of evil spirit was simply too terrifying. "This is just the loss of an Emperor Realm expert, but it's already more than half of our peak strength. This isn't just a serious injury, it's a huge blow to our vitality." Evil spirit's ancestor sighed lightly. His voice was filled with extreme killing intent, and it caused the heavens and the earth to wail. He was very clearly aware that he would probably be unable to recover from the damage he suffered today even after a myriad of years. And it was only a few humans and a dog that caused all of this. After a moment of silence, the Spirit Slaughter ancestor asked, "Do you know their identities?" Someone immediately stepped forward and told him about Lin Sun's origins. The ancestor of evil spirit frowned tightly when he finished listening, and then he suddenly laughed coldly. "Lu Boya. He stole the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon from my clan all those years ago and almost destroyed the foundation of my clan. I haven't even settled this debt with him, yet his successor has come to cause trouble again. Does he really think that my true dragon bloodline is easy to bully?" The surroundings were silent, and no one dared to interrupt. In fact, very few people in the entire true dragon bloodline knew about the enmity between Lu Boya and the true dragon bloodline. Because what Lu Boya had done all those years ago was a great humiliation to them, so who would spread their dirty linen to the outside world? "From today onward, no one is allowed to enter the world of Dragon Palace without my orders." With that, the Spirit Slaughter Patriarch turned around and vanished into thin air. The experts of the true dragon bloodline seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. They glanced at each other, and even though there was still a slight gloominess on their faces, they were mostly relaxed. After all, Lin Sun and the others had been annihilated, so they didn't have to be furious or worried about it any longer. The only thing that pained them was that their bloodline's losses were really too great. On the other hand, all the revered elders that obeyed the orders of the true dragon bloodline had gloomy expressions while despair filled their hearts. An opportunity that was sufficient to change the fate of their clans had actually been eliminated just like that. This caused them to feel depressed. The ancestral dragon mountain, the ancestral grounds of the true dragon bloodline. It was shaped like an enormous sleeping dragon, and it was covered in obscure chaotic mist all year round. The dragon pool was situated at the center of ancestral dragon mountain. It was an enormous place comparable to a lake, and it converged ancestral dragon quintessence, causing it to be extremely miraculous. At this moment, there was an enormous golden dragon cocoon at the center of the dragon pool. The surface of the cocoon was branded with numerous ancestral dragon Dao markings, and it was like a mysterious natural totem. Moreover, strands of natural spirit energy that seemed like chaotic mist suffused the surroundings, causing it to seem dreamlike. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the golden dragon cocoon emanated a strange and unique fluctuation of vitality every once in a while, and it flickered as if it was breathing. A few figures sat cross-legged nearby the dragon pool, and all of them stared fixedly at the enormous dragon cocoon that was being nurtured at the center of the dragon pool. On the other hand, there was a mountain of all sorts of peerlessly precious treasures placed nearby them. Every single one of them possessed unbelievable miraculous effects, and it was sufficient to cause the eyes of imperial emperors to covet them. However, this mountain-like pile of treasures was prepared for the golden dragon cocoon. Every once in a while, a batch of treasures would be tossed out to allow the golden dragon cocoon to absorb its power, and form a process of incubation. A handsome young man in a jade robe frowned and said, "Father, a few tens of years have already passed. Why hasn't cousin sister Xianxia awakened from her transformation?" A man with neat hair and a dignified and composed expression at the side said. Hingyu, the greater the fortuitous encounter, the more difficult it is to obtain. What you have to do now is to patiently sense the rhythm and fluctuation of this dragon cocoon and form a synergy with its aura. Only in this way will you be able to help Xianxia when she emerges from the cocoon. If a clansman of the true dragon bloodline was here, that person would definitely recognize this young man as the crown prince of the dragon clan, Ao Hingyu. On the other hand, this dignified middle-aged man was the patriarch of the dragon clan, Ao Huanhai. In the past few tens of years, this pair of father and son had always resided here, and they'd never taken a step away from this place. They'd done all of this for the sake of waiting for the golden dragon cocoon to emerge from its shell. Help her? Suddenly, someone from the side laughed lightly. When did your true dragon clan become so hypocritical? It's none other than seizing the bloodline and natural talent of your own clansmen. Just speak frankly. There's no need to be so secretive. This person wore violet clothes, had violet hair, and a peerlessly beautiful appearance. Moreover, her eyes revealed an innate cold and arrogant expression. Surprisingly, she was Xianxia from the other side of the starry sky. Ao Hingyu's expression instantly became slightly unsightly when he heard Xianxia. Ao Huanhai's expression was composed as he said, "This niece of mine has always been a sinner. Seizing the bloodline of the child in her womb is merely allowing her to atone for her sins. Not to mention that we merely intend to seize the bloodline of the ancestral dragon within that unfilial child in her womb, and we won't harm Zhao Jingxian. Isn't this helping her as well? How could it be called hypocritical?" As he spoke, he tossed a batch of precious treasures into the dragon pool. Those precious treasures instantly transformed into dazzling and resplendent liquid that surged into the golden dragon cocoon. Xianxia grunted coldly. Don't try to act innocent after gaining an advantage. If this child in her womb didn't possess the natural talent of my clan's bloodline, then how could it possibly awaken the ancestral dragon's bloodline of your true dragon bloodline? Ao Huanhai frowned, but he still smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, there's no need to argue about all of this. So long as you help my clan seize the natural talent within this child, then my clan will naturally offer up the ancestral dragon's bloodline." This was a transaction. They'd discussed it since the moment the violet-clothed woman, Xianxia, had found the true dragon bloodline a few years ago. If I'm not wrong, then this golden dragon cocoon will break out of its shell in less than 3 years. After Zhao Jingxian absorbs enough natural treasure essence, the child in her womb will be born into the world. Aren't you worried that I'll take this child away at that time? Xianxia had a playful look in his eyes, and his words caused Ao Huanhai's brows to raise. These words had poked at the thing that he was most wary of. In the beginning, Ao Huanhai had intended to raise this child as a pure-blooded descendant of his clan after the child was born. He would have the child acknowledge him as his grandfather and his eldest son, Ao Hingyu, as his father. As for Zhao Jingxian, she would be imprisoned for eternity, so that child wouldn't know who his true parents were. In this way, once this child grew up, he was bound to regard the true dragon bloodline as his home. But there were still hidden dangers in this world. After all, there was no such thing as a wall without a crack in the wind. If what happened during the 10,000 Dragons Immortal gathering a few decades ago was leaked and that child learned of some inside information, then it was bound to draw a great deal of unnecessary trouble. But when Xianxia came looking for him, he provided Ao Huanhai with another possibility, and that was to forcefully seize the child's natural talent. Their true dragon bloodline was unable to accomplish such a thing, but Xianxia could. Thus, Ao Huanhai didn't hesitate to agree to a deal with Xianxia. Once this was done, he would give Xianxia the ancestral dragon blood that he needed. But Ao Huanhai couldn't help but worry that Xianxia had other intentions. He was clearly aware of Xianxia's origins. It was an eternal clan that even the true dragon bloodline didn't dare offend, and its resources were unimaginably terrifying. If Xianxia really intended to do something to that child, then the consequences would be terrible. Fellow Daoist, don't joke like this. Ao Huanhai calmed his emotions and smiled. For the sake of this child, my true dragon bloodline will do something regardless of the price. This was a reminder, and it was also a silent warning. Xianxia said, "Oh. What if I really do something that would let all of you down?" Swoosh, right at this moment, there was a wave of fluctuation in the sky, and then the ancestor of spirit slaughter arrived out of thin air. As soon as he arrived, he stared coldly at Xianxia and said, "Then you can watch and see if I'll kill you with my own 2 hands." The ancestor of Spirit Slaughter's voice was stern and full of undisguised threat. Starspill didn't panic. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, "Although I can't stop anything in this dragon palace, you don't know what it means to have a child with the talent of devouring abyss. If you really want to play with fire, just do it." The ancestor of Spirit Slaughter came to the side of the dragon pool and sat down expressionlessly. Then he suddenly said, "The talent of devouring abyss is related to the law of time, right?" Hearing this, Starspill was obviously stunned. Before he spoke, the ancestor of Spirit Slaughter sighed with satisfaction. "Sure enough. If so, the child can't be taken away by you." At this time Ao Huanhai and Ao Hingyu were both stunned. An innate talent was related to the law of time. This was simply against the natural order. When they looked at the golden dragon cocoon in the dragon pool again, their eyes had completely changed, especially Ao Hingyu, whose eyes became extremely fiery. The child not only had the pure bloodline of the ancestral dragon, but also a terrible talent related to the law of time. If he could control it, thinking of this, Ao Hingyu's heart trembled with excitement. Starspill seemed to realize something, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold and terrible. Was the enemy who broke into the dragon palace just now the little thing named Lin Sun? The ancestor of evil spirit didn't hide anything. He said, "That's right. However, that little bastard lost his life at the bottom of the sea of sin. If it wasn't for his ability to seal time, I wouldn't have expected the devouring abyss to be so heaven-defying." Starspill's face became uncertain. Ao Huanhai and Ao Hingyu were also stunned. Of course, they also knew Lin Sun. He was the successor of Lu Boya, Zhao Jingshuan's Taoist companion, and the father of the child in Zhao Jingshuan's belly. However, they had never expected that the enemy who had wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace world would be the young man whom they hated and despised so much. "Did the little bastard come to find the child?" Ao Hingyu blurted out. The ancestor of Spirit Slaughter said indifferently, "No matter what he came for, he is now a dead man. Since ancient times, no one has been able to walk out of the sea of sin." Starspill frowned. "You know it so well? Fellow Daoist, could it be that our true dragon bloodline doesn't know who's being suppressed at 90,000 feet? Speaking of which, your Luo family has a lot to do with this." There was a hint of indignation in Patriarch Spirit's eyes. "Are you criticizing my Luo family for what we did back then?" Yan Xing's eyes also became cold as he stared at the ancestor of evil spirit. "Don't forget that. If it weren't for you, your clan would have been destroyed along with that old thing who was suppressed under the sea of sin." These words were completely blunt, and it caused Ancestor Spirit Slaughter's expression to become unsightly. He was slightly unable to maintain his composure. However, Starspill didn't seem to intend to restrain himself. He continued, "Also, how did Min Luo Dragon Emperor disappear? You haven't forgotten, right?" "Enough." Ancestor Spirit Slaughter roared, his face dark. "Fellow Daoist, although you come from the Luo family, your surname isn't Luo. It's best if you don't go too far in my true dragon clan." Starspill's eyes flickered, and he said expressionlessly, "I'm just reminding you that Lin Sun may not die in the sea of sin." Ancestor Spirit Slaughter sneered and said, "I might as well remind you that if you do what you should do, you can take away the ancestral dragon blood alive. If you meddle in other people's business, you'll lose your life." Starspill frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. Ao Hingyu was confused. He didn't know how Min Luo Dragon Emperor disappeared and the horrible existence suppressed under the sea of sin at all. When he was about to ask Ao Huanhai, the latter shook his head and transmitted his voice to him, "These are the core secrets of our clan, and no one will know them in the future. You'd better not inquire about them." Ao Hingyu was horrified. He was the current crown prince of Dragon Clan, but he was not qualified to inquire about such ancient secrets. What on earth were these secrets? It will take at least 3 years for the dragon cocoon to degenerate. "I hope there won't be any twists and turns during these 3 years, Starspill murmured to himself, as if he was worried about something. Ancestor Spirit Slaughter and Ao Huanhai looked indifferent. They were not afraid of anything on the Ancestor Dragon Mountain except that Starspill from the Permitha Luo family was dishonest. Ao Hingyu no longer thought about those ancient secrets that were destined to be unfathomable. He focused all his attention on the golden dragon cocoon. He adjusted all the chi in his body to sense the obscure and mysterious fluctuation coming from the golden dragon cocoon. If it was possible, he wished for nothing more than to swallow the supreme fortune that was being nurtured within it right now. After the bloody storm, the world of the Dragon Palace had returned to its previous tranquility. However, everyone knew that the true dragon bloodline had suffered a great loss after this battle. The loss of those Emperor realm existences could be regarded as a heavy blow, enough to make the true dragon bloodline unable to recover for tens of thousands of years. Although Ancestor Spirit Slaughter had ordered to block all the news, the paper could not wrap up the fire. The reason was that in the world of Dragon Palace, the executive elders of the 9 imperial clans, who had been obeying the true dragon bloodline for countless years, had already been disloyal. Therefore, in just a few days, the 9 imperial clans had already learned about the bloody massacre that had taken place in the world of Dragon Palace. In particular, when they learned that Lin's son, who possessed the inheritance of the 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon, had been killed by Ancestor Spirit Slaughter in the East Sea, they felt depressed and could not bear such a blow. It was not easy for them to see an opportunity to change the fate of their clans, but it was gone just like that. It was not hard to imagine how disappointed the big shots of the 9 imperial clans were. Soon, the news that the true dragon bloodline had suffered a heavy blow and suffered a great loss spread to different territories of the true dragon realm at an incredible speed through the silent propaganda of the 9 imperial clans. It caused many people to be shocked and in an uproar. When the true dragon bloodline reacted, the news had already spread all over the sky, and it was impossible to block or stop it. The bone-chilling seawater was filled with a strange power. Darkness, like a curtain, completely covered the area under the East Sea. The moment Lin Sun sank to the bottom of the sea, a strange, horrible and fierce aura rushed towards him. Lin Sun's body trembled as if he was stared at by the god of death. A sense of fatal danger surged all over his body. However, before he could react, his arm was suddenly grabbed by a big hand, and he fell into the sea. Boom, the dark water was rolling. Lin Sun was just about to struggle when a voice came into his ears. "Don't struggle, and don't use your divine awareness to check." Lin Sun was stunned. What a familiar voice. It was not until a moment later that Lin Sun gradually adapted to the horrible pressure produced by the seawater. However, because he dared not use his divine awareness to check, what he saw was still darkness, like the endless night. It was not until he sank to the bottom of the sea that the big hand that grabbed his arm loosened. At the same time, Lin Sun saw a little light, which was very eye-catching in the dark bottom of the sea. The light was gentle and warm, and it sprinkled down a rain of light. Surprisingly, it was a translucent and sparkling pearl that floated there silently. When he arrived at the area covered by the bead light, Lin Sun felt relaxed, and the horrible pressure and the cold, strange and dangerous aura around him were isolated from the bead light. "My little friend, we meet again." As the voice sounded, a figure appeared near the light. The thin and tall figure in a cyan robe stood casually, with a majesty like a king descending to the world. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Sun with a smile, with surprise and joy in his eyes. Lin Sun was stunned at once. "Uncle, how come it's you?" The cyan-robed man was Zhao Yuanji, the father of Zhao Jingxian, the emperor of Zhou Empire. "It's a long story. Sit down and have a rest first," Zhao Yuanji said and sat down casually with his legs crossed. Lin Sun nodded and sat down, but he was still in a trance. Lin Sun had just experienced a dangerous killing, but in the blink of an eye, he saw an acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time. It was hard for Lin Sun to believe it. How could Zhao Yuanji appear at the bottom of the sea? This was undoubtedly incredible. Soon, Zhao Yuanji told Lin Sun the reason. Decades ago, he and Zhao Jingshuan's mother, Ao Xintong, also heard that the bloodline of the true dragon was going to hold the Alan Dragon's immortal gathering, so they immediately set off for the world of True Dragon. Initially, Ao Xintong was planning to dive 90,000 zhang below the East Sea while the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering was taking place to rescue a terrifying existence that had been sealed here for countless years. But she accidentally heard that Zhao Jingxian, the daughter of Zhao Yuanji, had participated in the Alan Dragon's Immortal Gathering. This made the couple have a bad premonition. Ao Xintong, who was born in the bloodline of the True Dragon, learned some inside information after a little investigation. Only then did she know that the child in Zhao Jingshuan's belly was very likely to be targeted. This made Zhao Yuanji and his wife very anxious, but there was nothing they could do, because it was impossible for them to break into the bloodline of the true dragon and rescue Zhao Jingxian. Therefore, according to Ao Xintong's plan, they resolutely entered the Sea of Sin and planned to wait for an opportunity. After knowing all this, Lin Sun realized that this was not a coincidence. Zhao Yuanji and his wife were originally here to rescue Zhao Jingxian, just like him. "Where is Auntie?" Lin Sun asked. Zhao Yuanji answered casually, "She is trying to communicate with the horrible person suppressed here. If we can get the help of that horrible person, we may not be afraid of the threat of the bloodline of the true dragon." Lin Sun couldn't help asking, who is that horrible person? As early as on his way to the bloodline of the true dragon, he had heard about the Sea of Sin and the Forbidden Zone of Life. He was also very clear about the horror of the Sea of Sin. It was said that no one could walk out of it alive since ancient times. But he had never thought that there was a horrible person suppressed under the Sea of Sin. Zhao Yuanji thought for a while and said, "Your aunt didn't say, but according to my speculation, that terrifying existence should be an ancient figure of the true dragon bloodline." Lin Sun was stunned. The true dragon bloodline? It seemed absurd. If an ancient figure of the true dragon bloodline was being suppressed under the Sea of Sin, why hadn't the powerhouses of the true dragon bloodline rescued him in the past countless years? Zhao Yuanji didn't know much about it either. He only told Lin Sun to calm down and ask Ao Xintong when he returned. Then, they talked about what had happened in the past few decades, and they couldn't help sighing with emotion. It turned out that Zhao Yuanji, his wife, and the young man with golden cicada had arrived at the chaotic galaxy on the ancient starry sky path after leaving the mulberry forest in the bloodthirsty battlefield. At that time, the young man with golden cicada, Chen Lin Kong, Bai Chan, and other terrifying existences of the ancient battle league were all hibernating there. Zhao Yuanji and his wife didn't leave for the true dragon world until they heard that the All Dragons Immortal Gathering was about to begin. After learning about Lin Sun's experience in the past few decades, Zhao Yuanji couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes drifted. He caused havoc in the Kunlun ruins, traversed the ancient starry sky path, raised a storm in the primordial world, killed a group of heroes in the ancient immortal forbidden area, ran amok in the dark world, and became an emperor in nirvana. Lin Sun's words were concise and to the point, but Zhao Yuanji was overwhelmed with emotions as if he was listening to a legend. When he heard the purpose of Lin Sun's visit to the true dragon world, Zhao Yuanji's eyes became strange and complicated. He stared at Lin Sun, making Lin Sun feel uncomfortable. "Uncle, is there something wrong?" Lin Sun asked with a guilty conscience. Zhao Yuanji chuckled and pointed at Lin Sun. "I didn't expect you to get my daughter pregnant without saying a word." He seemed to be angry, gratified, and displeased at the same time. This was probably the mood of a father. It was as if he had seen his own fresh cabbage being taken away by someone else without him even realizing it. Lin Sun was embarrassed. No matter how thick-skinned he was a little embarrassed when facing his future father-in-law. "Alright, it's not that I don't approve of the two of you being together. On the contrary, the two of you have known each other since you were young, and you've experienced many trials and tribulations along the way. It's already extremely difficult for the two of you to be able to reach where you are today." Zhao Yuanji patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. "I also believe that you will not let Jingxian down, but," Lin Sun hurriedly asked, "Uncle, but what?" Zhao Yuanji let out a long sigh and said, "I'm only worried that as the two of you go further and further on your paths towards the Tao, the gap between the two of you will definitely grow larger and larger. At that time, will the two of you still be able to stay together?" The path of the Tao was long. Some people and things in the past, along with the changes in one's cultivation, were no longer people from the same world. For example, Ning Meng, Shi Yu, and Yi Qi, his old friends. Lin Sun had rarely met them since he left the mortal world. His close friends like Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the Big Black Bird were also missing. This was the path of the Grand Tao. The higher one's realm of cultivation was, the further one walked, and the distance between them and their old friends would grow further and further. This was exactly what Zhao Yuanji was worried about. With Lin Sun's foundation and cultivation, he was destined to go further and further on the path of the Grand Tao. At that time, would Zhao Jingxian still be able to catch up with him? It would be very difficult. There was almost no hope, Lin Sun thought for a while and said seriously, no matter what, I will not leave Xianxia alone. Otherwise, what's the use of pursuing the Grand Tao? Zhao Yuanji took a deep look at Lin Sun and said, I believe you. Lin Sun looked calm and didn't say anything, nor did he swear to guarantee anything. Deep in his heart, he never had the thought of letting Zhao Jingxian down in this life. As the two talked, Lin Sun also paid attention to communicating with Shi, Big Yellow, and Xianxia in the Tower of Endless. He prepared many divine medicines and treasures for them to heal their injuries. Xianxia was not injured, but Shi and Big Yellow were seriously injured. It was unlikely that they could recover in a short time. This made Lin Sun feel a little heavy. That terrifying young man could control the power of Origin of Order in the Dragon Palace. He was no different from Shirchandi. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun enter the Dragon Palace and rescue Jingxian? Seeing Lin Sun frowning, Zhao Yuanji couldn't help asking. When he learned about Lin Sun's bloody massacre in the Dragon Palace, he also frowned. The ancestor of spirit killing you mentioned should be the 9th ancestor of our clan, Ao Jiui, also known as Spirit-Killing Dragon Emperor. He is the only ancestor who is still in the clan. Suddenly, a warm and sweet-sounding voice sounded. A speck of light lit up deep within the ink-like seawater in the distance. As the light figure approached, a slender and graceful figure also appeared under the light's shadow. She was dressed in a plain, wide-sleeved light purple palace dress. Her long hair was coiled into a bun, and her neck was snow-white. Her face was dignified, quiet, and beautiful. Every move she made was noble and outstanding. That beautiful face was 70% similar to Zhao Jingshuan's. It was Ao Xintong. This should be the second time Lin Sun saw her. The first time was when he was young, when he attended the birthday banquet of Empress Ao Xintong in the forbidden city of Xiao Empire. It was also at that birthday banquet that Lu Qingyan composed the Song of Heavenly Sun. Now, after many years, they met again. However, Lin Sun was no longer a teenager, but a peerless emperor whose name resounded in the starry sky. Greetings, Auntie. Lin Sun saluted. No matter how high his cultivation was, he was destined to be a junior in front of Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xintong. We are a family. Don't stand on ceremony. Ao Xintong looked Lin Sun up and down like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. After a while, she nodded with satisfaction and said, Jingxian has a good eye, at least better than mine in those days. Zhao Yuanji coughed and said, Xintong, you can't say that. Did you take a fancy to me because you misjudged me? Ao Xintong laughed, is there any other reason? Zhao Yuanji was about to argue, but Ao Xintong said first, let's not talk about the things between us, lest it affects your image in this child's mind. Listening to the quarrel between the couple, Lin Sun could only pretend to be confused and pretend not to hear anything. In fact, he felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't expect that a man like Zhao Yuanji would be henpecked. When Ao Xintong came, she was holding a shiny bead in her hand, which sprinkled a rain of light to dispel the darkness and coldness of this sea area. Zhao Yuanji first told her how he saved Lin Sun, and then said, Lin Sun still has a lot of doubts in his mind, and only you can solve them for him. Ao Xintong nodded and looked at Lin Sun, saying, you came at the right time. Maybe you can help me break through a dilemma. Before that, I will tell you everything you want to know as long as I know it. Lin Sun was refreshed. After thinking for a while, he put forward some of his doubts. The first question was what kind of horrible existence was suppressed under the East Sea, which was regarded as a forbidden zone for life. This was exactly what Zhao Yuanji didn't know. Ao Xintong didn't conceal it and told him the inside story. At the beginning of primitive times, the ancestors of the 4 primordial clans, namely True Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise and Immortal Phoenix, moved together from the ancient path of the starry sky. After many rough explorations and searches, the lineage of the True Dragon finally came to this vast world and quickly became the master of this world as an outsider. From then on, this world was called the World of True Dragon. But later, a great disaster fell on the lineage of the True Dragon, which was related to the Luo family of the Permitha continent. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel nervous. He had already known that the Luo family of the Permitha continent was the clan where his mother, Luo Qingshuan, came from. The Luo family of the Permitha continent had a great ancestor, who was called the Lord of Heavens. He crossed the starry sky and fought in the starry sky. He entered the four worlds of the true dragon world: White Tiger Mountain, Black Tortoise Continent and Immortal Phoenix Nest. Moreover, he defeated the ancestors of the true dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise and Immortal Phoenix clans by himself and made them submit to him. Ao Xintong's voice was low and gentle. The Lord of Heavens was upright and aboveboard, and he possessed a peerless elegance. After he won, he even gave guidance to the ancestors of the four great clans, and all of them admired him greatly. So, they weren't forced to submit this time, and they submitted willingly. They were willing to serve the Luo family of the Permitha continent, and they established a rule that all the descendants of the four great clans would be loyal to the descendants of the Lord of Heavens. Even Lin Sun was moved and shocked when he heard this. Exactly how extraordinary and magnanimous must he be to be able to make the ancestors of the four great clans submit to him to such an extent? From then on, because of their relationship with the Lord of Heavens, the four great clans possessed a path and opportunity to head to the other side. Throughout the countless years, countless experts had headed to the other side and received the care and protection of the Luo family. It could be said that the four great clans had received great grace from the Luo family. However, at the end of the primitive times, everything changed, and a great disaster swept through. At this point, Ao Xintong looked at Lin Sun and said, "Speaking of which, this matter also has something to do with your mother, Lu Boya, and your uncle." Lin Sun's heart shook. He had vaguely guessed something, but he didn't dare to confirm it. "Your mother and uncle are pure-blooded descendants of the Lord of Heavens, but because of internal strife in the clan, they escaped from the Luo family a long time ago and crossed the Starry Sky to hide in the Starry Sky ancient path." Ao Xintong continued, "On their way to escape, the ancestors of my clan helped them successfully get rid of their pursuers, and successfully reached the other side of the Starry Sky." At this point, Ao Xintong's expression was complicated. At that time, among the four great clans, only the ancestors of the true dragon bloodline helped them, but it was also because of this that the great figures of the Permitha continent Luo family targeted our ancestors and regarded them as traitors. The ancestor of the true dragon clan was an ancient and terrifying existence, yet the Nirvana Luo clan viewed him as a traitor. Lin Sun almost couldn't believe the truth. "My clan's primogenitor served the Lord of Heavenspan for countless years, and has always treated the Permitha Luo clan with utmost respect." Never could he have imagined that, in the end, the Permitha Luo clan would slander him because they wanted to help a direct descendant of the Lord of Heavenspan. Ao Xintong's voice was filled with hatred. The Nirvana Luo clan gave our ancestor two choices. He could either go to the Nirvana Luo clan and capture Luo Qingshuan and the others to make up for his mistake, or he could be exterminated along with the true dragon clan. Zhao Yuanji couldn't help but gasp. The Nirvana Luo clan was too overbearing. As you can see, the true dragon clan has survived to this day, and it hasn't been exterminated. However, because our ancestor refused to capture Luo Qingshuan, he was suppressed by the Nirvana Luo clan. Ao Xintong pointed at the boundless dark sea and said, "Do you know why the East Sea is called the Sea of Sin? It's because the Nirvana Luo clan believes that the punishment our ancestor suffered was his own doing, and he deserved to be suppressed here." Lin Sun and Zhao Yuanji immediately understood, and their hearts were in turmoil. It turned out that, the terrifying existence suppressed at the bottom of the sea was the ancestor of the true dragon clan. This was undoubtedly too shocking. If Ao Xintong hadn't said it herself, Lin Sun wouldn't have believed it was true. The true dragon world was the territory of the true dragon clan. Moreover, the dragon palace that their ancestors lived in was above the East Sea. Who would dare to believe that their ancestor was suppressed at the bottom of the East Sea? Why didn't anyone from the true dragon clan go to rescue him for countless years? Zhao Yuanji couldn't help but wonder. A hint of mockery appeared on Ao Xintong's face. Because they didn't dare, the primogenitor was suppressed, and her entire race was almost wiped out. She barely managed to survive, so who would dare to go behind the Permitha Luo clan's back and rescue the primogenitor from this region? She paused for a moment before she continued. "To put it simply, those seniors of my clan were extremely clearly aware that if they were to rescue the first ancestor, it would definitely bring about the danger of our clan's annihilation. If they didn't rescue him, then perhaps we would be able to survive in the cracks." Zhao Yuanji let out a long sigh. "I see. This matter is viewed as our clan's core secret. Moreover, it is not allowed to be divulged, nor is it allowed to be known to the younger generation, because it is too humiliating. Ao Xingtong took a deep breath and said, "After all, the patriarch of our clan is being suppressed right under our noses, yet no one dares to rescue him. If word of this gets out, the true dragon bloodline will definitely be thoroughly humiliated, and we won't be able to raise our heads again. Take the current true dragon bloodline for example. It's likely that most of the clansmen do not even know that the being suppressed in the Eastern Sea is their ancestor." Ao Xingtong's expression flickered indeterminately, and it carried a strand of resentment as he said, "But how could such a thing possibly be washed away by time? How could it be forgotten? 100,000 years ago, when Ming Luo Dragon Emperor, who was still the clan leader at that time, learned of this secret, he immediately took action." Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and he couldn't help but ask. "That Min Luo Dragon Emperor that gave the order to slaughter all the living beings of the human race in the true dragon dimension?" Ao Xingtong wore a mocking look. "Kid, what you've heard is nothing but a rumor. You'll understand once I'm done." Lin Sun nodded. Ao Xingtong continued to narrate the past. In order to save the ancestor, Ming Luo Dragon Emperor did not make it public, because he knew very well that if he did so, he would not only completely offend the Nirvana Luo clan, but also be tolerated by the other big shots in the clan. It was extremely risky. Therefore, he decided to think of a way to save the ancestor secretly. But what disappointed him was that the Nirvana Luo clan had set up 49 Dinghai Taoist tablets in order to suppress the true dragon ancestor. Every single Dao tablet was branded with a supreme restriction, and the energy they contained was truly too terrifying. Not to mention rescuing the ancestor, even diving into the sea 90,000 feet below would cause a fatal blow. This was also the reason why the Eastern Sea was regarded as a life-forbidden zone. It was not because of the suppressed true dragon ancestor, but because of the 49 Dinghai Taoist tablets from the Nirvana Luo clan, but Ming Luo Dragon Emperor was not willing to give up, so he had a bold idea to go to the starry ancient path to seek help from Luo Qingshuan, who was also from the Nirvana Luo clan. Hard work paid off. In the Dao Battle of the Emperors in the ancient times, Ming Luo Dragon Emperor met Lu Boya, who was conferred as Formation Emperor Lu. After knowing this, Lu Boya agreed to go to the true dragon world with Ming Luo Dragon Emperor without hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Sun finally had a vague answer to the doubt that had been hidden in his heart. Master Lu had indeed been to the true dragon world. No wonder he could master the inheritance of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, and no wonder he was so familiar with the forbidden formation of the true dragon lineage, Dao Falling Heavens. But Lin Sun did not expect that the person who brought Master Lu to the true dragon lineage would be Ming Luo Dragon Emperor. But when Ming Luo Dragon Emperor brought Lu Boya back to the true dragon world, he found out that the news had been leaked. The entire true dragon clan knew that Ming Luo Dragon Emperor was going to do something crazy regardless of the threat from the Nirvana Luo clan. Ao Xingtong continued, "At that time, the true dragon clan didn't give Ming Luo Dragon Emperor a chance to explain at all. A group of old antiques attacked together, intending to imprison Ming Luo Dragon Emperor and deprive him of his position as the patriarch. After a fierce battle, in order to send Lu Boya away from the true dragon lineage alive, Ming Luo Dragon Emperor sacrificed his life to save Lu Boya's life." Although the words were simple, it still made Lin Sun's heart palpitate. At that time, Master Lu should not have stepped into the Emperor realm, but he suffered such a great disaster. If it wasn't for Ming Luo Dragon Emperor's protection, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. It was also at that time that I was entrusted by Ming Luo Dragon Emperor to leave the true dragon world with Lu Boya and settle down in the lower realm. For countless years, I've been thinking about returning to the true dragon bloodline and taking revenge for Ming Luo Dragon Emperor. Speaking of this, Ao Xingtong showed a touch of sadness, but I didn't expect that when I returned now, I found that in the past 100,000 years, he not only died an unknown death, but also was slandered and carried countless curses. Xingtong, don't be too sad. Zhao Yuanji patted Ao Xingtong's shoulder gently, and then told Lin Sun, Ming Luo Dragon Emperor is your aunt's father. The rumors you heard are all false. The real decision to slaughter the human beings in this world was actually made by spirit-killing Dragon Emperor. Soon, Lin Sun understood that when Lu Boya escaped from the Dragon Palace, spirit-killing Dragon Emperor, as the 9th original ancestor of the true dragon tribe, immediately issued an order to hunt Lu Boya down in the entire true dragon world, and kill any human he met, The reason was that Lu Boyan not only learned the core secret of the suppression of the true dragon ancestor, but also obtained the inheritance of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon from Ming Luo Dragon Emperor. This was absolutely intolerable for the true dragon lineage. Therefore, under the order of spirit-killing Dragon Emperor, they slaughtered human beings all over the world, trying to use this cruel and bloody method to force Lu Boya to show up. But in the end, they gained nothing. But because of this action of hunting down Lu Boya, the human beings scattered in the true dragon world were completely wiped out. However, the true dragon lineage was unwilling to bear the infamy of slaughtering human beings, so they poured all the dirty water on Ming Luo Dragon Emperor, who had already died. In the past 100,000 years, the news of Ming Luo Dragon Emperor ordering to slaughter human beings had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of all the clans in the world. But no one knew what kind of bloody and dark past was hidden behind these rumors. After understanding this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In order not to provoke the Permitha Luo family, the true dragon lineage would rather not rescue the true dragon ancestor than allow anyone else to do so. Even a patriarch like Ming Luo Dragon Emperor died in the hands of his own clansmen because he did this without permission. This method could be said to be extremely cruel and ruthless. From this, it could be seen how much the true dragon lineage feared the Permitha Luo family. This reminded Lin Sun that the reason why the purple-robed woman, Yan Xing, came to the true dragon lineage was that she knew she could obtain the precious blood of ancestral dragon from the true dragon lineage with her identity as a member of the Permitha Luo family, so as to restore the nameless Supreme Emperor's remnant soul. For countless years, Yuanji and I have been dormant in Xiao Empire in the mortal world, waiting to become emperors before returning to the true dragon world. Ao Xintong calmed himself down and continued, Lu Boya also feels guilty about this matter. He feels that if it wasn't for him and Luo Qingxuan, our clan's first ancestor wouldn't have suffered such a calamity, and my father, Ming Luo Dragon Emperor, wouldn't have perished. Therefore, he stayed dormant in Xiao Empire, built Green Deer School, set up the commune of spiritual tattooists, imparted Taoist scriptures to the descendants of the royal family, and planned the way of cultivation for Yuanji and me. He did everything he could to repay the kindness of me and my father. In fact, Lu Boya didn't have to do this. Our ancestor admired and respected the Lord of Tongtian the most, so it was impossible for him to watch Luo Qingxuan, a lineal descendant of the Lord of Tongtian, suffer. And at that time, Yuanji and I had already made a decision to protect Luo Qingxuan by all means and try our best not to let her be hurt. Unfortunately, we didn't expect that the Lin family's murder would break out so suddenly. Speaking of this, Ao Xintong looked at Lin Sun with a touch of guilt. Fortunately, you survived that disaster, which is a blessing in misfortune. After that, your parents disappeared mysteriously. Lu Boya was worried that he would be targeted by the Permitha Luo family again, so he took you to the mine prison and completely dormant there. Listening to Ao Xintong's story in a low voice, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. His heart was surging and full of waves. P.S. There is a lot of information in today's update. Please take your time to read it. In addition, I will add more tonight. But it may be a little late. I don't ask for monthly votes, but just want to make you happy. Since Master Lu had. In the mine prison, Lin Sun had already known what had happened after he grew up there. Similarly, Lin Sun had already known the cause and effect of the tragedy that happened in heart-cleansing peak of Lin family. Now, with Ao Xintong's narration, Lin Sun finally knew what his mother had experienced after she escaped from the other side of the starry sky. She crossed the starry sky with Master Lu and Star Obscura War Emperor. With the help of the ancestor of the true dragon, they got rid of the pursuers. Then they arrived at the Xian family. With the help of the ancestor of the Xian family, they successfully arrived at the lower world where the ultimate ruins were located. In short, the past events told by Ao Xintong were like a complete clue, which connected the past events at once. Lin Sun finally understood why Master Lu directed him to go to Xiao Empire to find his origin when he left the mine prison. And he finally understood why Zhao Yuanji and his wife took care of him in a special way after he arrived at the Forbidden City. At the same time, Lin Sun also found how extraordinary Master Lu was. In primitive times, he escaped from the other side of the starry sky with his mother. In the following years, he played many roles. Formation Emperor Lu in the Taoism War of Ancient Emperors, the owner of the Hidden Mist House in the Dark World, the founder of the Green Deer School and the commune of spiritual tattooists of Xiao Empire, entered the True Dragon world and obtained the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon from Minluo Dragon Emperor. In the past, Lin Sun couldn't believe that the grumpy old man who brought him up had so many legendary experiences. After a long time, Lin Sun woke up from his contemplation. And he couldn't help but frown as he looked at Ao Xintong, who had a sad and frustrated expression. "Auntie, may I be so bold to ask why the current patriarch of the True Dragon clan is your biological elder brother and Jingxian's biological uncle? But why does he hate me so much?" In fact, he already had the answer in his heart, but he still wanted to ask Ao Xintong's opinion. Ao Xintong's beautiful face changed indeterminately, and she revealed a complicated expression of ridicule, hatred, helplessness, and so on and so forth. "All those years ago, before my father perished, he originally intended to make Ao Huanhai leave with Lu Boya. However, Ao Huanhai severed his relationship with my father in front of the entire clan. Even when my father perished, he stood coldly and indifferently from afar." Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. Ao Huanhai was treacherous. Ao Xingtong took a deep breath and said, "I know why he's doing this. It's because he wants to inherit the position of the clan leader after my father's death." "You said that Ao Huanhai is hostile to you. Isn't that very simple? If it was possible, he wouldn't even hesitate to kill this younger sister of his." Brother and sister turned against each other, father and son became enemies. Lin Sun never expected that Ao Huanhai was such a cold-blooded and ruthless character. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. "But why did Ao Huanhai bring Jingxian to participate in the Myriad Dragon Immortal meeting all those years ago?" Ao Xintong said without hesitation, "I know Ao Huanhai's nature too well. He's doing this because he wants to use Jingxian as bait to lure me out. The spirit-killing Dragon Emperor might be behind this." Lin Sun finally understood it thoroughly. "Lin Sun, there is one thing I have to remind you." Ao Xintong hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's very likely that Ao Huanhai views your and Jingxian's child as his exclusive property. In fact, he might even spare no effort to keep him in the True Dragon lineage." After saying this, she was surprised to find that Lin Sun's expression was calm and unemotional. Lin Sun said, "Auntie, I've already guessed this. Anyway, since I'm here this time, I won't let Jingxian and the child stay in the True Dragon lineage." He frowned. However, the spirit-killing Dragon Emperor controls the source power of the Dragon Palace world, which is not easy to deal with. Ao Xintong said with a strange look in her eyes, "Do you know what your uncle and I are going to do here?" Lin Sun nodded. Ao Xintong said, "Then I might as well tell you that as long as you can rescue our ancestor, the spirit-killing Dragon Emperor will never control the source order of the Dragon Palace world again." Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Yuanji also smiled. Back then, Minluo Dragon Emperor had personally gone to the ancient path of the starry sky to look for your mother and Lu Boya. He hoped to borrow their hands to break the power suppressing the True Dragon primogenitor. The current you is even stronger than your mother and Lu Boya from all those years ago. Furthermore, the blood that flows through your veins belongs to the Skyspan Lord." Ao Xintong nodded with a smile. "I've been worrying about how to rescue our ancestor. In the past decades, I've tried many ways to contact our ancestor, but in the end, I got nothing." She raised the pearl in her hand that was sprinkling a rain of light. "This pearl was given to me by Lu Boya all those years ago. It can offset the terrifying power of the 49 sea calming Dao steels. If you can think of a way to save my clan's ancestor, then it won't be difficult to save Jingxian." As she said, she handed the bead in her hand to Lin Sun. Lin Sun held it in his palm and looked at it carefully. He found that the bead was imprinted with a layer of incomparably complicated forbidden power, which was similar to the formation flags and formation plates, emitting a forbidden power fluctuation. Sensing it with his mind, Lin Sun could clearly find that the wisps of forbidden power and the cold and weird breath in the dark sea formed a wonderful harmony, just like the rotation of yin and yang. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he began to deduce the Taoist patterns in the formation bead. The small bead contained so many mysteries and mysteries. Gradually, Lin Sun's mind was immersed in it, unaware of the passage of time. Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji looked at each other and couldn't help but have a trace of expectation. 7 days later, Lin Sun woke up from the deduction. There was unconcealable exhaustion on his face, but more than that, there was joy on his face. This formation bead was definitely the work of Master Lu. It contained 49 Taoist patterns, each of which contained 81 small forbidden power, which intertwined and echoed with each other to form a complete, strict, and complicated forbidden power formation. Its core ability was absolutely not merely capable of assisting cultivators to enter this expanse of the ocean that was 27 kilometers beneath the surface of the sea. An idea occurred to Lin Sun, and he asked, "Auntie, do you know the location of the 49 Dinghai Tao tablets?" Ao Xintong nodded, and then her eyes lit up. "Have you found a way to crack it?" "I'll have to try," said Lin Sun. "Let's go. I'll take you there." Ao Xintong took action without hesitation. After half an hour, under the guidance of Ao Xintong, Lin Sun saw a Dinghai Tao tablet, which stood in the 90,000 meters of seawater. When Lin Sun entered the Dragon Palace for the first time, he also saw the Dinghai Tao tablet, but it was exposed above the sea, which was not worth paying attention to. But from the bottom of the sea, Lin Sun found that the Dinghai Tao tablet was covered with countless mysterious and obscure Taoist patterns. Just a glance at them was enough to make one's heart palpitate. If it weren't for the formation bead in Ao Xintong's hand, it would have been impossible to offset the terrible forbidden power released by the Dinghai Tao tablet. According to Lin Sun's estimation, even the ancestor of the emperor would be killed by the terrible forbidden power. For countless years, the ancestor of the true dragon had been suppressed by 49 such Dinghai Tao tablets. It could be imagined how terrible the torture he had suffered was. Lin Sun took a deep breath, abandoned all distractions, and began to focus on the tablet. Ao Xintong was right. The Tao markings and restrictions inscribed on the sea-calming Tao tablet could indeed be described as supreme, and they were unimaginably obscure and profound. After a while, Lin Sun said, "Auntie, leave one of the formation beads to me. You and Uncle should leave here first." He was worried that some changes would occur when he deduced the Taoist patterns, which might affect the safety of Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji. Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji looked at each other and agreed without hesitation. Soon, they left the place, leaving Lin Sun alone. The ink-black seawater was tumbling, and the Taoist patterns on the tablet were looming, like the mysterious patterns of demons and gods, with the fluctuations of destruction and death. Lin Sun concentrated his mind and body together, running the power of his body and his 5 doppelgangers to meditate and deduce together. 7 days later. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, so he sat down casually and swallowed magic medicines and rare treasures until his physical strength and mind were completely restored. Then he continued to deduce without hesitation. Strictly speaking, it was the first time that Lin Sun had encountered such a terrible supreme restriction since he started his cultivation. The mysteries imprinted on it were as vast and complicated as the sea. Even with his current cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce. Fortunately, at least he made some progress. 1 month later, Lin Sun successfully deduced half of the mysteries on the Dinghai Tao tablet. During this period, he rested and recovered 3 times, consuming a lot of magic treasures and medicines. 2 months later, Lin Sun had come to a place thousands of meters away from the sea. He had deduced about 80% of the mysteries on the whole Dinghai Tao tablet. During this period, Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji also came to visit Lin Sun. Finding that Lin Sun was immersed in the deduction, they left quietly. 3 months later. It's done. Lin Sun woke up from the extreme state of deduction and couldn't help smiling. He had completely understood the mysteries of the sea-calming Tao steel's restrictions. Then, an indescribable tiredness came over Lin's body, which made him almost faint and fall into a deep sleep. He hurriedly took a deep breath, and only now did he notice that his jet-black long hair had actually become white like snow at an unknown time. This was a change that occurred when one's heart and blood were exhausted. Lin Sun didn't take it seriously. He took out some magic medicines and began to swallow them. It was not until a few days later that his physical and mental condition returned to the peak, and his white hair became as black as ink again. Looking at the Dinghai Tao tablet in front of him, Lin Sun finally resisted the urge to break it immediately. He turned around and left to find Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji. "Auntie, where are the other Dinghai Tao tablets?" Lin Sun asked as soon as he saw Ao Xintong. Time was so tight that he didn't dare to waste any time. P.S. Send more updates to me. It's very cold now. Keep warm. Good night. 3 months had passed. During this period of time, Ao Xingtong and Zhao Yuanji had been waiting quietly. They were actually a little nervous. Because Lin Sun was their last hope. If even Lin Sun couldn't do it, they were doomed to be unable to rescue the primogenitor of the real dragon from the suppression. When they heard Lin Sun's words, they were both shocked and excited. Is it feasible? Ao Xingtong couldn't help asking. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. I can break the restriction on the first Dinghai Tao tablet now. However, I plan to deduce and crack all the mysteries of the Dinghai Tao tablets before taking action. Zhao Yuanji immediately understood. Yes, that's it. If we act in a hurry now, we will alert the real dragon lineage, and there will be a storm. Ao Xingtong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, as long as we can crack it, it's fine. Come with me. With that, she led the way. This time, she took Lin Sun to walk on the bottom of the sea for 10 days, and they didn't know how many miles they had traveled. The reason was that the 49 Dinghai Tao tablets were scattered in different parts of the sea, and they were extremely far away from each other. Otherwise, the power of the Supreme Prohibition Formation wouldn't have affected the whole area under 90,000 feet in the East Sea, which was regarded as a forbidden area for life. After identifying the location of each Dinghai Tao tablet, Lin Sun immediately devoted himself to deducing and cracking the tablets. With the rich experience accumulated from the first time, Lin Sun was familiar with the process of cracking the second Dinghai Tao tablet. It only took him 2 months to understand all the mysteries of the restriction on it. When cracking the mystery of the third Dinghai Tao tablet, the time Lin Sun spent had been shortened to 1.5 months. When cracking the fourth Dinghai Tao tablet, the time was shortened to 1 month. Not only did his speed improve by leaps and bounds, but Lin Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos also rose steadily in deduction and cracking, producing significant changes and progress. Starting from cracking the first Dinghai Tao tablet, Lin Sun had cracked the restrictions on 6 Dinghai Tao tablets 9 months later. In the following time, Lin Sun's cracking speed was still increasing, but the extent had begun to decrease. Later, he could crack a Dinghai Tao tablet in 10 days. This was already very shocking. After a year at the bottom of the sea, Lin Sun had deciphered 12 Dinghai Tao tablets. However, there were a total of 49 sea calming Dao steels. At this rate, it would take at least another 2 years to decipher all the sea calming Dao steels. This made Lin Sun a little worried. A year had already passed. If another 2 years were to pass, who knew what would happen to the world of the Dragon Palace? Would the trapped Zhao Jingxian encounter any unforeseen events? These were all things that Lin Sun could not predict, but he had to worry about. If you can break through to the next realm, you will be able to increase your speed. At the very least, you will be able to save a lot of time to recover your physical strength and mental strength. In the Endless Tower, she gave advice to Lin Sun. Over the past year, she and Big Yellow, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Endless End, did not lack divine medicines or rare treasures. Their injuries had already recovered greatly. Moreover, she had been observing Lin Sun's actions. He noticed that every 7 days, Lin Sun would have to spend around 2 days to recover due to the great exhaustion of his physical strength and mental strength. If Lin Sun could break through to the next realm, he would have more physical strength and mental strength to decipher the formations. This would save him a lot of time. As expected, after hearing Shi's advice, Lin Sun's eyes lit up and he immediately made a decision. Break through to the next realm first. Over the past year, he had been working on deciphering the Dao rune forbidden formation. His cultivation had been constantly improving while he was recovering. Half a year ago, he already had the foundation to break through to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lin Sun to break through to the next realm. The only thing that was difficult was the tribulation to break through to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. It was too strange and unpredictable. The path to the Emperor realm consisted of 9 heavenly moats, 3 heavenly barriers, 6 heavenly difficulties, and 9 heavenly tribulations. Now that Lin Sun was about to break through to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, he had to face the Emperor's heart barrier. Once he broke through this barrier, his body and mind would become a world. For example, if a 3rd level Emperor realm cultivator's body was not completely destroyed after he died, his blood, flesh, and bones would become a world that would continue to exist in this world. Now, Lin Sun knew that the first level of the Emperor realm was unyielding and the second level was formless. The third level of the Emperor realm was called boundless. The Great Way was boundless. At this level, the Emperor's world and one's body and mind would also display a boundless feeling and undergo a brand new transformation. However, the only thing Lin Sun had to consider now was how to break through the Emperor's heart barrier. This tribulation was related to one's state of mind. It was the strangest and most dangerous of all. One careless move and you would lose everything. It was not something that could be broken through with brute force. Lin Sun remained silent for 3 days. He did not do or think about anything. Only when he adjusted his state of mind to a state that was as calm as an ancient well, untouched by dust, unshakable for all eternity, did he stand up. His eyes were emotionless. Only a voice rang in his heart, "My heart is unobstructed, this tribulation is nothing to worry about." Boom, above the East Sea, in the depths of the infinitely high dome, a strange and unpredictable aura of tribulation suddenly gathered outside Zhou Su, which was undetectable by all living beings in the world. There was no tribulation cloud, tribulation thunder, or earth-shattering vision. It didn't even disturb any living beings. Even Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xintong, who had been waiting under the East Sea, were unaware of all this. But at this time, endless waves were suddenly set off in Lin Sun's state of mind. A strange aura of tribulation turned into a great karma barrier, which suddenly came like a thunderbolt. As soon as it appeared, it produced a terrible destructive power. Lin Sun felt that his consciousness suddenly blurred. In the land of the lake in his heart, countless bizarre pictures emerged. He cried in swaddling clothes when he was a child, and Master Lu roared with grief and indignation and held him tightly in his arms. When he was young in the mine prison, he practiced spiritual tattoos all day long, but was scolded by Master Lu again and again. In Feiyun village, he met Xianxia by chance. The scenes of the past years, like pictures in the reincarnation, were so clear and unforgettable. Along with these experiences, Lin Sun's state of mind was filled with joy, sadness, disappointment, and sourness. His emotions were rolling and surging like a tsunami. Later, all the scenes turned into illusory fragments and dissipated. Those relatives, those friends, those good brothers who had fought side by side with him, those old friends he met on the road of Tao, those senior brothers and sisters. They were all gone. It seemed that all the emotional sustenance, intertwining, and fetters in the past life had disappeared without a trace. Zhao Jingxian, Xia Shi, Silver, Old Toad, Alu, those familiar faces all disappeared in the past memory. In the end, there was only a vast expanse of darkness. Standing alone in the darkness, he couldn't tell the way ahead, nor did he know where the way back was. At the end of the road, there was only a single figure. Looking around, everything was in vain. A thought came to Lin Sun's mind. Was this the end of the great Tao he had been searching for? If so, was all the previous efforts worth it? Worth it? Not worth it? In the lake of his heart, the waves were surging, as if he were asking himself, or being interrogated by the great Tao of heaven. The darkness was like a silent and still cage. In the cage, Lin Sun, who was alone, was silent for a moment. Then he smiled silently and murmured with emotion, "This time, thank you for letting me recall the ups and downs of my past life and remember those familiar people and things. These are all imprinted with traces of my Tao." The past couldn't be pursued, but all the ups and downs he'd experienced in the past, the people and things he'd gotten acquainted with, the love and hate formed from karma, the matters of the world and human relationships that were born from the restraints. All of that had become a part of his path towards the Tao since a long time ago. If there was no cause in the past, how could there be future results? If he regretted and felt lost and made a choice, what was the difference between that and abandoning his own Tao? What was detachment? What was freedom? What was eternity? If everything in the past was regarded as a fetter and cut off, and if the cause and effect of the past were regarded as a cage and broken, what was the pursuit of this Tao? On this Tao, how could it be measured by whether it was worth it or not? Lin Sun was very clear that the situation he was in now was his emperor's heart barrier. One thought might be the difference between life and death. But from the beginning, Lin Sun had made a choice. So, even though his state of mind was tumbling and his mood was like a wild horse out of control, he had only one thought: stick to your heart and keep yourself. All my wishes are worth it. All my wishes are without regret. Whatever I think is in my heart. All my thoughts are my path. Even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, the world becomes nothing, nothing can be changed. Boom, in Lin Sun's state of mind, a bit of heart light emerged, and the cage-like darkness suddenly collapsed at this moment. The cage was broken, and the darkness receded. The sky was full of light, illuminating the road. With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun's chi was boiling, like a beacon of smoke rising to the sky, rising steadily and shaking the whole universe. On this day, Lin Sun broke the Emperor's heart barrier. A bit of heart light shone through the darkness of the world, breaking the threshold of the third level of the Emperor realm and entering the boundless Tao. No attachment to the outside, invisible in the body, and boundless in the heart, the chasm of the third level of the Emperor realm was to cultivate a dustless heart. Reaching this level, his body and mind, as well as his Tao, also had an earth-shaking transformation. Lin Sun was sitting at the bottom of the East Sea. Millions of rays of light and auspicious rain flowed around him, and the Tao Chi was flowing and fluttering, like a supreme god. At this moment, he could acutely feel the difference in this transformation. Compared to the breakthrough after breaking through the Emperor's heart barrier when he stepped into the second level of the Emperor realm, it was like a treasure that he had accumulated for a long time, allowing his cultivation to rise to an unprecedented level. It took a long time for Lin Sun to adapt to the new realm. He had only one feeling in his heart: after entering the boundless realm, his combat power was more than twice as strong as before. Inside his body, his life imperial realm was vast and boundless, as if it could contain an endless amount of spiritual chi. Every inch of his blood vessels, bones, skin, and internal organs was like a pole that built a vast world. Every breath he took, wind and thunder surged, and all kinds of phenomena came into being. In his mind, his heart was shining brightly, deducing the light and shadow of a world. This world reflected the mystery of his cultivation, which was incomparably wonderful. However big one's heart is, the world is as big as it is. It's not a lie. This was the third level of the Emperor realm. His body and mind could be turned into a world. Even if Lin Sun died now, his body would turn into a substantial world and continue to exist in the world. It took Lin Sun another 3 days to completely stabilize his cultivation. Then, without hesitation, he threw himself into cracking the Dinghai Taoist tablets again. The improvement of his realm even made him a lot faster when cracking the Taoist formation, and he had much more physical strength than before, which saved him a lot of time in the following deciphering. Only the consumption of divine materials and divine medicines didn't decrease but instead increased. The reason was that the improvement of Lin Sun's realm made him consume an astonishing amount of resources to restore his physical strength and mental strength. If he hadn't plundered a large number of cultivation resources over the years and plundered amazing wealth when he broke into the 10,000 Dragon Palace, he wouldn't have been able to bear such consumption at all. Time flew. 1 year passed in a hurry, and 2 years had passed since Lin Sun entered the East Sea. Finally, on this day, Lin Sun woke up from the constant deduction as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and achievement also surged in his heart. In these 2 years of time, all 49 restriction Tao tablets that could be considered to be supreme had been completely comprehended and dealt with by him. It should be known that it was not easy for a Taoist tattoo grandmaster in the world to comprehend a supreme Taoist tattoo formation. In these 2 years, Lin Sun had comprehended 49 supreme Taoist formations and deduced ways to crack them one by one. Through these 2 years of deduction, Lin Sun's attainments in Tao patterns had been constantly improved and had reached a superb level. Now, he could casually set up a forbidden formation that could kill an ordinary Emperor realm expert. If he had enough divine materials and spent some time and effort, he might even be able to set up the complete heavenly death Tao. This was a terrifying grand formation that could kill the arch-ancestor. It was ranked 5th in the heavens and was more than a level stronger than the lifeless killing formation. It's been 2 years. The spirit-killing Dragon Emperor and Ao Huanhai must have forgotten about me. Lin Sun took a deep breath and went to look for Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji without hesitation. Along the way, he communicated with Shi, Big Yellow, and Xia Ji, who were hiding in the Tower of Endless. He learned that Shi and Big Yellow had already recovered from their injuries in the past, so he could not help but feel much more relaxed. In the past 2 years, Xia Ji had been sleeping. For her, sleeping was a kind of cultivation in extreme silence. All of them can be deciphered? Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji found it hard to believe when they heard the news from Lin Sun. 2 years, deciphering 49 supreme forbidden formations created by the Nirvana Luo clan, this was definitely a miraculous speed. Then, is it possible to rescue our ancestor now? Ao Xintong's voice was trembling slightly. When hope arrived, she was a little overwhelmed with excitement. For countless years, the ancestor of the true dragon bloodline had been suppressed in the dark bottom of the sea, suffering countless tortures and blows. Even the powerful true dragon clan did not dare to rescue her, so the East Sea became a forbidden zone for life. No one knew that the ancestor of the true dragon clan had been trapped here like a prisoner. In the past few decades, Ao Xintong had gone through countless attempts, but they all ended in failure. She was already in despair. But now, Lin Sun had used 2 years to bring hope to her. Looking at Ao Xintong's excited and perturbed expression, Lin Sun nodded without hesitation. Suddenly, Ao Xintong seemed to have loosened a tight string in her heart. She felt completely relaxed, and indescribable emotions surged into her heart like a volcanic eruption. She thought of her father who had paid the price with his life, and her brother who had turned against her father. She thought of too many things. Zhao Yuanji could not help but burst into laughter. "You're indeed my good son-in-law." Lin Sun's face heated up. Did this mean that he had been appointed? "Uncle, aunt, I don't plan to take action for the time being." Lin Sun took a deep breath and stated his plan. Ao Xintong was startled. Why? Lin Sun's eyes were deep. He said frankly, "I plan to pay a visit to the 9 imperial clans first, and exchange the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon for their real help." He emphasized the word real. Changing the fate of the clan, sure, but how could he sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Lin Sun was not a goody two-shoes. If he wanted to obtain the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, he should at least pay a corresponding price. In an instant, Ao Xintong and Zhao Yuanji understood Lin Sun's plan. They also realized that Lin Sun was going to play a big game with the true dragon clan this time. Lin Sun looked at Ao Xintong. The latter's expression changed, and she finally sighed, "Just do it. I won't stop you. It's time for the true dragon clan to be cleansed." In the end, her voice became resolute. Their ancestors were suppressed, but no one dared to rescue them. Minluo Dragon Emperor risked his life to rescue them, but was killed by his own clansmen. Such a true dragon clan was no longer the innate spirit clan that shocked the starry sky and was admired by all the clans in the world. "Thank you for your understanding, aunt." Lin Sun was relieved. Both Ao Xintong and Zhao Jingxian had the bloodline of the true dragon. Even Ao Zhentian was the son of Ao Huanhai of the true dragon clan. If Lin Sun broke off with the true dragon clan completely, he had to care about these people's attitude. "In fact, you have completely offended the true dragon clan. Everyone can understand your decision. Blood and death are bound to be inevitable in the internal struggle of the clan." Zhao Yuanji said gently, "Since you have made up your mind, just do it. Your aunt and I will fully support you." Lin Sun nodded. On the same day, he left the sea area 90,000 meters below the East Sea. 2 days later, on the Rainbow Mountain of the Holy Green Rainbow Island, Lin Sun appeared quietly and found Shui and Jing at once. "Senior, you are still alive?" The two couldn't believe it. They looked as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. 2 years ago, the news that Lin Sun made a mess in the Dragon Palace shocked the world. He killed all the way to the front of the Palace of All Dragons, broke the Forbidden Formation, and killed 17 emperors of the true dragon clan. Who wouldn't be frightened by such a bloody and brilliant record? After this battle, the dominating true dragon clan suffered a great loss of vitality and its foundation was shaken. How could all the clans in the world not be shocked? In the past, such a shocking thing had never happened before, and Lin Sun's death also made many clans sigh. Even the 9 great imperial clans couldn't help but feel depressed and sad. To suddenly see Lin Sun alive in such a situation, one could imagine how shocked Shui and Jing were. Lin Sun didn't waste any time and asked to see the clan chief of the Bayan imperial clan. Shui didn't dare to delay and personally went to report to him. On the same night, the clan chief of the Bayan imperial clan rushed over from several million miles away. When he saw Lin Sun alive, he was pleasantly surprised. Lin Sun chatted with the clan chief of the Bayan imperial clan for a long time. In the end, the Bayan imperial clan sent a message to the clan chiefs of the other 8 clans. The time to change the fate of our clans has come. Everyone, please come to the Holy Green Rainbow Island to discuss. One day later. Without anyone noticing, the patriarchs of the Pu Lao, Bing Wu, Xuan Ni, Chao Feng, Ba Xia, Qiao Niu, and Fu Lu had silently rushed over from all directions and gathered on the Jade Rainbow Divine Island. In the beginning, they had a lot of doubts in their hearts. However, when they saw Lin Sun, they were immediately pleasantly surprised. It was as if they had seen the hope of changing the fate of their clans. On this day, Lin Sun and the clan chiefs of the 9 great imperial clans had a conversation that outsiders could not know about. The next morning, Lin Sun departed from the Holy Green Rainbow Island. After seeing him off, the clan chiefs of the 9 great imperial clans looked at one another and had a conversation that lasted for 6 hours. In the end, they chose to believe in Lin Sun. To them, no matter what price they had to pay, they absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity to change the fate of their clans, 90,000 feet beneath the Eastern Sea. After Lin Sun returned, he had a brief conversation with Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xingtong. Then, he immediately took action. On this day, the Eastern Sea was tranquil. It was just like before. However, to the myriad clans of the true dragon realm, this day was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Boom, 90,000 feet beneath the sea. As soon as Lin Sun took action, the supreme restrictive formation that covered a sea-calming Dao tablet instantly fell into a state of stagnation, and the fluctuation it emanated went silent. Ao Xingtong and Zhao Yuanji acutely noticed that the area beneath the Eastern Sea had changed. It lacked the icy cold, strange, and terrifying aura, and it didn't give off the lethal oppressive feeling it had before. Along with Lin Sun's actions, the restrictive formation that covered the sea-calming Dao tablets one after another fell into a state of stagnation, and the dangerous fluctuation they emanated successively fell into a state of silence. When Lin Sun had deciphered half of the 49 sea-calming Dao tablets, the outside world actually didn't notice the changes that had occurred in the area beneath the Eastern Sea. However, it was also at this moment that a pair of eyes that were as large as a lake suddenly opened in the depths of the extremely dark sea. The eyes were desolate, empty, emotionless, and lifeless. But gradually, a light began to shine from the depths of those hollow eyes. P.S. I'll continue to update tonight. I'm begging for tickets. Ao Xingtong seemed to have noticed something the moment the eyes in the darkness opened. His heart trembled, and he suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. He couldn't conceal the excitement in his voice. First ancestor, is that you? After a moment of silence, a hoarse and difficult voice resounded. What year, is it today? And, who are you? Ao Xingtong's nose suddenly turned sour, and he said in a low voice, First ancestor, it's been 231,933 years since you were sealed here. I'm Ming Luo's daughter, the grandson of ancestor Nirvana Wind. Another wave of silence ensued. Suddenly, surging streams of water roiled within the boundless darkness, and it was as if an enormous being was awakening within it. It's you who removed the seal on the Nirvana Luo clan? The hoarse voice resounded once more. Ao Xingtong immediately told Lin Sun the whole story. During this process, Lin Sun had been breaking the restriction on the sea-calming Dao tablet without any rest. However, he had also sensed that a terrifying aura was awakening in the depths of the extremely dark sea. Without a doubt, it was the first ancestor of the true dragon that had been sealed here for countless years. One day later. Outside the world of the Dragon Palace. A wave of horns suddenly resounded from all directions, and it shook the clouds to the point of shattering. Tempestuous waves arose on the surface of the sea, and a terrifying murderous aura swept towards the world of the Dragon Palace like a hurricane. Not long after, tens of thousands of treasured ships, warships, and ferocious beasts surged out from the surface of the sea like a tidal wave. If one were to take a closer look, the vast army was actually divided into 9 camps. They were the experts from the 9 imperial clans, including the Tao Wu, Paleo, Bing Wu, and Tao Wu. The ones leading the armies were all terrifying existences who had stepped into the Emperor realm. They joined forces and charged over menacingly, causing the entire sea to tremble. Just their aura alone was enough to make all the clans in the world despair. Quick! Send a group of experts to seal off the 7 entrances. An old monster from the true dragon imperial clan roared, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and the seawater to surge. Remember, our Puleo clan's mission is to control the entrances to the 7 sea calming Tao tablets. No matter what, we must not let anyone escape from the world of the Dragon Palace. On the other side, an old man from the Puleo Imperial clan ordered with a cold expression and surging killing intent. This time, it's our only chance to change the fate of our clans. I'll surely kill anyone who dares to slack off. Move out. Surround the Dragon Palace world. Numerous loud shouts that were filled with dignity resounded and surged through the heavens and the earth. It was like a thunderstorm was rumbling, and the heavens and the earth fell into a boundless, murderous, and oppressive atmosphere. The experts from the 9 great imperial clans spread out in an orderly manner and rushed toward different sea-calming Dao steels. Every sea-calming Dao steel had a path to the world of the Dragon Palace. This time, the 9 emperor clans were each responsible for sealing 7 entrances, adding up to a total of 49 entrances. It was equivalent to sealing off the entire Dragon Palace. This was the condition that the 9 great imperial clans had offered in exchange for the 9 transformations of the Tribulation Dragon. Near one of the sea-calming Dao steel, a vortex suddenly appeared, and a group of experts from the True Dragon clan walked out from it. When they saw the Tao Imperial clan's army that covered the sky and covered the earth like black clouds, they were all stunned. They did not dare to believe their eyes. What was going on? For countless years, who in the True Dragon realm had dared to come and cause trouble? Come, capture these noble lords of the True Dragon clan one by one. An old man from the Tao Imperial clan let out a cold and hideous laugh. Rumble, the world was turned upside down. A group of experts from the Tao Imperial clan charged out murderously and looked at them with malicious eyes. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? The experts from the True Dragon clan were shocked and furious, and they shouted fiercely. In the past, the True Dragon clan was like the ruler of the heavens, and they controlled all the clans in the world. No one dared to disobey their orders, and no one dared to oppose them. This was especially true for the 9 great imperial clans, who were their most loyal subordinates. If they were ordered to go east, they would definitely not go west. But now, the True Dragon clan had sent an army to invade them. This was simply insane. Exterminate your clan? Do you really think that today will be the same as before? Capture them. The experts from the Tao Imperial clan charged toward the True Dragon clan like ferocious fiends. They did not hold back in their attacks at all. At the same time, they felt extremely delighted and hot-blooded. In the past, they were like servants and subordinates. Ordered around by the True Dragon bloodline, they could only endure and obey. Over the countless years, they had suffered countless looks of disdain, reprimands and curses. Because of that, they had already accumulated endless resentment. And now, this belly full of resentment had finally found an outlet to vent, and it completely erupted. In a short moment, those experts from the True Dragon clan were suppressed and captured by the Tao Imperial clan. At the same time, the shocking change that had occurred outside the Dragon Palace had alarmed the people from the True Dragon bloodline. In an instant, all sorts of voices of anger and disbelief sounded in succession. The 9 great imperial clans actually dared to join hands and offend us? Who gave them the courage to do so? They're simply tired of living. Quickly, report this to the elders in the clan. Damn it. Why would such a thing happen? Have the 9 great imperial clans gone mad? Without our True Dragon bloodline, how could the 9 great imperial clans possibly have a foothold? This is bad. The paths to the Dragon Palace have been completely sealed off. All sorts of voices resounded. All sorts of news spread through the Dragon Palace at the fastest speed possible. The entire True Dragon clan was alarmed. For countless years, their clan had ruled over the world, and looked down upon it like a ruler. They had never encountered such a shocking change before. It seems like the 9 great imperial clans want to be exterminated. An old man sneered. He did not panic at all. He simply did not place the 9 great imperial clans in his eyes. Are they resentful that our clan has been restraining and controlling them? Why don't those bastards think about who's supporting them to be able to survive until now? Someone said coldly. There's definitely something fishy going on. Go and investigate exactly what's going on. With my understanding of the 9 great imperial clans, if they didn't have something to rely on, they would definitely not dare to do something so foolish as to bring about their own destruction. Someone ordered with a frown. At the same time, the old monsters of the True Dragon clan also moved and gathered in the 10,000 Dragon Palace. The 9 great imperial clans had rebelled and led an army to invade the Dragon Palace. This was beyond the imagination of all the experts of the True Dragon clan. At the same time, they also realized that if this shocking change continued, the dignity of the True Dragon bloodline would be completely destroyed. Those bastards, no matter what the reason is for them to act so recklessly, they must be suppressed and massacred. We must let all the clans in the world know that even the 9 great imperial clans will pay the price of blood if they dare to offend the True Dragon bloodline. A hot-tempered old man gnashed his teeth and roared. 2 years ago, Lin Sun had killed his way into the Dragon Palace and greatly damaged the vitality of the True Dragon clan. Only 2 years had passed, and the 9 great imperial clans, which had been the most loyal and devoted in the past, had actually committed such a rebellious act. Did they think that the True Dragon bloodline was no longer capable? There's no need to panic. The 49 paths leading to the outside world are firmly in our control. Even if they seal and surround the outside world, it's impossible for them to kill their way in. An old monster with a calm and indifferent expression said, I think we should take this opportunity to eliminate the traitors. Traitors. All of a sudden, many of the True Dragon lineage's old-timers realized that the so-called traitors were the revered elders of the Dragon Palace. Most of these revered elders were from the 9 great imperial clans. However, before these old monsters of the True Dragon bloodline could react, a panicked voice came from afar. Old ancestor, this is bad. Lin Sun has led a group of experts to kill his way into the Dragon Palace. What? The old monsters gathered in the 10,000 Dragon Palace were stunned. They almost thought they had heard wrong. Lin Sun, wasn't he killed by the spirit slaughter old ancestor 2 years ago? What's going on? An old monster shouted with a cold expression. While the world of the Dragon Palace was in turmoil and chaos, Lin Sun had already taken action. Shi, Big Yellow, Ao Xintong, and Zhao Yuanji followed him. When they stepped into the world of the Dragon Palace again, it was no longer the same as before. The restrictive power of the 49C calming Dao steels had long been removed, so the path in and out of the Dragon Palace was no longer guarded. Let's go to Ancestor Dragon Mountain. If Xianxia is still in the world of the Dragon Palace, she must be trapped there. Ao Xintong led the way. She was very familiar with the world of the Dragon Palace. Along the way, some experts were alarmed and berated. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into the territory of the True Dragon clan? Stop right there. These experts were all retainers and guards. Moreover, they were not from the True Dragon clan. For Lin Sun and the others, they were not even worthy of their attention. Rumble, Lin Sun and the others did not even pay attention to them. Just the terrifying pressure they released from their bodies suppressed them one by one. As for Lin Sun and the others, they had already torn apart the sky and moved away. They moved as fast as lightning. Along the way, those below the Martial Emperor realm did not have any chance to resist or react. They were directly crushed by a storm and fell to the ground. Some experts who were watching this scene from afar trembled in fear. There was only one thought left in their minds. Today, the world of the Dragon Palace would undergo a great change. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. 2 Martial Emperor old monsters of the True Dragon clan moved through the void and stopped in front of Lin Sun and the others. Their bodies emitted a monstrous aura. However, when they saw Lin Sun's appearance, they were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't this guy not dead? When they saw Ao Xintong who was leading the way for Lin Sun, the expressions of the 2 old monsters of the True Dragon clan changed completely. They cried out involuntarily. How come it's you? P.S. Additional updates are sent. Continue asking for tickets. Lin Sun's appearance shocked the martial emperors on both sides. Ao Xintong's return shocked them even more, and they were even caught off guard. How could it be her? Ao Yongzhen, Ao Feiheng, so you still remember me? Ao Xintong's eyes flashed with undisguised hatred. All those years ago, she'd been entrusted by her father, the Ming Luo Dragon Emperor, to leave with Lu Boya. On the way, Ao Yongzhen, Ao Feiheng, and all the other experts of the True Dragon clan had launched the cruelest pursuit towards her. The hatred from back then erupted in Ao Xingtong's heart like a volcano that had been dormant for many years. Oh no, spread the news. Ao Yongzhen turned pale with fright. Together with Ao Feiheng, they tried to escape without hesitation. They were not afraid of Ao Xingtong, but Lin Sun, Xia Ji, Goldie, and the others. 2 years ago, this group of ruthless people had killed their way to the 10,000 Dragon Palace. If not for Ancestor Spirit Killer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Furthermore, the news of Lin Sun's group being alive and Ao Xingtong's return were too shocking. They realized the severity of the situation. The 9 great imperial clans' offense today was very likely related to Lin Sun and Ao Xingtong's group. Why are you running? Didn't you want to eliminate me, a traitor, after you killed my father? Ao Xingtong's expression was cold as she attacked without hesitation. She seemed to be filled with hatred. She attacked as if she was risking her life. This was completely out of Lin Sun's expectations. However, Lin Sun immediately experienced Ao Xingtong's grief and hatred. When he first entered the Forbidden City's Lin clan's heart-cleansing peak, he was also oppressed by the 4 collateral relatives of the Lin clan. This was the internal strife of the clan. It was so cruel that no mercy could be shown. Zhao Yuanji also made his move when Ao Xingtong attacked. However, she was faster than them. Puff. Puff, as she wielded the heavenless spear, an unparalleled sharpness swept out. In the distant void, 2 figures were instantly killed, their bodies and souls extinguished. Zhao Yuanji and his wife were stunned. She said calmly, "Time is precious. We can't waste it on them." 2 third-level Emperor Realm cultivators weren't enough for her to look at. Let's go. Ao Xingtong no longer hesitated and led the group of people straight toward the ancestral Dragon Mountain. Along the way, Lin Sun actually saw many revered elders from the 9 great imperial clans moving out the moment the True Dragon clan's experts appeared. Like a flood, they submerged those True Dragon clan's experts. Fellow Daoist Lin, hurry up. Fellow Daoist Lin, will naturally fight alongside you today. Fellow Daoist Lin, you must be careful. All sorts of voice transmissions sounded. Lin Sun had no choice but to admit that the 9 great imperial clans had truly thrown caution to the wind in order to change the fate of their clans. They even dared to go against the True Dragon bloodline. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Just by looking at the actions of the 9 great imperial clans, one can tell just how much of a scoundrel those old farts of the True Dragon clan have been over the years. Ao Xingtong sneered coldly. Soon, the great Dao 10,000 Dragons Palace appeared in his field of vision. After passing this palace, there was the majestic Ancestor Dragon Mountain. At this moment, many old monsters of the True Dragon clan had gathered in front of the great Dao 10,000 Dragons Palace. The one leading them was Dragon Emperor Ruosu. 2 years ago, she had used the heavenless spear to shatter Dragon Emperor Ruosu's body and primordial spirit. However, he had not completely erased them. Evidently, Dragon Emperor Ruosu had already recovered. Damn it. It really is Lin Sun and his group. That little bastard is actually still alive. When Dragon Emperor Ruosu and the other old monsters saw Lin Sun and his group, their faces were filled with coldness. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The old ancestor of evil spirit had personally said that the little bastard and his group had died 90,000 feet below the East Sea, but now, it seemed that they were still alive. When Dragon Emperor Ruosu and the other old monsters saw Ao Xingtong beside Lin Sun, their faces were filled with indescribable gloominess and bewilderment. Xingtong, did you bring these enemies here? Don't forget that you're also a member of the True Dragon bloodline, an old monster shouted with a sinister tone. Ao Xingtong said coldly, "No, I'm the daughter of a traitor in your eyes. I should have died many years ago. However, I'm afraid you didn't expect that I, the daughter of a traitor, would still be able to return alive." Her words were filled with hatred. Bang, Lin Sun moved forward and flicked his sleeve, causing the glow of the Tao that covered the sky to sweep out and charge into the Tao Lord Heavenfall formation that enveloped the Grand Tao Palace of all Dragons. Along with rumbling, this forbidden formation that hadn't obstructed Lin Sun's footsteps since 2 years ago rumbled as it exploded into pieces, collapsed, and vanished at this moment. In an instant, the Grand Dao Palace of all dragons was defenseless. On the other hand, the hearts of Dragon Emperor Ruasu and the other old monsters went cold when they witnessed this scene. Only now did they suddenly notice that Lin Sun, who they'd called a little bastard in the distance, had actually broken through to become a peak third-level Emperor realm martial emperor in the past 2 years. Kill. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun didn't waste his breath at all. He'd been lying in ambush for 2 years, and this time, no one could stop him from rescuing Zhao Jingxian. Bang, his figure charged forward explosively. His figure was brilliant like a scorching sun as he soared through the sky, and he withdrew the lifeless seal with a raise of his hand before smashing it forcefully towards the Grand Dao Palace of all dragons in the distance. When looked at from afar, the lifeless seal was like a divine mountain that had descended from the heavens, and it crushed space into pieces as it charged forward with peerless and terrifying destructive force. Open! An old monster at the 7th level of the Emperor realm howled as he withdrew a divine hammer that glowed brilliantly with golden light and smashed it towards the sky. It was a miraculous ancient emperor weapon that could shatter stars and crush the universe. But in the blink of an eye, cracking sounds resounded as the divine hammer exploded into pieces. It was like an exploding sun that caused a rain of light to sweep out like a tide. On the other hand, the old monster at the 7th level of the Emperor realm was directly smashed into pieces by the lifeless seal. His flesh and blood splattered, and he was obliterated amidst a wave of shrill and miserable cries. This was the might of the lifeless seal. When utilized by Lin Sun with the strength of the boundless realm, the might it emanated was unimaginably terrifying. Swoosh! At practically the exact same moment, Xianxia held the bone spear that glowed brilliantly with starlight as she flickered through the sky. Her black clothes fluttered while she emanated a gloomy and murderous aura. Pfft! An old monster who was about to launch an attack on Lin Sun was caught off guard and his defense was shattered by Xianxia's spear. The emperor armor on his body was pierced through and a hole appeared in it. His entire body was pierced through by the spear and lifted up forcefully. Xianxia's spear shook and retracted. Whoosh! The old monster's body exploded into pieces and blood rained down from the sky like a waterfall. Then, all of it was evaporated by the terrifying Dao light of the spear. He died without leaving any remains. She and Big Yellow also made their moves. Both of their auras were even more terrifying. Xi's figure was like an illusion and interweaved with the orderly light rain. Holding the lifeless spear, he charged towards Dragon Emperor Ruasu and displayed an unparalleled demeanor. Big Yellow, on the other hand, held the lifeless saber and charged around wildly. He was so domineering that he was unscrupulous and slashed anyone he saw. He was extremely ferocious. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shook. Heaven and earth darkened and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The universe was thrown into disorder and the sturdy ground collapsed and cracked with rumbling sounds. The great Dao 10,000 Dragons Palace that had lost the protection of the fallen Dao formation was instantly crushed by the terrifying shockwaves from the battle and turned into a wasteland. Rumble, the sound of the Dao surged, divine radiance swept, and the glow of treasures flowed. Moreover, there were all sorts of roars resounding. It was like a battle between the gods during the primeval times had erupted, and it caused the heavens and the earth to collapse and everything to be obliterated. After all, this was a battle between emperors. On the other hand, Ru Shi, Big Yellow, Lin Sun, Xianxia, and the others weren't ordinary emperors. They charged forward explosively and slaughtered over 10 old monsters from the true dragon clan in a short period of time. Their ferocious, swift, and all-powerful attacks caused the hearts of Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xintong to tremble. It was also at this moment that they finally deeply realized that the young man that needed their protection in the Xiao Empire all those years ago had become a terrifying existence that they couldn't even hope to catch up to. On the other hand, many experts of the true dragon clan in the distance were terrified while their countenances turned ghastly pale. All of their cultivations were below the martial emperor realm, and the strongest amongst them was only at the quasi-emperor realm. So, not to mention participating in this battle, they would instantly lose their lives if they approached the battle. How could such a calamity have occurred? Someone cried out loudly with sorrow. Since the ancient times, the true dragon clan had reigned supreme in this world. They commanded all the clans in the world, and no one dared to disobey them. This caused the true dragon bloodline to be like high and mighty gods, possessing absolute majesty. Even the weakest clansmen dared to look down upon the great figures of the other clans. But now, a great calamity had erupted, and these old monsters that were practically like gods in their hearts were being annihilated. Who would dare to believe this? Before the descendants of the true dragon clan could recover from their shock and grief, a wave of icy cold and explosive shouts resounded. Everyone, let's capture these little worms together. In the distance, a group of revered elders from the 9 great imperial clans teleported over, and they started to suppress the descendants of the true dragon clan. This caused all of them to feel a crushing sense of despair. In the past, it was they who had oppressed the world and enslaved all the living beings in the world. They were free and unfettered, and no one dared to go against them. But now, they were like fish on a chopping board. Rumble, the area around the Grand Dao Myriad Dragon Palace grew more and more turbulent. Blood flowed, thunder rumbled, and it was a scene of violence and chaos. Quick, go get the ancestor of evil spirit. Dragon Emperor Ruasu let out a shrill roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Puff, however, while his voice was still reverberating, he was ruthlessly nailed to death in the air by a battle spear that was as swift as a destructive lightning. Then, his body instantly turned into endless ashes as if it was incinerated. It was she who attacked. She seemed to be a little unwilling to admit that she failed to kill Dragon Emperor Ruasu last time. This time, she finally got what she wanted. Clang, at the same time, the formless sword of great path that had been in the hands of Dragon Emperor Ruasu suddenly wailed and fell down from the void. Lin Sun, who was fighting in the distance, made a move without hesitation. He used the copper piece left by the Kunlun refinement mother furnace as a guide and grabbed it across the air. Whoosh, the formless sword flickered in the void and fell into Lin Sun's hand. The sword seemed illusory, and it gave off a mysterious and obscure feeling. However, the aura that the sword emitted could be said to be extremely sharp, as if it could destroy the world. 2 years ago, Lin Sun had sensed the formless sword in Dragon Emperor Ruaxu's hand. However, he was suddenly attacked by the spirit-killing ancestor and failed to seize the treasure. Now that Dragon Emperor Ruaxu was dead, the sword would belong to Lin Sun in the future. At this point, among the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun, only the flawless armor had not been obtained by Lin Sun. Putting away the formless sword, Lin Sun rejoined the battle. In fact, the battle was already coming to an end at this moment, and only a few of those old fellows that were guarding the Grand Dao Myriad Dragon Palace remained, and they were still resisting and struggling bitterly. But at this moment, how dare you all? 2 years ago, I let you escape with your lives. This time, I guarantee that none of you will escape. As soon as the cold and murderous voice sounded, the void suddenly became chaotic. A figure like a supreme ruler tore the sky apart, and a young man's figure appeared. It was the spirit-killing Dragon Emperor, the only ancestor-level figure left in the true dragon clan. Rumble, the world rumbled and undulated like an ocean. Everyone present felt suffocated as they sensed unprecedented danger, and all of them stopped what they were doing in unison before becoming vigilant and vigilant. Ancestor! You're finally here. This bastard surnamed Lin colluded with the traitor Ao Xintong to destroy our great pass all-dragon palace. Ancestor, please kill these bastards. The few remaining experts of the true dragon clan were overjoyed and excited, and their voices were choked with sobs. The spirit-killing ancestor glanced around, and his face became extremely gloomy. This place was in ruins, suffering from destructive damage. The massive Great Dao 10,000 Dragon Palace had long been turned into a mess. This made the spirit-killing ancestor furious, and his eyes flickered with a terrifying divine light. Xingtong, although you committed an unforgivable crime all those years ago, the blood of a true dragon still flows in your veins. Is this how you repay your clan? His expression was ghastly, and the aura emanating from his body stirred the winds and clouds. He was like a furious god. I only know that ever since you took over the clan, the land of the Dragon Palace has been filled with unscrupulous people who are willing to sacrifice their ancestors just to survive. Ao Xintong's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. And you are the person who killed my father. His voice paused word by word, and it revealed deep enmity and hatred. Childish. If it weren't for me, the true dragon bloodline would have been destroyed by the Lord Ancestor's mistake. If it weren't for me who killed your father back then, the Permethal Luo clan would have viewed my clan as an enemy. The spirit slaughter ancestor snorted coldly. His face was filled with coldness. Why can't you learn from your elder brother and consider the clan a little more? At this point, he sighed softly. It's useless to say this now. This time, you can go and die together with those bastards. Boom, the evil spirit ancestor waved his sleeve, causing the world to rumble. Boundless power of the laws of order rumbled, and in an instant, the entire area was sealed off. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he glanced at Lin Sun and the others like a supreme ruler. I've said that I'm the god here. No one can defy me, and those who defy must die. This was a form of absolute confidence. He seemed like the god who controlled life and death, and his eyes, words, and actions were filled with contempt and ruthlessness. In fact, the spirit slaughter ancestor was right. He, who controlled the original order of the Dragon Palace, was almost no different from the god of this world. Lin Sun and the others looked calm without the slightest panic, and they didn't even have the thought or preparation to resist. This surprised the spirit slaughter ancestor. Had these bastards given up resisting? No. Suddenly, the spirit slaughter ancestor frowned, and his face darkened. Because he found that Lin Sun and the others looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Die. He attacked without hesitation. Boom, the unparalleled power of order turned into a landslide and tsunami-like torrent, and it drowned Lin Sun and the others with an extremely terrifying aura. The spirit slaughter ancestor was sure that no one in the world could resist such a destructive blow, but the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out. He saw that Lin Sun and the others were safe and sound, and the unparalleled power of order suddenly stagnated there, unable to move forward. What was going on? When the spirit slaughter ancestor was about to urge the power again, he was surprised to find that the power of order of the Dragon Palace dared not approach Lin Sun and the others no matter how hard he tried. It seemed to be afraid of something. The spirit slaughter ancestor was scared, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a hoarse old voice sounded. Jiao, I was most optimistic about you in those days, but you disappointed me. Very much. Along with the voice, a thin and vague figure appeared in the void, with a strong aura of vicissitudes. The spirit slaughter ancestor cried out involuntarily as if he was struck by lightning. Ancestor! The weak and vague figure was the true dragon ancestor who had been suppressed by the Dinghai Taoist tablet for countless years. Are you surprised? You didn't expect that I would appear before you alive? The true dragon ancestor's voice was low and emotionless. The spirit slaughter ancestor's heart trembled, and his expression changed dramatically. He finally understood why Lin Sun and Ao Xintong dared to attack the Dragon Palace again. After a while, he suddenly pointed at Lin Sun and Ao Xintong and roared angrily, "How dare you destroy the Dinghai formation left by the Higan Luo clan? You should be cut into pieces." This was absurd. The true dragon ancestor was the ancestor of the spirit slaughter ancestor, but now he was blaming Lin Sun and Ao Xintong for rescuing the true dragon ancestor. Jiao, you disappoint me more and more. The true dragon ancestor let out a long sigh as if he was at a loss. The spirit slaughter ancestor's expression flickered, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Ancestor, I did it to save our clan. You should know better than me how terrifying the Higan Luo clan is. If we had rescued you back then, our clan would have been doomed to be destroyed." The true dragon ancestor fell silent for a moment and said, "I don't blame you for that." The spirit slaughter ancestor seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and his eyes flickered. "Ancestor, if you're thinking about the survival of our clan, then please return to the bottom of the Sea of Sin. Otherwise, the Higan Luo clan will come looking for trouble with us sooner or later. You wouldn't just stand by and watch as your descendants suffer, right?" Lin Sun and the others were stunned. How could this fellow say such shameless words? Ao Xintong's face turned livid with anger. "Enough. Is the Higan Luo clan more important than the life of our clan's ancestor in your heart?" The spirit slaughter ancestor paid no attention to her, and he only looked at the true dragon ancestor and said, "Ancestor, it's not impossible for our clan to escape the Higan Luo clan's control in the future. Just like now, we have a child who possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and the talent of the devouring abyss. As long as he's given the chance to grow, his achievements in the future are bound to surpass all the predecessors of our clan. After a pause, he continued, "At that time, we won't be afraid of the Higan Luo clan with the child in our clan." Hearing this, Lin Sun was so angry that he almost burst out. He snapped, "Old bastard, when did the child become your clan's? Despicable? Shameless? I've seen it today." Big Yellow gritted his teeth in anger. He never thought that the spirit slaughter ancestor would be so despicable. "Jiao, have you finished?" The true dragon ancestor didn't lose his temper, but his voice became lower and lower. "Ancestor, there's only one chance. I hope you can help our clan." The spirit slaughter ancestor took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Lin Sun and the others all looked at the true dragon ancestor. The latter was silent for a moment, and then suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. He fixed his eyes on the spirit slaughter ancestor and said word by word, "You really let me down." The slaughter spirit ancestor was shocked, and then he revealed a frenzied expression. "My lord, if I'm not wrong, then even if you've been rescued and freed, your cultivation has been completely exhausted after being suppressed for countless years. Instead of that, why don't you sacrifice yourself and help the entire clan? You deserve to die." The true dragon ancestor took a step forward, and his figure suddenly straightened up. At this moment, there seemed to be a terrifying power awakening in his body. "I deserve to die? Isn't it for the whole clan?" The spirit slaughter ancestor seemed to feel that something was wrong, and he completely threw caution to the wind. "Ancestor, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for suppressing you with my own hands." Lin Sun and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How crazy a person must be to dare to make such a rebellious decision. "Ha ha ha, Ao Joey. You've really opened my eyes." The true dragon ancestor laughed up to the sky, but there was obviously endless sorrow in his laughter. "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it, you forced me to do this. So long as the clan is able to survive, then so what if I, Ao Joey, have to bear the eternal infamy of killing my ancestor? My lord, I'm sorry." Amidst his resolute and insane voice, the spirit slaughter ancestor roared loudly, and then the energy of order that covered the sky converged like tidewater before being controlled by him to charge towards the true dragon ancestor in the distance. "You're right, I really don't have much cultivation left." The true dragon ancestor's voice was low. "But if I'm able to eliminate a tumor of the clan like you before I die, then it would be worth it." As his voice resounded, his blurry figure gradually condensed into material, and his aura rose and rose explosively. When his voice finished resounding, he was like an overlord that had recovered his dignified aura of the past, and he commanded the world and roared proudly through the world. As he strode forward, the heavens and the earth trembled while a boundless rain of order rained down, and it illuminated his figure to be supreme and lofty like it was at the very beginning of the primeval times. Rumble, the surging energy of order enveloped over, but it hadn't even approached the true dragon ancestor before it was crushed into pieces by the aura emanated by the true dragon ancestor. The spirit slaughter ancestor's expression changed abruptly while his eyes carried a wisp of surprise, bewilderment, and disbelief. "The world of the Dragon Palace was formed from my origin Dragon Pearl, yet you, Jiao, are still vainly trying to encroach upon it. Aren't you overestimating your ability?" Amidst his dignified voice, the true dragon ancestor stretched out his hand and lightly clenched it in space. "P.S. Goldfish is going all out. Those who support me adding more chapters tonight, please buy tickets." Boom, countless rules of order shrouded the ancestor of evil spirit like dancing pythons. The terrifying aura made the ancestor of evil spirit pale. He had been using and controlling the power of order in this world for countless years. How could he not know how terrifying this power was? "Break!" He flipped his hand, and a dazzling Taoist bead appeared. It emitted boundless light and instantly destroyed the killing tribulation that shrouded him. "You evil creature! How dare you refine the bead of suppression that I left behind? You deserve to die." The ancestor of evil spirit was furious. He had left the bead of suppression in the Dragon Palace before he was killed. Only the Patriarch could control and borrow it, and he could easily control the power of the origin of the Dragon Palace. However, the ancestor of evil spirit was not the Patriarch. Moreover, he had refined the bead of suppression for himself. "Only by controlling this bead can I guarantee that no traitors like Ming Luo will appear in our clan. Sir, I'm doing this for the sake of our clan." The ancestor of evil spirit roared. Rumble, both of them controlled the power of order and fought fiercely in the void. Heaven and earth were overturned, and everything collapsed. The scene was extremely terrifying. Outside the battlefield, Ao Xingtong sent a voice transmission quickly, Lin Sun, go to Zulong Mountain to save Jingxian first. Your uncle and I will stay here. Lin Sun took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Big Yellow, you stay here. Big Yellow was stunned. He seemed to be dissatisfied that Lin Sun did not bring him along. However, he nodded and agreed in the end. Lin Sun immediately rushed in the direction of Zulong Mountain with Shi and Xia. The words of the ancestor of evil spirit made Lin Sun conclude that Jingxian and the child in her womb were still in the Dragon Palace, and it was very likely that they were in Zulong Mountain. Ao Huanhai frowned as he stood by the dragon pool. He had also received news that Lin Sun and his group, who should have died 2 years ago, had once again killed their way into the Dragon Palace. This caused him to be extremely surprised, but it was not to the point of being panicked. However, at this moment, he clearly sensed that the power of order in the Dragon Palace was violently colliding. All of a sudden, his expression changed completely. What was going on? If I'm not wrong, the true dragon primogenitor that was suppressed in the Sea of Sin has already escaped and is fighting Ao Jiui. The purple-clothed woman, Yan Xing, suddenly spoke, her eyes flickering with a cold light. Ao Huanhai's body tensed up, and he cried out involuntarily. That's impossible. Why not? Star Yan said coldly, 2 years ago, I reminded you that Lin Sun wouldn't die so easily, but you and Ao Jiui didn't believe me. Ao Huanhai's expression shook, and his expression changed indeterminately. He said resolutely after a short while, Heng Yu, we can't wait any longer. Make a move right now and swallow this golden dragon cocoon into your body. In the dragon pool, the golden cocoon emitted a mysterious and gentle light of the way. It seemed to have a life of its own as it breathed rhythmically. Hearing this, Ao Heng Yu was stunned. Now? According to the plan, in less than 3 months, the dragon cocoon would successfully transform. If they were to act now and something went wrong, quick! Ao Huanhai roared, and his expression became ferocious. The situation had completely changed, and he had to make a decision immediately. However, when Ao Heng Yu was about to act, Star Yan suddenly snorted, how can a waste like you touch such a divine treasure? Get out! Boom, she waved her hand. With a wave of her hand, Ao Heng Yu was sent flying and smashed into a steep rock wall several thousand meters away, fainting on the spot. What do you mean? Ao Huanhai was shocked and roared angrily. Star Yan looked indifferent and said coldly, that child hasn't really been born in the world. How can he be destroyed? It has nothing to do with you. Ao Huanhai's face was livid, don't you want the ancestral dragon blood? From now on, it has something to do with me. Star Yan said slowly, I might as well tell you that from the beginning, I planned to take this child away. After all, what he awakened is the talent of my Luo family. In addition, I also need the ancestral dragon blood. If you dare not give it to me, I will kill you. His words were calm, but the coldness in his words made people shudder. Ao Huanhai was so angry that he laughed, aren't you worried that you won't be able to leave alive? Star Yan's eyes were playful and filled with disdain, Ao Jiui, who controls the origin of order in this world, can't even protect himself. Do you think I still need to be afraid? Ao Huanhai's heart went cold. He had been planning this for decades, and it was finally about to be ripe. Could it be that he was going to be plucked like this? Swoosh, Star Yan suddenly rushed up, her purple hair fluttering in the wind. What was even faster than her was the bronze spear in her hand. It tore through the sky and rushed toward Ao Huanhai. If it were an ordinary person, they would never dare believe that Star Yan would be so decisive and swift. However, Ao Huanhai was no ordinary person. He was the patriarch of the True Dragon clan, an existence that was like a ruler in the True Dragon world. Faced with this fatal attack, he didn't block it at all. He directly rushed toward the golden dragon cocoon in the dragon pool. Bang, the bronze spear stabbed onto his back, and a muffled explosion resounded as the clothes on his back exploded into pieces. However, the spear was blocked by a layer of green armor, and it was unable to pierce through his body. Star Yan's pupils constricted. Before she could attack again, Ao Huanhai had already arrived before the golden dragon cocoon, and he pressed a hand onto it as he shouted loudly, "If you dare attack again, then I'll destroy it." As he spoke, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his countenance was ghastly pale. Even though he'd used the armor to protect his life earlier, the might of Star Yan's attack was too terrifying, and merely the force of the collision had injured him. Star Yan's gaze was icy cold, and she didn't dare move rashly for a time. She said, "Put it down, and I guarantee that I won't harm your life." Swoosh, as she spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed. Ao Hingyu, who was extremely far away, was directly pulled over by her, and she held him up like a little chick. "Look again. This is your most beloved son, the future hope of your true dragon clan. Aren't you worried that I'll destroy him?" said Star Yan. Ao Huanhai's eyes almost split open from rage, and his eyes were bloodshot as he said, "If you dare do that, then I swear that I'll surely not allow you to leave alive." 2 years ago, Lin Sun had captured many of his sons and daughters alive, and their fate was unknown. Now, only Ao Hingyu remained by his side, and he was being held hostage by Star Yan at this moment. This caused him to have the impulse to go mad. Star Yan spoke with an expressionless face. "Threats are useless. If you want your son to live, then it depends on if you're willing to exchange that dragon cocoon for it." Ao Huanhai was angered to the point he almost gnashed his teeth into pieces, yet he endured it in the end and said, "All right, I promise you. But you have to let Hingyu go first." Star Yan laughed with ridicule. "No, you have to hand over that dragon cocoon first." Ao Huanhai was angered to the point his entire body trembled while his face warped. After a short while, he suddenly roared. "Kill him if you have the balls. I've already lost many children 2 years ago, so what if another one dies now?" Actually, he was even more clearly aware that once he handed over the golden dragon cocoon, then not only would he be unable to save Ao Hingyu, it was very likely that he would lose his life. Star Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Ao Huanhai being so stubborn and ruthless. Right at this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart resounded from afar, and Lin Sun, Shi, and Xia Ji's figures had already charged over explosively. "It's you." Star Yan recognized Shi with a single glance, and killing intent surged in his eyes. All those years ago in the world of darkness, she'd once fought Shi, and that battle could simply be described as tragic. In the end, she was rescued by the second disciple of Mount Innerheart, Xianxia, and she seized the opportunity to escape. After that, Star Yan saw Lin Sun, and his pupils constricted slightly. "Little bastard, we finally meet." His voice revealed a wisp of ruthlessness. When she saw Xia Ji, she was instantly stunned, and a wisp of jealousy appeared on her beautiful face. She seemed to be unable to control her emotions, and she gritted her teeth and said in a rare moment, "Damn it. The order energy of the Grand Tao of Destiny should have belonged to me, yet it was actually obtained by a little girl like you." Lin Sun frowned and glanced at Star Yan. But in next to no time, his attention was attracted by the golden dragon cocoon at the side of the dragon pool, and he sensed the most familiar aura within the golden dragon cocoon. That was Zhao Jingshuan's aura. "You're Lin Sun? You've come at the right time. Your wife and child are sealed within this dragon cocoon. If you want them to live, then go and kill this woman." Suddenly, Ao Huanhai shouted coldly and pointed at Star Yan, who was not far away. "Otherwise, I'll destroy this dragon cocoon immediately." Previously, he'd used this to threaten Star Yan, and now, he was using this to threaten Lin Sun. Lin Sun's black eyes instantly became as gloomy as ice. He looked at Ao Hingyu, who was held in Star Yan's hand, and he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Senior, I'll leave this woman to you." She nodded with a cold and indifferent expression. "Be careful, don't hurt my child," Ao Huanhai shouted. Unfortunately, she had already made a move and directly ignored his words. Boom, the skyless spear swept out and swept up a monstrous aura of destruction. Its power was so great that it caused the entire Zulong mountain to tremble. "You forced me to do this." Star Yan glanced at Ao Huanhai, and the body of Ao Hingyu, who was held in her hand, directly exploded into a mist of blood. At the same time, the spear on her back clanged and swept out violently. It was suffused with surging chaotic chi, and it fought with Shi. Boom, the two of them fought in the void with their spears, causing the area to be in chaos, and it seemed as if the world was going to be destroyed. In the dragon pool, Ao Huanhai's mournful cry resounded, Hingyu. He had high hopes for his eldest son, Ao Hingyu, but now, Ao Hingyu died in front of him. This blow was so heavy that it almost drove him crazy. Don't mourn too early. Look who these little bastards are, Lin Sun said and waved his sleeve. The second prince, Ao Tianyu, and other princes and princesses of the dragon clan appeared. All of them looked dispirited and listless, and they were firmly imprisoned by Lin Sun's power. When they saw Ao Huanhai not far away, Ao Tianyu and others couldn't help but cry out excitedly. Father, save me. Father, save us quickly. Father, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Those cries made Ao Huanhai's heart twitch as if it was stabbed by a knife. He stared at Lin Sun with scarlet eyes, and his voice was hoarse as if it was squeezed out from his chest. Let them go. Otherwise, I'll destroy this dragon cocoon immediately. I'm sending you more updates, Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. Ao Huanhai pressed his palm tightly on the golden dragon cocoon. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. Lin Sun's black eyes were terrifyingly cold. Zhao Jingxian was Ao Huanhai's niece, but obviously, Ao Huanhai didn't think so. He only regarded the golden dragon cocoon and Zhao Jingxian as hostages. First, he forced Lin Sun to deal with Star Destroyer, and now he threatened Lin Sun to hand over his sons and daughters. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and nodded, okay, but you must give me the dragon cocoon when you release them. Hearing this, Ao Huanhai grinned grimly. He thought he had caught Lin Sun and said, release my children first, and I, whoosh. Whoosh, before he finished speaking, Lin Sun threw the two dragon princes, which stunned Ao Huanhai. Then he realized something and shouted, if you dare to use your talent, I will destroy this dragon cocoon at the cost of my life. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and forcibly suppressed the forbidden passing that he almost released. He couldn't help but be surprised. How did this old thing know about his talent? Before, he really wanted to take advantage of the time of exchanging hostages to use the forbidden passing to suppress Ao Huanhai. But obviously, Ao Huanhai was alert. Lin Sun couldn't help looking up at Star Destroyer who was fighting with Shi in the sky. It must be this woman who leaked the news. Hurry up, release the other children. Ao Huanhai shouted. He became more and more fearless, thinking that he had grasped Lin Sun's weakness. I have already released 2 people, which is enough to show my sincerity. Before Lin Sun finished, Ao Huanhai snapped, don't talk nonsense. I told you to release them. Don't blame me for being rude if you continue to dawdle. He exerted force on the golden dragon cocoon, causing it to tremble. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, okay. He waved his sleeve. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 dragon princes and 2 princesses who were suppressed on the ground were swept up and thrown to Ao Huanhai in the distance. But Ao Huanhai didn't release the golden dragon cocoon at the same time. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed, idiot, do you really think I will let go of this? Bang, before he finished speaking, a dragon prince suddenly exploded. His flesh and blood exploded, and his primordial spirit turned into powder. He died on the spot. This scene caused Ao Huanhai's smile to freeze, and he was infuriated to the point his eyes almost split apart as he howled. You actually dared to play dirty. You didn't give me that dragon cocoon either, did you? Lin Sun's eyes were cold. I'll give you one last chance. Give me the dragon cocoon, and I promise you can reunite with your father alive. Ao Huanhai's expression changed indeterminately. How could he possibly lower his head so willingly? But when he saw the fear and pleading in his children's eyes, he couldn't help but hesitate and waver. Father, please let go of cousin Jingxian. We don't want to die, we don't want to die. A dragon prince knelt on the ground and wailed. Trash. Ao Huanhai's expression was livid. What are you crying for? It's just death. Even ants are greedy for life, not to mention your children. If you still think that Jingxian is your niece, it's not too late to stop now, Lin Sun said and pointed to the distance. As Lin Sun spoke, he pointed into the distance. Look at the entire Dragon Palace world. It has long fallen into chaos and turmoil. Outside the Dragon Palace world, there is a tight blockade by the 9 great imperial clans. As the patriarch of the true Dragon clan, you have the heart to let these things continue to happen, or would you rather let the whole true dragon bloodline be exterminated for your own selfishness? Every word was like a knife stabbing into Ao Huanhai's heart. His body trembled with anger, and his expression was terrible. Suddenly, he laughed hoarsely, "Ha ha ha, extermination? Impossible. In the past countless years, many ancestors and the most dazzling big shots of the true dragon bloodline have already gone to the Nirvana world to cultivate. Even if the Dragon Palace world is destroyed today, there is no possibility that the true dragon bloodline will be exterminated." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon crown prince died. His body exploded into pieces, causing a rain of blood to rain down. He died right before Ao Huanhai's eyes. In an instant, Ao Huanhai was on the verge of going mad, and he roared hysterically. "Even if I die, I'll destroy your reunion with that child of yours, and I'll let you taste the feeling of losing your child." As he spoke, he exerted force with his palm, bang, but in the next moment, a terrifying force surged out from the golden dragon cocoon, and it didn't just disperse Ao Huanhai's palm strike, it even shook Ao Huanhai to the point his figure staggered. Shit, Ao Huanhai's expression changed abruptly. But before he could control the golden dragon cocoon once more, Lin Sun had already released the divine ability of extinction. The heavens and the earth returned to silence. Everything was still, and Ao Huanhai's movement stopped as well. At the same time, Lin Sun and Xia Ji, who'd been accumulating strength and waiting for a long time, charged out explosively. Lin Sun was like a fierce and overbearing god as he pounced towards Ao Huanhai. On the other hand, Xia Ji charged towards the golden dragon cocoon. In an instant, a series of actions were completed. When Ao Huanhai came to his senses, a broken blade had already slashed at him furiously, and the terrifying sharpness of the blade was perilously sharp, and it covered his entire body. At this extremely dangerous moment, Ao Huanhai roared, and a round green light screen suddenly emerged in front of him. The light screen flickered with magnificent and mysterious Taoist markings. Bang! In the earth-shattering collision, the green light screen was smashed into pieces, and it turned into a rain of light that scattered all over the sky. On the other hand, Ao Huanhai's entire body was fiercely slashed out, and he smashed hundreds of meters away. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and his whole body twitched. But there wasn't a trace of injury on his body. The lapel on his chest was torn apart, revealing a green armor that emitted a misty Taoist light, and it was incomparably miraculous. Earlier, Ao Huanhai had relied on this armor to block the sudden violent attack of Xia Ji, and thus firmly controlled the golden dragon cocoon. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and he immediately recognized that it must be the flawless Great Way armor. Swish! Before Ao Huanhai stood up, Lin Sun had rushed over violently, grabbed out with one hand, and forcibly tore off the green flawless Great Way armor. Bang! He kicked out, and Ao Huanhai's body, which was about to get up, fell down again. His chest bones burst and collapsed, and he screamed in pain. Bang! 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 Lin Sun, who had already accumulated a bellyful of hatred and anger, would not be polite. He used both hands and feet to beat Ao Huanhai fiercely. In a moment, all the bones and tendons of Ao Huanhai were broken, his head was red and swollen, and his body was cracked and bleeding. He had suffered a fatal blow. When Lin Sun was about to beat him to death, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Let me deal with him." It was Ao Xintong. Lin Sun frowned, but he finally held back. No matter what, Ao Xintong and Ao Huanhai were siblings. Ao Xintong was also Zhao Jingshuan's mother, and Lin Sun's future mother-in-law. "Xintong, you came at the right time. Hurry up, kill this little bastard." Ao Huanhai, who was beaten to the point that his consciousness was blurred, still screamed as if he had gone mad. "I'm here to avenge my father," Ao Xintong said coldly. Ao Huanhai raised his blood-stained face with difficulty, and his eyes drifted. "Avenge my father?" After that, his entire body shivered, and he seemed to have realized something. He shouted loudly, "Xintong, listen to me. If I hadn't exercised forbearance all those years ago, it's very likely that I would have been killed just like my father." But Ao Xintong seemed to be too lazy to listen to his explanation. He held a saber and waved it casually. Puff! Ao Huanhai's head was cut off. At the moment of his death, his face was full of astonishment and disbelief. "From the moment you broke off the relationship between father and son, you were no longer my elder brother," Ao Xintong said in a sad voice, holding Ao Huanhai's bloody head. When their father, Minluo Dragon Emperor, was persecuted by the clan, Ao Huanhai was the first to stand up and accuse Minluo Dragon Emperor of being a traitor. His biological son regarded his father as a traitor. How cruel was this? After a while, Ao Xintong said in a low voice, I will sprinkle your ashes in front of my father's grave, so that he can die in peace. Killing her brother with her own hands. Wasn't this the most painful choice for her as well? Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned when he witnessed this scene. Only now did he realize that Ao Xintong hadn't come here to spare Ao Huanhai's life, and she wanted Ao Huanhai to die at her hands. Lin Sun. Xiaxia spoke from afar. Quickly come over here. Lin Sun's heart constricted. He didn't have the time to think any further and flashed over. He noticed that the aura of the golden dragon cocoon was actually weakening bit by bit. The glow that surged into appearance on the surface of the dragon cocoon was dimming as well. Could something have happened to Xianxia? Lin Sun's heart shook, and he was just about to stretch out his hand to touch the golden dragon cocoon. Don't move. A hoarse and difficult voice resounded, and then the figure of the true dragon first ancestor had appeared out of thin air. However, his figure was extremely blurry, and it seemed like it would disperse at any moment. However, the true dragon first ancestor didn't care at all, and he stared at the golden dragon cocoon as soon as he arrived. The ancestor of spirit slaughter has been suppressed. Zhao Yuanji arrived as well, and he sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun. Lin Sun instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and then he gazed at the true dragon first ancestor and couldn't help but ask. Senior, how is Xianxia? If you trust me, then stand at the side and watch. The true dragon first ancestor was silent for a moment before he spoke these words, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand and stabbed it fiercely towards the golden dragon cocoon. His fingers were golden and covered in dragon scales, and they emanated peerlessly dazzling light of the Tao that caused Lin Sun's expression to change slightly. However, before he could react, the force of his claw had entered the golden dragon cocoon. Bang! In the next moment, the true dragon first ancestor suddenly pulled, and when the golden dragon claw retracted, it had already firmly grasped the blurry figure of a soul. Let me go. Old worm, are you courting death? The soul struggled violently and held. Lin Sun was horrified. How could he have imagined that such a strange scene would actually occur? Obviously, the weakening of the golden dragon cocoon's aura was related to this soul. It's the sole remnant of the previous venerable Emperor Nameless. Goldie had arrived as well, and he revealed a shocked expression. This old bastard really didn't die completely. Venerable Emperor Nameless, Lin Sun's heart shook while a chill ran down his spine, and he felt a wave of lingering fear. He didn't have to think at all to realize that the sole remnant of Venerable Emperor Nameless obviously intended to corrode and occupy the body of the child in Xianxia's womb to come back to life. On the other hand, Ao Huanhai had probably never imagined that a shocking change had occurred within the golden dragon cocoon that he firmly controlled earlier. P.S. The goldfish caught a cold by accident. In the sky, she and Star Trader were still fighting. The battle was so fierce that the sky seemed to be broken. But when she sensed the aura of the nameless Supreme Emperor that true dragon ancestor had pulled out, Star Trader's expression changed slightly. Clang! After taking She's attack head-on, Star Trader rushed down recklessly. She waved her spear, not to save the nameless Supreme Emperor, but to kill Summer Solstice. This was extremely abnormal. Moreover, her speed was unbelievably fast, but Lin Sun, who had been on guard for a long time, moved as fast as he could. Swoosh! Without hesitation, he activated the forbidden passing spell again. Endless dazzling mysteries of time spread out. Visibly, Star Destroyer's figure paused in the void for a moment. It was also at this moment. The Empyrean spear in She's hand pierced through the sky like a beam of light, piercing into Star Trader's back with unstoppable momentum. Puff, blood splattered. Star Trader was in pain. Her purple hair danced wildly, and her beautiful and cold face was filled with anger and unwillingness. She stared at Lin Sun. It really is the forbidden passing spell. I didn't expect that you, who lost your spiritual vein, would obtain a chance to undergo nirvana and awaken the second stage of devouring abyss. As she shouted, her body seemed to burn, releasing endless purple light that pushed back the Empyrean spear in her back. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked by this terrifying power. How terrifying was Star Trader's combat strength. She had suffered the forbidden passing spell and had her body pierced by Xi with all her strength, but she still couldn't be killed. This was too terrifying. Die. Star Trader rushed at summer solstice again. Compared to before, there was a hint of madness and determination. It was as if in her heart, the nameless Supreme Emperor's life was far less important than killing summer solstice. Get lost. Big Yellow rushed over and slashed out with his Empyrean saber. The snow-white saber light swept out, and its power was enough to make an ancestor tremble. But as Star Trader's spear slashed horizontally, clang, Big Yellow couldn't even use his saber. He was pushed back and grunted. This made Big Yellow's expression change. This woman's strength was terrifying. However, Big Yellow's attack gave Xi an opportunity to stab out with the heavenless spear. Pooh! The spear pierced through the Star Eater's body again. But Star Destroyer ignored these injuries and threw the spear in his hand. Boom! The void exploded, fiercely torn apart. The power of this strike seemed to be the blood and sweat of the Star Destroyer's entire life. The power it produced was boundlessly terrifying. It gave people the feeling that it was a spear of judgment thrown by the hand of the heavens. Xi didn't dodge because the golden dragon cocoon was right behind her. In the depths of her eyes, a rare flame burned. It was as if the existence of a star scatterer made her feel a fatal threat. They were fated enemies. Lin Sun, who was aware of the danger, had already stood in front of Xi. Obviously, he intended to take the blow for Xi. This made Xi's heart tighten. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sun and blocked his way. It was the true dragon primogenitor, Puff. Star Destroyer's spear arrived, but the first to suffer was not the true dragon primogenitor, but the nameless emperor in his hand. The destructive power produced by the spear crushed the venerable nameless remaining wisp of remnant soul, causing it to explode with a loud bang. Then, the true dragon primogenitor let out a muffled groan. His blurry and weak figure was torn apart by the spear, and blood rained down. Lin Sun used the broken blade to block the attack, using all the strength in his body. Clang, the spear and the broken blade collided fiercely, causing the surrounding void to shake violently. Then, the broken blade let out a wail and was sent flying. Everyone was horrified. Star Destroyer's attack was undoubtedly too powerful and terrifying. It crushed the nameless emperor's remnant soul, pierced through the true dragon primogenitor's body, and even sent Lin Sun's broken blade flying. Buzz, the spear had already arrived. At this distance, Lin Sun couldn't dodge at all. Determination flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, and all the strength in his body was pushed to an unprecedented level. The terrifying power that belonged to Great Emperor Jutong was completely unleashed. The lifeless seal appeared, giving off a destructive bronze luster. Boom, the spear and the lifeless seal collided, and a force as violent as the Milky Way burst out, shaking Lin Sun so much that he coughed up blood. His body trembled like a sieve, and cracks appeared on his skin. But he forcibly blocked the attack, using all his strength to not take a step back. Because Xiaxi was behind him, and behind Xiaxi was Zhao Jingxian in the golden dragon cocoon and the child in Zhao Jingshuan's belly, he couldn't retreat. Boom, after a stalemate, the lifeless seal was shaken back. Without the obstruction, the spear, shining with unparalleled cold murderous intent, stabbed into Lin Sun's chest. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. But the scene of Lin Sun's chest being cut open didn't happen. A layer of cyan armor appeared in front of Lin Sun, blocking the attack. The Great Way armor, however, the power of this attack was too terrifying. Under the impact, Lin Sun was directly injured and coughed up blood. In the end, the spear stopped there, its power dissipating, and fell to the ground. This series of movements seemed slow, but in fact, they were extremely fast and dangerous. Damn it! In the distance, Star Trader let out a scream of extreme unwillingness. She had been injured twice and used all her strength to launch this attack, but she still couldn't kill Xiaxi. How could she be willing to accept this? Boom, she charged over with a cold expression. The Empyrean spear struck out with the force of a thunderbolt, completely shattering Star Spill's already heavily injured body. A rain of blood splattered everywhere, but it was evaporated by the terrifying Dao light. Star Trader felt the loss of her life, and the madness and unwillingness on her face faded away, replaced by a touch of disappointment. After countless years of hunting, I still can't get what I want. I really can't accept this. Her voice became lower and lower, and her soul also burned into ashes, dissipating completely. There was a dead silence. Star Trader's death made everyone feel relieved. They couldn't calm down. This woman was too terrifying. Her cultivation was unimaginably terrifying. If not for Xi's presence, she would most likely be the final winner today. The one who died the most tragic death was the nameless emperor's remnant soul. After being pulled out by the true dragon primogenitor, he lost his life in the end under Star Spread's full-strength attack. He didn't even have time to scream before his soul was destroyed. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Sun panted. He had used the Forbidden Death spell twice in a row, and he had also been seriously injured by Star Trader's attack. But he couldn't care about this. He immediately looked at the golden dragon cocoon. Although the golden dragon cocoon hadn't dimmed, it gave off a lifeless feeling. Even the wondrous rhythm of life was intermittent. At this moment, Zhao Yuanji and his wife, Xi, and Big Yellow walked over. They looked at the golden dragon cocoon in the dragon pool with different expressions. The previous battle could be said to be full of danger and soul-stirring. Fortunately, Ao Huanhai was dead, Star Trader was dead, and the Spirit Slaughter ancestor was suppressed by the true dragon ancestor. The current situation didn't seem too bad. However, the true dragon ancestor was too seriously injured. His body had already shattered and dissipated, leaving only a weak wisp of his soul. It seemed like it would pass away at any time. His voice was hoarse and weak. I can't hold on much longer. Before I die, I can see all of you. This trip was not in vain. Ancestor. Ao Xingtong was sad. It's just death. There's no need to be sad. I've been suppressed for countless years. I'm not far from death. The true dragon ancestor's eyes were clear and indifferent. Xingtong, you have to take good care of the bead of suppression in the future. It was a plain sentence, but the meaning behind it was not simple. Because in the true dragon bloodline, only the patriarch could control the bead of suppression. In other words, the true dragon ancestor regarded Ao Xingtong as the new patriarch. Ao Xingtong looked sad and choked with sobs. I'm afraid I'll let you down. The true dragon ancestor smiled and pointed at Lin Sun. Don't forget, you still have a good son-in-law, and a good grandson in the future. They're enough. He looked at the golden dragon cocoon with gentle and calm eyes. That child can awaken the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. It's really rare and precious. I'm looking forward to. He can become a respected supreme figure like the Sky Master in the future. It's worth it to exchange my life for a chance for this child. In a low and kind voice, his illusory soul turned into a magnificent rain of light. Ancestor! Ao Xingtong cried out in grief. Then, a brilliant bloody light emerged in the world, revealing a sacred, pure, and dazzling primitive aura. Together with the rain of light, it poured into the golden dragon cocoon. Visible to the naked eye, the golden dragon cocoon suddenly shone brightly like a golden sun, as if it had received an incomparable vitality. On the surface of the cocoon, winding dragons appeared, and boundless dragon roars resounded through the world. At this moment, the remaining true dragon overlords in every territory of the Dragon Palace all had a wonderful feeling, as if a supreme power had been awakened, making them feel awe from the depths of their souls. In the end, when the rain of light and bloody light disappeared, the golden dragon cocoon in the dragon pool turned into a magnificent bright red color, emitting a vigorous rhythm of life. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He immediately noticed that the breath of life of Zhao Jingxian in the dragon cocoon had become extremely vigorous, but Zhao Jingxian showed no sign of waking up from her deep sleep. Even the child in her belly had not been born yet. Ao Xingtong took a deep breath and suppressed the sadness in her heart. She said gently, "Don't worry. This time, Zhao Jingxian should have benefited from the disaster. She has obtained the ancestral blood of our ancestor. When she wakes up, it will be the day of the birth of our child." As a descendant of the true dragon, she knew this the best. Relieved, Lin Sun said, "Auntie, I want to take this dragon cocoon with me when I leave the true dragon world." Ao Xingtong was stunned. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Sun felt more relaxed after getting the answer. He glanced around and saw Xiaxia standing there silently. He couldn't help but feel nervous and walked over at once. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun asked. Xiaxia raised her beautiful eyes and gazed at Lin Sun. "If you encounter any danger in the future, don't stand in front of me, okay?" Xiaxia's clear eyes were full of seriousness and solemnity. Lin Sun's heart was filled with indescribable warmth. He said, "Okay, I promise you." Xiaxia lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "If you can't do it, I will be very angry." When she faced the fatal threat from the Star Destroyer, it was Lin Sun who stood in front of her and would rather be seriously injured than take a step back. That scene made her very angry. Why did Lin Sun do this at all costs? Didn't he know how important he was to her? She was also angry that she was so useless that she let Lin Sun protect her from danger, but she didn't say these thoughts. Zhao Yuanji looked at Lin Sun and Xiaxia from not far away and sighed inexplicably in his heart. How could he not see the unusual relationship between Lin Sun and Xiaxia? However, it was not appropriate for him to say more about this kind of relationship. He had no choice. In Ziyao Empire, he was also a man with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Zhao Yuanji looked at Ao Xintong and reminded him, "Xintong, the world of Dragon Palace is in chaos now. Our top priority is to stabilize the situation and reorganize the clan as soon as possible." Ao Xintong nodded and said to Lin Sun, "You are seriously injured. Stay here and recuperate." "Auntie, let Big Yellow go with you," Lin Sun said hurriedly and kicked Big Yellow, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Big Yellow was exasperated. "Boy, you are addicted to ordering me around, aren't you?" Before Lin Sun said anything, Ao Xintong said with a smile, "If you help us, you can choose whatever you want from the spoils of war along the way. My true dragon bloodline may lack many things, but not treasures." The true dragon clan loved to collect treasures. This was something that everyone in the All Heavens knew. Big Yellow's eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed and pretended to be profound. "Well, since you are so kind, I will reluctantly go." Everyone couldn't help laughing. With these formation flags, you can reopen the restriction of the Dinghai Tao tablet. In this way, you don't have to worry about the invasion of foreign enemies. With a flip of his hand, Lin Sun took out the 49 formation flags. In addition, Big Yellow, help me send a message to the 9 great imperial clans. Tell them to withdraw their troops now. In a few days, I will personally pay a visit to their clans. I'm the mighty battle Emperor Shao, but I become a messenger for you, Big Yellow grumbled, but he still agreed in the end. Ao Xintong, Zhao Yuanji, and Big Yellow immediately left Zulong Mountain. Before he left, he also took away the true dragon crown princes and princesses who had fainted from the shock of the previous battle. "I'll go take a look as well," she said as he turned to leave. Only Lin and Xiaxia were left beside the dragon pool. Lin Sun was seriously injured. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he took out many magic medicines to heal himself and asked Xiaxia, "Do you know why the Star Destroyer tried to kill you at all costs?" Xiaxia sat on one side, with her fair and slender hands around her knees. She shook her head and said, "I don't know." Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "Earlier, she said that you have the power of the Order of Destiny in your body. I suspect that the reason she wanted to kill you so desperately must have something to do with this power. Did you notice it yourself?" Based on the battle prowess the Star Destroyer had displayed, if she had wanted to escape, no one would have been able to stop her. However, she would rather be injured and killed to kill Xiaxia. This was too abnormal. Xiaxia frowned and said, "In the past, in the last days, someone once said that there was a layer of mysterious power covering the life source in my body. It was like a shackle, and it was because of this mysterious power that I was able to undergo nirvana amidst extreme destruction and transform on the line between life and death. To me, that mysterious power that is like a shackle is like a treasure vault that can allow my strength to undergo a transformation." Xiaxia paused, then said, "Now it seems that this is probably because I like to undergo nirvana reincarnation and transform when I cultivate." Lin Sun's pupils contracted when he heard this. His life source was shackled by a layer of mysterious power. Could this be the Order of Destiny that the Star Destroyer mentioned? Who is the person who told you this? He couldn't help asking. Chen Lin Kong. Xiaxia thought for a long time before she remembered this name. He also said that the world calls him Burning Immortal. Lin Sun was shocked. How could he forget this mysterious legendary figure? Back in the secret land of burning immortal in the domain of extinction, he had seen with his own eyes a wisp of the Star Destroyer's will imprint. According to the old toad, the ancestor of the three-legged golden toad was just one of the 108 generals under Chen Lingkong's command. Did he say anything else? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia shook her head. Apart from Lin Sun, she never cared about other people in this world. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. It seemed that the mysterious shackle-like power in Xianxia's body must have something to do with the order of destiny, which was why the Star Destroyer became so crazy. As soon as he thought of the word destiny, Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. Now that he was at the third level of the Emperor realm, how could he not understand how mysterious and terrifying this word was? The power of life was the most mysterious and obscure. It could bear the weight of the great Tao and promote cultivators to transform again and again. The essence of life was called numerology, and it was also regarded as fate. The so-called fortune-telling was to deduce numerology, survey one's fate, and peep into the life path that belonged to a person. However, this art of fortune-telling was only for ordinary people. In the eyes of cultivators, the power of life was the most obscure and mysterious. Just like the way of heaven, the transformation and breakthrough in the realm that cultivators diligently pursued were, in fact, the transformation and sublimation of their own lives. It was precisely because of this transformation that the lives of cultivators were full of variables. It was almost impossible to deduce the numerology of a cultivator and survey their fate. In short, all changes related to life could be called the way of destiny. In the eyes of cultivators, the great Tao of destiny was the same as the great Tao of time. They were both the most mysterious and unfathomable supreme great Tao in the world. However, the power of the order of destiny was suspected to be sealed in Xianxia's body. This was too incredible. Lin Sun himself had mastered a talent related to the great Tao of time. Therefore, he knew too well that if others knew about the mysterious power in Xianxia's body, it would definitely cause endless troubles and disturbances. Thinking of this, Lin Sun looked at Xianxia and warned her seriously, "From now on, don't tell anyone about this." Xianxia nodded. Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief and began to concentrate on healing his injuries. Meanwhile, Ao Xingtong launched a great purge in the world of Dragon Palace. She, who controlled the Pearl of Suppression, could manipulate and use the source energy of the world of Dragon Palace. Even if her cultivation was not as high as that of the real dragons, she could suppress them one by one with the help of the Pearl of Suppression. Big Yellow rushed out of the world of Dragon Palace. After passing on Lin Sun's words to the 9 imperial clans, he turned around and left, regardless of whether the 9 imperial clans' coalition army would obey his order and withdraw. Soon, Big Yellow waved the formation flag again and activated the restrictive fluctuations of the sea-quelling Tau steel. The passage leading to the world of Dragon Palace was sealed again. Lin Sun ordered us to withdraw. Does this mean that the nest of the real dragons has really been destroyed by him? Outside the world of Dragon Palace, there was an uproar. Countless people were in an uproar. Even the old antiques were shocked. That must be it. Ha ha ha, the real dragons will have such a day. Some people were overjoyed and laughed. This is simply unprecedented. Who would have dared to imagine that the true dragon clan that had reigned supreme for countless years and had always stood supreme above all the other races would actually have their nest trampled upon by a human young man? Some people were trembling and breathing rapidly. Sob sob sob, our ancestors in heaven have finally given us the chance to change the fate of our clan. Some people were crying tears of joy. Their voices were choked with sobs and tears fell. Go quickly. Spread the news. More people were excited and joyful, looking forward to a beautiful future. One day later, as the 9 imperial clans' coalition army returned, the news spread quickly. It immediately caused an uproar among all the clans in the world and set off an unprecedented uproar. The first reaction of all living beings was, "This must be fake." The real dragons were like the overlords of heaven. No one had been able to shake them since ancient times. How could it be broken by the lowliest human cultivator? This was absolutely impossible. However, as more and more news spread, the 10,000 races in the world finally became skeptical. Only later did they dare to accept this fact that was enough to shock both ancient and modern times. Shock, excitement, joy. All kinds of discussions erupted like a volcano in different territories, cities, and clans in the true dragon world. However, although they believed it, no one dared to make waves while the real dragons were in a precarious situation. No one dared to take advantage of the situation and swallow the territory controlled by the real dragons. After all, the real dragons had ruled this world for countless years. In the hearts of all clans, they were like the overlords and inviolable. The reverence for the real dragons had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. This deep-rooted reverence could not be changed in a short period of time. As the discussions continued to spread, Lin Sun's name spread to every corner of the world like the sun at noon. In countless years, the first living being to defeat the true dragon bloodline actually came from the lowliest human race. No matter how unwilling we are to admit it, the status of the human race is destined to change today. Quick, release all the human slaves. Lin Sun is now an overlord. If he wants to avenge the human race, the consequences will be too severe. Some of the ancient clans made their decisions at the first possible moment. Lin Sun. Lin Sun. How fortunate for the human race. There's finally hope. Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes. They've finally brought a turning point for the human race. In some territories where the human race was located, when they heard the news, everyone, regardless of their age or gender, burst into tears. They were so excited that they could not control themselves. The iron rule that the human race had been slaves for the past 100,000 years had finally been broken. The outside world was in an uproar. Lin Sun didn't notice it at all. Beside the dragon pool, he was meditating to heal his wounds. It had been more than 2 years since he entered the true dragon world. He suppressed the Zhenhou imperial family, crossed the East Sea, obtained the primordial qi water on the Green Rainbow Island, and saw through the mystery of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. Then he sneaked into the Dragon Palace, rescued Ao Zhentian from the Forbidden Mountain, learned the inside story of the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Conference, and killed his way into the Great Dragon Palace. At the bottom of the East Sea, he deduced the 49 Sea Calming Dao tablets and broke through the Monarch Heart Barrier. At the same time that his cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, his attainments in Dao patterns also improved by leaps and bounds. Now he fought his way into the Dragon Palace again. The tortuous process, the dangerous situation, and the treacherous battle were all thrilling. But fortunately, everything had come to an end. Star Yen was dead, and the remnant soul of the nameless Supreme Emperor had been annihilated. The task entrusted by Xianxia had been successfully completed. Moreover, he had met Zhao Jingxian. For Lin Sun, the baby in Zhao Jingshuan's belly was undoubtedly a great surprise. At the thought that he was going to be a father, Lin Sun felt a rare excitement and some unspeakable uneasiness in his heart. Would the baby be a boy or a girl? Who would its personality be like? Would it be good-looking? This was the state of mind of a new father. Xiaxia sat quietly on one side, occasionally looking at the golden dragon cocoon in the dragon pool, and occasionally at Lin Sun who was meditating with his eyes closed. Although Lin Sun didn't say anything, Xiaxia was keenly aware that Lin Sun's state of mind had a subtle change after seeing the golden dragon cocoon. Xiaxia didn't understand the emotional change, but she knew that Zhao Jingxian and the baby in her belly had a very important place in Lin Sun's heart. Do you like children? Xiaxia suddenly asked in a clear voice. Lin Sun, who was healing his wounds, was stunned, and then he smiled. I didn't realize it before, but now I do. After having children, my mood is different. Xiaxia thought for a while and said, will you abandon me? Lin Sun was stunned by her words. Inexplicable emotions surged in his heart, and he suddenly realized that he had never considered Xiaxia's feelings. Is she worried that I won't be good to her after I have Jingxian and a child? Is she asking this now because she's worried that I won't treat her well anymore? An unspeakable guilt surged in Lin Sun's heart. He stared into her eyes seriously and said, I never thought you would leave my world. Xiaxia nodded and said, as long as you don't drive me away, I won't leave, not for the rest of my life, because, Lin Sun asked, why? Summer Solstice said in a low voice, if I leave you, my world will be dark. It seems meaningless to live or die. Lin Sun's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered some words that Xiaxia had said when he was young. My world is very small, so small that it can only accommodate you. Lin Sun, before I met you, my world was filled with darkness. But with you, there was light in my world. Promise me, when you encounter danger in the future, don't stand in front of me, okay? Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't help holding Xianxia tightly in his arms and whispered, Lin Sun, swear that I won't let you leave me in this life, even if I die. A brilliant smile that came from the bottom of her heart appeared on Xianxia's beautiful face that was covered by the brim of her hat. That kind of beautiful, otherworldly, and dreamy beauty was enough to make the world dim in comparison. She was never a simple girl who needed protection. She was even stronger than any other woman in the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought alone in the last day's impasse. All her strength and all her battles were for Lin Sun in front of her. She never bothered to tell him about these things. She never cared about the Tao of heaven and earth, all the things in the mountains and rivers, and all the living beings, because there was only Lin Sun in her world. That was enough. Suddenly, Xianxia whispered, Lin Sun, I also want a child. Lin Sun, who was holding Xianxia's delicate body tightly, suddenly stiffened. His face suddenly became very interesting, and his heart was like thousands of troops and horses roaring. What's going on? Lin Sun was a little confused. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at Xianxia's eyes. He saw that her clear and beautiful eyes were full of seriousness. This gave him another headache. Could it be that Xianxia was provoked by Xianxia? Confusion and doubt flashed in Xianxia's eyes. She said, It's just that I don't know how to have a child. Do I have to find a cocoon like this? Her voice was like the sounds of nature. Coupled with her puzzled expression, she looked very adorable. Lin Sun was immediately amused. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the end, he almost couldn't breathe. Only now did he realize that Xianxia was completely ignorant about the so-called matters between a man and a woman. What's so funny? She walked over from afar. His graceful figure was surrounded by a rain of light. He looked like an immortal or a god, ethereal and illusory. I want a child. I don't know why he is laughing like this, Xianxia said with a frown. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. Xi's expression also turned sluggish. She seemed to be caught off guard. After a while, she couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. She asked in a questioning tone, Why are you talking to her about such a private topic? Aren't you ashamed? Lin Sun smiled bitterly and quickly explained, I really didn't bring it up. Xianxia had already turned her gaze to Xi. Sister, do you know how to have a child? She had lived for countless years. However, she still felt her face heat up when she heard this question. She stood there in a daze, not knowing how to answer. Of course she knew. However, how could she say it in front of a man like Lin Sun? Lin Sun noticed Xi's distressed state as well, and he rejoiced in his heart. This aloof and mysterious woman that was as cold as snow had never been so distressed before. You think it's funny? She stared at Lin Sun with a frightening gaze. She couldn't answer Xianxia's question, so she could only change her target and find a scapegoat. Lin Sun immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately stood up and said, You guys talk. I'll go take a look at Goldie. The moment Lin Sun said that, he fled with a whoosh. Xianxia's expression became even more confused. Her clear eyes were filled with bewilderment. Is giving birth more mysterious than comprehending the Great Way? Her pretty face became even hotter. She didn't even need to look in the mirror to know that her face was as red as a sunset. However, when she saw Xianxia's eager gaze, she knew that she had to explain this question to this young girl who was so beautiful that even she felt extremely pressured. Yes, in Xi's eyes, Xianxia was indeed still a young girl. After thinking for a long time, she stuttered and said, Xianxia, giving birth is a very private matter. It requires… how should I put it? You know about the fusion of yin and yang, the union of dragons and tigers, right? Xianxia said, I know, but what does this have to do with giving birth? Could it be that one has to cultivate the great way of yin and yang to give birth? Xi's lips twitched imperceptibly. He felt somewhat confused. This young girl really did not know anything. Following that, she patiently explained all sorts of things to Xianxia. However, the more Xianxia listened, the more confused she became. She seemed to think that giving birth was too mysterious and obscure. In the end, she gave up. There was simply no way to explain it. In her heart, she hated Lin Sun to the core. How could this fellow discuss such a private matter with such a pure and clean young girl? He was simply a beast in human clothing. When that Miss Xianxia wakes up from the dragon cocoon, there is no harm in asking her. She directly kicked the ball out. However, Xiaxia nodded in deep thought. Her eyes lit up. Right, ask big sister Jingxian. She is already pregnant. She definitely knows best. Xi's expression turned strange. He asked strangely, are you not jealous of that Miss Jingxian? Or jealous? Or angry? Xiaxia asked doubtfully, jealous? Angry? I will not. Aside from Lin Sun, no one in this world is worthy of my anger. Furthermore, what is jealousy? She finally understood why Xiaxia could still stay by Lin Sun's side. It was not that she was broad-minded enough to tolerate Lin Sun being with other women. Instead, she simply did not understand. Big sister Xi, will you be jealous? Xiaxia asked. She was stunned. Then, she smiled and said calmly, which man in this world is worthy of my jealousy? What about Lin Sun? Xiaxia asked. She did not understand what jealousy was. She just wanted to figure out what jealousy meant through her conversation with Xi. Him? She snickered mischievously. She teased, I watched him grow up from a young age. Do you think I will be jealous of such a little fellow? Speaking of this, she felt emotional. She had lived for too long and witnessed the growth of Xianxia, the head of the Xian clan, Lu Boya's glory, and Lin Sun's rise. However, it seemed that Lin Sun was the only one who caught his attention. Thinking of the past and the scene of Lin Sun breaking through the barriers in the heaven accessing place, she could not help but be in a trance. Of course, Lin Sun was no longer a little fellow. He was an extremely rare great emperor since ancient times. On the path of cultivation, he had a unique and terrifying potential. In the eyes of the masses, such an existence could already overlook the heavens. He was like a mythical figure. Thinking of this, she met Xiaxi's puzzled gaze and said softly, you might not understand now, but you will definitely understand in the future. Only people who truly love each other will understand the feeling of jealousy. Xiaxi responded with an "oh." She seemed to understand, but she also seemed to understand nothing. She did not explain further. This kind of thing was destined not to be explained clearly. At the same time, Lin Sun found Goldie. When Goldie saw Lin Sun, he immediately called out happily, kid, you only need to ask me now. I will give you a great fortune. P.S. When the goldfish disease is completely cured, I will prepare for an explosive update. Big Yellow was very excited. His eyes were full of complacency and satisfaction, like a victorious general returning triumphantly. Lin Sun immediately guessed that this dog must have plundered some good treasures. Big Yellow, do you remember what my second senior fellow apprentice told you before we set off? Lin Sun said leisurely. Big Yellow instantly became vigilant and said, kid, I've come to give you fortune, yet you're using your master's name to threaten me. Aren't your intentions too sinister? Let me tell you, I won't fall for it. Big Yellow was a little regretful. Why did he take the initiative to offer treasure so enthusiastically? Now he was targeted by Lin Sun. Lin Sun laughed, just give me that good fortune. I won't compete with you for other treasures. Of course, if I'm not satisfied with you, I'll definitely have a good talk with my second senior fellow apprentice when I return. Big Yellow was exasperated, you have no conscience. You're too heartless. Will you give it to me or not? Lin Sun was not polite at all and looked calm. Big Yellow grinded his teeth and wanted to bite Lin Sun, but in the end, he just sighed and took out a treasure. This was a transparent jade bottle. Strands of pure white sand flowed within the bottle. It projected a grand scene of the starry sky, resplendent starlight. The tiny jade bottle actually seemed to contain an entire starry sky. Pure and turbid starsoul sand? Lin Sun was surprised. Big Yellow said proudly, yes, it's this treasure. If I can refine it into my life imperial weapon, its power will at least double. Of course, this treasure is also one of the divine materials needed to condense the seedling of the chaotic source tree. It spoke with fervor and assurance as if it was showing off its merits, If I hadn't turned the Dragon Palace upside down, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to collect this thing in your life. Lin Sun put away the jade bottle quietly and said with a smile, Big Yellow, according to what you said, you must have found a lot of good treasures this time. Big Yellow said vigilantly, what does it have to do with you? Boy, I've given you the pure and turbid star soul sand. If you're not satisfied, I'll turn against you. Lin Sun let out a long sigh and then cupped his hands with a smile. When I go back and see my second senior fellow apprentice, I'll thank you in front of him. What kind of words were those? You're obviously going to sue me. How could Da Huang not understand Lin Sun's overtones? He instantly felt annoyed in his heart, and he grimaced for a long time before he suddenly gritted his teeth and tossed out a storage pouch. Fine, I'll give you these treasures. If you reach out for a yard after being given an inch, I'll really be anxious. As he spoke, his face was filled with pain. Lin Sun opened the storage pouch to have a look, and he couldn't help but gasp. The storage pouch was filled with precious treasures above the emperor rank, and there wasn't a single ordinary treasure. Moreover, there was a great variety of treasures like divine materials, medicinal pills, rare treasures, ores. Its value was completely immeasurable. Did Big Yellow sweep through the true dragon's treasury one by one? How did you get so many treasures? Lin Sun was about to say something, but when he looked up, Big Yellow had disappeared. Obviously, Big Yellow was worried that he would exploit it again. Lin Sun thought in his heart as he put away the storage pouch. I only lack the ancestral spirit root of the dark parasol divine tree before I can condense the sapling of the chaotic quintessence tree. He'd already gathered the soul origin roots of the 4 great divine trees, Builder Tree, Kunwa Tree, and Mulberry Tree. He'd already gathered the various divine materials he required like the chaotic life soil, 5-color wondrous soil, primordial chi water, and clear muddy star soul sand. Now, he really only lacked the ancestral spirit root of the dark parasol divine tree. When he thought of the dark parasol divine tree, Lin Sun couldn't help but recall a matter of the past. All those years ago in the ancient Desolation region, the curtains to the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival had once been drawn on Dark Parasol Mountain. It was also there that Lin Sun saw the wool brand left behind by Li Xianwei and a strand of energy left behind by the great Dao Lawless Bell. Moreover, he'd comprehended the profundities of the grand Dao left behind by the Star Obliteration Battle Emperor in a steel forest at that time, Star Obliteration Sky Devourer. All those years ago, Yu Lingkong who controlled the Hall of Longevity, Ji Xingyao, Luo Jia, Zhongli Wuji, Shui Quanlan, Lei Qianjun, and so on and so forth had participated in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival all those years ago. After so many years, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he recalled the people and events from all those years ago. But he wouldn't forget it. There was a green lantern tree on Dark Parasol Mountain, and there was a psychic king herb that seemed like a dwarf. It claimed to be the one and only spirit root of Dark Parasol Mountain, and it was even called the Master of All Saints. When he left Dark Parasol Mountain all those years ago, it was even thanks to the help of this psychic king herb. Now that he recalled these events of the past, Lin Sun suddenly realized that the Dark Parasol Mountain might be related to the Dark Parasol Divine Tree. If I have the chance in the future, I should make a trip to the ancient Desolation region. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. Zhao Yuanji and his wife spent 3 days of time to carry out a complete bloody purge in the world of the Dragon Palace. Practically all the figures that had persecuted and killed the Minluo Dragon Emperor all those years ago had been dealt with by Ao Xintong, whereas, those clansmen that were willing to surrender were spared by Ao Xintong, and they were recruited into his loyal subordinates. At this point, the supreme authority of the entire true dragon bloodline was completely controlled by Ao Xintong. Lin Sun wasn't aware of the entire process. But he knew very well that what was left to Ao Xintong to deal with was a terrible mess. If the true dragon bloodline wanted to regain its former status and power, it was destined to be an extremely long process. After all, too many old antiques of the true dragon bloodline had perished this time. The remaining old monsters in the Emperor realm were less than 20% of the original number. This was no longer a great loss of vitality, but a great blow to the foundation of the clan. While Zhao Yuanji and his wife were still busy, Lin Sun left the world of the Dragon Palace alone. Green Rainbow Sacred Island. When Lin Sun appeared, the patriarchs of the 9 great imperial clans were already waiting for him. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Congratulations, Daoist Lin, for destroying the Dragon Palace and suppressing the true dragon bloodline. Daoist Lin, you can be considered the first person to defeat the true dragon clan since ancient times. Who in this world doesn't know of Daoist Lin's unparalleled talent? As soon as Lin Sun arrived, he received all kinds of congratulatory voices. The patriarchs of the 9 great imperial clans were brimming with enthusiasm, respect, and reverence. Perhaps they were praising him, but their respect and reverence for Lin Sun were genuine. An existence who could destroy the Dragon Palace and suppress the true dragon bloodline was enough for them to admire and respect. Lin Sun said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise. I can teach you the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon." Hearing this, all the patriarchs secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and their smiles became warmer and warmer. However, in the next moment, Lin Sun changed the topic and said, "However, there is one thing I have to remind you." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet, and the patriarchs of the 9 great imperial clans were surprised. Lin Sun said frankly, "In the future, the 9 great imperial clans don't need to be subordinate to the true dragon bloodline. However, if the 9 great imperial clans dare to take advantage of the internal strife of the true dragon bloodline, don't blame me for being impolite." The patriarchs of the 9 great imperial clans were shocked and looked at each other. They had roughly deduced that after the turmoil and slaughter, the power of the true dragon bloodline had declined to the lowest point. After the massacre, the power of the true dragon bloodline had declined to the lowest point. It was undoubtedly the best time to divide up the territory of the true dragon bloodline. They were even secretly discussing various strategies and were about to take action. However, Lin Sun's words were like a basin of cold water poured over their heads, and they even found it hard to believe. "Taoism Pure Lin, don't tell me you want to take all the benefits for yourself? Without the help of the 9 great imperial clans, I'm afraid the true dragon bloodline wouldn't have been defeated so easily." Someone couldn't help but frown and remind Lin Sun not to be too unsightly. Lin Sun glanced at him and recognized him as the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan. He couldn't help but laugh. "You're right. Without your help, the true dragon bloodline wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. However, you should know that without me, how could you and the clans behind you have the chance to change the fate of your clans?" The patriarch of the Tao imperial clan had an ugly look on his face. "Taoism Pure Lin, the territory of the true dragon bloodline covers the entire true dragon world. With only you, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." The others also looked at Lin Sun. According to the original agreement, after they helped Lin Sun, they would only get the inheritance of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, which didn't include dividing up the power of the true dragon bloodline. But now, the true dragon bloodline was at its weakest. It was like a fat prey that could only be slaughtered at any time. How could the 9 great imperial clans not be tempted? Lin Sun stared at the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan for a moment and said, "You'd better disappear now." The face of the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan turned red, and blue veins appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Taoism Pure Lin, what do you mean? Is there anything wrong with what I said before? Get lost." Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He suddenly stood up, and an overwhelming killing intent spread out and hit the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan fiercely like a storm. The body of the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan shook, and his expression changed abruptly. He immediately operated his cultivation to resist. "Lin Sun, are you going back on your words?" Boom! Lin Sun slapped the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan across the air. With his current combat capability, he could kill a cultivator in the 8th level of the Emperor Realm and fight against a cultivator in the 9th level of the Emperor Realm. How could the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan withstand Lin Sun's attack? With a bang, the patriarch of the Tao imperial clan was thrown out and fell outside the hall. This scene shocked everyone present to the point their expressions went pale. "Remember, it is I, Lin Sun, who gave you a chance to change the fate of your clans. I don't expect you to be grateful, but if you dare to take an inch and touch something you shouldn't touch, I don't mind going to your clans. Even the true dragon bloodline can't stop me. Can you?" After saying that, Lin Sun put down the jade slip with the inheritance of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon and left directly. Everyone's expression was uncertain. They were afraid and angry, but in the end, they gave up the idea of dividing up the power of the true dragon bloodline. Even the dominating true dragon bloodline was suppressed by Lin Sun. How could these clans bear Lin Sun's anger? Outside the hall, the patriarch of the Taowu imperial clan struggled to get up. He looked embarrassed and ashamed. He had completely sobered up, and even couldn't bring himself to challenge Lin Sun. Everyone, let's leave it at that. Lin Sun is more terrible than the true dragon bloodline. Even if the 9 great emperor clans join forces, we can't afford to offend him. Someone sighed as if he had completely accepted his fate. Everyone else felt sad and sorrowful. P.S. Goldfish is on an intravenous drip. Although she can't update because she is sick, she will definitely update more when she recovers. In the next few days, she will get double monthly votes. Goldfish really wants to ask for it. Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. It was only after Ao Xingtong stabilized his position as the true dragon clan's patriarch that the 9 great imperial clans patriarchs found out that Lin Sun was actually Ao Xingtong's son-in-law. For a time, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted and gasp without end. It was also from that moment on that the 9 great imperial clans completely gave up on the thought of going against the true dragon's lineage. These were all stories to be told later. Half a month later. The world of the Dragon Palace had returned to its former tranquility. The golden dragon cocoon in the dragon pond still showed no sign of hatching and metamorphosis, but Lin Sun had already planned to leave. Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xingtong tried to persuade Lin Sun to stay, but seeing that Lin Sun had made up his mind, they stopped persuading him. Auntie, if the Permethal Luo clan finds out that the true dragon ancestor has been rescued, they will definitely not let it go. I have completely refined the 49C calming Dao steels. If I encounter any danger in the future, just seal the Dragon Palace world. In a hall, Lin Sun reminded. Ao Xingtong smiled and said, if the Permethal Luo clan really comes, they won't be able to do anything to us as long as I have the realm suppression pearl. As for you, have you considered which clan's path you should use to return to the Starry Sky Ancient Path? Previously, she had already told Lin Sun that it was impossible to return to the Starry Sky Ancient Path from the Zhenlong world. However, he could return through the paths controlled by the Immortal Phoenix, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Auntie, please give me some advice. Lin Sun said. I suggest we make a trip to the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Ao Xingtong said, the relationship between the Immortal Phoenix ancestor and the Master of Skirich is very close. Over the countless years, many of the descendants of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline have married the descendants of the Permethal Luo clan. In fact, many of the descendants of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline were born with the surname Luo. She paused for a moment, then continued, however, ever since your mother, Luo Qingxuan, met with a mishap, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline severed all ties with the Permethal Luo family. The reason for this is that the Immortal Phoenix bloodline only recognizes the descendants of the Master of Tongtian's bloodline, and not the entire Permethal Luo family. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly thought of an old friend. Roga, she was a beautiful woman from the bloodline of the Immortal Phoenix. Back in the ancient Desolation region, although he and Luo Jia weren't close, they could be considered good friends. According to Ao Xingtong, the Luo family came from the bloodline of Immortal Phoenix, and their surname was Luo. Maybe they had the same bloodline as Lin Sun. However, if you really want to go to the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, I suggest that you don't reveal your identity first. Ao Xingtong said, after all, even though they've severed their relationship with the Permethal Luo clan, they didn't lend a helping hand when your mother, Luo Qingxuan, was in trouble all those years ago. If you rashly go there as Luo Qingxuan's son, who knows what sort of trouble you'll cause. Lin Sun nodded. Ao Xingtong said, when you leave, I'll give you a communication talisman from my tribe. Out of respect for the true dragon bloodline, they probably won't refuse you. As for the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan, there's no need to consider them. For countless years, they have been the most loyal to the Permethal Luo clan. If it weren't for our clan's ancestor, your mother would have been captured by the ancestors of the 2 clans and handed over to the people from the Luo clan who were after your mother. Lin Sun's pupils narrowed slightly. Only now did he realize that there was such a big difference in the attitude of the 4 spirit clans towards the Permethal Luo clan. I heard from Goldie that you haven't forged your own natal weapon yet. You can ask the Xingsu Imperial clan for help when you go to the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Suddenly, Ao Xingtong said, the Xingsu imperial clan is recognized as the most outstanding clan in the world in the art of refining weapons. Their ancestor had the title of Emperor of Refining Weapons since the beginning of primitive times. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. The Xingsu imperial clan, just from the title, one could tell that this clan was definitely not simple in the art of refining weapons. After chatting for a long time, Lin Sun decided to leave. Before leaving, Ao Xingtong said softly, Jing Xian has obtained the power of the ancestor's bloodline. As long as she completely refines that power, she will be able to emerge from the golden dragon cocoon. In the future, you must treat them and their son well. Lin Sun had already placed the golden dragon cocoon in the Tower of Endless. Upon hearing Ao Xingtong's words, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. Auntie, can you tell when this golden dragon cocoon will hatch? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Ao Xingtong shook her head, that depends on when Jing Xian and the child in her womb can truly awaken. This kind of thing is impossible to predict. Lin Sun nodded. No matter what, as long as the golden dragon cocoon was with him, he would be the first to know when Jing Xian and the child would awaken. On the same day, Lin Sun placed Xia Ji and Goldie in the Tower of Endless. Under the escort of Zhao Yuanji and Ao Xingtong, he left the world of Dragon Palace alone. Half a month later. According to the map given by Ao Xingtong, Lin Sun found an ancient transmission array in a boundary plane in the East Sea. As the transmission array operated, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared. Immortal Phoenix Nest. It was a vast world shaped like a huge nest, with many folded spaces and boundary secret realms. The ruler of this world was the immortal Phoenix bloodline. In addition, the immortal Phoenix Nest was like the true dragon world, with many races and creatures. Outside Thousand Water City. Buzz, the void fluctuated, and Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. After looking around a little, his figure flashed and entered Thousand Water City. 2 hours later. Lin Sun had found out everything he wanted to know and immediately found a border ship that was about to sail to the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire. After paying the fee and boarding the ship, Lin Sun was like an ordinary passenger and did not encounter any trouble along the way. It was not until he lived in his own courtyard that Lin Sun had time to think about his next move. This border ship would sail to the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire. The ancestral land of the immortal Phoenix bloodline was located in a folded world outside the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire. This folded world was called Phoenix World. If there was no guidance, no one could find the entrance to the Phoenix World. However, the immortal Phoenix bloodline was not as high and mighty as the true dragon clan. Most of the time, the descendants of the immortal Phoenix bloodline had been living in the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire. This was a magical city built on a vast sea of fire. The sea of fire bred all kinds of spiritual fires and divine flames. It was said that there were tens of thousands of them. Some of the divine flames were even the first-class innate divine flames in the world, with all kinds of incredible magical effects. The ancestors of the Divine Craftsman clan had been entrenched in the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire for generations. These divine craftsmen, who were proficient in refining weapons, after countless years of operation, had already built the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire into a miraculous divine city. Not only was the city large in scale, but it was also covered with all kinds of prohibitions. It was known as the most difficult city to shake in the world. In the immortal Phoenix world, the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire was also worthy of the title of the first city in the world. Every day, it attracted countless cultivators from all over the world. The border ship soon started and rushed to the sky. Lin Sun, who was lost in thought, made a decision. If there was a chance on this trip, he would start to refine his own life emperor weapon. 10 days later. The border ship crossed dozens of folded spaces and hundreds of boundary planes, and finally arrived at the Emperor City of 10,000 Fire. Rumble, still on the border ship, a thunderous roar came to his face, and the airflow, which was hot enough to incinerate everything in the world, filled the void. Lin Sun looked down and saw a raging sea of fire rushing on the earth, undulating, setting off hundreds of millions of fire waves, and the lava-like flames illuminated the world red. This sea of flames was too large, and it seemed to be boundlessly vast. The sea surged with raging flames while countless divine flames and spirit flames surged into appearance like tidewater, and they flickered with gorgeous and multicolored light. And just above this sea of fire stood a city, like a floating continent. The city was so big that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Undoubtedly, this was the Emperor's city of 10,000 fire, the largest city in the immortal Phoenix world, a miraculous place. A burst of exclamation and shock came from the boarder ship. Like Lin Sun, most of the people on the boarder ship came to the Emperor's city of 10,000 fire for the first time. Not long after, the boarder ship slowly landed on an empty land in front of the city, and Lin Sun and other guests walked out. Near the towering city gate, there was a marvelous prohibition, which could resist the invasion of the flames in the sea of fire. Walking in it, not only did it not feel hot, but it gave people a refreshing feeling. Lin Sun saw that the huge bricks used to build the city wall were made of the best divine materials, and were branded with complex Tao patterns. Without operating, they could absorb the essence power in the sea of fire, and temper and consolidate the city's defense power day and night. After countless years, just the sturdiness of the city itself was comparable to a monarch armament. In addition to the restrictive power, it was more than enough to block the attacks of ordinary martial emperors. The means of the divine craftsman imperial clan is very good. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He could see that the divine craftsman imperial clan had clearly refined the whole emperor city of 10,000 fire as a treasure. If someone made trouble in the city, they only needed to control the power of the city to produce a great deterrent. Ordinary emperor realm figures were doomed to suffer if they were trapped in the city. Soon, Lin Sun retracted his gaze and walked into the city. The streets in the city extended in all directions, and they were all spacious, magnificent, clean, and magnificent. Rows of buildings of various colors were arranged in an endless manner. The streets were bustling with activity, and people from all races could be seen shuttling back and forth. It was very lively. The city was orderly, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Even sages and quasi-emperors were a common sight. However, emperor realm figures were extremely rare. Along the way, Lin Sun only sensed the aura of a few emperor realm figures, and they were all hiding in different areas and did not reveal themselves. A huge and magnificent treasure carriage came from the street ahead. The pedestrians along the way took the initiative to make way for it, and everyone looked respectful and even awestruck. This was because the treasure carriage was branded with the totem of the immortal phoenix bloodline. It was an immortal phoenix that was flapping its wings and bathing in magnificent divine flames. When the chariot passed by Lin Sun, a pleasant voice full of surprise suddenly came from it. "You're so lucky. Mr. Lin?" The treasured carriage suddenly stopped. A slender hand with fair skin opened the curtain, and a beautiful face as beautiful as a painting popped out. Her red lips were slightly open, and a pair of watery eyes were full of surprise. She looked at Lin Sun on the other side of the street. Cries of surprise rang out from the nearby crowd. Many men revealed looks of amazement and infatuation. There were also those who recognized Lorga's identity and were surprised. Why would this fairy-like figure appear in the city today? At the same time, Lin Sun was stunned and surprised. "Miss Loka?" Loka suddenly laughed, and then her beautiful eyes glanced around hurriedly. She waved to Lin Sun. "Child Lin, please come over and talk." Lin Sun readily agreed and walked straight over. He came to the city of 10,000 fire to find the clansmen of the immortal Phoenix clan. Meeting Loka would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble. However, when Lin Sun boarded the carriage, a middle-aged man in a purple robe couldn't help frowning. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Miss, Uncle Rong, Child Lin is my best friend. We have been friends for decades. He is not an outsider." Loka's soft voice came from the carriage. Uncle Rong stared at Lin Sun for a moment, and then nodded. "Please." Lin Sun smiled and didn't take it seriously. Then, he boarded the carriage. The carriage continued to move forward, and soon disappeared in this bustling street. "Child Lin, why did you come to my immortal Phoenix realm?" Loka looked at Lin Sun with surprise in the carriage, which was filled with a faint fragrance. She sat cross-legged casually, dressed in a light green feather dress. Her long cyan hair was casually tied into a bun, and her white and moist body was graceful and delicate. Compared with before, Loka's temperament became more and more elegant. She had a kind of beauty like an orchid in an empty valley. As she spoke, she picked up a jade pot, poured a cup of fragrant Ling mist tea for Lin Sun, and handed it over with both hands. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Lin Sun took the tea with a smile, and then briefly told her about his trip to the true dragon world. Finally, he told her his purpose of coming to the immortal phoenix realm. Hearing this, Luo Jia came to a realization. She pursed her moist lips and could not help but smile. In that case, our meeting this time is really a coincidence. Lin Sun nodded with emotion. Speaking of which, the last time he met Lorger was in Kunlun ruins. In just a few decades, Xiaoqian was already a peak martial emperor, and Lorga was already a peak consummation quasi-emperor. Luo Jia thought about it and said, "Young Master Lin, it's easy to return to the starry sky ancient path. Just leave it to me." But, as soon as she spoke up to hear, the violet-robed middle-aged man's low voice sounded out from outside the treasured carriage. "Young miss, the path that leads to the ancient starry sky path requires the joint efforts of 3 supreme elders of the clan in order to activate it once. This matter isn't easy. What's more, your current situation." Before he could finish, Loka interrupted, "Uncle Rong, you don't have to say anything more. I have my own plans." After saying that, she said to Lin Sun helplessly, "Uncle Rong is an old servant of my father. He has been serving me all these years and treats me like a nephew. Don't take his words to heart." Lin Sun smiled and said thoughtfully, "Loka, are you in trouble?" Loka was stunned. She blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "This is the territory of the immortal phoenix realm. What trouble can I have?" Lin Sun put down the teacup in his hand and sighed softly. "If you really treat me as a friend, don't hide it anymore. Tell me. Maybe I can help." "Young master, as an outsider, you can't interfere with young Mrs. Matters." Uncle Rong's voice sounded again. "If you really care about young miss, I suggest you leave now so that you don't become a burden and get involved in unnecessary trouble." His tone was calm, but it was already very rude. Lin Sun frowned but didn't get angry. He looked at Loka and said, "It seems that you are really in trouble." Loka had a complicated look in her eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, "As a host, I should entertain you well when we meet. But now, I haven't entertained you properly. Instead, I made you care about my affairs." After a pause, her beautiful eyes were calm. She said seriously, "Brother Lin, my affairs are extremely troublesome. It's not that I don't want you to help me, but it involves the affairs of the immortal phoenix, white tiger and black tortoise. If you get involved, I will only feel uneasy. Young miss, time is running out. We have to hurry to the True Spirit Palace. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the young master will." Uncle Rong's voice came again with a sense of urgency. This time, he was interrupted by Loka before he finished speaking. "I know. Stop the car." She took a deep breath and turned her hand to take out a purple jade talisman. She handed it to Lin Sun and transmitted her voice to him, "Brother Lin, take this. When my affairs are solved, I will go to talk with you." After that, she pushed Lin Sun out of the car with an apologetic and resolute look. Obviously, she didn't intend to let Lin Sun get involved. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He didn't insist and got out of the carriage. "Brother Lin, I will apologize to you in the future. Please don't be angry." Loka couldn't help but transmit her voice to him with guilt. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in a purple robe had driven the carriage away in a hurry. This brief encounter ended in such a hasty way. Lin Sun stood where he was and thought, "You regard me as a friend. How can I stand by and do nothing?" Whoosh, without a sound, his figure disappeared into thin air. Hundreds of meters away, in front of a lively tavern, a black-robed man was drinking. But he seemed to notice something. His pupils shrank and he was shocked. Almost at the same time, a big hand pressed on his shoulder, making him stiff all over. He was about to fight back subconsciously. But he only felt weak all over and his strength was firmly imprisoned. He couldn't help but change his face and said, "Friend, what do you mean?" He was an emperor realm existence, but he was imprisoned in the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly terrible. The owner of the big hand next to him was Lin Sun. He put one hand on the shoulder of the black-robed man and walked away. He asked casually, "Why did you secretly follow the carriage all the way before?" From the moment Lin Sun boarded the carriage, he had noticed that someone had been secretly following them all the way. This was also one of the reasons why he judged that Loka was in trouble. Friend, you can't get involved in this matter. I advise you not to get involved in it. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Although the black-robed man was imprisoned, he soon calmed down. Also, you probably don't know my identity. If you do, you will not dare to treat me like this. There was a faint threat in his voice. He was fearless. Crack, the next moment, the black-robed man heard the sound of his bones breaking. Then he felt that his soul was grabbed by a big hand and pulled out. Oh no! He was scared. What kind of person was this? Why did he start a fight just because of a disagreement? Wasn't he afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't provoke? He was just about to scream, but he felt a stabbing pain in his soul. A horrible consciousness power like a sharp awl pierced into the depths of his soul. Soul-searching, the black-robed man immediately understood and felt extremely scared. Not asking about his origin, not caring about his threat, and not even bothering to talk nonsense with him, Lin Sun directly searched his soul. How strong must he be to be so unscrupulous? Before the black-robed man could figure it out, everything went black and he lost consciousness. After a while, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and frowned. He had got the information he wanted. The black-robed man was called Xiao Rue. He was at the second level of Emperor realm and came from the Black Tortoise lineage. This time, he acted as a protector and followed a young master of the Black Tortoise clan named Wu Fadian to the Emperor City of Fire. The reason why he followed Loka this time was that Loka's younger brother lost a treasure a few days ago and offended Wu Fadian. Wu Fadian threatened that if Loka couldn't pay compensation within 3 days, he would execute Loka's younger brother. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. In Xiao Rue's memory, the treasure lost by Loka's younger brother was not a treasure at all, nor was it worth much money. The reason why Wu Fadian would deal with Loka's younger brother was that Loka had refused Wu Fadian's pursuit at a banquet a few days ago, which made Wu Fadian lose face and couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. However, after knowing these inside stories, Lin Sun was still a little puzzled. This was the Immortal Phoenix realm, and the Emperor City of Fire was the territory of the Immortal Phoenix lineage. How dare a young master of the Black Tortoise lineage bully Loka, a descendant of the Immortal Phoenix lineage? Lin Sun thought of Loka's uneasy appearance and the purple-robed middle-aged man's incessant urging words. He became more and more certain that things couldn't be so simple. True Spirit Hall. I'd like to see what kind of storm is hidden in it. As he thought about it, Lin Sun had already taken action and chased in the direction where the chariot carrying Loka had once passed. True Spirit Hall. Located in the northeast area of the Emperor City of Fire, this was an extremely ancient hall. Since ancient times, only the most distinguished guests of the Immortal Phoenix lineage were qualified to live in it. This area was not a place that anyone could approach casually. The Divine Craftsman Imperial clan had set up many restrictive powers and many powerful guards were stationed here. However, in the eyes of people like Lin Sun, these defensive measures were simply useless and could be completely ignored. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to quietly arrive outside the ancient hall. He didn't enter immediately, but spread his divine awareness silently. At this time, the atmosphere in the True Spirit Hall was oppressive. Uncle Rong stood on one side of the entrance of the hall, while Loka stood alone in the center of the hall. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. She looked at the black-robed man sitting leisurely on the central seat and said, "I'm already here. Where's my younger brother? Where is he?" End of chapter 2278. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.